As Song Ran opened her eyes, she found herself back on the fateful night when her innocence was shattered. She had been deliberately switched at birth, falling from the status of a general's daughter to a mere farmer's daughter, toiling in the mountains. After enduring countless hardships, she was finally reclaimed by the Song family, only to lose her virtue before departing from her foster mother's home. Despite being a victim, others branded her as seductive and careless. Song Ran, diligent and ambitious, overcame immense obstacles to enroll in university, striving to rewrite her destiny. Yet, her efforts were thwarted by the malicious scheming of a false heiress. Accused of seducing her fiancé, her acceptance letter was torn to shreds, and her parents sent her back to the hellish abode of her foster mother, where her limbs were shattered, and she was tethered like a dead dog in a pigsty, ultimately meeting a tragic end beneath the wheels of a train. Since her previous life of restraint failed to dispel their prejudices, in this life, Song Ran resolved to no longer endure. If they accused her of charm, she would reclaim her rightful fiancé. If they deemed her uncouth, she would expose the scandals of the Song family and the false heiress. If they labeled her illiterate, she would turn around and be specially recruited by a renowned professor as a national-level research talent. Initially, Song Ran sought revenge against the false heiress and to reclaim her fiancé. She had harbored resentment towards him for guiding her towards light in her past life, all the while remaining a passive observer as she was cast back into despair. Yet, she later realized that Gu Yuanting, with his cold heart, had cared for her across 2 lifetimes. In the winter of 1985, in Yangshigo village, a nauseating stench invaded her nostrils as she was jolted awake. Her clothes were torn away roughly, and the biting cold snapped her to attention. By the dim candlelight, she beheld Wu Dafu, his yellowed teeth bared in a lecherous grin, his seemingly honest face revealing a sinister gleam as he hurriedly unfastened his belt. This scene had played out many times before, but now Wu Dafu appeared inexplicably youthful. Disbelief coursed through her as she struggled against the searing pain in her wrists, realizing she was bound to the headboard. "Big brother, hurry up. Let your little brother have a taste." A voice from the crack of the door called impatiently. This was Wu Er's voice. But wasn't he in the capital following Song Mingzhu to become a big boss? What's the rush? I haven't even savored it yet. Keep a close watch on the door and don't let anyone from the Song family through. Our parents and our sister are at the village chief's, drinking with the Song family's cousin. They won't be back anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Song Ran gritted her teeth, trembling with rage, her heart racing. It dawned on her that she had indeed died, crushed into a mere pulp by a train. She had been reborn into a day when the Song family had sent their cousin Song Siming to retrieve her, just as she was on the brink of escaping her torment. Yet her purity had been destroyed by Wu Dafu and Wu Ergue. She was the biological daughter of a general, swapped at birth by Chen Ho Hat, a former maid in the Song household, who sought to ensure her own daughter, Song Mingzhu, lived a life of luxury. If not for Song Ming's hospitalization revealing their differing blood types, this secret would have remained buried forever. Hearing of Song Ming's notable fiancé, whom she was betrothed to from the womb, the Wu family conspired to ruin Song Ran's reputation, fearing she would return and claim him. They had succeeded in their previous life. Bound and drugged, Song Ran had no means of escape. The Wu brothers thoroughly destroyed her. The Wu couple had deliberately summoned Song Siming to witness her disgraceful side, knowing no one would believe her protests. Instead, he would despise her, refusing to take her back to the Song family, leaving behind money and tickets, forcing her into a marriage with Wu Dafu. How could she consent? On her wedding day, she fled, struggled to find the Song family, only to be met with her biological parents' favoritism towards Song Mingzhu, disdainfully dismissing her as sullied. They denied her identity, publicly branding her as a mere maid from the countryside, indifferent to her efforts to be obedient and dutiful. She was intelligent and eager to learn, laboring by day and studying by night, undeterred for 2 full years, eventually gaining admission to university. Yet, upon Song Ming's accusation that she had seduced her fiancé, her biological parents tore her acceptance letter to shreds and sent her back to the hellish Wu household. She was on the brink of reclaiming the light of hope, yet the Song family extinguished it once more. Fearing her escape, the Wu family shackled her, tormenting and humiliating her, constantly reminding her of Song Ming's prosperous life, her husband's affection, and her successful career. By the day of her demise, Song Mingzhu had become a renowned female tycoon, and she, driven to despair, was forced onto the train tracks, likely to die without anyone to collect her remains. In that moment, Her simmering hatred and unyielding resentment crystallized into something tangible. As Wu Dafu approached with a glint of lust in his eyes, Song Ran suppressed her surging fury and feigned innocence, sweetly calling out, "Big brother Dafu, is that you?" Her hands were tightly bound, her body drugged and weak even if she could kick at Wu Dafu. Wu Ergue remained outside. Fortunately, she understood the two brothers well. With a soft, delicate voice and a dreamy gaze, her beautiful face flushed with shyness, Wu Dafu momentarily froze, excitement coursing through him. Yes, I am your brother Dafu. I'm here to take care of you. Just hold on a little longer, and you'll be so happy. Song Ran shyly nodded. I'm not afraid, but brother Dafu, will you marry me? Mother once said I was to be your child bride. In the daughter of the Song family, my biological parents will surely provide us with plenty of money and gifts for our wedding. In the Wu household, they had never regarded her as a daughter, treating her with beatings and scorn, often stating she was merely picked up to serve as a child bride for their sons, while Song Mingzhu enjoyed lavish treatment in the Song family. Wu Dafu had never considered marrying Song Ran. Their parents feared their biological daughter might suffer in the Song family, hence the idea. Moreover, Song Ran had previously been malnourished, appearing as a mere thin sprout, always keeping her head down and remaining unremarkable. Only this year had she suddenly blossomed. Upon closer inspection of Song Ran's face, perhaps due to the drugs, he noticed a hint of allure. How had he never recognized that this wretched girl possessed such an enchanting visage? Beneath those loose garments, she had a remarkable figure. In a couple of years, she would surely be irresistible, and he sensed that Song Ran seemed eager to marry him. Could it be she had secretly harbored feelings for him? It made sense he was skilled in farming and possessed great strength. It was entirely reasonable for Song Ran to have a crush on him. Furthermore, a marriage from the Song family would surely be grand. His impatience grew. Yes, I will definitely marry you. Come, I can hardly contain myself. Song Ran quickly turned her head, avoiding Wu Dafu's lips. Brother Dafu, lock the door tight. I will only marry you, no one else. Having promised to marry her, he couldn't allow his brother to come in and ruin things without hesitation. He bolted the door, ignoring Wu Ergue's desperate calls from outside. Song Ran's cheeks flushed, her face radiating shyness. I want to cuddle with brother Dafu. Wu Dafu was already intoxicated with desire. As Song Ran acted coy, he immediately set about unbinding her. With a smile, she reached out her hand, but in the next moment, her gaze turned icy as she grasped the scissors hidden beneath her pillow and, with a decisive snip, severed his manhood. A heart-wrenching scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the quiet village. Big brother, what happened? Big brother. Outside, Wu Ergue pounded on the door, throwing his body against it. You wretched girl. You dare to do this to me. He'll kill you. Wu Dafu's face paled with pain as he tumbled from the bed to the floor, blood everywhere, casting a vengeful glare at Song Ran, wishing he could strangle her. He could never have imagined that the timid girl who never dared to lift her head would sever his life. With an impassive expression, Song Ran wiped the blood from her hands. As Wu Dafu picked up a brick and charged at her, she thrust the scissors into his abdomen. The ground was drenched in blood. Wu Dafu collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to the pain. The sound of the door crashing ceased, and Wu Ergue hurriedly dashed off to summon help, leaving only the crunch of footsteps retreating into the snow. Song Ran fastened her clothing and opened the door, stepping briskly into the frigid wilderness. Trusting no one, she resolved to rely solely on herself. Her cousin, Song Siming, the eldest son of her uncle's family, had come to fetch her. In her previous life, she had believed that he would advocate for her and help punish the Wu family. However, she was unaware that Song Siming cherished Song Mingzhu to the core and feared that her return would incite jealousy in Song Mingzhu. He had prepared to assert his dominance even before their arrival. Now that Wu Dafu was injured, Song Siming might indiscriminately send her to the police station, and with a little manipulation, she could be transformed from a legitimate defender into a convicted assailant. She felt no regret, if not for the law against murder. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. Song Ran had never considered escape, nor did she have a path to flee, but there was one person who might assist her. She was determined to carve out a path starkly different from her past existence. Someone's been stabbed. Ran has stabbed Dafu. That wretched girl has fled. Quickly pursue her. We cannot let that vile creature get away. Release the pack of ferocious wolfhounds raised by his uncle. As Song Ran dashed out of the village, she heard a cacophony of shouts, illuminating the entire village. The ferocious barks of dogs echoed through the mountains, evoking memories of her previous life, where she had been torn apart by dogs, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Song Ran quickened her pace. Having lived here for over 20 years, she was acutely aware of the unity of the villagers in Yangshigu. None of the brides brought in from outside ever managed to escape the mountains. The biting cold of winter enveloped her. The snowfall had ceased, but the mountain path was muddy, and her footprints were unmistakable. She ran faster, her lungs feeling as if they were being pumped by a bellows. She dared not pause to catch her breath for fear of being dragged back into the abyss. She continued to run in one direction, but her body began to protest, her feet feeling as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds, and it seemed someone was closing in behind her. The barking of the dogs grew nearer. Despair enveloped Song Ran. Could it be that, even in this new life, she could not escape her cage? Suddenly, a blinding beam of flashlight illuminated her face. Halt! Who goes there? In the intense light, she vaguely discerned a group of soldiers clad in military coats emerging, led by a tall man in military boots. A glimmer of hope surged within her. The breath she had been holding escaped her as she collapsed into the snow. The anticipated pain did not materialize. A broad hand caught her waist, steadying her. Looking up, she met a pair of familiar eyes. The resolute and stoic face of Gu Yuanting was etched with concern and vigilance. He was Song Ming's fiancé. Song Ran's emotions were a tumultuous mix of joy, discomfort, and even a hint of resentment. Once Gu Yuanting stabilized her, he immediately released his grip. "Comrade, what troubles you?" Before he could finish his inquiry, Song Ran's body weakened, and she feigned collapse against him, her legs already numb. Gu Yuanting frowned, but had no choice but to support her. In the next instant, her feverish hand clutched his as if it were a lifeline. "Please help me. I do not wish to harm anyone. They forced me to take drugs and bound my hands. I barely managed to escape. I am terrified. I do not remember when I took the scissors." The frightened expression on the young woman's delicate face was palpable, her body trembling, her eyes resembling those of a frightened fawn, clouded and struggling to articulate her fear. Only then did Gu Yuanting notice the unnatural flush that extended from her face down her neck, her attire consisting solely of a thin shirt and trousers, her hands burning hot with evident binding marks. She claimed to have been drugged. What other kind of substance could it be, given the circumstances? "Fetch Dr. Lin immediately." Gu Yuanting's expression darkened as he wrapped his coat around Song Ran's shoulders and lifted her effortlessly, heading towards the temporary guardhouse where the special forces were stationed. This was merely a temporary encampment for the special forces. No one would be here the day after her late arrival. At that moment, shouts erupted behind them. "We caught up. Right here. Woof, woof." A pack of robust wolfhounds barked furiously in Song Ran's direction, their savage cries penetrating the snowy night, reminding her of countless similar nights. A throng of villagers from Yangshigu approached, panting and wielding torches, some brandishing sticks. "Stop right there. Who are you? What is your purpose? Put down your weapons immediately." The Special Forces soldiers shouted authoritatively, their flashlights illuminating the scene, exuding an air of righteousness. "Comrades, please do not misunderstand. I am the village chief of Yangshigu. We are not here to cause trouble. We've come to apprehend her. This girl has stabbed someone. She is a murderer. Do not be deceived by her." The village chief hurriedly pointed at Song Ran and Gu Yuanting's arms while urging the villagers to lower their weapons. Old Wu and Chun Ho-Hot soon caught up, their faces paling at the sight of Song Ran being cradled by a military officer. Especially Chun Ho-Hot, who pointed at Song Ran and shouted, "You little wretch. Did you seduce my son? You've injured him, and now you're trying to seduce a soldier? Can't you survive without a man?" Upon seeing Chun Ho-Hot's spiteful and venomous face, Song Ran was reminded of her previous life, where Chun Ho-Hot had shattered her limbs with a brick and paid the men in the village to torment her. A deep-seated fear surged within her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was scared despite knowing her present circumstances were different. Gu Yuanting's intervention meant he would not easily hand her over to Chun Ho-Hot. Yet, the haunting shadows of her past still instilled panic and aversion within her. Noticing the trembling body of the young woman in his arms, Gu Yuanting's handsome face turned icy. This was a classic psychological stress response, indicating she had endured inhumane torment. Mind your words. Our battalion leader is merely rescuing someone. In a crisis, gender is irrelevant. Do not falsely accuse anyone. Chun Ho-Hot was taken aback that such a young man was the battalion leader, hastily changing her tone. "Comrade, We were merely too enraged this girl has been using her looks to entice others. We feared you might be deceived. I will take her back. Chen Ho-hot stepped forward. Song Ran, filled with dread, clutched Gu Yuanting's shirt tightly. Please no. They will make my life worse than death. Gu Yuanting looked down at her, his eyes filled with apprehension, then raised his gaze to Chen Ho-hot and the others. Since this involves a criminal case, I must request the police's presence. If this young lady is guilty, the law shall deal with her accordingly. No, there's no need to involve the police. This is merely a family matter. Chen Ho-hot understood the implications if it were revealed they had drugged Song Ran. The consequences could be dire for them. Keeping Song Ran in the village, she had countless methods to torment her for revenge against her eldest son. With his eyes narrowing dangerously, Gu Yuanting's expression grew colder as he observed Chen Ho-hot's demeanor, further solidifying his belief in Song Ran's earlier claims of being drugged. Seeing the young woman in his arms grow increasingly distressed, her body quaking without pause, her cheeks flushed yet biting her lip so hard it drew blood without a sound, she appeared as docile as a kitten he had once nurtured. Ignoring Chen Ho-hot and the others, he ordered someone to fetch a vehicle to summon the police. Song Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. What she desired was merely fairness. Yet to her, fairness felt like an unattainable luxury. Just then, the female military doctor arrived at the camp. Oh my goodness, this young lady is barely dressed. Why is she so feverish? Quickly, take her into the tent. Gu Yuanting hastened his steps, cradling Song Ran. Brother Ting, it's really you. You cannot take her inside. At that very moment, a military jeep approached, and shortly thereafter, a familiar voice pierced through Song Ran's ears. Song Siming. A deep-seated hatred flickered in Song Ran's eyes, causing her body to stiffen. Gu Yuanting sensed the woman in his arms trembling once more. Turning around, he beheld Song Siming alighting from the vehicle, striding towards him with purpose. What brings you here? He inquired, filled with curiosity. The Song family resided in the capital, 1,000 miles distant from this secluded mountain. There have been some matters at home. Mingzhu already sent you a telegram. Did you not receive it? Ah, it makes sense that you're constantly on missions without a fixed location, so it's understandable that you wouldn't. As Song Siming spoke, he gestured towards Song Ran and Gu Yuanting's embrace, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain and contempt. She and Mingzhu were swapped at birth. I was sent by my uncle to retrieve her, yet I never anticipated she would so willingly debase herself, eagerly seeking the company of men. Wu Dafu merely declared he didn't wish to marry her, and she retaliated by severing his manhood. Brother Ting, do you not find her utterly vile? Chapter 3. A Life of Deception. What did you say? Switched at birth? Gu Yuanting lowered his gaze to scrutinize Song Ran. He found her features distinctly reminiscent of the Song family. Yet her beauty was strikingly more captivating. Those glistening eyes seemed to hold unspoken words. She was the biological daughter of the Song family, but if she had indeed been switched, how had she ended up in such a remote valley? Where was Song Mingzhu? Had she not come? His tone was somewhat cold, as if he found the situation absurd. If it was a case of being switched, shouldn't they return to their rightful places? As for the malicious remarks directed at Song Ran, Gu Yuanting was not one to hastily form judgments. It appeared he was still unaware of the full circumstances. For reasons unknown, Song Ran felt a sense of relief wash over her. Song Siming frowned and said, "What business does Mingzhu have in a place like this? The road is hardly navigable, and we cannot subject her to such hardship. Moreover, if there is indeed a switch, it is the nurse's fault. Mingzhu is quite innocent." He stepped closer, disdainfully pointing at Song Ran with a condescending gaze. "I am here to take this girl back to the Song family. Mingzhu has a kind heart and wishes to make amends. But look at her, Gugu. At such a tender age, she possesses the allure of a seductress, clearly intent on ensnaring men. Who knows how many have laid with her? And now you are holding her. You must set her down immediately. She is too tainted. Mingzhu will be upset." Song Ran clenched her fingers tightly, her grip distorting the tailored fabric of Gu Yuanting's shirt. A tear fell as she buried her face in his embrace, concealing the chill in her eyes. She refused to let go. In her previous life, although she had been the one promised to him from birth, everyone believed that only Song Mingzhu was worthy of Gu Yuanting. She had never intended to usurp Mingzhu's engagement. She felt unclean, her innocence lost, and had always kept her distance from Gu Yuanting to avoid misunderstandings. It was Gu Yuanting who had noticed her struggles and offered her books and pens, recommending teachers for her. They had never crossed any boundaries, yet upon discovering this, Song Mingzhu had gone mad with jealousy, making her life miserable. Just because she bore a face that seemed too alluring and had a figure that developed well, they would forever view her through a tainted lens, accusing her of harboring thoughts of seduction. In this lifetime, she no longer wished to be docile. Being honest only led to endless bullying. Seeing Song Rand bury her face in Gu Yuanting's chest infuriated Song Siming. Song Rand, do you have no shame? Get down. Do you even know who he is? He is Mingzhu's fiancé. Do you think he would treat you like those base men from your village? The expressions of Old Man Wu and Wu Ergue darkened. Song Siming's words seemed to insult all the men of their village. However, Gu Yuanting did not believe Song Ran was the sort of person Song Siming described. He had eyes and trusted his own judgment. He spoke firmly. Song Siming, you are an intellectual and a soldier. There is no need to speak so harshly to a young woman. Song Siming's brow furrowed sharply. What was Gu Yuanting's sudden interest in defending Song Ran? Well, he had never shown such concern for Mingzhu. Clearly, she was a shameless seductress. Comrade, we are not lying. She is indeed reckless. She flirts openly and cannot survive without a man, a licentious wretch. Chun Ho Hat exclaimed loudly, shocked to discover that this officer was, in fact, her daughter Mingzhu's fiancé. A striking young man, already a company commander at such a young age, with a promising future. She could not allow Song Ran, that wretched girl, to ensnare him. I did not. Song Ran trembled violently. Gu Yuanting frowned deeply, saying no more, and lifted her into the military tent. The female medic hurriedly followed with her medical kit. Once inside, Gu Yuanting set her on the bed, and as his hand left her waist, she grew increasingly disoriented, perhaps from the effects of the medicine, and clutched his hand tightly, murmuring, "Don't go. Damn that shameless hussy. Officer, are you also tempted?" Chun Ho Hat had somehow followed Song Siming into the tent and slapped Song Ran across the face, forcefully prying her hand away. Gu Yuanting was too late to intervene. He had not anticipated that this peasant woman would resort to violence in the military camp. Chun Ho Hat's hands were rough and strong, and her slap left a prominent mark on Song Ran's already flushed face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her disheveled hair concealed the hatred and coldness in her eyes. Thanks to Chun Ho Hat's blow, she felt somewhat more alert. With a terrified expression, she recoiled. "Please, mother, don't hit me. I will be good. I'll undress for you to punish me. Please don't burn me with the iron." Trembling, she began to unbutton her clothes. Chun Ho Hat's face turned pale. "Dr. Lin," Gu Yuanting, mindful of propriety, called for the female medic, Lin Yafong. She quickly halted Song Ran's actions, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, young comrade. You are in a military camp now. No one can harm you." Dr. Lin spoke gently, her heart aching for the young girl who appeared to have endured unspeakable horrors. If someone dared to strike Song Ran in front of soldiers, what further abuses had she suffered in secret? Song Siming scorned, "Guga, look. She only knows how to undress in front of men. Where did she learn such disgraceful behavior? Her eyes are deliberately enticing, and her face is smeared with something red. Aunt Wu is only trying to help her." Chun Ho Hat nodded vigorously, "Yes, I'm only doing this for her own good. She is too promiscuous and brings disgrace to our village." Gu Yuanting, however, pointed at the burn scar on Song Ran's shoulder and coldly questioned, "Is that also for her own good?" On her partially exposed shoulder, there was a burn mark the size of a palm, alongside several cuts from sharp objects. Who knows what other injuries lay hidden beneath her clothing? Song Ran trembled in fear as she undid her clothes, clearly indicating that Chun Ho Hat often inflicted harm upon her in places unseen by others. Initially, Gu Yuanting had merely felt pity for Song Ran, but now, upon learning of her true identity, his compassion deepened. Living in the same courtyard, he was well aware of the pampered life Song Mingzhu had led for the past 18 years. Among the younger generation of the Song family, she was the sole girl, lavished with affection, everything that should have belonged to Song Ran. Chun Ho Hat's sharp features betrayed her guilt as she averted her gaze. "I did not burn her, comrade. Don't speak recklessly. She burned herself when she fell into a fire pit as a child." "Indeed, what does that prove?" "Guga, don't let her deceive you. If she were truly good, would the entire village speak ill of her?" Song Siming, now impatient, continued, "She injured Wu Dafu, and I took him to the clinic. We don't even know if he has escaped life-threatening danger. If he dies, she will be a murderer. Our Song family will not accept someone with a criminal record. Gugu, you should not meddle in this. It was only because Aunt Wu had shown mercy, not sending her to the police, that she was to remain in Yangshigu village to atone for her sins. Gu Yuanting, observing the sorrow on Song Ran's face, felt his own heart grow colder. Song Siming, do not forget, you are her cousin. Song Siming's eyes reflected his unhidden disdain. My only cousin is Mingzhu. No common wretch can claim that title. Moreover, she herself crawled into men's beds, leading a dissolute life. It is revolting. Neither I nor my uncles will acknowledge her. Is the young girl foaming at the mouth? At that moment, Dr. Lin exclaimed in surprise. Gu Yuanting turned to see Song Ran's fair face twisted in pain, her eyes betraying sorrow, stirring deep concern within him. His tone grew urgent. Dr. Lin, she previously mentioned being force-fed animal poison. Does the army have such substances? Song Siming looked on in astonishment. Animal poison? What kind of animal poison? Could it be that the villagers could not bear to see her suffer and forced her to drink rat poison? Such a scourge would be better off dead to avoid tarnishing the Song family name. After listening to Lin Junyi, coupled with Song Ran's feverish body temperature and unusually flushed skin, he immediately understood the situation. He looked incredulously at Chun Ho-Hat and the others, exclaiming loudly, "Administering veterinary drugs meant for livestock can be lethal. Are you still human?" Song Siming was left dumbfounded by this revelation. Fortunately, the team had the appropriate medication on hand, and Lin Junyi quickly administered an injection to Song Ran. Captain Gu, the patient's condition is concerning, and I need to conduct further examinations. Please take the others outside. Before leaving, Gu Yuanting glanced at Song Ran once more. She was covered with a military green blanket, slightly trembling, revealing only her small, flushed face. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at him. Her gaze was pure, devoid of any romantic undertones, only reflecting her dependence on her savior. However, she was quite composed, seemingly afraid of upsetting Chun Ho-Hat and the others, and said nothing, even when faced with Song Siming's unkind words. Although her expression betrayed her sorrow, she dared not retort. Young comrade, after this injection, you may feel sleepy. Do not fear, a good rest will suffice. I will examine you and will not cause you any harm, Lin Junyi said gently to Song Ran. As Gu Yuanting closed the door, he noticed her eyes were red, and she softly bit her lip, saying, Doctor, I have not been violated. Can you please examine me? I just want to prove that I am not that kind of person. I have always protected myself. Gu Yuanting firmly shut the door and summoned a female nurse to guard it. The voices of Chun Ho-Hat, Wu Ergong, and others filled the air with their justifications, denying any involvement in administering the veterinary drugs to Song Ran, claiming instead that she had stolen and consumed them herself. They even asserted that she had previously used them for amusement. Their crude words tumbled out, oblivious to the devastating impact their statements could have on a girl just past 18. Initially, Song Siming believed that Song Ran had been drugged, but after hearing their claims, his disdain intensified. Brother Ting, did you hear? A vehicle approached, and Gu Yuanting's expression grew cold as he turned to leave. The truth will be investigated thoroughly by the authorities. Song Siming rushed to catch up, saying, very well, let the police investigate, and allow Brother Ting to see the true nature of that girl. Upon seeing the police arrive, Wu Ergong's legs trembled with anxiety. Chun Ho-Hat slapped him on the back, saying, what are you panicking for? How can we be brought down by a mere girl? Though Chun Ho-Hat was a rural woman, she had worked as a maid in the city during her youth and had seen her share of the world. She never anticipated that the usually submissive Song Ran would wield a pair of scissors and leave her son to Fu with only a layer of skin. She was determined to keep Song Ran around to serve as a laborer for the Fu. If she dared to escape again, she would break her legs and chain her like a dog. Yet, Chun Ho-Hat underestimated the current police force. Although they had colluded, their logic was fundamentally flawed. Villagers supported Wu's family, claiming Song Ran was promiscuous and had enticed men, but the village children were innocent and truthful. They testified that Wu's eldest daughter always worked with her head down, never adorned herself, and rarely spoke to the village man. They also mentioned seeing Chun Ho-Hat hit her, but never witnessed her hitting Wu's eldest daughter. Chun Ho-Hat had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Wu Dafeng and Wu Ergong were the brothers, while Song Ran was the 3rd child, with a younger sister, Wu Shaoling, just over a year her junior. Among the sisters, it was always the eldest who worked, while Wu Shaoling, free from labor, was allowed to study and even assisted Chun Ho-Hat in punishing her sister. Upon hearing these accounts, Gu Yuanting's brow furrowed in suspicion. Did Wu Laoan and Chun Ho-Hot truly not know that their eldest daughter had been switched at birth? They adamantly claimed ignorance, stating that after the birth of their eldest, a fortune teller predicted she would bring misfortune to her family, which was why they did not favor her. Regardless, both Lin Junyi and the doctor from the police confirmed Song Ran's innocence. She was untouched, having never had any relations with any man. Comrade Song Ran has clear signs of being bound, and we found Wu Dafeng's fingerprints on the bowl containing the veterinary drugs, but none belonging to her. Coupled with the injuries on Wu Dafeng and the bloodstains in the room, along with witness testimonies, we can preliminarily conclude that Wu Dafeng engaged in coercive actions, while Song Ran acted in self-defense. At long last, Song Ran encountered her first taste of justice in this life. In these times, the crime of assaulting a woman was severely punished. Wu Dafeng's injuries were not life-threatening, and once he recovered, prison awaited him. Regrettably, Wu Laoan and Wu Ergong evaded consequences. Having realized that tarnishing Song Ran's reputation was futile, they feared being implicated and unified their narrative, claiming ignorance of Wu Dafeng's actions. Chun Ho-Hot's public slap to Song Ran was corroborated by Lin Junyi, but as it was deemed a minor injury, it did not warrant detention. Chun Ho-Hot repeatedly knelt to apologize to Song Ran and struck herself, portraying the image of a mother deceived by her eldest son. How could an elder kneel? Song Siming, unable to endure the sight, interjected, insisting that gratitude for raising her should take precedence, as if Song Ran's inability to forgive Chun Ho-Hot were her fault. Thus, under police mediation, Song Ran forgave Chun Ho-Hot. Gu Yuanting, having arranged the team's return, entered to find Song Ran helping the kneeling Chun Ho-Hot to her feet, gently saying, "Brother Ting is right. The debt of raising me is greater than the heavens. Mother, I will not blame you. You only wished for my well-being." Forgiveness? Absurd. In her past life, she had been treated like a dog, deprived of dignity for 6 years, tortured into a shell of her former self. One night, Chun Ho-Hot and Wu Laoan, in a state of urgency, had unshackled her, allowing her to escape. She knew they could not be so benevolent, but her yearning for freedom was overwhelming. She fled, only to be pursued by the village's dogs, ultimately cornered and crushed beneath a train. She would not let them off the hook. Her current forgiveness was merely a ploy to make Chun Ho-Hot underestimate her, leading them to the city. She desired to witness their family descend into hell. Captain Gu, just in time, Comrade Song's condition requires further observation. The police vehicle is full. Please take her to the county clinic, Lin Junyi suddenly interjected. Only then did Song Ran notice Gu Yuanting, unsure how long he had been there. He stood tall like a pine, yet his cold expression and tightly furrowed brows suggested disappointment in her. In her past life, Gu Yuanting had remarked that she resembled a resilient flower blooming on a rocky mountain. He had always looked down upon weakness. Song Ran lowered her gaze. She needed no one to comprehend her. Gu Yuanting glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze to Song Siming. "Did you not drive here?" Song Ran's fingers curled, realizing he had no intention of giving her a ride. Indeed, his nature was aloof, never one to meddle in others' affairs. It was understandable that he would wish to distance himself after she had collapsed into his arms the previous night. "There's no room. I need to take Uncle Wu and the others to the hospital," Song Siming instinctively rejected, despite knowing Song Ran was innocent. He did not wish for this cousin, who was poised to compete for Mingzhu's affection, to return. Gu Yuanting's tone was icy, laced with sarcasm. "Are you going to the hospital to see the woman who nearly ruined your cousin's life?" Song Ran suddenly raised her head. Song Siming was momentarily speechless, and by the time he attempted to counter, Gu Yuanting had already approached her, towering over her. "Can you walk by yourself?" Song Ran eagerly nodded, her obedience palpable. Once Gu Yuanting moved, she promptly followed him. As soon as they stepped outside, the biting cold wind sent a shiver down her spine. Gu Yuanting turned around to find her still clad in the thin garment from the previous day, her feet adorned with only a pair of cloth shoes. Her face, although no longer flushed, showcased delicate features that appeared even more striking in the daylight. A small mole at the corner of her eye added a hint of allure to her innocent visage, yet her entire form bore a pallid hue. As if devoid of blood, her hair was disheveled, and with the wind's caress, her slender waist became even more pronounced. Furrowing his brow, he retreated into the house to retrieve the military coat from yesterday, draping it over her head. Song Ran quickly wrapped herself tightly in the coat, revealing only her small face as she hurriedly followed Gu Yuanting into the vehicle. The mountain path was rugged and the snow-laden ground muddy. Yet Gu Yuan-ting drove with remarkable steadiness. As Song Ran expressed her gratitude, he remained silent, focusing intently on the road ahead, his handsome profile exuding a cool detachment. Just as Song Ran believed he had nothing to say and intended to rest her eyes, Gu Yuan-ting unexpectedly remarked, "The scars on your body are the result of Chun Ho-hat's doing, are they not? Why do you not tell the police the truth?" Taken aback, Song Ran pursed her lips. What purpose would it serve to speak? Without evidence, she would merely receive a few verbal reprimands, with no substantial repercussions. Her intention in revealing the scar on her shoulder last night was solely to elicit sympathy from Gu Yuan-ting and the military doctor. Never did she contemplate that it might affect Chun Ho-hat. If she were to inform the authorities, Chun Ho-hat would feel a loss of control, complicating her subsequent actions. Whether it was the slap from yesterday or the scars on her body, she would ensure that Chun Ho-hat and her ilk would pay for their transgressions. However, Gu Yuan-ting was not privy to her past nor her plans. He had initially intended to reassure her that, as the daughter of the Song family, she would have their support. Yet, recalling Song Siming's attitude, he slightly frowned. "I will soon be reassigned to the capital. Once you are at the Song residence, you may seek me if you require assistance." Song Ran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Gu Yuan-ting was not one to make promises lightly. His offer for her to seek him out was unexpected. She felt no inclination to misinterpret his gesture, surmising it stemmed from pity. Her gaze shifted, and she looked up at him, saying, "You are engaged to Song Mingzhu. You have already assisted me greatly, and I cannot impose further upon you." Gu Yuan-ting fell silent, his eyes fixed ahead, his brow deeply set, and his gaze as cold as distant stars, exuding an innate air of aloofness and nobility. His expression devoid of warmth. Song Ran pondered whether Gu Yuan-ting had any lingering feelings for Song Mingzhu. In her past life, Song Mingzhu had not ended up with him. After delivering Song Ran to the hospital, Gu Yuan-ting intended to depart, as he had other duties. However, as she stepped out of the vehicle, she inadvertently twisted her ankle on a stone. Noticing the concern etched on his brow as he approached to assist her, Song Ran quickly stated, "It's all right, Captain Gu, I can manage on my own." Yet, as she took a step, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by his strong arms. She gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her startled eyes wide and unblinking as she gazed at him. Being so close, Gu Yuan-ting could see her trembling eyelashes and slightly parted lips, which revealed a glistening curve from her fright. He tightened his lips, raising his gaze to the front as he carried her into the clinic. As they ascended the steps, Song Ran instinctively clung tighter to his neck, her body pressing closer to his chest, enveloped by a unique fragrance reminiscent of orchids in a mountain stream at dawn. Sweet and ethereal. Though he had held her before, the shift in focus rendered the experience wholly different. His throat involuntarily moved as his gaze deepened. Having scarcely slept through the night, Song Ran found herself lulled into slumber in his embrace, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. She stirred only slightly during the intravenous procedure, merely furrowing her brow before sinking back into sleep, her hand tightly clutching the edge of Gu Yuan-ting's coat, unwilling to let go even in dreams. Gu Yuan-ting, bound by duty, reluctantly removed his military coat and draped it over her, putting on the one she had worn. As the fabric settled on him, a familiar light fragrance enveloped him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, his movements stalling. When a nurse entered, he quietly instructed her before glancing back at the deeply sleeping Song Ran and then turning to leave. However, Song Ran found herself ensnared in a nightmare, abruptly being yanked from her bed. "Third sister, how could you be so cruel? Big brother's manhood was severed, and now he be childless. It's all your fault." The face that materialized before her belonged to Wu Shaoling, filled with resentment and fury. As her consciousness gradually returned from the dream, she glanced at the 4-bottle, realizing she had hardly received half of the infusion. Wu Shaoling was the youngest daughter of Wu Laohan and Chun Ho-hat. She had remained at the hospital throughout the night. How delightful, childless and heirless. But that's not enough. The entire Wu family should suffer to the point of despair. "Why don't you go die, you troublemaker?" Wu Shaoling continued her venomous tirade. Song Ran's fingers clenched tightly beneath the covers, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She had always considered herself somewhat kind to this sister, having taken care of Wu Xiaoling during the years when Chen Hohat and the others busied themselves with farming for work points. Yet, like the rest of the Wu family, Wu Xiaoling turned out to be a treacherous ingrate. In her previous life, after returning to the Song family, it wasn't too long before Wu Xiaoling sought refuge with Song Mingzhu, who treated her like a lady while using Song Ran as a maid. Wu Xiaoling had aided Song Mingzhu in tormenting her, frequently setting traps that led to her misfortunes, while the two sisters enjoyed a lavish life in the Song residence, feigning deep sisterly affection. It was truly laughable. In this life, could their sisterhood remain unchanged? She had no qualms about causing Song Mingzhu some distress. Tears streamed down Song Ran's cheeks as she suppressed her resentment, grasping Wu Xiaoling's hand. "Xiaoling, I was so frightened last night. I never intended to hurt your brother, and I deeply regret it now. Can you ever forgive me? You wicked girl, still telling lies." Chen Hohat and others entered with grim expressions. "You severed Defu's manhood and deliberately stabbed him in the abdomen. You clearly wish for his demise." With Gu Yuanting and Song Siming absent, Chen Hohat revealed her truly venomous nature. Her gaze fixated on Song Ran like a viper poised to strike. Song Ran knew they would not relent, and there must be further schemes in place to prevent her from enjoying life at the Song residence. Fear washed over her as she wept. "Mother, I truly did not mean to. Defu seemed like a different person last night. I was terrified." "Xiaoling, do you not believe your sister? I care for you deeply and wish to take you to the Song family with me." Initially, Wu Xiaoling intended to shake off Song Ran's hand, but upon hearing the latter's words, her fair and proud face lit up with joy. "Third sister, is that true? You genuinely want to take me to the Song family?" Chen Hohat and Wu Laohan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "Of course. We have never been apart since childhood. In my eyes, you are my true sister. How could I go to the capital to enjoy life without bringing you along? I will have my parents secure you a stable job. It's far better than being a substitute teacher in the countryside. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoling?" Song Ran's tone was sincere, her eyes brimming with affection for Wu Xiaoling. Thanks to her previous life's enduring kindness, Chen Hohat and the others failed to perceive anything amiss. Before knowing her true heritage, when she began developing and her features matured, she had deliberately dressed drably and hunched her posture to avoid attracting attention. Before the incident of the previous night, Chen Hohat and the others had always regarded her as docile and timid, never daring to resist when they struck her. Wu Xiaoling was even more inclined to believe her words. The third sister had always treated her well, assisting in tidying her room, often delivering food to school, and secretly helping with her homework, never holding grudges for the bullying she had endured. The third sister's promise to take her to the Song family seemed genuine. "Mother, I want to go with third sister to the Song family. I don't wish to be a substitute teacher. The pay is only a few coins a month. I heard that beautiful skirts in the department store cost dozens of coins each. She would have to forego food and drink for an entire year just to afford a lovely dress." Chen Hohat was also calculating in her heart. Her youngest daughter had performed poorly in her studies and failed to gain admission to secondary school. Gritting her teeth, she had allowed her to continue her education in high school, hoping that one day she could become a teacher. Even substitute teachers had the opportunity to secure permanent positions. However, having worked as a maid for the Song family, she remembered that Mrs. Song had dresses worth more than a few dozen dollars 2 decades ago. She had heard from Song Siming that Mingzhu was cherished in the Song household, and it seemed unjust that the elder daughter enjoyed such privilege while the younger sister suffered in the countryside. Chen Hohat fixed her sharp gaze on Song Ran, asking pointedly, "Do you truly wish to bring your little sister back to the Song family?" "Mother, I cannot bear to part with Xiaoling. Besides, I do not know anyone in the capital. With Xiaoling by my side, I would feel more at ease. She is so clever. She will surely be well liked. If it weren't inappropriate, I would have liked to bring you both to the capital," Song Ran expressed earnestly, shivering slightly. Chen Hohat considered this. Song Ran was timid and unfamiliar with the surroundings, so it was reasonable for Xiaoling to accompany her. Outside, Gu Yuanting wore a cold expression, his handsome face seemingly shrouded in frost. Li Yong, who had been invited by him, was left speechless. The two were former comrades, with Li Yong assigned to this area. Gu Yuanting had specifically driven to find him, requesting that he keep an eye on Song Ran for the next few days. Li Yong thought to himself, "Brother Ting is worried about the young girl being alone and vulnerable, fearing she might be bullied by this ruthless family. Yet here she is, seeking the favor of those who have mistreated her. Is she not simply a submissive punching bag?" Chapter 6, If Not. just claimed to be a maid from the countryside with Song Ran's suggestion to bring Wu Xiaoling to the Song family. Chen Hohat's thoughts began to churn. Particularly, Wu Ergui had more schemes in mind. To be frank, he sensed that Song Ran had changed. Last night, he had overheard their conversation through the door and realized she had likely deceived his elder brother, which was why the latter had released her. If his elder brother were awake, there would have been chaos. Nevertheless, why should Xiaoling be allowed to go to the capital while he was not? In truth, when Chen Hohat had swapped the children years ago, she had envisioned a day when her biological daughter would enjoy a good life. Yet over the years, due to the inconvenience of travel and the Song family's powerful status, she had felt a tinge of fear. Now that she was aware of her elder daughter's fortunate circumstances, why should the entire family not share in that fortune? Seeing their eyes darting back and forth, Song Ran seized the moment to speak. Father, mother, and second brother can also go. Mingzhu is your biological daughter and sister. Is it not natural for you to visit her? Indeed. Then we can find a way to settle down in the capital. Chen Hohat exclaimed, slapping her thigh, and immediately sought out Song Siming. In the end, Song Siming agreed to take Wu Xiaoling and Song Ran to the capital, while Chen Hohat and the others decided to wait until their eldest son recovered before visiting their biological daughter. They were concerned that too many people arriving at once might trouble Mingzhu and displease the Song family, so they would first send Wu Xiaoling to scout the situation. Wu Xiaoling's smile was uncontainable, her face radiant with joy, and without expressing any gratitude toward Song Ran, she hurried off to bid farewell to her classmates. Song Ran's hospital room was empty, finally quiet. Once the 4-drip was finished, she called out a few times at the door but saw no sign of a nurse. Frowning, she planned to step outside to check. As she moved, her ankle ached slightly, and she realized ointment had been applied to her foot. It was not swollen much, and she should be able to walk by tomorrow. Hey, young lady, you're all healed, don't move. I'll go fetch a nurse for you. A short-haired woman holding a meal box hurried over, quickly offering to call for help. Thank you, elder sister. Don't mention it. You're Song Ran, right? Zhou Hongmei smiled as she set the meal box down. You must be starving. Come, have something to eat. Surprised, Song Ran asked, who are you? I'm Zhou Hongmei. My partner is Li Yong, a small squad leader. He and Gu Lianzhong were comrades. Gu Lianzhong asked my husband to look after you for a few days. Just call me sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry for the trouble. I'm feeling much better and don't need any care. Song Ran was taken aback by Gu Yuanting's gesture of entrusting her care to his comrade. This is no trouble at all. My home is just a few minutes' walk from the hospital. You need to eat and rest well. That's what's most important. Don't worry, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Zhou Hongmei, with her forthright demeanor, attempted to feed Song Ran. The steaming porridge blurred her vision with tears, and a single tear rolled into the bowl of vegetable and meat porridge. Noticing her weeping, Zhou Hongmei said nothing but took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears gently and patted her shoulder. Before coming, Zhou Hongmei had already learned about Song Ran's situation. Her husband had mentioned that this girl was too timid, but as a woman herself, she understood the struggles they faced. Upon seeing the young girl, she realized just how beautiful she was. Being able to protect herself was no small feat. Song Ran finished the porridge herself and began to lower her guard against Zhou Hongmei, allowing herself to close her eyes and rest. However, she soon fell into a nightmare. In a fleeting glimpse, she relived the tragic life of her past, unable to escape. As the dream faded, she saw Gu Yuanting standing under the courtyard wall in military uniform, turning his head to look at her with a cold, indifferent expression, as if she were a stranger. She abruptly opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling as she gasped for breath. Such dreams had haunted her countless times, yet waking up still left her feeling miserable, as if someone were squeezing her heart, causing a dull ache. Gu Yuanting had pulled her from the mire in her past life, illuminating her path. She had believed she held a special place in his heart, yet why did he so callously ignore her cries for help as she fell back into despair? Song Ran did not wish to owe too many favors. Upon waking, she approached Song Siming and declared that she was fit to return to the capital. She was also concerned that Wu Dafu might awaken and say something that would lead Chen Hohat and the others to take action against her again. As the night grew long, so did the dreams. Song Siming had long grown impatient with staying in such a small place. The guest house was no larger than a toilet at home and lacked heating. The following morning, Song Siming took Song Ran and Wu Xiaoling on the train back to the capital. Xiaoling, once we reach the Song family, keep your wits about you and be wary of that wretched girl. Do not let her steal your sister's affection in the Song household. And look for opportunities to avenge your elder brother. Remember everything I told you last night. Chen Hohat incessantly cautioned Wu Shaoling. Her eyelids had been twitching all day, and she felt a sense of foreboding that once Song Ran departed, everything would spiral out of control. I know, mother. You've repeated it hundreds of times. Wu Shaoling impatiently pushed her away, joyfully boarding the train, her heart already soaring. As the train departed, many people remained on the platform to bid farewell. Song Ran glanced at Chen Hohat's sharp, scornful face, and when Chen Hohat looked her way, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. At the Song family, Cheng Wan was directing the maid Qin Ma to make the beds, frowning as she remarked, I must have owed her something in my past life. She hasn't even arrived yet, and I already have to accommodate another person. Where's there space in the house? She was referring to Song Ran bringing Wu Shaoling back to the Song family. Song Siming had called 2 days prior to inform her that Song Ran had made this unilateral decision. Qin Ma thought to herself that there were plenty of rooms in the Song house, but they were all reserved for Miss Mingzhu's various activities, practice rooms for music and dance, as well as several studies. However, there was no space for anyone else. Since Cheng Wan did not wish to disturb Miss Mingzhu's rooms, she had no choice but to allocate the maid's quarters on the first floor for Song Ran and Wu Shaoling, placing 2 single beds there. Even if Song Ran had not brought Wu Shaoling along, she would have been staying in this very room. Cheng Wan had also stated that they would not formally acknowledge their relationship yet. They would observe Song Ran's character first, and if she did not meet expectations, they could simply claim she was a maid from the countryside and send her back later. Although Qin Ma found this arrangement somewhat inappropriate, she felt it was unwise to voice her concerns. After all, the entire Song family regarded Mingzhu as their most precious treasure. It was also rumored that during Cheng Wan's difficult labor, the doctor had warned she might not be able to have more children, leading her to believe that Mingzhu was her only daughter, which made her dote on her excessively. Even after having a son later, her affection did not diminish. Cheng Wan inquired of Qin Ma, "Where has Mingzhu gone?" Qin Ma replied, "Young Master Chu Xiao took Miss Mingzhu to the department store to buy clothes. I heard they're fashionable new styles from Shanghai." Cheng Wan nodded. Indeed, only Chu Xiao knows how to care for his sister. Mingzhu has been feeling down lately. She needs to go out and lift her spirits. In the department store, Song Chu Xiao patiently accompanied Song Mingzhu as she selected garments, planning to watch a movie after their shopping. He was determined to keep his sister away from that unsophisticated newcomer, lest she mistakenly believe she was of great importance and develop inappropriate feelings, vying for his sister's affection. Brother Si Ming mentioned they would return in the afternoon, so he and his sister would head back after nightfall. At the exit of the Beijing train station, a grand clock indicated the time as 14 hours and 7 minutes. Song Ran glanced at the time and hurried to catch up with Song Si Ming and Wu Shaoling, boarding the vehicle sent by the Song family. Wu Shaoling, brimming with excitement and now familiar with Song Si Ming, addressed him as Brother Si Ming, while he patiently explained the architecture outside, showing a distinct lack of interest in his cousin Song Ran, scarcely exchanging a few words with her. Song Ran felt no sorrow. In her previous life, she believed that blood ties were paramount and endeavored to change their opinions. However, she discovered that prejudice runs deep, and now she was indifferent to the views of others. She had returned to the Song family to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Today marked the first step in establishing her foothold within the Song family. On the 26th day of the 12th month in 1985, at 14 hours and 57 minutes, a life would be lost in a pool of blood within the alleys of Beijing. She was determined to save that life. Chapter 7. She saved 2 lives. The journey from the train station to the Song residence took merely half an hour. However, halfway through, Wu Shaoling suddenly asked Song Si Ming, "Brother Si Ming, my mother gave me some money, and I wish to buy a small gift for Sister Mingzhu. What do you think would be appropriate?" Song Si Ming turned to her from the front passenger seat, praising her thoughtfulness. "I did not expect you to think of Mingzhu. However, she has never lacked for anything. Your kind intentions are already commendable." He then cast a glance at Song Ran, adding, "Unlike some, who can't seem to express anything of value, harboring who knows what ill intentions." Song Si Ming's disdain for Song Ran was unabashed. His perspective had not shifted despite her being the victim in previous incidents. On the contrary, he grew increasingly suspicious of her motives. Influenced by the tales told by Chun Ho Hat and others about Song Ran's childhood antics, some exaggerated, others fabricated, they painted her as a lurking menace. like a biting dog that remained silent until it struck viciously. If she could sever Wu Dafu's life source and stab him in the stomach, what good could she possibly be? As the elder brother, Song Si-ming's utmost concern was his beloved sister, Song Mingju, and he felt compelled to protect her from any potential harm. Song Ran kept her head down, silent, her thick hair obscuring her face. She wore a new outfit in a dark navy color, purchased specially by Chen Ho Hat. The style and color were dated yet not overly harsh. A glimmer of pride flickered in Wu Xiaoling's eyes. She thought of how wonderful it must be to have such an admirable sister as Mingju, who was kind-hearted, optimistic, and the radiant son of the Song family. Speaking of Song, Mingju brought a tender smile to Song Si-ming's face. Wu Xiaoling envied her, wishing she had been the one to receive the favor from Chen Ho Hat, lamenting that if only she had been born earlier. However, upon glancing at Song Ran, she felt a surge of superiority. What did blood relations matter if they were not as favored? Upon arriving at the Song residence, she planned to join forces with her sister to thoroughly humiliate Song Ran, ensuring she would leave in disgrace. As the vehicle cruised smoothly, Song Ran gazed out at the increasingly familiar scenery. With about 5 minutes left in the journey, she suddenly banged on the window. "My stomach hurts. Please pull over quickly." The driver was startled by the sudden commotion and slammed on the brakes. Song Si-ming, having fastened his seatbelt, was relatively unharmed, but Wu Xiaoling, not wearing hers and leaning awkwardly towards Song Si-ming while conversing, was propelled forward, colliding painfully with the edge of the central console, crying out in agony. Song Si-ming hurriedly assisted her, only to see Wu Xiaoling's front tooth fall out, mixed with blood. "Song Ran, are you out of your mind? Why did you hit the car like that? Do you not realize how dangerous this is?" "I'm sorry, but I truly couldn't hold it any longer," Song Ran replied, appearing startled, her face pale as she clutched her stomach, feigning distress. Feeling her discomfort, Song Si-ming's expression darkened as he recalled how often she had rushed to the restroom on the train. "We're almost home. Can't you manage for just a moment longer? I was feeling unwell when I disembarked. I simply cannot hold it any longer." At that moment, the driver spoke up. "It is my fault for slamming on the brakes. There's a public restroom nearby. Let her go." "Si-ming, should we take this lady to the hospital?" Song Si-ming turned and noticed a public restroom nearby. He then glanced at Wu Xiaoling, who was now bleeding from her mouth, speaking with a lisp. "My tooth. What should I do, brother Si-ming? Will it grow back?" Wu Xiaoling was both furious and distressed, but was too preoccupied with her own predicament to confront Song Ran. She feared the prospect of her tooth not being reattached, which would mar her youthful appearance. Originally, she had felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Song Ran suffer from diarrhea, as Chen Ho Hat had intentionally included laxatives in her food. But now, with her own tooth lost, her mood soured. "To the hospital." Song Si-ming glared at Song Ran. "You stay here and wait patiently. We will return after visiting the hospital. Do not wander off." With a face full of guilt, Song Ran nodded obediently. As soon as she exited the vehicle, it drove away. A subtle smile crept onto her lips as pedestrians bustled along the main road. She recalled the time displayed on Song Si-ming's watch. Song Ran lingered in the restroom for 10 minutes before emerging, then pretended to wait at the entrance, curiously glancing around. After a while, she seemingly heard something and peered into the alley behind the restroom, slowly walking inside. At 14 hours and 55 minutes, a sinister scene unfolded. "Do not scream, or I will kill you." At the end of the alley, two young men with buzz cuts brandished knives, cornering a middle-aged woman against the wall. The woman, dressed in a well-maintained fox fur coat, her face still exuding charm, was filled with terror as she raised her handbag in a futile attempt to defend herself. One of the young men, greedy and menacing, reached for the gold pocket watch around her neck. "No, you can't take the watch. It is very important to me. Take the money from my bag instead. I won't call the police." Huixiusha desperately clung to her watch. "My husband is a wealthy businessman. I can give you more money if you let go of my watch." However, she had underestimated the two men before her. Song Ran, having only caught a glimpse of them around the corner, recognized them as recently released convicts. They would not linger in Beijing after robbing her. "Hand it over. Hurry." Impatient, the two men, fearing detection, lunged forward to seize her belongings. Unexpectedly, Huixiusha, fueled by adrenaline, charged at one of them, smashing her head into his nose, causing blood to spurt forth. "I'll kill you." This enraged the two men. The bloodied young man, his eyes blazing with fury, lunged forward, aiming the knife at Huixiusha's exposed abdomen. At that moment, Song Ran, who had silently approached from behind, grasped 2 bricks and struck fiercely at the heads of the assailants. Song Ran did not hold back. She shattered the brick with her strike. The 2 young men, in disbelief, turned their heads, blood gushing from their heads, staining their faces. Damn harlot! One of them, with a bloodied head, fell forward, while the other, surprisingly, still had the strength to raise a dagger and viciously thrust it toward Song Ran. Be careful! As Hua Qiuxia's warning echoed, Song Ran swiftly dodged, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. Seizing the opportunity as he cried out in agony, she snatched the dagger from him and held it against his neck. In Hua Qiuxia's stunned gaze, Song Ran searched the assailant and found rope to bind him, then picked up the bag from the ground and handed it to her. Madam, are you injured? Hua Qiuxia, panting heavily, shook her head, but the next moment, she clutched her abdomen in discomfort. 10 minutes later, the driver from the Yin family stopped at the alley entrance. Yin boss personally alighted from the back seat to retrieve his wife, who had come to the old alley to find a tailor for Chi Pao. A strong scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing his smile to freeze and a deep unease to settle in his heart, his instincts warning him of impending doom. Chapter 8. Song Mingzhu turns out to be the maid's daughter on December 26, 1985 at 14:57. Hua Qiuxia was found with her throat slashed and 3 stab wounds to her abdomen, tragically losing her life along with her 7-month-old fetus. By 15:07, her husband, Yin Jiefeng, arrived at the crime scene, witnessing the horrific sight of his wife. Subsequently, newspapers across the capital reported the tragedy, and Yin Jiefeng offered a substantial reward for the capture of the murderers. By March of the following year, the 2 criminals were apprehended in the south, with the reward amount having escalated to 200,000 yuan. People casually remarked on the woman's tragic fate, wealthy yet unable to enjoy life. Conversations frequently turned to the affluence of Hong Kong and the exorbitant reward price, as ordinary citizens were few and far between. Song Ran often overheard the Song family lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. Her uncle, Song Gukong, had just assumed the role of director at the Foreign Experts Bureau, and the wealthy Yin Jiefeng had brought numerous skilled experts to the capital. However, due to this tragedy, not only was the introduction of foreign investment and experts hindered, but the progress of the Bureau's work also became increasingly challenging. At that moment, Yin Jiefeng, accompanied by his driver and bodyguard, stumbled in, seeing his wife clutching her abdomen, standing upright, while the 2 young men lay bound and bloodied on the ground, 2 daggers beneath the feet of a remarkably young woman. Asia, Fengge, the affectionate couple embraced tightly. Thanks to this young lady, I almost didn't get to see you again. Look, it was so close. The dagger could have pierced my belly, and our child would have. Hua Qiuxia revealed her torn fur coat to her husband, showing the thick cashmere sweater beneath that had also been cut by the sharp dagger, a faint red mark visible on her belly, though fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. The pain she felt earlier was due to contractions, but thankfully, it had subsided for now. Listening to his wife's account, Yin Jiefeng was filled with dread, yet could not bear to chastise her, for the gold pocket watch she wore was a precious gift from their only son, crafted by him, and she had never taken it off since the accident years ago. He instructed the driver to contact the public security on the mainland and insisted on taking Hua Qiuxia to the hospital for examination. Hua Qiuxia's bodyguard was found unconscious in a restroom, his mouth and nose covered with a drug, but he was not in life-threatening danger. Miss Song, please accompany us to the hospital for a checkup. Yin Jiefeng's eyes brimmed with gratitude towards Song Ran. Had it not been for her timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Although his Cantonese was somewhat awkward, Song Ran understood him and found it rather amusing. No need, I'm fine. I'll stay here and wait for the police to arrive. My cousin will come to pick me up shortly. Yin Jiefeng, eager to take his wife for a checkup, did not insist further and instructed his bodyguard to wait for the Song family to arrive before personally escorting her home. Soon after, the police arrived, and Song Ran recounted the events, making a statement. Given the involvement of a wealthy Hong Kong merchant's wife, this was no trivial matter. The officers questioned her thoroughly, initially suspecting her appearance to be coincidental. However, upon learning that she had just arrived by train that day, their concerns dissipated. Little comrade, your hand is bleeding. A young officer suddenly pointed at Song Ran's left hand peeking from her sleeve, drawing the attention of the others. Song Ran reluctantly raised her hand, revealing 5 pale but somewhat calloused fingers, with blood flowing from her left index finger, which was twisted at an abnormal angle. A small section of bone protruding from the flesh. It's broken. Gasp. Doesn't it hurt? Just the sight of it was enough to make others uncomfortable. Yet this young woman maintained an expression of calm. Song Ran indeed possessed astonishing endurance. Having endured beatings and abuse in her childhood, she had long learned not to cry, fearing that would only provoke further punishment. Later, when she suffered a severe beating from Chun Ho Hat, the pain became a part of her existence. Perhaps she had been too forceful when smashing the brick, solely focused on preventing harm to the pregnant woman without considering the consequences. It's nothing. I'll bandage it when I get home. I've cut my fingers before while using a sickle to cut pig fodder. I managed to treat myself with herbal remedies. Song Ran smiled at them and withdrew her hand. She had been prepared for injury when she chose to intervene. A little pain was inconsequential. At that moment, when she smashed the brick, it was a life-or-death situation, and she had to seize the opportunity to subdue the assailants. Everyone was astonished at how such a young girl could overpower two criminals, attributing it to her remarkable strength and courage. The petite, pale girl, with disheveled hair framing a delicate and beautiful face, exuded a resolute spirit that dispelled any notion of frailty, earning her the respect of those around her. You really should go to the hospital for proper treatment, or else your finger might become deformed, and that would be quite unsightly. Song Ran shook her head. I need to wait at the alley entrance for my cousin, so he won't miss me when he arrives. Officer, if there are any further developments, you can find me at the military compound. My father is Song Wei. Song Bai is your father? The young officer who had first noticed Song Ran's bleeding hand was taken aback. Song Ran had already recognized him, Zhong Jiangwen, who had grown up alongside Song Siming and others in the same compound, all children of high-ranking officials. Zhong Jiangwen's mother was a gossipy rural woman, nicknamed Bighorn. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Ran saw Zhong Jiangwen frown. But Uncle Song only has one daughter, Song Mingzhu. What's going on? Is there a mix-up? Others also inquired, shaking their heads. In the compound, the only Song family members were the three brothers of Song Wei, all of whom held high positions. And among the younger generation, only Song Mingzhu existed. At this moment, the others were unaware that Song Mingzhu was not actually his biological daughter. Initially, only a few leaders knew the truth at the hospital, which was why the Song family pretended to search for their biological daughter. Otherwise, they would have never sought her out. They did not want anyone to know about their daughter raised in the countryside. Yet Song Ran was determined to make it known to all. She glanced at the crowd, her lips pressed tightly together, displaying a hint of helplessness. Little comrade, think carefully. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Didn't you just arrive by train in the capital? Could it be that someone deceived you? Everyone believed that Song Ran would not lie. Her selfless bravery in the face of danger evidenced her kind-heartedness. I don't know. It was Cousin Simon who brought me here. He said I was swapped at birth by the nurse. Swapped. But your hometown is thousands of miles away. How could there be a mix-up in the capital? One officer posed a critical question, not doubting Song Ran, but sensing something was off. My adoptive mother used to be the Song family's maid, and she and my biological mother gave birth on the same day, both encountering complications. This explanation made sense, yet the idea of a mix-up felt too coincidental. Zhong Jiangwen was utterly astonished. Song Mingzhu is actually the maid's daughter? He found it hard to believe, wondering if someone was impersonating Song Siming. Thus, he offered to accompany Song Ran while waiting for him to arrive. However, after waiting in the cold wind for half an hour without seeing Song Siming, they instead encountered Een Boss returning. Een, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "The bodyguard returned and informed me that your finger was broken. This simply won't do. You are the savior of the Een family. Come, I shall take you to the hospital for treatment." However, Song Ran replied, "My cousin will be worried if he cannot find me." Zhong Jiangwen glanced at his watch and noted, "It has been an hour and a half since he got out of the car. If he were to return, he would have done so by now. Comrade Song Ran, how about this? You accompany Mr. Een to the hospital first, and, after your treatment, we will take you to the Song family." He suspected that Song Ran had been deceived. Besides, how could someone as proud as Song Mingzhu possibly be the daughter of a maid? In Chapter 9, upon witnessing Song Ran's dalliance with wealthy older men, it was soon evident that her broken finger was swiftly treated and stabilized. Despite the cold sweat trickling down her pale face, she remained silent throughout the procedure. It was truly unexpected that such a seemingly delicate woman exhibited strength surpassing many men. The doctor lauded her resilience, and even Yin Jiefeng and Zhong Jiangwen were astonished. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it incredible. Their observation of her undergoing bone realignment allowed them to connect her to her courageous confrontation with two assailants in the alley. Zhong Jiangwen could not help but steal glances at Song Ran. As the doctor completed the final bandage, she sat in the chair, clad in an oversized navy blue uniform that somehow accentuated her slender frame rather than detracted from it. Beneath her tousled hair lay delicate, refined features. Her lower lip, bitten and glistening, gave her an almost enchanting allure. Overwhelmed, Zhong Jiangwen quickly averted his gaze, rubbing his flushed ears. Once the doctor outlined the necessary precautions, Song Ran turned to Yin Jiefeng and inquired, "Mr. Yin, how is your wife? Is she in this hospital as well?" He replied, "She is well, thanks to you. However, I believe she should remain hospitalized for a few more days for thorough observation. She was quite concerned about you earlier and wished to express her gratitude in person. Cool, I will take you to her." Yin Jiefeng's warm smile reflected his kindness toward Song Ran, though his Mandarin was slightly awkward. Meanwhile, downstairs in the ward, Zhong Jiangwen encountered a colleague who had just completed a statement with Hu Qiuxia, and they paused to converse. Song Ran followed, Yin Jiefeng upstairs. On the other side, Wu Xiaoling and Song Siming had just exited the dental clinic when they spotted Song Ran's silhouette. Wu Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with resentment. The doctor had informed her that her front teeth could not be reattached and that she would have to wait a month for a dental implant, meaning she would have to endure a month with a gaping smile. How could she not harbor ill feelings towards Song Ran? "You're mistaken. She cannot possibly be here." Song Siming's expression darkened. They were already late returning home, and Song Ran's sudden interruption had caused Wu Xiaoling to lose her tooth during the abrupt stop. The doctor had mentioned that her dental condition was poor, possibly due to infrequent brushing or genetics. Ultimately, her teeth were more fragile than normal, making reattachment difficult. Wu Xiaoling nearly threw a tantrum, yet her efforts yielded no results, wasting precious time. The root of all this trouble was, indeed, Song Ran. On the very first day in the capital, she caused such a significant dilemma. What a troublesome individual. Thus, knowing full well that Song Ran was underdressed, he deliberately instructed the driver not to take her home, first as a means to punish her. Surely, she was still in the public restroom, exposed to the cold air. How could she possibly be in a hospital with a man? It's true. I would not mistake her. She is my sister. I would recognize her even in ashes. I told you she was unprincipled. On her first day in the capital, she is already hooked up with a wealthy man. Wu Xiaoling complained, her missing tooth accentuating her displeasure. The man from earlier exuded wealth. His fur coat and polished black shoes spoke volumes, not to mention the suited bodyguards trailing behind him, possibly indicating a figure of significance in the capital. Upon hearing this, Song Siming's expression darkened further. He furrowed his brow and immediately pursued her. He could not allow Song Ran to tarnish the reputation of the Song family. However, after searching in vain, he began to suspect Wu Xiaoling had misidentified her. Maintaining his composure, he suggested, "Let us return and check if she is still at the restroom." When the driver circled back, the restroom was completely deserted. The driver called out several times but received no response. Wu Xiaoling, consumed with jealousy over Song Ran's captivating appearance, covered her mouth to stifle her disdainful remarks. "I told you so, Siming. She is nothing but a seductress, arriving in the capital and immediately ensnaring men. She holds a grudge, because my brother once struck her. She deliberately enticed him, leading him to ruin and imprisonment. How wicked." This narrative was imparted to her by Chun Ho-hat, aimed at ensuring the Song family perceived the issue as stemming from Song Ran's own character rather than the Wu family's influence, thus safeguarding Mingzhu's reputation. In the end, this would also allow the Song family to devise a way to extricate her brother from his troubles. Wu Xiaoling seized this opportunity to tarnish Song Ran's image. Song Siming, grinding his teeth in frustration, thought to himself that she was already climbing the social ladder at such a young age. The Song family would never acknowledge her status. Drive. The vehicle swiftly made its way into the estate. "Madam, Siming has returned with guests." Chima called out from within. Chun Wan emerged, her expression sour. "I have waited all afternoon. It is nearly dark now. Are you intentionally trying to assert your authority over me?" "Your mother?" She believed she had done well, tidying up the house and instructing Chima to prepare snacks, thinking that since they had returned, she should extend a warm welcome, not wanting things to appear too unpleasant. Although there was no love lost between them, she had endured the pains of childbirth for 10 months. Yet, as the clock ticked past the expected arrival time of 2 or 3 o'clock, nearing 6 without their return, she felt it was a deliberate slight. She plopped down on the sofa, refusing to go out to greet them. Seeing this, Chima promptly opened the door to welcome the newcomers. Song Siming swiftly exited the car and opened the rear door, allowing Wu Xiaoling to leap out. Siming, you're back. And this must be Miss Song Ran? Qin Ma smiled, assisting Wu Xiaoling with her belongings. Wu Xiaoling, mistaking Qin Ma for the lady of the house, smiled and said, "No need for formality. I can manage. I am Wu Xiaoling, the younger sister of Mingzhu, here to visit her. You look remarkably youthful, madam. Thank you for your hard work over the years." Qin Ma, taken aback by her missing front tooth, quickly waved her hands. "I am not the madam. I am the housekeeper of the Song family. Just call me Qin Ma." Embarrassment washed over Wu Xiaoling. Just then, Cheng Wan stepped out, and upon seeing Wu Xiaoling, she noted the resemblance to Song Ran. Cheng Wan appeared to be decades younger than Qin Ma and donned expensive attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Wu Xiaoling felt lost, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Cheng Wan cast a disapproving glance at Wu Xiaoling before turning to Song Siming and asking, "Siming, what is going on? Where is that girl?" Concerned about the neighbors overhearing, Song Siming quickly entered the house and said to Cheng Wan, "Annie, the moment Song Ran arrived in the capital, she ensnared a wealthy older man. You must discuss this with uncle at once to prevent her from tarnishing the Song family's reputation." What on earth happened? Cheng Wan's expression turned grim as Song Siming recounted the day's events succinctly. After hearing his account, her complexion darkened, and she angrily remarked, "She is indeed a source of trouble, lacking the understanding that Mingzhu possesses. This daughter cannot be accepted. I will send her back." Wu Xiaoling felt a surge of triumph. How splendid it would be for Song Ran to return and serve as her brother's wife, catering to him and enduring hardship to atone for her misdeeds. At that moment, Cheng Wan had no time to spare for Wu Xiaoling. She turned to call her husband, Song Guowei. The phone had yet to connect when Song Guowei arrived home. "Guowei, you've returned just in time," Song Ran. "What about Song Ran?" Cheng Wan's words were cut short as she noticed her husband's serious expression, accompanied by her elder brother, Song Gukong. "Dad, what brings you here?" Song Siming exclaimed in surprise, thinking his father had come to fetch him. Instead, a resounding slap struck his face. "Father, why did you hit me?" Song Siming was bewildered. "Where's your cousin?" Song Wukong's expression was cold and stern, radiating an unspoken authority. "How could I know where Mingzhu is?" "I just returned," he said. "I am referring to your own cousin. You left her unattended in the middle of the road, which tarnished my reputation. Is this how I raised you?" Chapter 10. Loud Voices. Common knowledge, she brought this upon herself. "I merely intended to teach her a lesson. Did she complain to you?" Song Siming seethed, glancing outside, hoping to see Song Ran being returned, only to find her absence perplexing. "How do they know I left her out in the cold?" He grumbled. "Regardless, I will never acknowledge her as my sister. My sister will always be Mingzhu. You and my second uncle arrived just in time. Song Ran has gone to the hospital with a man who appears to be a nouveau riche, at least 20 years her senior. If she dares to associate with such people, how can she possibly fit into our family? I refuse to accept someone so shameless as my cousin." Song Siming covered his flushed face, attributing the unjust beating he received entirely to Song Ran. "Be quiet." Song Wukong's face darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? That girl is your second uncle and aunt's flesh and blood. When did it become your place to offer opinions?" Chun Wan quickly stepped in front of her nephew, addressing Song Gukong, elder brother, regarding Song Ran's situation in the countryside. "Guowei has informed you that her character is questionable and her temperament peculiar. We intended to bring her back for observation without announcing our relationship initially. Given her current behavior, we cannot accept her. Siming's sentiments reflect my and Guowei's views." Cough. Song Guowei, noticing Wu Xiaoling's presence, exchanged glances with his wife. "Awan, Xiaoran is our own flesh and blood. After suffering for so many years, how can we simply disown her? I know you harbor some bias against the girl, but she must be a good child. With time, relationships can be nurtured." Chun Wan was incredulous. Just that morning, Song Guowei had instructed her to discipline Song Ran and prevent her from embarrassing the family. He had said they would assess her behavior before discussing recognition. Yet by evening, his stance had shifted entirely. "What about Mingzhu? Are you not concerned about her feelings?" Song Gukong shot a glance at Siming. "Have we ever treated Mingzhu poorly?" Adding another daughter is not beyond our means. Do not sow discord. He turned to his younger brother and sister-in-law. Prepare a room for Shaoran. Invite relatives and friends to gather on Saturday for a welcoming ceremony, making it grand to give her a sense of belonging. This statement carried an implicit warning to Chun Wan not to mistreat Song Ran. Today was Thursday, meaning Chun Wan had until tomorrow to arrange everything. After issuing his orders, Song Wukong called for Song Siming and left. Chun Wan, still reeling from shock, forgot to invite her elder brother and nephew to stay for dinner. The elder members of the Song family had passed away early, and it was said that an elder brother is like a father. Song Wukong had always been the one to make decisions at home, and while Song Wei and Song Wuqiang did not always comply, they respected him greatly. His intentions were clear: to publicly announce Song Ran's identity on Saturday, ensuring she would not be slighted. Chun Wan, disregarding the presence of the outsider Wu Shaoling, hurriedly pulled Song Wei into a room to inquire about the sudden change. Previously, her elder brother had shown little interest in Song Ran, merely stating they needed to bring back their biological child since the leaders were aware that Song Mingzhu was not their true daughter. They intended to evaluate her and send her away if she did not meet expectations, ensuring they would not be criticized for neglecting their biological daughter. Did you not hear Simon? She immediately started flirting with men upon arriving in the city. If others discover that I, Chun Wan, have such a promiscuous daughter, how will I hold my head high in the community? Song Wei replied, displeased. What do you mean by flirting? Speak of her in kinder terms. She is your biological daughter. Furthermore, she did not seek to climb the social ladder. Rather, she acted heroically to save someone. The police even called to inform your elder brother. Chun Wan's mouth fell open, feeling awkward. Even if she acted heroically, was it necessary to call your elder brother? The person she saved was no ordinary individual, and the significance of her actions was monumental. With the new year approaching, she prevented a major crime. Chun Wan was stunned. Is she truly that remarkable? For my brother, this is a tremendous stroke of luck. You are aware of the Yin family from Hong Kong, right? Your brother has just taken office and is seeking to introduce experts in technology. He has approached many people to establish connections with the Yin family, yet he has not even managed to secure a meal with them. What does this have to do with Song Ran? Did she save a member of the Yin family? Chun Wan scoffed. Surely, such people travel with bodyguards. How could a rural girl possibly intervene? Coincidentally, this girl seems to possess some luck. She saved Mrs. Yin, who is pregnant. Mr. Yin lost his only son previously, and Mrs. Yin carries the future heir of the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Chun Wan gasped in shock. She was well aware of the Yin family, one of the 10 wealthiest families in Hong Kong, known for their flour and cotton businesses. During wartime, the Yin family had supported the country with food and medicine and was now the first to respond to the national call for investment in the mainland. If anything were to happen to Mrs. Yin and her child, the repercussions would be significant, not to mention the impact on her brother's work. Who would dare to come forward after that? No wonder the police contacted her brother directly. But where was Song Ran now? She suffered from a stomach ailment. The doctor diagnosed her with malnutrition and signs of abuse. Mrs. Yin has arranged for her to stay in the hospital for 2 days and will personally return her home. This is utterly humiliating. Our daughter, Song Ran, is malnourished and abused. When she returns, ensure to provide her with ample compensation. Song Ran was hospitalized, having unexpectedly collapsed. The doctor attributed her condition to low blood sugar and malnutrition. She had scarcely eaten during her train journey, and Wu Shaoling, still young and inexperienced, let her thoughts show on her face. When she cast lingering glances at the dry rations, Song Ran suspected something was amiss. Chen Ho Hat and old man Wu dared not poison her again, but she guessed they might have given her a laxative. After several trips to the restroom, she indeed saw the smug look in Wu Shaoling's eyes. Thus, she decided to turn the tables and feigned a stomach ache, stopping at a public restroom. She had not expected Wu Shaoling to knock out her front teeth. It was a fortunate accident. At the insistence of Hua Qiuxia, the doctor conducted a thorough examination and discovered signs of abuse, leaving Hua Qiuxia heartbroken. Her deceased son was only 2 years younger than Song Ran, and seeing Song Ran felt like looking at a daughter. Zhong Jiangwen had intended to take Song Ran to the Song family, but remained at the hospital due to Hua Qiuxia's request for her to recuperate. Comrade Zhong, thank you for your help today. I will surely express my gratitude another day. There's no need for such formalities. It's my duty. Also, I will help you clarify your background. Zhong Jiangwen scratched his head shyly, believing Song Ran had been deceived and intending to investigate further. Watching him leave, Song Ran felt a smile tugging at her lips. Upon returning to the police station, Zhong Jiangwen discovered that Song Ran was indeed the biological daughter of Song Erbo. Song Mingzhu had been switched at birth. She had lived like a princess in the Song family, receiving everything she desired, while Song Ran, the true daughter, bore scars and malnutrition. He found this hard to believe and was distracted during dinner, nearly choking on his food. "Son, are you perhaps thinking of some girl? Why not bring her home for your mother to meet?" Zhong's mother teased, playfully patting her son's shoulder. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm focused on my work." He then turned to his mother. "Mom, don't you know everything about the courtyard? Did you know that Song Mingzhu is not the biological daughter?" "What? Song Mingzhu is not biological?" Zhong's mother's loud voice pierced the ceiling. Song Chuxiao and Song Mingzhu did not finish watching the movie until after 8 in the evening. Carrying their large bags, they returned to the courtyard. Song Mingzhu was in a good mood, her clear and bright face adorned with a smile. As she had just learned from a classmate that her brother, Yuan Ting, would soon be transferred back to the capital. Their marriage would undoubtedly be on the agenda. However, during their journey home, Song Mingzhu noticed several women pointing and whispering about her. Due to the distance, she could not hear their discussions clearly. Feeling cheerful, she did not wish to engage with the gossiping women from the countryside. In the courtyard, Chunwan seldom allowed her to interact with those people. Had they not married well, they would not have the privilege to reside in this courtyard and cross paths with her. Just 30 years ago, uneducated women could marry officers. In the present day, they would hardly be granted a glance. Chunwan only associated with intellectuals, and, apart from a few high-ranking rural ladies, others were equally unworthy of Song Mingzhu's attention. As for the rustic woman who was her biological sister, she felt little apprehension. Chunwan, who valued her reputation, would never allow anyone to know she had a daughter from the countryside. She was even somewhat curious about what this rustic sibling looked like, what it felt like to live in the maid's quarters. Upon entering the house with Song Chuxiao, they spotted a young girl kneeling on the floor, diligently scrubbing it. Clad in drab fabric, Song Chuxiao scoffed. "When did we get a new maid? She is trying so hard to please the master, looking like a foot washer." His tone was laced with undisguised derision, mistakenly believing the person on the floor was Song Ran, and he looked down upon such a servile demeanor. He could not accept having such a sister. Despite the smile on her face, Song Mingzhu's eyes held a hint of condescension as she admonished, "Chu Xiao, do not speak to your sister that way. Sister Ran, consider this your home. Let Qima handle these chores." As she spoke, she stepped forward to assist the girl. To her surprise, the girl suddenly leaped up in excitement, rushing to embrace Song Mingzhu tightly. "Sister, you are my real sister. I am Xiaoling." Song Mingzhu's flawless smile abruptly faltered. She felt both disgusted by Wu Xiaoling's dirty hands and embarrassed for mistaking her identity, and a sense of discomfort washed over her. She discreetly pushed Wu Xiaoling away and, upon seeing the face that bore a resemblance to her own, her expression darkened further. Once they stepped outside, who would not recognize them as biological sisters, she regretted allowing Wu Xiaoling to come. Yet Chun Wan believed that her younger sister's presence would provide companionship and a way to better understand Song Ran's character. Originally, she thought that since Wu Xiaoling was her biological sister, she would definitely support her in pushing Song Ran out of the Song family. But unexpected troubles arose. Suppressing her growing irritation, Song Mingzhu questioned Wu Xiaoling. "What happened to your teeth?" "It's all Song Ran's fault." Wu Xiaoling's complaint had barely left her lips when Song Chuxiao frowned and asked, "Where's Song Ran?" Song Mingzhu's gaze flickered as she gently inquired, "By the way, why are you cleaning here? Is Sister Ran still asleep?" Song Chuxiao sneered. "She really thinks she is a young lady." At that moment, Qima approached with a basin of washed clothes. "Mingzhu Chuxiao, you are back. Please persuade Xiaoling. She insists on dragging the floor. How can a guest do such work? ISNT that a disgrace to me? I just want to help. I can't eat for free, and ISNT living in the maid's quarters about being a maid? It's no trouble at all, sister. The maid's quarters are 100 times better than my own home." Hearing such blatant remarks, Song Mingzhu's eyelids twitched. This was quite foolish. She was practically implying dissatisfaction with the maid's quarters. Qinma, standing by, fell in her old habit of feeling awkward for others. Yet, Song Chuxiao remarked, "Sister, Xiaoling is your biological sister. You two share a close blood bond. Why not let her sleep in your room? You two should cultivate your sisterly relationship and not let her stay in the maid's quarters." He was being deliberate. The maid's quarters were on the first floor, and if Song Ran were inside, she would surely hear his words. Both he and Mingzhu had been back for quite a while, yet Song Ran had not emerged. He intended to show her a thing or two. Wu Shaoling, having achieved her goal, looked on with excitement. Although Song Mingzhu was disdainful, she could not let her feelings show. Song Mingzhu asked Qinma, "Has Sister Ran already gone to bed? I specifically brought her a gift." Qinma replied, "Did you not know? She is in the hospital and is set to be discharged on Saturday during the welcome party." Welcome party? What welcome party? Both Song Mingzhu and Song Chuxiao were taken aback. Suddenly, the study door swung open, and Song Wei and Chun Wan called them inside. Upon their return, Song Chuxiao's face was filled with rage, and he slammed the books down in his room. "I refuse to have a country bumpkin as a sister. Let them laugh at me. It is my sister who truly suffers. Once this matter becomes public, how will others perceive you?" Song Mingzhu forced a smile and said, "It's fine, Chuxiao. I have enjoyed privileges for many years that I do not deserve. One must learn to be content. Even if I return to that home, I would willingly accept it. Our parents merely want us to be accommodating to Sister Ran. It's no trouble." Song Chuxiao gritted his teeth, saying, "Sister, do not worry. I will ensure that Mother only invites close relatives and friends, preventing them from spreading rumors. No one will find out." However, the following day, the entire courtyard was aware that Song Mingzhu was not the biological daughter. Under the gossip of Mother Zhong, everyone also learned about the biological daughter, Song Ran, who bore scars from abuse, was hospitalized on her first day back due to malnutrition. They knew she had bravely subdued 2 armed assailants, sustaining a broken finger without uttering a word, proving herself a resilient and kind-hearted girl. Without even meeting her, she had already left a remarkable impression on everyone. Chun Wan had no choice but to hold her nose and suppress her dissatisfaction, leading Song Mingzhu and Song Chuxiao to visit Song Ran in the hospital. Song Ran was in a private room, sipping bird's nest soup. Bird's nest is expensive in the Song family's previous life. Only Chun Wan and Song Mingzhu had the privilege to drink it, while she had never had a chance, save for 2 occasions at the Gu family's residence, where an exceptionally kind old lady resided. Her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Chun Wan entered with Song Mingzhu and Song Chuxiao. Upon seeing the 3 of them, it felt as though they had come from another world. Song Ran feigned ignorance, displaying a hint of confusion as she asked, "Who are you?" Song Mingzhu stepped forward first, warmly grasping Song Ran's uninjured hand, gently stating, "You must be Sister Ran. I am Mingzhu. I believe I was born a few minutes before you, so you may call me sister like Chuxiao does. I hope you do not hold any resentment towards me for the suffering you have endured these years." Song Ran withdrew her hand, scrutinizing her. Song Mingzhu's features could only be described as clear. However, having studied dance for years, her long neck and the privilege she enjoyed since childhood bestowed upon her an air of elegance. Her demeanor enhanced her appearance, and this was the case for Song Mingzhu. Yet, unlike the carefree and radiant first encounter in their past life, she now wore a thin layer of powder to conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes, though the bloodshot veins still betrayed her sleepless night. This was just as it should be. Song Ran intended to ensure that she would never again enjoy a peaceful night as sleep. Chapter 12. Return the marriage pact between Song Mingzhu and the Gu family to me. Song Mingzhu was also assessing Song Ran. She had imagined her sister might not be unattractive, but certainly plain, akin to Wu Shaoling. Yet, clad in a loose hospital gown, with her soft hair cascading naturally, her fair face was strikingly beautiful, devoid of any rusticity, even suggesting she was not from the countryside. This stark contrast incited a sense of panic and jealousy within her. Moreover, the bloodbird's nest she was consuming was something Song Mingzhu had only ever tasted in its ordinary form. Chun Wan and Song Chuxiao also displayed surprise. Song Ran's appearance significantly differed from their expectations. Chun Wan gazed at Song Ran's face, which bore some resemblance to her own, her expression softening considerably compared to before. At this moment, Song Chuxiao furrowed his brows and said, "What do you mean? My sister is genuinely concerned about you, yet you dare to disdain her? Do not presume that just because you are her biological sibling, you can usurp everything from her." Song Ran merely withdrew her hand from Song Mingzhu's grasp. Yet, Song Chuxiao's reaction was disproportionately intense. "It's all right, younger brother. It is only natural that Ran does not favor me. After all, I have taken her identity for so many years." Song Mingzhu revealed a timely expression of disappointment. Song Chuxiao coldly huffed at Song Ran, asserting, "You do not require her affection. I acknowledge only you as my sister." How absurd it was that Song Ran had not uttered a word and was already branded as the wicked one. It was laughable that in her previous life, she had desperately sought to alter her younger brother's perception of her, yet no amount of effort could compare to a few insinuating words from Song Mingzhu. After all, they had grown up together. Song Mingzhu had matured early and had discerned that their parents favored her younger brother more. Consequently, she adopted a demeanor of caretaking and pampering towards him, making her role as an older sister far more significant than that of their parents in Song Chuxiao's eyes. This was a sentiment that Song Mingzhu had expressed in her previous life, admitting her annoyance towards her younger brother, yet feeling compelled to treat him better due to parental favoritism. This was her survival strategy within the Song household. In this new life, Song Ran had long relinquished any desire to curry favor with Song Chuxiao, leaving only resentment towards this family. Before being sent back to the Wu family, she had been confined in a cramped storage room, where she had resorted to fasting to prove her innocence. It was Song Chuxiao who had deceived her into consuming kanji. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the Wu household, still disoriented, and soon faced a brutal assault from Chun Ho Hot with a brick, shattering her nascent hopes for a brighter future. Enough, Chun Wan glanced at Song Chuxiao. Though she felt it inappropriate to speak thusly, she refrained from reprimanding him. Turning to Song Ran, she said, "Little Ran, do not be upset. These two siblings have always shared a strong bond since childhood. Once you return home, strive to coexist harmoniously with everyone. As long as you do not harbor any unrealistic expectations, the family will not treat you unjustly." Song Ran observed the three of them as though she were an outsider, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips. Chun Wan's brow furrowed in concern. Song Mingzhu felt taken aback. Should not Song Ran display some semblance of inferiority or jealousy? "Have you finished speaking?" Chun Wan's expression darkened. "Is this how you speak to adults? What a lack of upbringing. I possess no upbringing at all. Song Mingzhu's parents have treated me like a servant and have never taught me what constitutes proper manners. Are you blaming me and your father? The fault lies with the nurse from years ago. Do not be unreasonable and entangle me in your grievances." Song Mingzhu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Sister Ran, Shaoling informed me that a fortune teller claimed your birth chart was unfavorable, causing your adoptive parents to treat you poorly. They are ignorant and superstitious, leading you to endure such hardships for so many years. If you harbor resentment, direct it towards me, but do not blame our parents and brother. They were unaware." Such eloquent words, crafted to curry favor with parents and elders. Upon hearing this, Song Chuxiao bristled. "Why should you vent your anger on her? You're also blameless. Song Ran, I warn you, upon returning home, do not think to seize anything belonging to my sister. Otherwise, we shall return you to your adoptive parents." Song Ran, who had maintained a placid demeanor, felt a chill in her eyes at his last remark. She sneered, "Very well, send me back. A few letters of complaint will put an end to our father's career." Although Song Wei lacked the prominence of his elder brother Song Wukong, he still held the position of a deputy regiment-level officer. "You dare to report your own father? What kind of ungrateful wretch are you?" Chun Wan nearly hurled her bag at Song Ran in her fury. Unfazed, Song Ran replied, "You must understand. It was for the sake of the Song family's reputation that you welcomed me back. Your son incessantly refers to me as not a sister, fearing I may take away Song Mingzhu's possessions. Even a lump of clay has its limits. If you push me too far, I am capable of anything." In her previous life, she had been honest and sincere, only to receive disdain and betrayal in return. Now, however, she refused to suffer in silence. Rather, she would channel her anger towards them. Chun Wan's expression soured. She had not anticipated Song Ran to be so unmanageable. Yet recalling her husband's instructions, she did not want to escalate matters and merely glared at Song Chuxiao, urging him to apologize to Song Ran. Stubbornly, Song Chuxiao held his ground and refused to apologize. "I am sorry, Sister Ran. I apologize on behalf of Chuxiao. Please do not be angry. We are all family. Let us maintain harmony, shall we?" Expecting Song Ran to take the opportunity to relent, she instead declared, "I do not require your apologies. I would prefer tangible compensation." At her words, Song Chuxiao's eyes filled with disdain. How shallow, indeed. A country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin. Chun Wan and her son shared the same sentiment. Yet they still inquired, "What sort of compensation do you seek?" "I demand that Song Mingzhu return my engagement to the Gu family." Upon hearing this, Everyone was taken aback. Song Mingzhu, in particular, lost her composure and shouted, "No, absolutely not." Outside, Madame Gu and Gu Yun were wide-eyed, having been passing by. They were initially en route to deliver soup to old Madame Gu, preparing for her discharge later that afternoon. Their car had coincidentally arrived right behind Shenwan's. Gu Yun, sharp-eyed, had spotted them and assumed they were visiting the elderly matriarch, only to be taken aback by the unexpected exchange. They had also heard the recent gossip regarding Song Mingzhu's background, and now it dawned on them that the one speaking was likely the true daughter of the Song family. With the return of Song Ran, it seemed a marriage exchange was on the horizon, and she would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Madame Gu's expression darkened as she pulled Gu Yun away, who was eager to eavesdrop. "Oh, mother, let me listen a bit longer. Do you think Anshin will agree?" Gu Yun, the younger sister of Gu Yuanting, 6 years her senior, had grown up alongside Song Mingzhu, appearing to be good friends. Marriage is not a trivial matter. It cannot be changed on a whim. Just forget what you heard and pretend it never happened. As they walked away, Gu Yun muttered, "Anyway, my brother never seemed particularly fond of Song Mingzhu. Perhaps it would be better to let the biological daughter of the Song family have a chance. We cannot allow my brother to remain single forever." Madame Gu felt a headache coming on. The engagement had been arranged by the elderly matriarch rather hastily. The age gap of 6 years was concerning. By the time Song Mingzhu turned 20 and could obtain a marriage certificate, Yuanting would already be 26. "Your brother will be returning soon. We shall discuss it then." It was not an absolute necessity to marry into the Song family. It depended on Yuanting's preferences. Perhaps she would discreetly arrange a few blind dates for him without old Madame Gu's knowledge. Who knows, he might just find someone appealing. Chapter 13, Living Again. Never to be wronged again, what a fanciful notion, returning only to set her sights on Mingzhu's engagement. I advise you to abandon this thought and do not harbor any delusions. Chun Wan admonished coolly, her eyes betraying her disdain. She could not comprehend how Song Ran had the audacity to utter such words. Look in the mirror. In what way can you compare to Mingzhu? Even if Yuanting were blind, he would never be attracted to someone as vain as you. Song Chuxiao's tone was even more contemptuous, fearing Song Mingzhu might suffer the slightest injustice. Song Ran, unfazed, smirked and said, "Indeed, I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. If that is considered vanity, then so be it. Song Mingzhu has occupied my identity for so many years, and I have not demanded all of it back, merely the return of my engagement. Yet, you call me delusional. Why do you not accuse her of lacking the decency to remain in the Song family? That, truly, is the epitome of vanity." Her words struck a nerve, and Song Mingzhu, feeling cornered, bit her lip in silence. She had never contemplated returning to her biological family. Upon discovering that she was not of the Song bloodline, everyone had consoled her that even without blood ties, she was still the most favored younger member of the family. Yet, with Song Ran's abrupt return, she was now confronted with the harsh reality of her identity, making her fear the thought of living in that household like Wu Shaoling. Song Chuxiao, enraged and humiliated, raised his fist. "You shut your mouth. Who do you think you are to critique my sister? You are the true outsider intruding upon our family. This is a hospital. Patients require rest. Your antics are wholly inappropriate for this place." Hua Qiuxia stood at the door, her large belly prominent, flanked by 4 tall bodyguards whose eyes glimmered with an icy light. She had been standing outside for quite some time and had, of course, discerned the identities of the 3 individuals before her. Even as an outsider, she felt a chill. How could a mother and brother treat her with such disdain? Song Mingzhu turned around and observed Hua Qiuxia, despite wearing a hospital gown, draped a snow-white fox fur coat over her shoulders. On her fingers sparkled a grandmother green ring the size of a pigeon's egg, and a translucent jade bracelet adorned her wrist. Her hands were exquisitely maintained, and traces of her youth lingered on her face, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Such grandeur was not something one encountered every day. She recalled a classmate whose relatives lived in Hong Kong, who had returned from a visit this summer, marveling at the city's splendor. The woman before her was one of the 10 wealthiest wives in Hong Kong, a true tycoon with private jets and yachts. The Song family was not impoverished, but could hardly be deemed affluent. Since childhood, Song Mingzhu had harbored a fondness for beautiful things. She desired everything others possessed and relished in the envy of those around her. At this moment, witnessing Hua Qiuxia ignited a fervor within her. With the current policies encouraging entrepreneurship, If she could befriend Madame Een, might she not also attain the wealth of the Een family? She spoke softly. Annie, you misunderstand. We are here to visit Sister Ranran. The earlier incident was merely a minor family friction. We were all accommodating towards her, but she was simply a bit agitated. Huoqiuxia gave her a fleeting glance, noting the shrewdness in the young woman's eyes, an archetype she had encountered often. Ah, you must be Madame Een, she replied. We are grateful for your care of Xiaoran during her time in the hospital. We will certainly express our gratitude in person another day. Chun Wan's demeanor changed entirely, her face now bearing a smile tinged with flattery. Her husband had insisted on cultivating a good relationship with the Een family. With the shift in policies, capitalists had become the ones to be courted. Huoqiuxia paid no heed to the two women and approached Song Ran, observing the pale yet resolute expression on the young girl's face, filled with strength and defiance. Her heart ached for her. At just 18, the girl had endured years of mistreatment in her adoptive family, only to return to her biological parents and be met with such inequity. She must be utterly disheartened. Did you not finish your bird's nest soup? Is it not to your liking? I shall have someone bring over some shark fin porridge shortly. Look at you. So thin. How long will it take to regain your strength? Huoqiuxia gently tucked Song Ran's hair behind her ear, her gaze and tone exceedingly tender. Perhaps having endured too much malice in her own life, Song Ran found herself unable to suppress her emotions in the face of such gentleness. She looked up and smiled at Huoqiuxia. Anihua, the bird's nest was delightful. Truly the best I have ever tasted. Please, there is no need for any more expense. As Song Ran smiled, two small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, sweetening her entire demeanor, her eyes curving attractively. A small beauty spot at the tail of her eye adding to her charm. Chun Wan's lips tightened. From their first encounter, Song Ran had not offered them a shred of goodwill, and she had assumed the girl was perpetually sour. Yet she was surprised to see her smile so radiantly at an outsider, leaving her to wonder what sins had been committed in a past life. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mingzhu hastily interjected. Anihua, my mother and I will come daily to bring Sister Ranran meals. There's truly no need for you to go to such lengths. We are immensely grateful for your care. She was adept at winning the favor of her elders and sought to impress Huoqiuxia with her obedience and consideration. However, Huoqiuxia's first impression of her was quite unfavorable, and she scoffed lightly at the remark. Forget it. Xiaoran is my lifesaver. She should dine with me to avoid the risk of some people adding laxatives to her food, harming her. Chun Wan frowned, inquiring, what do you mean by that? Who would put laxatives in Xiaoran's food? Song Mingzhu's gaze flickered. Last night, Wu Xiaoling had mentioned this matter to her. Huoqiuxia clicked her tongue. Madame Song is Xiaoran's biological mother, and you are unaware of this? Yesterday, Xiaoran fainted due to malnutrition and low blood sugar. And later the doctor found laxative components in the snacks in her pocket. Who but her adoptive parents and that sister of hers could wish her harm? Impossible. Song Qiuxiao instinctively countered, believing that his sister's biological parents and sibling were not the type to act in such a manner. Song Ran spoke indifferently. It's all right, Anihua. After all, they are Song Mingzhu's beloved family. Speaking too much would seem like defaming her. I cannot bear that burden. She had no intention of pursuing the matter further. For once she returned to the Song family, she would ensure that everyone paid a price equally. Chun Wan felt that Song Ran's tone was sardonic and troublesome, and she believed that the Wu family was truly in the wrong, providing outsiders with fodder for gossip. She had never felt so humiliated before. However, being a woman of pride, she resolved to investigate the laxative incident thoroughly in front of Madame Een and even mentioned the welcome party schedule for the following day, inviting Madame Een to join the festivities. Huoqiuxia, determined to support Song Ran, nodded in agreement, as she and her husband had planned to personally escort her home the next day. Feeling fatigued, Song Ran began to dismiss her visitors. Chun Wan's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, but she could not afford to show her displeasure in front of Madame Een. She forced herself to feign concern for Song Ran before taking her leave. You really ought to learn from that faux heiress. You are far too rigid. It will not bode well for you when you return. Huoqiuxia, viewing matters from Song Ran's perspective, couldn't help but worry about her future circumstances. Song Ran was fully aware of the implications. She had contemplated this before coming. She could feign greater filial piety than Song Mingzhu to endear herself to Song Guowei and Chun Wan. However, having been granted a second chance at life, she refused to subject herself to further humiliation. If they would not allow her peace, she would ensure that everyone shared her discomfort. Chapter 14. The rabid dog beside Song Mingju Chun once sat in the car, her face resembling a layer of thin ice, anger etched across her features. She had never anticipated that her first encounter with her biological daughter would be so confrontational. Had she known, she would have reconsidered bringing her back. It felt as though she had welcomed a veritable ancestor into their home. Song Mingju leaned closer, linking her arm with Chun Wan's. "Mom, please do not be angry. It is detrimental to your health. Sister Ran has likely endured too much hardship throughout her childhood. Now that she can enjoy a better life and has saved Madamine, it is understandable that she may be a bit impulsive given such a stark contrast. She is your biological daughter. Mother and daughter share bond. If you allow a rift between you because of me, I would rather leave early." She lowered her head, quietly wiping away her tears. Seated in the passenger seat, Song Chushao suddenly realized, exclaiming that the woman must have had the audacity to speak so boldly because she was backed by the Yin family. If it were not for saving Madamine, she would not dare to address them in such a manner. "Sister, do not cry. We will not let you go. If anyone leaves, it should be her. She is the outsider intruding into our family." Chen Wan, feeling gratified, patted Song Mingju's hand. "Mingju, do not speak such foolishness. You are my most beloved daughter. No bond of blood can rival that. If only she possessed half your understanding." People fear comparison. Moments ago in the hospital room, Song Ran had nearly caused her to faint with rage. Yet here was Mingju, thoughtful and obedient, never giving her a moment's concern. A mother's heart is tender. After her own delivery, she had sacrificed her career to nurture Song Mingju, carefully selecting her every need. Year after year, she watched Mingju grow into a young woman, pouring her love into her. And how could she compare that to a girl raised elsewhere for 18 years? She took out her handkerchief to wipe Song Mingju's tears. "Mingju, mark my words, she is merely a country girl, incomparable to you. You possess knowledge and grace. While she has barely completed elementary school, she is practically illiterate. In my heart, you are of utmost importance. Your engagement with Yuan Ting is something your father and I will never waver on. Besides, Aunt Zhuang has no regard for that girl. So you need not fret. Mother, your kindness to me is overwhelming. Having you both is truly a blessing I must have earned in my past life." Song Mingju nestled into Chun Wan's embrace, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, Mingju, it is not that mother despises Shaoling, but it is imperative to clarify the matter concerning the laxatives. We need to observe her character over time as well. For now, let her return to the lower floor. So much has transpired yesterday, and being night, Chen Wan did not even have a clear view of what Shaoling looked like. Her first impression was rather mediocre. This morning, upon seeing Shaoling smile widely, revealing a missing front tooth, it was quite an eyesore. That girl carries an air of rustic simplicity. And Qima mentioned that there are fleas on the clothes Shaoling discarded. She is not particularly keen on Mingju growing too close to Shaoling, dirtiness aside. She fears that some countryside habits may lead Mingju astray. If indeed Shaoling is responsible for the laxatives that harm Song, such a person must be expelled from the Song family. Song Mingju nodded obediently, fully aware that while Chun Wan claimed not to harbor disdain, she was indeed very much prejudiced. Upon returning home, Song Mingju found Shaoling trying on her clothes in her room, with the bed strewn with garments, some of which she had never even worn. "Sister, you're back. My clothes are so outdated. May I try on a few of yours? You won't be upset, will you? Look, our feet are the same size." Shaoling exclaimed, lifting her foot to reveal the small sheepskin boots that Song Chushao had bought for Mingju with his pocket money. Shaoling, with her familiar demeanor, felt no need to feign politeness as they were sisters. Song Mingju inhaled deeply and smiled. "Of course, I wouldn't be upset. Choose a few outfits that you like. However, some of these were custom-made by Mother for me, and I cannot lend them to you. Otherwise, she might be displeased." "Huh? Is that so? Then, please help me pick some." Song Mingju selected a few styles from previous years along with some shoes. Shaoling, unable to comprehend their worth, joyfully accepted them and asked Mingju to allocate some space in the wardrobe for her. Sorry, Xiaoling. But today my mother heard from Sister Ran that laxatives were placed in her provisions and insisted on investigating the matter thoroughly. Additionally, Sister mentioned that you had bullied her, which made my mother quite unhappy. She has asked you to return to the lower floor for the time being." "What? She reported me? How dare she?" Shaoling exclaimed in disbelief. She had saved a significant individual and was no longer the same person as before. She even claimed to take away my engagement with the Gu family. Song Mingzhu appeared despondent. Xiaoling was furious, and at that moment, Mingzhu said, Xiaoling, you are my dear sister, and I wish for you to stay with me. However, if it is truly discovered that the laxatives are connected to you, it will be troublesome. You ought to explain to my mother. Song Chu Xiao, unable to bear it any longer, sought out Song Siming and his 3 cousins, insisting that they must not allow Song Ran to overshadow Song Mingzhu. However, Song Siming had been sent to the army by their uncle, and they could only communicate via phone. What? She actually wants to steal Mingzhu's engagement? What a shameless wretch. I knew she had ulterior motives. Deliberately tried to entice Gu Yanting. On the phone, Song Siming recounted his previous encounter with Gu Yanting and how Song Ran had thrown herself into his embrace. Upon hearing this, Song Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. How dare she? Yanting is the man Mingzhu loves. She actually allowed him to hold her. Song Wuqiang's son, Song Zihui, narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Mingzhu is the treasure of our Song family. This outsider dares to covet what belongs to Mingzhu. She must pay a heavy price to learn her lesson. Third brother, what do you intend to do? Song Chu Xiao inquired with concern. You need not worry about it. Soon, have that Xiaoling come to see me. I have matters to discuss with her. To ruin a woman is a simple task. It merely requires tarnishing her reputation. Song Zihui smirked, his lean face revealing a hint of malice. At that moment, Song Ran was meandering outside the hospital, feeling as though she had lost her limbs after lying for too long while receiving it for. Walking back and forth provided her with a sense of peace. She was also contemplating the welcome party scheduled for tomorrow. Given the personalities of the 4 cousins from the Song family, they would not allow Song Mingzhu to suffer even the slightest injustice, especially Song Zihui, who was only a year older than Mingzhu and the sole heir of their uncle's family. His feelings for Song Mingzhu were quite extraordinary during his childhood. When he grappled with self-esteem issues due to his weight, it was Song Mingzhu who stood by him. In her past life, Song Zihui had been a vicious dog towards Song Mingzhu, biting her with relentless ferocity. Suddenly, a nurse's shrill voice broke her train of thought. Turning her head, she saw an elderly lady in a wheelchair at the top of the stairs, the wheels spiraling out of control as she slid down, losing her balance and tipping forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Ran leaped forward, arms outstretched, to catch her. Chapter 15. A Fortuitous Mistake. Rescuing Grandma Gu in a critical moment. Song Ran successfully caught the elderly lady who was about to tumble down the stairs. The force of her movement caused her to fall backward, and the back of her head struck the ground with a heavy thud. Comrade Xiao Song, Zhong Zhengwen rushed over, joining the nurse who sprinted down the stairs to assist the elderly lady, and Song Ran. Oh dear, young lady, are you all right? Did you hit your head? Hearing the familiar voice, Song Ran was momentarily stunned before recognizing the elderly lady's face. It was Grandma Gu, Gu Yanting's grandmother. Upon meeting her concerned and gentle gaze, Song Ran felt a lump in her throat. If anyone had treated her well in her previous life, it was certainly Grandma Gu. Although the Song family publicly claimed she was a country maid, her resemblance to Chun Wan was enough to raise eyebrows, making her identity no secret. However, due to the slander spread by Xiaoling and several cousins from the Song family, her reputation had been tarnished, and the Song family's willingness to take her in was a kindness. Grandma Gu was the one who cared for her the most. While others doubted her words and accused her of being evasive, Grandma Gu believed her wholeheartedly and often invited her to the Gu household, encouraging Gu Yanting to look after her. Yet, such a wonderful person had passed away only a year after her return to the Song family due to a brain hemorrhage, supposedly a consequence of a previous injury. It suddenly struck her. Could this incident in the hospital have been the cause of her earlier demise? Grandma, please sit down. Your leg is still healing. A nurse hurriedly fetched a wheelchair, urging Grandma Gu to take a seat. Song Ran quickly reacted, supporting Grandma Gu while asking, Grandma, please sit. I'm Yufine. Did you hurt yourself? Anywhere? Grandma Gu took her hand gently and said, You, dear girl, still wearing a hospital gown. Look at your hands. They are scraped. Come, let us get you treated first, and then the doctor can check if your head is injured. Song Ran felt little pain. She merely thought that if she had truly averted Grandma Gu's untimely death in her previous life, then even a head injury would be worth it. Such a wonderful grandma, Gu must live a long life. As it turned out, Song Ran was indeed resilient. The bump on the back of her head was merely a swelling that could be alleviated with some ointment and a gentle rub. Her hands bore only minor scrapes that required no bandaging. However, due to her advanced age, Grandma Gu was taken by the doctor for a thorough examination. Comrade Xiao Song, while your courage is commendable, you must also prioritize your own safety. Your left index finger is still fractured. Rushing in like that could have caused further injury. Zhong Jiangwen said earnestly to Song Ran. He had come to inquire about the details of the case from the previous day. To his surprise, he witnessed Song Ran rescuing the elderly lady from the Gu family. The situation had been perilous, and honestly, when he saw her catch Grandma Gu, he felt a sense of relief. However, seeing Song Ran fall heavily with Grandma Gu, striking her head, made him feel a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it was due to the harshness of Song Ran's first 18 years, filled with abuse and malnutrition. Such a pitiable person, willing to risk herself to save another, had not allowed her past injustices to embitter her. Instead, she remained optimistic, earning admiration while deepening the compassion felt for her. Clad in an oversized hospital gown, her delicate features appeared even smaller, making it hard to fathom how such strength and courage could radiate from her. Song Ran smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Comrade Zhong. However, as you witnessed, I was the closest to the stairs at that moment. If I had not intervened, the old lady might have sustained a serious injury. Please rest assured, I will be more cautious next time." Zhong Jiangwen was momentarily dazzled by her smile, his ears turning crimson as he stammered out the reason for his visit. Upon returning to the hospital room, Song Ran recounted the details of the previous day, and Zhong Jiangwen diligently took notes. Yet, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he engaged in small talk, expressing concern for her. It was evident that he lacked experience in interacting with women, fidgeting restlessly as he sat. Song Ran responded politely, maintaining a gentle smile and gazing at him with her autumn-like dark eyes. Before long, Zhong Jiangwen's ears flushed with embarrassment, and just as he was about to rise to leave, Song Ran called out to him, "Comrade Zhong, may I trouble you with something?" Zhong Jiangwen immediately turned back, saying, "Not trouble at all, just tell me." She continued, "This morning my biological mother brought Song Mingzhu and Song Chuxiao to see me. Unfortunately, our first meeting was rather unpleasant. I was excited and wished to call her mother, yet before I could say anything, she asked me to give way to Song Mingzhu. And my brother claimed he had only one sister, Song Mingzhu." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, cascading silently down her cheeks, exuding a heart-wrenching fragility. Zhong Jiangwen felt a pang of empathy, recalling his mother's words from the night before. "I know your mother, Chen Wan, all too well. She relishes her airs of superiority. Song Mingzhu is her pride and joy, hailed as an exceptional daughter, and now she is expected to acknowledge a daughter from the countryside. How could she possibly be pleased? Jiangwen, mark my words, that unfortunate girl will endure much suffering in the future. Chen Wan comes from an educated family and has little respect for women like your mother. Have you ever seen her converse with the likes of Aunt Zhang or Aunt Zhou? Blood ties mean little when there is no shared upbringing. Emotions are absent. And as for Song Chuxiao, he is quite protective of his sister. If you exchange mere words with Song Mingzhu, he would come to warn you. Do you truly think that girl returning to the Song family will not face exclusion and ridicule?" Initially, he thought his mother was exaggerating, but witnessing Song Ran's tears made him realize the truth of her words. He had never considered competing with Song Mingzhu for anything, but it seemed they believed his return meant seizing everything from her. It saddened him deeply, which prompted his outburst for Song Mingzhu to return her engagement to Gu Yuanting. Zhong Jiangwen was taken aback. "You mean the engagement between Song Mingzhu and Gu Yuanting?" Song Ran nodded, tears pooling at her pale chin and falling with her movement. "My adoptive mother inadvertently revealed that the engagement was arranged in our childhood. If we're to be precise, I should be the one fulfilling the engagement with the Gu family. However, I spoke in anger. I am still young and have not contemplated marriage." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiangwen inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "I merely wish to ask you to convey a message to Song Mingzhu, telling her that my words were said in anger. I do not intend to compete with her for the engagement. If I do not express this, I fear I will be plagued by guilt and sleepless nights. I do not wish for my moment of anger to sour the atmosphere at tomorrow's welcome party." With tear-blurred eyes, Song Ran looked at Zhong Jiangwen. "I truly appreciate your help, Comrade Zhong. Not a trouble at all. Rest well, and I will relay your message once I return to the compound." As she watched Zhong Jiangwen depart, Song Ran wiped away her tears, her expression devoid of emotion. "Humans are such complex creatures," she mused. It dawned on her how differing first impressions could drastically alter one's attitude. In her past life, Zhong Jiangwen had been among those who coldly mocked and humiliated her. Chapter 16. The cunning intruder in her previous life. Song Ran's first encounter with Zhong Jiangwen occurred when a man in the compound expressed his interest in her. Upon learning of this, Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling conspired against her, leading to an incident where she was inappropriately approached by a repairman, witnessed by others in the compound. By then, her reputation was already tarnished, and under Wu Shaoling's malicious embellishment, everyone believed she had seduced Wu Daong, leading to her disgrace. Words like reckless, promiscuous, and debauched became her identifiers. No one viewed her as a victim. They accepted the repairman's defense, believing she had entangled him, and then turned the tables when caught. No matter her explanations, no one believed her, including the man who claimed to like her. Consequently, when the residents encountered her, they would mock her, urging her to leave the compound to avoid corrupting its atmosphere. Zhong Jiangwen's disdain was even more pronounced. Whenever he saw her, he would adopt a stern demeanor to lecture her. It was less a lesson than an act of humiliation, as Zhong Jiangwen regarded Song Mingzhu as his ideal. While she was already betrothed to Gu Yuanting, his feelings were confined to his heart, and he perceived Song Ran's existence as a threat to Song Mingzhu's status. He also scorned Song Ran's apparent disregard for her own well-being, which he found reprehensible. Though he was not inherently cruel, like others, viewed Song Ran through the lens of preconceived notions, dismissing her explanations as mere excuses, forever self-righteous. Thus, Song Ran's assertion that humans are complex creatures held true. Now, it seemed Zhong Jiangwen had developed an affection for her. How absurd! Song Ran did not believe such superficial feelings could endure, but since he had willingly approached her, she felt justified in taking advantage of the situation. As anticipated, upon returning to the compound that evening, Zhong Jiangwen visited Song Mingzhu, delivering Song Ran's message, and even adding, "Comrade Song Ran has endured considerable hardships in her 18 years. Mingzhu, she has suffered for you. When she returns tomorrow, please treat her kindly, and encourage Aunt Cheng and Chu Xiao to be more considerate of her. She truly has had a difficult time." Song Mingzhu was taken aback by Zhong Jiangwen's unexpected lecture. She had long been aware of his feelings for her. Previously, when she was learning piano, he would secretly observe her. Yet, to see him defend Song Ran after just one day in the city left her somewhat rigid, biting her lip in frustration while forcing a smile to thank him and feign goodwill towards Song Ran. Only then did Zhong Jiangwen leave, satisfied. Upon returning home, Zhong Jiangwen recounted the day's events to his mother. After dinner, during his evening stroll, the entire compound learned of the engagement between Gu Yuanting and Song Ran, the biological daughter of the Song family. On Saturday, Song Wuwei sent a driver to the hospital early to pick up Song Ran. It was rather disheartening that for the occasion of welcoming his biological daughter, he merely sent a driver. Ho Xiao was displeased and sent the driver away, insisting that she and her husband, Yin Jiefeng, would personally escort Song Ran home. R.A. Ran is so beautiful, with a little dressing up. She could rival the stars of Xianjiang. As the saying goes, the Buddha relies on gold adornments, and people rely on attire. You must look splendid for your first appearance at the Song family. Ho Xiao clapped her hands, and a group of bodyguards entered with suitcases, which they placed on the hospital bed. Not only were there clothes and shoes, but also jewelry, leaving Song Ran utterly dazzled. At the Song family, Cheng Wan had spent the previous day preparing extensively and now wore a weary expression as she stood at the door with Song Mingzhu to greet relatives and friends. Her original intention was to invite only relatives for a simple introduction, considering Song Ran a country girl unlikely to achieve anything significant in the future, thus not warranting such grand arrangements. However, her elder brother, Song Gukong, insisted on a grand affair to demonstrate the importance of his biological daughter. Although she understood this was for the benefit of the Yin family, it still left her feeling quite uncomfortable. As congratulations poured in, she forced herself to smile and express gratitude. Song Mingzhu felt even more out of place. Today, the spotlight was on Song Ran, the biological daughter of Song Wuwei and Cheng Wan, while she was merely known as the daughter of the family's former maid. She stood tall, her smile impeccable, yet the probing gazes of those around her were impossible to dismiss. "Ah, Mingzhu, congratulations. I heard you have 2 new sisters. How enviable." Just then, a mocking voice drifted in from outside. Song Mingzhu frowned and turned to see her rival, Yin Shi, entering with several high school classmates. Both Song Mingzhu and Yin Shishir were prominent figures at school, adept at socializing and well-liked by male students, constantly competing in the shadows. The key point was that Yin Shishir's mother was a close friend of Mrs. Gu, allowing Yin Shishir frequent access to the Gu household, where she sweetly addressed Gu Yuanting, ingratiating herself with Mrs. Gu. Upon seeing Yin Shishir, Mingzhu realized she was there to relish her misfortune, and she clenched her fists tightly. Fortunately, with Chun Wan by her side, Yin Shishir dared not say anything too outrageous, though her eyes brimmed with schadenfreude. Once Chun Wan left for a moment, Yin Shishir deliberately remarked to her classmates, "I've heard of a sparrow turning into a phoenix, but never a phoenix turning into a sparrow. Don't you find that amusing?" Laughter erupted among them, all eyes turning towards Song Mingzhu. Wasn't it just a case of a phoenix turning into a sparrow? At school, Song Mingzhu's pride was notorious. She had always held her head high, like a proud swan, enjoying the favoritism of her cousins, only to be revealed as the daughter of a maid. "Mingzhu, don't mind them. Everyone knows your uncle and aunt dote on you the most. What does it matter if she is biological? She's just a country bumpkin. How could she compare to you?" Her good friend Ding Jie said, linking arms with her. "That country bumpkin is also biological, unlike some who occupy a nest that doesn't belong to them, unwilling to return to their own parents in the countryside." Yin Shishir scoffed, "Oh, by the way, I heard that your engagement to Gu Yuanting was also stolen from someone else. How thick-skinned can you be? What nonsense are you spouting? The engagement was clearly set for me." Song Mingzhu retorted coldly. In the entire courtyard, who did not know of her affection for Gu Yuanting? She had long considered herself his fiancé, merely awaiting the legal age of 20 to obtain their marriage certificate, a situation tacitly accepted by the Gu family. What am I saying that is wrong? Everyone knows that it was Grandma Gu who arranged the marriage. At that time, you were still in your maid mother's womb. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted around Yin Shishir. Yin Shishir, Song Chuxiao, Song Xiqing, and Song Zihui rushed over. Their expressions darkened, eyes filled with anger. "I didn't say anything wrong." Yin Shishir pouted, dragging her friends away to greet the elders. "Chuxiao, second brother, third brother, I'm fine. Please don't be angry." Song Mingzhu called out, her eyes reddening with grievance. Song Zihui gently wiped her tears, whispering, "Mingzhu, rest assured, we will not allow you to be wronged. That country bumpkin will not take away your engagement. I will ensure her downfall today." A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 17, So Beautiful. Who said she was a country bumpkin? It's already 11. Why hasn't the Song family's biological daughter arrived? Yes, dinner is almost ready. Is she trying to make us all wait for her? How could a protagonist arrive late? Is she deliberately putting on airs or simply lacking manners? The welcome party at the Song family was grand, and everyone had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the family's cherished daughter. However, as time passed, and she still had not shown up, many began to express their displeasure and gossip. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Perhaps she is too shy or ugly to face us, Yin Shishir remarked, munching on a snack, her expression dripping with disdain. Her friends nodded in agreement, and Yin Shishir smirked. She never expected that Song Mingzhu was not the biological daughter, and that the one engaged to Gu Yuanting was not her either. Since hearing the news last night, she had been so excited that she could hardly sleep. Aunt Zhuang and her mother were good friends. Her mother had even said that if it weren't for Grandma Gu's arrangement, she might have been the one to marry into the Gu family. Now that the engaged person turned out to be a country bumpkin, Aunt Zhuang would undoubtedly call off the engagement. No one would want their exceptional son to marry a woman who could barely read. Meanwhile, Song Mingzhu furrowed her brow, worried that Song Ran might not come. If her brother fulfilled his threat to ruin Song Ran, her standing in the Song family would be solidified, and she would not be laughed at by Yin Shishir and others. "My brother says she is vain. How could such a person possibly not come? She will definitely show up." Song Xiqing scoffed. His brother, Song Siming, had been denigrating Song Ran over the phone, filling him with malice even before he had met her. Since their father was present, he dared not express this openly. Their father was not concerned about Song Ran, but rather about the Yin family behind her, hoping to establish connections for cooperation. However, he believed that even without Song Ran, the Yin family would still invest. Otherwise, why come to the mainland? It was merely a matter of luck for Song Ran. Just as Song Xiqing finished speaking, the sound of a car echoed from the entrance. "Wow, is that an imported Santana? Brand new. Then that car must cost at least 200,000. As 5 vehicles entered, gasps of astonishment filled the air, amounting to 1 million. This uproar outside compelled everyone inside to lean forward, their hearts filled with shock. Even the monthly allowances for their current positions were less than 100 yuan, while the average worker earned 30 or 40 yuan, needing to save for years to accumulate 1,000, let alone 10 or 100,000. Those present were all of a status far beyond the ordinary. Already accustomed to luxuries like telephones, televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, believing themselves ahead of 90% of the country. Yet they were still taken aback. The wealthy of Xiangjiang were indeed extraordinarily affluent. However, for the Yin family, this was considered quite modest. Their bulletproof vehicles cost over 1 million each. The three Song brothers, accompanied by their wives, hurried out with broad smiles to greet their guests. Song Mingzhu and the Song brothers followed suit. As a group of tall bodyguards in suits disembarked, several foreign bodyguards were among them. The guards opened the car doors, and a pair of pristine crocodile skin shoes touched the ground. A mature man with an elegant demeanor bent down to exit, but did not exchange pleasantries with the Song brothers. Instead, he reached into the car to assist a pregnant, middle-aged noblewoman. Song Mingzhu had seen Hua Qiuxia yesterday, but today, the sight of her attire left her envious. She wore a purple qipao, draped in a pure white fur coat, adorned with a set of violet jade around her neck and wrists, and a large red gemstone sparkled on her middle finger. Looking at Hua Qiuxia's husband, Yin Jiefeng, he wore a tailored gray suit, impeccably fitting. The fabric clearly of exceptional quality, with a mink coat for warmth. His youthful handsomeness remained, showing no signs of middle-age spread, exuding a mature charm that hinted at mixed heritage, far from the stereotypical nouveau riche she had imagined. Mr. Yin, Mrs. Yin, welcome. Your arrival truly brightens our humble abode. The three Song brothers greeted with warm, friendly smiles, shaking hands with Yin Jiefeng. However, Yin Jiefeng waved his hand, saying, "My goddaughter has yet to exit the vehicle. As her godfather, I shall personally open the door for her." With that, he strode toward the back of the car, opening the door himself. Song Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat. Goddaughter? Could it be Song Ran? No, that was impossible. How could they acknowledge a country bumpkin as a goddaughter? Yet, the person stepping out was none other than Song Ran. Wow, this is the Song family's cherished daughter? How stunning. Who said she was a country bumpkin? She is anything but. Even more beautiful than Mingzhu, truly graceful, and she resembles the Song family. As Song Ran stepped out, the accolades flowed incessantly. Everyone assumed that the daughter of the Song family from the countryside was unsophisticated and ignorant, and many awaited her inevitable embarrassment. To their surprise, her appearance and demeanor were remarkably striking. Song Ran wore a modest yet elegant black velvet gown adorned with a diamond-encrusted camellia brooch at the neckline, complemented by a knee-length black and white checkered coat. Her hair was simply tied in a low ponytail, accentuated by a black velvet bow that matched her dress. Although such attire may not seem extraordinary in later years, it appeared exceptionally fashionable and chic in the present. Hua Qiuxia remarked that this brand was a luxury label from abroad, popular among affluent women and celebrities in Hong Kong, yet unattainable on the mainland. Even the small black lambskin bag she carried was distinct from the current trend of crossbody bags. Moreover, she possessed a beautiful, delicate, and fair complexion, which, when adorned with clothing, effortlessly captivated attention. The young gentlemen present were utterly entranced. Among them, Zhong Zhengwen was particularly taken aback, perceiving Song Ran as a true gem, radiating beauty and grace, dazzling in her refinement. Song Mingzhu clenched her fingers tightly, oblivious to the pain of her nails digging into her flesh. Yan Shishir and her companions wore expressions of discontent. As the crowd scrutinized Song Ran, she reciprocated the gaze, first surveying the festooned Song residence, then resting her eyes on the Song family members led by Song Wukong. In her previous life, she had scurried to the Song family in disgrace, relegated to the role of a mere country maid, hiding in the shadows of the household, while everyone else basked in opulence. She felt like a cockroach peering into their happiness, despised by all and deserving only of darkness. But now she returned, exuding an entirely different spirit. Those who once criticized, despised, and looked down upon her were now compelled to offer her welcoming smiles, whether genuine or feigned. How intriguing it was. You must be Xiao Ran, a truly good girl. You've suffered all these years. Rest assured, we shall make it up to you. Uncle Song Wukong said with a warm smile, visibly pleased with Song Ran's entrance, especially since she had been recognized as a goddaughter by the Yin family. Song Wei regarded Song Ran with a nod of approval, confident that his biological daughter would not disappoint. If only he had taken the time to visit her in the hospital yesterday. Welcome back. I am your father, and you shall no longer face any grievances. What Mingzhu has, you shall have as well. Song Mingzhu bit her lip, and when others cast their gaze upon her, she managed a smile, saying, Sister Ran, from now on, we shall be good sisters. Song Ran looked at Song Mingzhu, a mocking smile flickering in her eyes. Just as Song Mingzhu anticipated that Song Ran would publicly embarrass her, Song Ran turned to greet Song Gukong and the others, her beautiful face breaking into a gentle smile as she graciously acknowledged her elders. Witnessing this, Song Mingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. As Song Wei observed Song Ran's poised demeanor, his satisfaction grew, and he began introducing her to others, aunt and third aunt, as well as the elders of the Song family. Song Ran greeted each one with a smile, displaying no signs of shyness or awkwardness, prompting nods of approval from the onlookers. If someone raised in the countryside could present herself so elegantly, one could only imagine how exceptional she would be if nurtured within the Song family. Chen Wan, on the other hand, appeared as if she had seen a ghost. The previous day, Song Ran had been aggressive, resembling a debt collector, leaving her fuming until the early hours of the morning. She had feared that Song Ran would embarrass herself today, but to her astonishment, she seemed transformed into a well-behaved and understanding person. Second brother, third brother, younger brother, Song Ran called out, greeting Song Xiqing, Song Zihui, and Song Chuxiao. However, the three remained sullen, their eyes betraying their resentment, angered that Song Ran overshadowed Mingzhu's moment. Song Chuxiao's disdain was palpable. Song Ran understood that the brothers had grown up with Song Mingzhu, sharing a deep bond. They would not tolerate even the slightest grievance against her. Even if she shed a single tear, they would comfort her for ages. Her presence had made Song Mingzhu unhappy, and now that she had arrived, eclipsing Mingzhu's spotlight, their anger intensified. Moreover, Chen Hohat, an old man who had spared no effort in disparaging her, and Song Siming had likely conveyed such sentiments to the Song family. From the beginning, she had been painted as a villain, a usurper of Song Mingzhu's rights. Uncle Song Guokong's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Quickly greet Xiao Ran. Song Zihui scoffed. Uncle, do not be deceived by her current allure. Beneath lies a withered flower, a woman of loose morals. The Song family will absolutely not accept someone of her ilk. This remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. Song Ran's eyes turned cold. Zihui, do not speak such nonsense. Apologize to your sister. Third Uncle Song Guoqiang reprimanded Song Zihui sternly. Song Zihui retorted, I stand by my words. My only sister is Mingzhu. This filthy person does not even deserve to enter the Song family. What sort of sister is she? Guests exchanged whispers, questioning whether Song Ran had truly engaged in scandalous affairs before her return, as it would explain Song Zihui's public rejection of her. Such matters were rarely fabricated. Yet, Song Ran's expression remained calm. This was not her first encounter with such accusations. Unlike in her previous life, she was innocent and upright now. No one could tarnish her reputation. She had indeed anticipated that Song Zihui and the others would not permit her easy acceptance back into the Song family. Hu Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng approached her, clearly intending to shield her. Yin Jiefeng coldly remarked, Mr. Song, is this how your family welcomes our Ran? Song Gukong hurriedly explained, Mr. Yin, there must be some misunderstanding. Please do not be upset. I will address this immediately. He turned to glare at Song Zihui and the others. The warning in his eyes unmistakable. Even if there were to be a commotion, it should not occur at this moment. However, he underestimated their determination to protect Mingzhu. If Song Ran were to overshadow Mingzhu today, it would be difficult for her to hold her head high in the future. They cherished Mingzhu and believed she should not be treated this way. Song Mingzhu continued to bite her lip, concealing her grievances. Song Zihui insisted, Uncle, there is no misunderstanding. I speak these words hoping that Mr. and Mrs. Yin will see Song Ran for who she truly is and not be deceived by her facade. It is true she saved Mrs. Yin, but recognizing her as a goddaughter will only bring you misfortune, tarnishing your reputation. Mrs. Yin, you must understand what sort of person Song Ran is. You will be grateful to know the truth beforehand, lest she entangles herself with Mr. Yin. Slap, slap. Song Ran stepped forward, raising her hand and striking Song Zihui hard across the face, first one side and then the other. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one expected Song Ran to take such action, let alone strike Song Zihui twice. Even Song Zihui himself was taken aback, but soon humiliation washed over him, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists. "You dare hit me!" Before Song Zihui could retaliate, the bodyguards from the Yin family stepped forward, causing him to hesitate. "With such a foul mouth, I wouldn't dirty my hands on you. I fail to understand what deep-seated enmity exists between a simple girl from the countryside and you, that you would smear my name and ruin my reputation." "Oh, I see. You fear I might take everything from your beloved Mingzhu?" Song Ran exerted all her strength, her hands trembling from the impact, yet her spirit remained undiminished. Song Mingzhu displayed a look of panic, gently saying, "Sister Ran, you cannot speak like this. This matter has nothing to do with me. Did you perhaps do something outside?" Song Ran merely chuckled coldly. Hua Qiuxia handed her a handkerchief to wipe her hands, saying softly, "Leave such matters to the bodyguards from now on. You need not dirty your hands. Your godmother will always believe in you." Yin Jiefeng's expression had turned frosty, his sharp gaze fixed on Song Zihui. "Young man, to cast aspersions upon a woman is the most despicable of acts. Not only do you slander Ran, but you also tarnish my character." Song Zihui, intimidated by Yin Jiefeng's imposing presence, took a step back but still defiantly stated, "I apologize to Mr. Yin, but I have not slandered Song Ran. She is indeed a person of loose morals, entangled with many men at such a young age." "What do you mean by entangled?" At that moment, the voice of the venerable matriarch Gu resonated from behind. Song Ran turned her head, and her gaze first fell upon the striking figure of the handsome man, Gu Yuanting, who was pushing a wheelchair with an upright posture akin to jade. He had returned. Today, he was not clad in his crisp military uniform, yet his black casual attire was anything but understated. With his tall stature, long legs, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, he stood there exuding a vigorous and robust presence. His godlike visage bore a pair of deep, piercing eyes that naturally commanded respect. "Brother Yuanting." Song Mingzhu's eyes lit up as she rushed towards him, nearly throwing herself into his arms before stopping just short. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she inquired about the well-being of Matriarch Gu, as well as Madame Gu Zhuang'anqin and Gu Yun, who stood nearby. Yin Shishir lagged slightly behind, but also called out to Gu Yuanting, her youthful admiration barely concealed. However, Gu Yuanting's gaze was fixed solely on Song Ran. The Song Ran he observed today was markedly different from their last encounter. Her black velvet dress accentuated her delicate figure, and her small, rosy lips and slightly wind-kissed nose made her all the more endearing. He smirked slightly, unexpectedly impressed by her strength. "Uncle Song, it's chilly outside. If there is something to discuss, let us do so indoors," Gu Yuanting suggested casually. Indeed. The matriarch's legs are still healing. We mustn't let her catch a chill," exclaimed Mr. Yin and Mrs. Yin, urging everyone to come inside. Hua Qiuxia wished to whisk Song Ran away from the chaotic Song family, thinking it might be better to return to Xiangjiang with them instead. Yin Jiefeng noticed his wife's intentions and shook his head, believing that Song Ran would not suffer any disadvantage in the Song household, especially after seeing the prominent handprints on Song Zihui's face. Reluctantly, Hua Qiuxia took Song Ran's hand, leading her into the Song residence. Upon entering, the warmth from the underfloor heating enveloped them, yet everyone's thoughts remained fixated on Song Zihui's earlier remarks. Just as Song Zihui was about to speak, Matriarch Gu suddenly beckoned to Song Ran. "Little girl, are you the beloved daughter of the Song family? Come here, let your grandmother take a look at you." At this declaration, the room fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances. Song Mingzhu, who stood nearby, had always sought to win Matriarch Gu's favor, yet had never experienced such closeness before. Song Ran approached Matriarch Gu with poise, aware that the matriarch's invitation stemmed from her act of saving her the previous day. Taking Song Ran's hand, Matriarch Gu expressed her concern. "This hand, it's clear you've been accustomed to hard labor. I wonder how long it will take to heal. You've suffered much over the years." With that, Matriarch Gu removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on his Song Ran's hand. "Grandmother, is this not the Gu family's heirloom? How can you get it to her?" Yin Shishir exclaimed, articulating what Song Mingzhu wished to ask. As Gu Yun had previously mentioned that the matriarch's ancestral bracelet was meant for the future daughter-in-law. In Chapter 19, I am Song Ran's suitor from the countryside. In Song Mingzhu's eyes, this bracelet rightfully belonged on her wrist. Why then was Matriarch Gu bestowing it upon Song Ran? Could it be that the Gu family intended to change the betrothal to Song Ran? The thought made Song Mingju panic. Song Ran was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that in her past life, matriarch Gu had expressed her intent to gift her the ancestral bracelet, but shortly thereafter, matriarch Gu had passed away from cerebral hemorrhage. I will give it to whomever I please. I care not for your opinions. Matriarch Gu had a fierce temper towards those she didn't favor. However, Song Mingju turned her gaze towards Gu Yuanting, hoping he would reclaim the bracelet, believing it would clarify the situation regarding the betrothal. Yet, Gu Yuanting remained indifferent, stating, as long as grandmother is happy. Song Ran was even more astonished. He was not opposed. The metallic taste of blood filled Song Mingju's mouth as she bit her tongue, casting a furious glance at her brother Song Zihui, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied hatred. Brother, we must destroy Song Ran. We must destroy her. Song Zihui silently nodded, retreating into the shadows, already prepared for action. Grandmother, is this bracelet not meant for your future granddaughter-in-law? Could it be that the rumors are true, and Yuanting's betrothed is actually the Song family's own daughter, not Song Mingju? Yin Shishir felt a surge of dissatisfaction, unwilling to let Song Mingju enjoy her moment. Now, Song Mingju truly resembled a jester. With the true heiress's return, she seemed to fade into the background, leaving one to wonder what she still had to be proud of. Matriarch Gu chuckled, holding Song Ran's hand with a gentle, affectionate demeanor. Song Mingju's heart sank further. Zhuang Anqin, however, spoke softly, marriage is a serious matter. Her implication was clear. There was no intention to replace the future daughter-in-law. She did not harbor any fondness for Song Ran. After witnessing the matriarchs fall down the stairs and subsequently being saved, Zhuang Anqin had intended to thank the rescuer in person, only to discover it was Song Ran. Recollecting Song Ran's words spoken in front of Chun Wan and others, she suspected that Song Ran's act of saving matriarch Gu was intentional and calculated. She even speculated that Song Ran had bribed a nurse to orchestrate matriarch Gu's near fall, although nothing could be proven. Coupled with having heard Song Ran's imposing tone yesterday, Zhuang Anqin did not perceive her as a benevolent character. Given Song Zihui's earlier rejection of Song Ran, one could only wonder which of them was telling the truth. At least, Song Mingju was well acquainted with her background. Song Ran raised her gaze to Gu Yuanting, whose face exhibited no discernible emotion, his eyes reflecting a languid indifference. As if he cared little about who was to be his fiancé, Song Ran bit her lip and removed the bracelet, gently addressing matriarch Gu, grandmother. Since this bracelet holds such significance, I cannot accept it. Please keep it safe for its rightful heir. My dear, I truly like you. If it weren't for you saving me yesterday, my old bones might have been shattered. Matriarch Gu expressed her fondness for Song Ran, having taken an immediate liking to her upon their first meeting. The elder generation often spoke of having an eye for connection, and the bond was further solidified by the ties to the Song family. Upon learning of Song Ran's past, Matriarch Gu felt both sympathy and joy. Everyone soon understood why Matriarch Gu cherished Song Ran so. It was because she had saved her life. Song Ran seemed to possess an uncanny fortune, having rescued not only the wealthy Mrs. Yin from Xianjiang, but also Matriarch Gu. Sister Ran, please accept it. Grandmother is quite stubborn. If you refuse, she might not return home today. Gu Yin chimed in with a smile. Gu Yuanting spoke softly. A bracelet cannot signify anything. If grandmother wishes to give it, wear it. Her happiness is paramount. Thus, it was made clear that accepting the bracelet did not equate to being the future daughter-in-law of the Gu family. With such an assertion, further refusal would seem pretentious, so Song Ran allowed Matriarch Gu to place the bracelet back on her wrist. Your skin is so fair, just like your grandmother's. She could never tan. In her youth, I was quite envious, Matriarch Gu remarked. Song Ran's lips parted in realization that her fair complexion was inherited from her grandmother. Chun Wan's skin was not as luminous as hers, and Song Wui's was even less so, making her feel like an anomaly in the Song family. Hu Qiuxia and her husband Yin Jie Feng exchanged glances, both smiling faintly. With Song Ran's arrival, she had garnered the admiration of such a respected elder, and the attitude of the Song family members reflected their surprise. The three brothers of the Song family wore expressions of satisfaction, indicating that Song Ran's future would likely be promising. Xiao Ran, you are really here. Did you not say you would come to Beijing and find me immediately? Wow, how have you become so beautiful? Suddenly, a disheveled young man burst through the door, rushing towards Song Ran, only to halt upon seeing the towering bodyguards. Song Zihui followed closely behind. The faces of Song Gukong and the others darkened. Song Zihui's father, Song Wuqiang, shot a fierce glare at his wife, Zhong Yu, blaming her for failing to discipline their son, recalling that his elder brother had already warned him several times against such reckless behavior. Zhong Yu felt aggrieved, pondering how could she possibly know what her son intended to do. Moreover, it was Song Ran's lack of discretion that led to this situation. Otherwise, how could such a person have emerged from thin air? No wonder Si Ming claimed that Song Ran was promiscuous in the countryside. It turned out to be true. Such a person had no right to enter the Song family's gates. The onlookers, however, were merely curious, observing the young man clad in shabby worker's attire. Stout and coarse, with a pair of mud-stained military green canvas shoes and hair that seemed unwashed for ages, evidently not a respectable individual. He claimed that Song Ran had not sought him out, questioning their relationship. Xiao Ran, who would have thought you were the biological daughter of a prominent family? Does that not make me a son-in-law of the Song family? Since we have already been intimate, why not marry sooner? The young man declared loudly, his eyes glinting with greed and frivolity. The crowd was taken aback. Song Xiqing and Song Chuxiao were equally stunned. They had not anticipated that Song Zihui would so easily uncover a man linked to Song Ran, indicating her reckless behavior was indeed as Si Ming had reported. This is impossible. Zhong Jiangwen was the first to speak up, incredulous that Song Ran could ever be such a person. Mr. Song, if you do not wish to acknowledge R.A. Ran, just say so. There is no need to tarnish her reputation intentionally. Just as Song Ran's brow began to furrow, Hua Qiuxia beside her interjected angrily. Godmother, please do not be upset. You are carrying a child. Song Ran hurriedly assisted Hua Qiuxia to a nearby sofa. She felt no panic, as this had transpired in her previous life, albeit much later. It appeared that Song Zihui could only resort to such tactics. Song Gukong immediately clarified. We would never intentionally slander Xiao Ran. If we did not wish to acknowledge her, we would not have organized such a grand, welcoming event. At that moment, he was infuriated. He had previously instructed his younger brothers to ensure the welcome was splendid, hoping to impress the Yin family and establish a good rapport for potential collaboration. Now, with the Yin couple harboring significant grievances against the Song family, any cooperation seemed unlikely. He was even more angered by the younger generation's blatant disregard for his authority within the Song family, as if they had grown wings. Yin Jiefeng, accompanying Hua Qiuxia, scoffed. Your courtyard is not a place for ordinary folk. Was it not you who deliberately brought this person here? Mr. Yin, Mrs. Yin, it was this individual who found me, revealing the true nature of Song Ran. I brought him here solely for the sake of the Song family's reputation. Such a morally ambiguous person would only tarnish the integrity of our household. We would rather not acknowledge her. Song Zihui proclaimed, sounding resolute, as if his actions were devoid of any selfish motive. A trace of derision flickered in Song Ran's eyes. Is that so? Madame Gu, however, was unimpressed. Song Zihui, Ran is your own cousin. You do not feel pity for her suffering over the past 18 years, yet wish to humiliate her now. Do you truly believe you are innocent? She then pointed at Song Gukong and his brothers, admonishing, if it were not for your indulgence. How could the younger ones dare to bully Ran? Her words carried weight. Zhuang Anqin quickly tugged at the old lady's sleeve, signaling her son. Gu Yuanzheng remained silent, merely observing Song Ran, who appeared far more composed than he had anticipated, her face betraying no hint of distress. Song Wukong's expression darkened. If this matter was not clarified, his reputation would also be at stake. He glared at Song Zihui, demanding, Song Zihui, explain yourself. Song Zihui raised his voice. Uncle, this person is Yang Dawei, Song Ran's acquaintance from Yangshigu village. He claims they have been intimate and asserts he is not her first man. Her adoptive parents are impoverished, leading her to engage with numerous men in exchange for money and goods. This revelation caused an uproar among the attendees, their expressions shifting dramatically as they realized Song Ran's purported character. Guyan widened her eyes in shock, covering her mouth. Zhuang Anqin furrowed her brows tightly. Song Mingzhu discreetly smirked, knowing her third brother would strike with devastating effect. You are unworthy of being my sister. Get out of my house. Song Chuxiao exclaimed with utmost disdain, his eyes filled with loathing, wishing to physically expel Song Ran. If I claim I have done nothing, will you believe me? Song Ran gazed sorrowfully at the Song family. Their cold, furious glares answered her unspoken question. Only Gu Yuanzheng remained impassive, arms crossed, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of languid coolness. His mere presence commanded attention, and Song Ran couldn't help but notice his tall silhouette. She understood that Gu Yuanzheng was merely observing the spectacle. He was acutely aware of her innocence, as Dr. Lin had personally attested to it. At this thought, her ears flushed slightly. Yang Dawei grinned, exposing a set of unsightly yellow teeth. Xiao Ran, do not feel embarrassed to admit it. I have already stated I do not mind you. Our love is genuine, is it not? Song Guowei immediately demanded. Song Ran, clarify this matter right now. If there is any truth to it, we cannot acknowledge you as our daughter. Shen Wan's face turned crimson with shame, feeling as though everyone was secretly mocking her for having such a disgraceful daughter. Father, mother, please do not be angry. This may just be a misunderstanding. Xiao Ran, you must explain to them. Your reputation is at stake. Song Mingzhu stepped forward, her tone gentle, as if genuinely concerned. Ran, speak up, do not be afraid. Grandmother will support you. Madame Gu believed in Song Ran's character, convinced that this young girl was pure and clear-eyed, incapable of such impropriety. Ran, both your godfather and godmother believe in you. Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxiao nodded at Song Ran, momentarily suppressing their grievances against the Song family. Nothing was more crucial than restoring a girl's honor. Song Ran felt a wave of gratitude. She knew that Madame Gu had always held her in high regard and would trust her. Yet she was astonished that Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxiao would also stand by her side, having only known her for 3 days. Song Ran, do you dare to claim you do not know him? Song Zihui pressed. I do know him, but he resides in town while I live in the village. We have met fewer than 10 times, exchanging no more than 10 sentences. Everything Yang Dawei has claimed is fabricated, an intentional smear. Yang Dawei snorted. Now that you have become a wealthy young lady, you wish to cast me aside, do you? You look down on me. Humph. Song Ran, you are truly vain. It was you who deliberately undressed to entice me, asking me to buy you fabric tickets for new clothes. His words were crude and offensive, casting Song Ran as a woman who could be bought with mere fabric tickets. Many in the crowd displayed disdain. Song Ran recalled how, in her previous life, Song Zihui had introduced Yang Dawei, humiliating her before everyone at Song Mingzhu's 19th birthday banquet, at a time when she had already lost her virtue in her adoptive family as home. Although it had happened only once in the eyes of all, she had become sullied. She was deemed a promiscuous woman. Any man could assert that they had slept with her. Indeed, I can attest to the truth of his claims. At that moment, Wu Shaoling emerged from the maid's quarters, urging Song Ran, sister, you should admit your relationship with Yang Dawei. He does not mind you and is willing to marry you. Simply accept your fate and live with him, leaving other men behind. Wu Shaoling scarcely recognized the once humble girl who now stood before her, transformed into a strikingly beautiful and poised young woman. Who is she? Someone inquired. Clad in coarse clothing and missing a tooth, her rural accent was heavy, making her speech difficult to comprehend. Song Mingzhu spoke softly. Her name is Shaoling, the youngest daughter of my biological parents, and she grew up alongside my sister Ranyan. Implicitly, this meant that Wu Shaoling was the one who understood Song Ranyan the most. Song Ranyan feigned astonishment as she gazed at Wu Shaoling, her eyes revealing a deep sense of sorrow and disappointment. Shaoling, you're my dear sister. I never imagined you would assist outsiders in confronting me. Wu Shaoling, being young and questioned, hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing that only by driving Song Ranyan away could she and Mingzhu have a better life, she steeled herself and pretended to speak earnestly. Sister, it is precisely because of our close relationship that I advise you. Your reputation in our community has already been tarnished. You should not let Yang Dawei down. He does not despise you, and aside from marrying him, you will have no better options. As these words reached her ears, Song Ranyan's expression was filled with disappointment and sorrow. Shaoling, you have taught me what it means to nurture a white-eyed wolf. You conspire with outsiders to tarnish my name, all for your biological sister. Perhaps, she thought, she should not have returned to this family. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu felt an urge of alarm. Was Song Ranyan not clearly indicating that Wu Shaoling was under her direction? Song Zihui immediately interjected loudly. Song Ranyan, you have acted shamelessly and now blame others? Xiaoling is doing this for your own good, yet you fail to recognize a benefactor. Yang Dawei chimed in. Xiaoran, I truly do not despise you. If we marry, though I may not earn much, I can certainly strive to provide for you. Song Xiqing and Song Chuxiao scoffed. Song Chuxiao remarked, look how well this man treats you. What more could you possibly want? Unperturbed, Song Ranyan replied calmly. If every man were to approach me claiming a past relationship, would I be compelled to marry each one? Her unyielding demeanor sparked doubt among the onlookers, suggesting that perhaps the man was indeed lying. What Ran said is correct. This is merely one man's side of the story. Ho Chiu Xia stated firmly. Who said that? I have proof. This is the lingerie Song Ranyan gifted me. Yang Dawei suddenly produced a light-colored bra with underwire from his pocket, raising it in a grotesque display. The crowd frowned in disapproval. Song Ranyan, do you dare claim this is not your lingerie? Yes, it belongs to my sister. I recognize it. Wu Xiaoling declared loudly. Song Ranyan's face darkened. This was clothing stored in her suitcase, which she had not seen since disembarking the car. Wu Xiaoling had clearly tampered with it. Song Ranyan, what further excuses do you have? It seems you are aware that this is something disgraceful. For the sake of a trifling advantage, you have sold your body. It is truly revolting. Song Zihui proclaimed with indignation. As the crowd displayed their disdain, Song Ranyan turned to Wu Xiaoling, her gaze filled with disappointment. Xiaoling, take a closer look. That is clearly your lingerie. You fear I might mistakenly wear your clothes, so you embroidered Ling on the hem. I refrained from mentioning your connection with Yang Dawei earlier to protect your reputation, but upon seeing this lingerie, I understand the nature of your relationship with him. To conspire with Yang Dawei and Song Zihui to frame me is utterly disheartening. Impossible. That is your lingerie. Wu Xiaoling exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to inspect the garment. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, she discovered the embroidered Ling. How could this be? Chapter 21. She resembled a charming vixen. There truly is a Ling. It is easily overlooked if not examined closely. The crowd was increasingly repulsed by Yang Dawei's actions of displaying the lingerie, and with this revelation, the truth began to surface. Wu Xiaoling and Yang Dawei's relationship as classmates became evident, and it appeared that Wu Xiaoling had come to the capital seeking refuge and had conspired with Yang Dawei to tarnish Song Ranyan's reputation, aiming to ruin her name entirely. Among them, Song Zihui was the most animated, for everyone knew he held Song Mingzhu in high regard. By expelling Song Ranyan from the Song family, Song Mingzhu would remain the most cherished daughter, while Wu Xiaoling could enjoy a comfortable life alongside her sister. The intentions were glaringly apparent. No, I did not. Yang Dawei is Song Ranyan's partner. I have no connection to him. It must be that Song Ranyan mistook my lingerie. Wu Xiaoling defended herself loudly against the scornful gazes of the crowd. Yang Dawei insisted that the lingerie was given to him by Song Ranyan, even mentioning a small red mole beneath her collarbone. Wu Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Yes, my sister does have a mole there. If they had not been intimate, how would Yang Dawei know? Gu Yuanting's handsome face turned towards Song Ranyan, his eyes narrowing slightly, his throat moving. That night, Song Ranyan's shoulder had been blindingly white, and her collarbone had revealed an alluring curve, indeed adorned with a small red mole. Chun Wan's face grew increasingly grim as she questioned Song Ranyan. Tell me, do you have a mole there? Song Ranyan coldly chuckled. What does that prove? Wu Xiaoling opened and closed her mouth. The implication was clear. That means there is. Chun Wan was filled with rage, having lost all trust in Song Ranyan. She regretted bringing her back to the Song family, feeling her own dignity had been utterly tarnished. Do not attempt to twist the narrative. At that moment, Song Zihui interjected. Song Ranyan, when my brother came to retrieve you, he discovered you nearly sharing a room with Wu Dafu. When Wu Ergong interrupted, you harmed Wu Dafu with scissors, portraying yourself as the victim. Now, with Yang Dawei's arrival, it is evident that you are not as innocent as you claim. If you possess good character, would so many men pursue you? Wu Xiaoling gathered courage. I am not yet 18. How could I be involved with men? I have always treasured my body. Sister, it is you who flaunts your beauty, casting flirtatious glances at men. Father and mother have scolded you many times, yet you refuse to change. To even wield scissors against someone, what a ruthless character. Indeed, with so many men pursuing her, why not others? Perhaps she truly lacks decorum. Otherwise, how can anyone know about her mole? The adoptive family must be poor. unable to support so many children, leading her to barter her body for food and clothing. Years ago, when young women were sent to the countryside, many married local men just for a meal. I always said this girl is too charming, resembling a vixen. Some women in attendance sneered and whispered among themselves. Song Ranyan did not possess the pure appearance they favored. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her eyes naturally upturned at the corners, with curled lashes resembling a transformed white fox. Moreover, her fitted dress accentuated her figure, revealing curves in all the right places. To those with outdated views, this was the very image of impropriety. As criticism began to be directed at Song Ranyan, and with her remaining silent, Song Mingzhu felt a surge of elation. With such extensive preparation, even falsehoods could be spun into truths. In this era, a woman's reputation bore immense weight. Once expelled from the Song family, no institution would accept Song Ranyan, and no man would desire to marry her. Most importantly, the Gu family and brother Yuanting were present, allowing Yuanting to witness firsthand Song Ranyan's character. Such a tainted woman was unworthy to enter the Gu family's doors. Grandma Gu intended to speak, but suddenly noticed her grandson's intense gaze fixed on Song Ranyan, his lips curving upwards as if he were enjoying a spectacle. She felt a twinge of confusion at her advanced age, struggling to comprehend the younger generation. However, she knew her eldest grandson well. If he found it tedious, he would have returned home long ago, rather than linger. On the sofa, Ho Chiu-hsia and Yin Jiefeng remained silent, for they had already received a reassuring glance from Song Ranyan when Yang Dawei had revealed the lingerie. At this moment, they realized that Iran had maintained her composure throughout, her emotions stable. Either she had anticipated this turn of events or possessed a means to shatter all rumors. Songran, do you have anything to say? Shenwan's gaze was filled with intense disdain. I will never acknowledge someone so shameless as my daughter. My only daughter is Mingzhu. She must publicly sever ties with Song Ran to salvage her reputation. Chunwan cannot be a laughingstock. Song Mingzhu whispered, Mom, could be a misunderstanding? You still defend her? As soon as she returned, she slandered you, insinuating that Wu Shaoling was under your influence. She wants to be clean and untainted. Why should she fear what others say? Hearing this, Song Ran could not help but feel a pang of heartbreak. In her previous life, she lost her innocence first, and whatever she did lacked conviction, believing she truly tarnished the Song family's name. Yet now, she stood firm, and Chun Wan continued to harbor the utmost malice towards her, seemingly oblivious to the immense harm her words could inflict on her own flesh and blood. In the past, she could not comprehend why Chun Wan treated her with such disdain despite being her biological daughter. Eventually, she realized it was not only because she had lost her reputation and brought shame to the Song family, but also due to her lack of utility, which made the proud Chun Wan wish she had no daughter at all. Song Ran turned to Song Guowei, Father, do you also think I am in the wrong? Song Guowei furrowed his brows and solemnly replied, Your third brother is correct. A fly does not alight upon an egg without cracks. Song Ran nodded coldly, directing her gaze towards Song Gukong. Uncle, what is your opinion? Song Gukong first glanced at the Yin couple, who no longer defended Song Ran, their eyes betraying evident disappointment, perhaps regretting their decision to acknowledge Song Ran as their goddaughter. Moreover, given the current situation, if Song Ran were innocent, it would merely become a problem for Song Zihui and the Song family. With this thought, he spoke sternly, Song Ran. You were raised in the countryside and have displayed poor character, but you are still young and have the opportunity to amend your ways. Now that you have returned to the Song family, we cannot deny you. Therefore, I shall fund your wedding with Yang Dawei, and from this day forth, you shall live a good life with him. Ah, what a clever ploy, resolving her issue while also enhancing the Song family's reputation. The Song family is truly unworthy. Thank you, uncle. You are truly kind. Yang Dawei exclaimed, eagerly reaching for Song Ran's arm. With a cold expression, Song Ran was about to step aside when suddenly a tall figure moved. She heard a sharp crack, followed by Yang Dawei collapsing to the ground, clutching his wrist and screaming in agony. It was Gu Yuanting. He actually came to her aid in public. Brother Yuanting, Song Mingzhu exclaimed in disbelief, her joy evaporating, leaving only astonishment. Not only was Song Mingzhu stunned, but others were equally taken aback. Gu Yuanting, known for his cold demeanor, had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet, he simply looked at Song Ran, who raised her head, revealing her wide-eyed surprise, and spoke Did not Dr. Lin provide you with a certificate? Why have you not presented it? Song Ran's heart raced. That certificate of innocence was something she had secretly requested from Dr. Lin, just in case of situations like this. She had not anticipated that Gu Yuaning would be aware of it. Would he think her scheming? Chapter 22. She is innocent and untainted. Yuanting, you know Song Ran? Song Gukong asked in astonishment. Song Siming had not mentioned this before enlisting. Only a few, including Song Zihui, were privy to this information, and it was relayed through a phone call from Song Siming. However, it was evident that Song Zihui had not disclosed their intentions to tarnish Song Ran's innocence for fear of being overheard, sealing their fate for today as failure. When Dr. Lin stated that Song Ran was innocent, Wu Xiaoling was absent, while Song Siming was present. What certificate? Song Zihui asked anxiously, addressing both Gu Yuanting and Wu Xiaoling. Wu Xiaoling was dumbfounded. When Wu Dafu was rushed to the hospital, she had remained with him and only knew that the police claimed Song Ran was forced by Wu Dafu. She had no idea about any certificate. At this moment, Grandmother Gu chuckled, asking Lil Ran, what certificate is Yuanting referring to? Song Ran glanced at Gu Yuanting, retrieving the examination certificate issued by Dr. Lin from her coat pocket and handing it to Grandmother Gu. Grandmother, actually, the night before I departed for the capital, my adoptive brother, Wu Dafu, whom Song Zihui just mentioned, forced me to consume animal drugs, attempting to violate me. He said he did not want me to return to the Song family to live in comfort and wanted to pave the way for Song Mingzhu by ruining me. The crowd gasped in shock. How cruel were her adoptive parents and brother? Their gazes inevitably shifted towards Song Mingzhu, as these were her kin. Their actions driven by motives for her sake. I did not allow him to succeed. I used scissors to injure him and then fled. The villagers chased me with sticks. I was nearly caught by the village's fierce dog. It was Captain Gu who saved me. Grandmother Gu felt immense sorrow, even from these simple words. One could discern the hardship and peril she endured. So that is how you and Yuaning are acquainted, she remarked. Song Ran nodded. If it were not for Captain Gu, I might never have been able to stand here openly. She was not exaggerating. In her past life, until her death, she had never been able to stand in the center of the Song family, regarded by all as a Song family daughter. Though she no longer yearned for that, she had once longed for it deeply. Wiping her nose, she smiled amidst the sympathetic gazes of those around her. I have never acted improperly or engaged in promiscuous relationships. Dr. Lin from Captain Gu's unit is a kind-hearted lady. She not only examined me, but also provided me with a certificate proving my innocence and purity. After reviewing the certificate, Grandmother Gu handed it to Gu Yun, saying, Grandmother cannot see clearly without her reading glasses. Please help me take a look. After reading it, Gu Yun exclaimed, Grandmother, the certificate states that Sister Song Ran has not been violated. She is intact. The terminology on the certificate was more technical, but Gu Yun conveyed the essential meaning. In truth, Song Ran had not initially intended to present the document. She merely sought to be prepared for any eventuality. However, as Song Zihui and his companions pressed her into a corner, if she did not produce the certificate, even if someone believed her today, doubts about her innocence would surely arise in the future. Yet, Song Zihui insisted, such a certificate can be fabricated easily. Who knows if you are attempting to climb the social ladder and bribing someone for it? Wu Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Song Ran remained unfazed, pulling out another document from her pocket and lifting it before her. If you claim the military doctor issued a false certificate, then is this investigation report issued by the police also fabricated? It is authentic. It bears the stamp of the precinct. It cannot be faked. Zhong Jiangwen immediately interjected loudly and stepped forward, his expression easing. Indeed, he had known he had not misjudged her. Comrade Song, may I examine it thoroughly? Song Ran nodded. Zhong Jiangwen swiftly perused it, affirmatively nodding. This is indeed genuine. It clearly states Wu Dafu's persecution of Comrade Song Ran. Fortunately, she managed to escape. It also mentions that the villagers' testimonies were consistent, asserting that Song Ran has always been honest and devoid of any scandalous behavior. It concludes with testimonies from Dr. Lin and the county hospital's physician, confirming Comrade Song Ran's innocence. As Zhong Jiangwen spoke, Song Mingzhu's face turned ghostly pale, her fingers twisting her clothing into a tight knot. Song Zihui's expression also grew increasingly grim. Only Song Chuxiao was filled with shock. Were all those previous claims false? Yang Dawei even ceased his lamenting, attempting to slip away unnoticed, but the next moment, the Yin family's bodyguards seized him and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Zhong Jiangwen announced that he would take Yang Dawei to the police station for thorough questioning, to uncover his true intentions and whether he colluded with Wu Shaoling. Mr. Song, today has truly provided Yin and everyone present with a splendid performance. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Yin Jiefeng rose, applauding with a cold chuckle. Grandmother Gu also let out a scoff, while others displayed subtle dissatisfaction on their faces. Song Gukong hastily remarked, Mr. Yin, we are unaware of this matter. It must be that Yang Dawei wishes to become a son-in-law of the Song family, thus deceiving Zihui. Indeed, it must be so. Our Zihui, being overly righteous, has been manipulated. Third Aunt Zhong Yu quickly chimed in, fearing that Song Zihui would be implicated. Song Zihui, still attending university in the capital, was under the scrutiny of the school, which placed great importance on the moral character of its students. Zihui, quickly speak up. Zhong Yu nudged Song Zihui with her elbow. Song Guiqiang glared at him as well. Reluctantly, Song Zihui confessed, I was indeed deceived. Ridiculous. Hua Qiuxiao exclaimed angrily today. Aran has produced 2 certificates to prove her innocence. Had she not presented them, or if they had been lost, would you not have tarnished her reputation? How could Aran continue to live with such slander? A mere claim of deception cannot erase the harm inflicted upon her. We as witnesses saw that none of you from the Song family supported Aran. Godmother, Song Ran supported her, concerned that she might become too agitated, feeling deeply moved. She realized that when she no longer sought the approval of the Song family, others would appreciate and protect her. She was also grateful that she had kept those 2 certificates on her person, rather than leaving them in her suitcase, for had Wu Shaoling discovered them, they would have surely been destroyed. In her past life, she had suffered too many schemes, leading her to cultivate her cautious nature, even stitching words onto her undergarments in the restroom of a clinic, all for precautionary measures. In her previous existence, it was Yang Dawei who had showcased her undergarments, rendering her defenseless, as she was the only one in the Song family who wore such outdated items. Song Zihui, what are you dawdling for? Quickly apologize to your sister. Song Zihui appeared unwilling as he offered an apology to Song Ran. Hua Qiuxiao was about to become enraged when Song Ran pinched her finger. Looking at Song Zihui, she said, Third brother dislikes me because he believes my return is to usurp everything from Song Mingzhu. Who says that? I. Song Ran interrupted. Do not rush to deny it. What I wish to convey is that I only yearn to return to my biological family and escape the grasp of my adoptive parents. I do not wish to compete with Song Mingzhu for anything. Everyone present can attest that my intention in returning is to integrate into this family, not to dismantle it. Her tone was gentle, neither aggressive nor seeking to punish Song Zihui and the others, instead appealing to reason and emotion. In contrast, Song Zihui and his companions appeared increasingly rude. In truth, she refrained from holding Song Zihui accountable because in her past life, when she reported the incident, Yang Dawei had not revealed that he was being manipulated. Since he would not face severe punishment, it was better to appease the Song family in public, maintaining a good reputation, and wait for a more opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to praise Song Ran, even expressing some disdain for Song Mingzhu, who had been meticulously raised yet could not compare to the humble grace of someone from the countryside. Look at her perspective. Song Ran's refusal to pursue accountability from Song Zihui highlighted the issues with Song Mingzhu. Ultimately, today's incident stemmed from her. Had she not felt wronged, would Song Zihui and his brothers have acted in such a manner? At this moment, she remained hidden behind others, feigning innocence. Song Mingzhu bit her lip until it bled. Chapter 23. Song Mingzhu, in a hurry to marry, seeks another partner. The brothers Song Gukong and Song Guowei recognized that Song Ran was quite sensible, not intentionally escalating the situation, thus preserving the face of the Song family. They were well aware of Song Zihui's motives, but being family members who were already adults, they could not impose excessive punishment. However, they felt a growing annoyance towards Song Mingzhu. No matter how much she hid behind others, this was ultimately her doing. Yet, the Song family valued their reputation, and Song Gukong sternly decreed that both Yang Dawei and Wu Shaoling should be sent to the Public Security Bureau. No, it's not my concern. Wu Shaoling trembled with fear upon hearing Zhong Jiangwen make a call to the police. knowing that someone would soon arrive to take her and Yang Dawei away. Sister, it was Yang Dawei who claimed he was in a secret relationship with you. I was deceived by him too. Song Ran shook her head in disappointment, tears glistening in her eyes. Xiaoling, I treated you as a biological sister. To help you escape that family, I brought you back to the Song family, hoping to find you a good job so you would no longer have to return to the countryside. Yet, you conspired with outsiders to tarnish my name and reveal my birthmarks to other men. I'm truly disappointed in you. She turned away, refusing to look at Wu Xiaoling, discreetly wiping away the tears that had slipped from the corners of her eyes. She resembled a pitiful sister betrayed by a beloved sibling, and anyone present could see her distress, further emphasizing Wu Xiaoling's appearance as a thankless ingrate. Song Ran thought, anyone could put on an act. Song Mingzhu was adept at garnering sympathy. She could do the same, and even outshine Song Mingzhu, crafting her image as gentle and kind-hearted, thereby obstructing Song Mingzhu's future path. Sister, I didn't tea. Wu Xiaoling protested, I truly didn't tea. Regret washed over her as she realized that Song Ran had genuinely treated her well, both before and after learning her true identity. Now, seeing the disappointment and sorrow on Song Ran's face filled her with guilt, especially for dragging herself into this mess. As Song Ran turned away, ignoring her, she could only plead with Song Mingzhu. Mingzhu, please say something. I was deceived by Yang Dawei because of you. If it weren't for... Song Mingzhu's expression changed drastically as she swiftly interrupted. Wu Xiaoling, what nonsense are you saying? I do not know Yang Dawei. What does this have to do with me? When you came to the Song family, I treated you like a sister, providing you with clothes and shoes and helping you arrange your schooling. How could I possibly harm you? Implicitly, she warned, if you wish to continue studying in the capital, you must rely on me. Dare to speak nonsense, and I will send you back. Wu Xiaoling instantly fell silent. Song Ran remained unperturbed. The rift between the two sisters had already formed. It was impossible to restore the deep sisterly bond they once shared in their past lives. Soon, Yang Dawei and Wu Xiaoling were taken away. Before leaving, Zhong Jingwen approached Song Ran, gently assuring her, Comrade Song, rest assured. I will investigate this matter thoroughly to ensure you are not wronged in any way. Song Ran smiled faintly at him. Thank you, Comrade Zhong. You're truly a good person. Yet in her heart, she mused that Song Zihui was the most cunning among the Song brothers. He had made thorough preparations, and Yang Dawei would not divulge his involvement. Wu Xiaoling would not face significant consequences either. Ultimately, Yang Dawei would not incur any serious charges. Zhong Jingwen was captivated by her smile, his ears turning red as he departed. With a smile still on her lips, Song Ran watched him leave, only to turn and find Gu Yuanting gazing at her, his cold eyes resembling distant stars in the night sky, inscrutable yet somewhat frigid. She had thanked Zhong Jingwen, but had yet to express her gratitude to Gu Yuanting. Captain Gu, your previous act of saving me and today's assistance are immense favors. I would be remiss not to repay them. How about I invite you to dinner another day? This would not only express her gratitude, but also provoke Song Mingzhu's ire. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu's expression indeed shifted, her eyes flashing with anger. Very well. Before Gu Yuanting could respond, Grandma Gu eagerly accepted on behalf of her grandson, leaving no room for him to decline. Gu Yuanting maintained a calm demeanor, appearing indifferent. Zhuang Anqin said nothing. Even though she did not favor Song Ran, she could not deny that the girl had suffered greatly in the past, evoking sympathy. Guyan smiled. Sister Song Ran, my brother has now been promoted to the rank of regimental commander. But since our families are close, my grandmother even gifted you the family heirloom bracelet. You may call my brother Gu de Gu, or Yuanting Gu if you wish. Song Ran was well aware of Gu Yuanting's promotion. He had achieved remarkable feats in real battles, and his reassignment to the capital was due to his new rank as regimental commander. However, apart from the Gu family, no one else was aware. Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, others quickly came to congratulate Grandma Zhuang Anqin and the others. Song Guowei approached with laughter, patting Gu Yuanting on the shoulder, a look of approval on his face. Yuanting, you are the most outstanding young man in our courtyard, setting a fine example for everyone. From now on, you must impose stricter self-discipline, strive diligently, and become an exceptional leader in the military. He regards Gu Yuanting as a potential son-in-law. Song Ran finds this quite amusing. After all these years, Song Guowei has only attained the rank of deputy regiment commander, which, if one were to calculate seriously, is inferior to Gu Yuan-Ting's position, oblivious to the fact that he is being compared unfavorably by a younger generation. Song Wei calls over Song Mingzhu and tells Gu Yuan-Ting, "You've been away for years, returning only a few times a year. Now that you can stay in the capital regularly, is indeed a good thing. You should spend more time with Mingzhu. There are many fine private restaurants in the capital. She can take you to try them out." Yes, Yuan-Ting, you have no idea. Mingzhu waits eagerly for your return every day, Chen Wan adds with a smile. Although she felt embarrassed and awkward moments ago, she now experiences a sense of pride. Gu Yuan-Ting, at such a young age, has become a regiment commander with a future that seems limitless. As her daughter Mingzhu's fiancé, he is her future son-in-law, allowing her to hold her head high with satisfaction. Mom and Dad. Song Mingzhu blushes, cautiously glancing at Gu Yuan-Ting before lowering her head shyly. The elders from surrounding families tease them, inquiring when they plan to marry. Song Ran's expression grows somber as she looks toward Gu Yuan-Ting, who remains standing behind Grandma Gu's wheelchair, his deep-set features and strikingly handsome face devoid of any superfluous expression, as though he were not the subject of their conversation. Sensing her gaze, Gu Yuan-Ting meets her eyes and, in a calm and magnetic voice, states, "Today is the welcome party for the Song family's engagement. The main protagonist is Comrade Song Ran, not Song Mingzhu, nor myself." Grandma Gu interjects, "Little Ran has suffered such great grievances. You should compensate her properly instead of neglecting her while discussing marriage plans for Mingzhu. One cannot be so biased. Moreover, the marriage proposal was merely verbal. It was never formally established. If Mingzhu is eager to marry, she can date someone else. Our Yuan-Ting is busy every day. He hardly has time to accompany her for meals and drinks." Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu's complexion changes dramatically, her pupils trembling with a hint of panic. The crowd is equally astonished. What does Grandma Gu mean by that? Grandma, I don't need Brother Yuan-Ting to accompany me. I'm not in a hurry to date or marry. Right now, my studies are my priority, Song Mingzhu exclaims in a flustered manner, fearful that Grandma Gu might suggest breaking off the engagement. The old woman's words are too biting. Everyone believes she and Gu Yuan-Ting will marry. Yet she publicly states that the engagement was merely verbal, deliberately making her feel uncomfortable. It must be because Song Ran has returned before. When a mix-up about the child was unknown, the old woman treated her fairly well, unlike now, where she hardly receives a pleasant expression. Focusing on studies is good. Our Yuan-Ting is not in a rush to marry either. Let things unfold naturally. Zhuang Anqin quickly interjects as she notices Grandma Gu about to speak again. While Song Mingzhu indeed has her faults today, her concerns are understandable. No one wants something they possess to be taken by another. Zhuang Anqin can see that Grandma Gu favors Song Ran, but a person without education or accomplishments is hardly a suitable match for Yuan-Ting. If forced to choose, she will naturally choose Mingzhu. Since the mother has expressed her opinion, Grandma Gu cannot continue. As noon approaches, Song Wukong instructs Chen Wan to arrange the meal. Given the cold weather, dining out is inconvenient and overly extravagant, so Chen Wan has hired a chef to prepare the feast at home. After the meal, as everyone prepares to leave, the bodyguards from the Yin family enter, carrying large black boxes. Hu Xiaoxia turns to Chen Wan and asks, "Madam Song, where's our A Ran's room?" As her godmother, her godfather and I have prepared some gifts for her, which the bodyguards will deliver to her room. Wow, so many boxes. How many gifts could they have prepared? People murmur, aware that the Yin family is incredibly wealthy, with their business focusing on shipping and real estate, and money is no object to them. Although ordinary people in the capital have yet to grasp the concept of real estate, it has already flourished and matured in Hong Kong, where the real estate tycoons are reaping vast fortunes. However, shipping has entered a downturn, which is one of the reasons Yin Jiefeng has come to the mainland for investment and cooperation opportunities. While many Hong Kong residents view the mainland as backward, the Yin family has a long-term vision and embodies patriotic capitalism. Regardless, the wealth of the Yin family is immeasurable, sparking curiosity about the gifts they prepared for Song Ran. Chen Wan feels slightly awkward, realizing she has not prepared a gift for Song Ran, while her godparents have gone to such lengths. Fortunately, the room has been tidied up. It is not a small servant's room on the first floor, or else it would have been quite embarrassing. She forces a smile. The room we prepared for little Ran is on the second floor, next to Mingzhu's room. I'll take you up. It's a good opportunity for little Ran to see if she likes it. Worried about Hu Xiaoxia's pregnancy, Song Ran supports her closely as they ascend the stairs. Despite Huixiaoxia insisting on taking a look, the group of people climbing the stairs is quite large. Naturally, the men do not go up. But many curious women from the courtyard, led by Zhong Mu, follow suit. Song Ran's room is at the end of the corridor, and as soon as Chun Wan opens the door, Huixiaoxia's brows furrow. The window is so small. This used to be a storage room, didn't it? How can anyone live here? Song Ran is not surprised. Chun Wan and Song Guowei have never cared about her as their biological daughter. If she had rescued Huixiaoxia, she would probably be relegated to a tiny servant's room on the first floor. This room was previously used by Song Mingzhu for storing clothes, shoes, and books, only slightly larger than the servant's room, and it lacks a separate bathroom. She has returned and surely will not stay here. But seeing Yin Shishir peeking inside, she knows there is no need for her to say much. Indeed, Aunt Chun, I remember that Mingzhu not only has the largest room on the second floor of the bedroom, but also separate rooms for practicing dance, music, and calligraphy, each larger than this one. Is it possible that Mingzhu doesn't want to give up her room? As expected, Yin Shishir feigns innocence, seizing the opportunity to provoke Song Mingzhu. Other peers nod in agreement. Song Mingzhu bites her lip, filled with resentment towards Yin Shishir. Chun Wan, feeling awkward, responds. Due to the hurried arrangements, this room had fewer items and was easier to move. After a while, we will arrange for Little Ran to switch to another room. What do you think, Little Ran? Chun Wan had never considered that Song Ran would be dissatisfied, coming from the countryside. She used to live in conditions akin to a barn, and now she should be grateful to have such a comfortable room. Song Ran coldly chuckles inwardly. That after a while will probably be a distant prospect. She feigns a conflicted expression and replies, Mom, I can stay anywhere. However, the gifts my godparents prepared for me might not fit in this room. Chun Wan turns to the dozen tall bodyguards behind her, the large black boxes heavy and cumbersome. Their contents unknown. That is perfect. I brought many strong bodyguards. Madam Song, which room do you need to move? We can help you right now. Without needing Song Ran to speak, Huixiaoxia continues, Indeed, with so many rooms, how can a biological daughter be placed in a storage room? Chun Wan, this is rather unkind of you. It's just moving a room. We can help with cleaning as well. If Chun Wan does not agree, she will be caught in an awkward situation. Seeing this, Song Mingzhu quickly exclaims, Mom, let my room be for Sister Ran. I can stay in the small room. In this small room, when it was initially decorated, why didn't you express your desire to move in? Huixiaoxia's demeanor towards her was far from cordial. She had encountered many pretentious individuals before. Song Mingzhu bit her lip, unable to meet Huixiaoxia's gaze, feeling as though her thoughts were laid bare. Indeed, what good is hindsight? Yin Shishir mumbled. Observing Chun Wan and Song Mingzhu's discomposure, Song Ran gently remarked, That is Sister Mingzhu's room. If I were to occupy it, it would appear as though I were seizing her belongings. I have already stated that upon returning to the Song residence, I shall not compete with her. Mother, please assign me a room where I can store my godmother's gifts. I am not particular. She had no intention of residing in a space previously occupied by Song Mingzhu. It felt ominous and unsettling. What a pragmatic girl. Enduring grievances without contention, truly commendable. If she were not raised in the countryside, who knows how exceptional she might be. Mrs. Zhong and others praised her in hushed tones. Chun Wan initially intended to simply allocate another room, but now, under pressure, she had no choice but to relinquish Song Mingzhu's piano room. This new space was comparable in size to Song Mingzhu's bedroom, complete with a private bathroom and ample natural light. Song Mingzhu typically practiced her painting and piano there, and it was furnished with a newly purchased modern sofa and coffee table, serving as a gathering place for her friends and classmates. In her previous life, Song Ran had only been permitted entry during tea-serving occasions. Huixiaoxia seemed satisfied, decisively instructing the bodyguards to immediately relocate the piano and other items to the storage room, swiftly tidying up the space. The storage room's wardrobe was too small and antiquated, so it was best not to bring it over, nor the bed, which seemed like an ancient relic. They wouldn't want the legs to break after just a couple of nights. This afternoon, my godmother will have everything replaced with new items, Huixiaoxia declared, her disdain evident, causing Chun Wan's smile to stiffen further. Subsequently, Huixiaoxia commanded the bodyguards to open the boxes. Upon opening the first box, the women present were captivated. Isn't this the very tactic one loves to employ? Wow, this is simply stunning. So many jewels. They must be worth a fortune. all in sets, undoubtedly expensive. Look at that massive black pearl. And that enormous diamond. The box was filled with a dazzling array of jewelry. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets, bangles, rings, and hair bands, some adorned with diamonds, others with jade, pearls, or gemstones. Truly a cornucopia. Additionally, there were a dozen exquisite watches. Song Mingzhu, possessing a certain knowledge of jewelry, felt her heart race, her eyes gleaming with greed, wishing to claim all these treasures for herself. Just one diamond-studded watch was priceless. A luxury she had only glimpsed in foreign publications. The value of the rest was unimaginable. Song Ran was equally astounded. She had assumed that Hua Qiuxia would prepare clothing and shoes for her, never expecting such a splendid collection of jewelry. In her previous life, Song Mingzhu had been enamored with jewels, collecting numerous books on the subject, only to carelessly discard them after reading. Every time, Song Ran would retrieve them. During her 2 years as a maid in the Song household, she devoured every book she could find, like a parched sponge absorbing every drop of knowledge. Some jewel-related texts, translated from foreign languages, retained many professional terms in English, which Song Mingzhu would glance at and then set aside, unbeknownst to anyone. Only she and the entire Song family could comprehend them. In those 2 years, she memorized the entire Chinese-English dictionary, transforming from a rural simpleton who knew no English into someone capable of translating entire English texts independently. No one knew that she could almost achieve photographic memory. The Chinese-English dictionary had been a casual gift from Gu Yuanting. Lost in thought, Song Ran was abruptly brought back to reality. It was precisely because she had perused numerous jewelry books that she could immediately identify the exceptional quality of these sets in terms of weight, brilliance, and purity, truly precious heirlooms worthy of passing down through generations. Godmother, I cannot accept these. They are far too valuable. I lack occasions to utilize them. This was the truth. The current ethos still emphasized hard work and simplicity. Although more women were adopting fashionable and liberal styles, they did not have the same social obligations to attend various high-profile events as in Shanjiang. Hua Qiuxia smiled gently. Not many, merely a dozen sets of jewelry. Just a small portion of what I brought with me. I have many more antique pieces at my home in Shanjiang. When the opportunity arises, I will bring them to you for your collection and enjoyment. If you don't have a chance to wear them now, that's all right. There will be opportunities in the future. You can always take them out to play with. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This was just a small portion, casually gifted, indicating the immense wealth of the Yin family, beyond imagination. The tone with which she suggested Song Ran wear them was akin to donning plastic toys. Song Mingzhu, upon hearing this, was consumed with jealousy. How wonderful it would have been if she had saved Hua Qiuxia. All of this would belong to her. A mere bumpkin. What could she possibly know about jewelry? These 6 boxes contain clothing, pants, skirts, and dresses. Unfortunately, high-end custom pieces cannot be purchased here. These were brought back by friends from abroad. I selected some based on your measurements. You are slender and tall, a perfect clothes hanger. Everything looks good on you. These 3 boxes contain shoes, boots, flats, leather shoes, and canvas shoes. I wasn't too sure what styles you might prefer, so I chose them according to my aesthetic for you. This box is filled with cosmetics and skincare products. Although our Ran is naturally beautiful, she must take good care of herself, especially during the winter in the capital. We cannot allow her delicate complexion to suffer from a cold. Song Mingzhu and Yan Shishir's gazes were riveted. If she wasn't mistaken, all the items were foreign brands, unlike the common domestic products. A classmate of hers whose father was a diplomat had once brought back a tiny bottle, which had nearly incited envy in everyone. Song Ran was deeply moved. Her godmother had prepared everything so thoughtfully, igniting a sense of guilt within her. Her motives in saving her were intertwined with other feelings. Yet her affection for herself was utterly unabashed, not merely out of gratitude for saving her life. Look, Xiaoran, didn't you say you love reading? My godmother has collected many books of all genres. 5 whole boxes. Song Ran had not anticipated that her casual remark would be remembered so keenly by her godmother. Upon noticing the English books in the boxes, Song Mingzhu's eyes flickered, and she gently suggested, "Aunt Hua, Wu Xiaoling mentioned that Ran hasn't even graduated from elementary school. She might not recognize many words. Perhaps I could bring her some simple storybooks for her to read." Hua Qiuxia didn't even glance at Song Mingzhu. Holding Song Ran's hand firmly, stating, Our Ran is intelligent and eager to learn. A diploma is merely a formality. You are young, and your future holds infinite possibilities. Song Ran nodded earnestly. Indeed, her future was filled with boundless potential, more than just revenge. What she had failed to achieve in her previous life, she would strive to realize now. As she saw Hua Qiuxia and Yin jiffing off downstairs, Gu Yuanting was no longer present. For some inexplicable reason, Song Ran felt a twinge of melancholy. Grandma Gu was elderly and had been sent back as well, leaving only the elders and younger members of the Song family in the hall. Reflecting on Chen Wan's earlier gaze toward her boxes, Song Ran felt a surge of emotion. As Gu Yun and Yin Shishir were preparing to leave, she warmly called out to them, "Please don't rush to leave just yet. I have more skincare and cosmetic products than I can possibly use. I've heard they have an expiration date, so I'd like to share some with you. Aunties, please don't go yet. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me tidy up earlier." "Really? You want to give us something?" A classmate of Yin Shishir exclaimed with delight. "We can have some too." Mrs. Zhong and the others looked on with expressions of joy. They truly hadn't anticipated that Song Ran would express gratitude. She was such a thoughtful child. Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu furrowed their brows. Chen Wan had already devised a plan for distributing the skincare products upon seeing the box. Song Ran would undoubtedly not use all of them, so it was only natural to allocate some for Mingzhu and her niece and nephew. However, Song Ran had spoken first, and it was too late for her to intervene. Meanwhile, Song Mingzhu wanted to try everything. She knew that as soon as she mentioned it, Chen Wan would hand everything over to her. As they ascended the stairs, Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu watched helplessly as Song Ran distributed jars and bottles to others. Most of the items were given to Gu Yun and a few kind-hearted girls and aunts from her previous life. Yin Shishir, who initially held disdain for Song Ran, found herself secretly vowing never to call her a country bumpkin again once her pockets were filled with treasures. Naturally, Song Ran could not neglect to share with Song Mingzhu. She generously presented gifts to both Song Mingzhu and Chen Wan, maintaining an air of grace that left no room for criticism. However, it was apparent that while the gifts appeared substantial, they were the least expensive items. Song Ran reserved only what she deemed necessary for herself, stating, "I have enough for myself. I'll leave a bottle for Xiao Ling," Gu Yun inquired, after she conspired with outsiders to tarnish her reputation. "Why do you still leave something for her?" Song Ran sighed. "My adoptive parents entrusted Xiao Ling to me when she was young. I practically raised her. I consider her a sister. Perhaps she was merely deceived." Even Yin Shishir felt a pang of sympathy, exclaiming, "You're only a year older than her. Your adoptive parents are truly heartless, and Wu Xiaoling is so ungrateful." Meanwhile, Song Mingzhu clenched her teeth in silence, feeling as though Yin Shishir had included her in the reproach. All the good reputation belonged to Song Ran. She found it unsettling, as these were her favorite tactics. After all the guests departed, Uncle Song Wuqiang and Aunt Zhong Yu led Song Zihui away, without so much as a farewell to Song Ran. Nor did they mention any apologies. They remained aloof, viewing her as merely a country girl unworthy of their consideration. Aunt Zhong was displeased that Song Ran failed to recognize the situation. Even the neighbors received imported skincare products, yet she did not offer anything to her aunt. It was not that she cared for such goods, being a high school teacher who disdained capitalist products. It was simply a reflection of her disdain for Song Ran's perceived small-mindedness. Uncle Song Gukong and his wife, however, made a point to comfort Song Ran, welcoming her home and discussing the philosophy of shared fortunes and misfortunes. They reminded her that the Song family was a collective, and her previous decision not to hold Song Zihui accountable was a display of magnanimity that she should continue to uphold. In summary, their message was clear. Family scandals must remain private, and if Song Zihui and the others mistreated her again, she must not air the family's dirty laundry. Yet, she was also expected to advocate for the family's interests, meaning she should speak well of the Song family to the Yin couple. Ultimately, they offered her symbolic reassurances that she would be compensated for her grievances in the future, though Song Ran understood that in the future was merely a platitude. Once the guests had departed, only Song Wuwei, Chen Wan, Song Mingzhu, and Song Chuxiao remained in the house. Chen Wan wore an expression of dissatisfaction. The house was still in disarray, and she regarded Song Ran with increasing annoyance. In her eyes, her daughter should be obedient and filial, not someone like Song Ran, who pierced her heart like a thorn. "Mom, let me take you to rest. I'll ask Qima to tidy up the house shortly," Song Mingzhu said thoughtfully. Supporting Chen Wan's arm, Chunwan felt comforted, nodding in agreement. Mingzhu is so considerate. She truly is her mother's little treasure. Unlike some people who only sought to provoke. Today, Song Ran had indeed stolen the spotlight. But how would others perceive her as a mother? This thought made Chunwan feel increasingly aggrieved. Song Mingzhu smiled as she assisted Chunwan into the main bedroom on the first floor. Song Ran stood by the couch, lips pressed together, her head lowered in apparent disappointment. Song Chuxiao emerged from the second-floor room, standing on the staircase with a slight frown. He had mentally prepared himself for a long time to apologize to Song Ran. Although he did not like her, he did not anticipate that the disparaging remarks made by Zihu Wei and Wu Xiaoling about Song Ran were mere fabrications. He had misunderstood her. Xiao Ran, your mother can be blunt, but today's incident was indeed your fault, Song Wu Wei said from the couch. Song Ran's cold eyes glinted momentarily with mockery as she raised her head, nervously biting her lip. Dad, please point out my mistakes, and I will certainly amend them. You shouldn't have allowed the Yin couple to present you with such lavish gifts. The more they give, the more it seems as though our Song family has wronged you. And regarding the room, it was only meant to be a temporary arrangement, yet your godmother made it public, as if we intentionally denied you a larger room, bringing shame upon us. Is that not your fault? Song Ran was taken aback by his audacity to speak so solemnly and self-righteously. She was nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. Yet, she refrained from laughing, aware of Song Chuxiao's presence on the staircase. Thus, she lowered her eyelashes and apologized to Song Wu Wei. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not consider the situation thoroughly. I want to invite my godparents over next time, all right? Song Wu Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. How could they not come to the Song family? Everyone knew that the Yin couple were Song Ran's godparents. If they did not come, others might think that the Yin family looked down upon the Songs. He spoke earnestly. That's not the point. I mean for you to pay more attention in the future, to avoid embarrassing the family in front of outsiders. We are blood relatives. We must always consider the interests of the Song family. Song Ran nodded. I understand, Dad. I will be more mindful in the future. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Song Wu Wei felt a measure of satisfaction and continued, also, do not mention the marriage with the Gu family again. That is your Mingzhu sister's engagement. It has nothing to do with you. Noticing that his tone had been too harsh, he added, your Mingzhu sister has been raised with great care. She excels in all aspects and carries herself with grace. Gu Yuanting is now a commander and is bound to rise even higher. He needs a wife who is his equal. The implication was clear. She lacked education and decorum, making her utterly incompatible with Gu Yuanting. She should abandon any delusions. He seemed to forget that had it not been for Song Mingzhu's biological mother switching them at birth, Song Mingzhu would not have received such an education. Perhaps it was not that he failed to consider this, but rather that the Song family prioritized their interests above all else, valuing Song Mingzhu solely because of her engagement to the Gu family. With the Gu family flourishing and Gu's father now serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a position far beyond what Uncle Gu's Foreign Expert Bureau could compare to, it became even more critical for Song Mingzhu to marry Gu Yuanting to strengthen the ties between the two families. Catching a glimpse of Song Chuxiao moving, Song Ran's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Yet she humbly nodded, Dad, I know I cannot compare to Mingzhu's sister. What I said publicly today was the truth. I will not compete with her for anything, including the engagement. Yesterday, during our conversation in the hospital room with Mom and my younger brother, I was merely venting my frustrations. When they warned me not to attempt to usurp Mingzhu's sister's affection, I felt so wronged and aggrieved that I uttered those words. But I regretted it immediately. How could I ever compare to Mingzhu's sister? Gu Yuanting and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Song Chuxiao, upon hearing this, felt a tremor deep within his eyes, his expression freezing. He recalled yesterday, when the entire compound was aware that his sister was not her biological sibling. Her spirits were low, and he believed it was all Song Ran's fault. Thus, he had gone to the hospital room to admonish her loudly. In truth, Song Ran had not uttered a word prior. So, her words had merely been a reaction to her emotions. Song Wu Wei was pleased with Song Ran's attitude, nodding as he made his way to the study on the first floor. Song Chuxiao descended the stairs, but upon suddenly noticing Song Ran wiping her eyes with her sleeve while picking up the scraps of melon peels with a broom, he felt an unexpected loss of strength, turning around and retreating upstairs in a near panic. He thought his biological sister seemed quite different from his preconceived notions. His thoughts were a jumble. On one hand, he felt pity for Song Ran, while on the other, he believed he could not betray Mingzhu's sister. He even thought to himself that it would be easier if Song Ran were a villain, then he wouldn't have to wrestle with his conscience. Hearing the sound of a door closing upstairs, Song Ran's lips curved into a detached smile. "Oh, dear brother, is this too much for you to bear?" Song Ran assisted Qin Ma in taking out the trash, and, as they stepped outside, they encountered Gu Yuan Ting, who was jogging. He had changed into casual attire, with his sleeves rolled up, showcasing the defined muscles of his forearms. Handsome, alluring, and exuding a potent masculine charm. As he strode past her with unwavering focus, Song Ran furrowed her brows. While disposing of the trash, she inadvertently brushed against her injured finger, letting out a slight hiss of pain. Gu Yuan Ting turned back, quickly approaching her, and with a stern expression, took the trash bin from her hands and emptied it into the garbage container. "If your hand is injured, you shouldn't be doing these chores. You mustn't continue to hurt yourself," he said in a cool tone. Song Ran was taken aback. Was he genuinely expressing concern for her? Chapter 27. You can dine for free for life. Chunwan felt physically drained and emotionally agitated. Mingzhu, aware of her condition, remained by her side, while her biological daughter, Song Ran, seemed oblivious to her need for care. It was evident that the affection of a nurtured daughter outweighed that of a biological one. Having suffered from insomnia in recent years, Chunwan had been consuming traditional Chinese medicine. Mingzhu, noticing her struggle to sleep, had even taken it upon herself to prepare the herbal concoction, resulting in a burn on her finger. Chunwan increasingly appreciated Mingzhu's thoughtfulness, resigning herself to the notion that her biological daughter was merely a burden, and she hoped that once Song Ran turned 20, she would swiftly marry and leave, alleviating her own discomfort. After taking her medicine, Chunwan had just begun to drift off when a sudden noise from above startled her awake. Realizing that the source of the disturbance was the debt collector residing in the room above, she recalled the furniture delivery arranged by Huoqiuxia. With a scowl, she ascended the stairs, exclaiming, "Song Ran, can you keep it down? You've caused quite the ruckus since your return." Upon her outburst, she noticed several workers ceasing their tasks to look at her. "Madam Song, we will finish the installation shortly and won't cause much disturbance." The manager, Mr. Liu from the furniture factory, replied politely. Chunwan recognized him as the same person from whom she had procured a set of imported sofas and coffee tables earlier that year, after a 2-month wait. She was astonished at the efficiency of the Yin couple, who could arrange for immediate delivery from a factory known for its long queues. Feeling embarrassed after her outburst, she forced a smile and explained, "My apologies, Mr. Liu. I thought Song Ran was unhappy with the room and was causing a scene. Please continue your work, and do stay for dinner afterward." This remark painted Song Ran as a temperamental individual, but as she organized her books, Song Ran did not respond. "You need not be so formal," Mr. Liu replied courteously. Chunwan chuckled awkwardly, surveying the room. The wardrobes and bookshelves installed for Song Ran were the latest high-end European style, adorned in a simple cream color with matching curtains. To her surprise, the bed was also European in design, draped with layers of fabric resembling a canopy, reminiscent of a princess's quarters. The bedding appeared to be genuine silk, impeccably smooth and luxurious, as if freshly laundered and pressed. Rumor spoke of the extravagance of the wealthy in Xiangjiang, who would transport their entire lives in grand trucks, casually producing fine items. Silk and wool, once exclusively for foreign trade to earn currency, were now considered expensive luxuries that Chunwan could scarcely afford. She was incredulous that Song Ran could inhabit such opulence, asserting that Mingzhu would be a more fitting occupant. A country girl, with her rough skin, seemed ill-suited to such lavishness, and Chunwan expressed her dissatisfaction to Song Guowei upon descending the stairs. "Why do you care if they wish to gift her? Also, my elder brother has instructed me to caution you against being overly harsh on Xiao Ran, as the Yin family has not yet returned to Xiangjiang," he replied. Chunwan felt wronged. "How am I being harsh? Now that she has her godparents, she hardly needs us. It seems she would prefer to enjoy a life of luxury with the Yins. I know you look down on her lack of education, which embarrasses you, but this is not solely about that," Song Guowei said, understanding her sentiments. As they spoke, Song Mingzhu, overhearing, suddenly brightened, her lips curling into a smirk. The installation of Song Ran's wardrobes and bookshelves progressed swiftly, and Mr. Liu even instructed the workers to tidy up. Song Ran, feeling shy, took it upon herself to grab a cloth and assist. As Song Mingzhu ascended the stairs, she overheard Mr. Liu informing Song Ran, Ms. What is a close friend of our boss, Ms. Duan. As Ms. was goddaughter, you're welcome to request anything you need directly. Moreover, the Dongshan building is owned by our boss, and you and your friends can dine there for free, lifetime complimentary service, as a welcoming gift from our boss. Dongshan building? Song Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Since the privatization of businesses nearly 7 years ago, it had become the epitome of fine dining, renowned for its exquisite cuisine. To dine, there was a mark of prestige, and the chef hailed from a lineage of imperial cooks. Essentially, it was akin to savoring royal fare. With 3 locations in the capital, reservations were necessary, and the prices were steep. Having dined there only once with her uncle's family, the experience lingered in her memory. Why should Song Ran receive lifetime free dining? Her fingers clenched tightly as she watched Mr. Liu present Song Ran with a small box, advising her to wear it to the Dongshan building, where the staff would waive her bill without requiring a reservation. As Song Ran prepared to open the box, she tiptoed to glimpse its contents, but Mr. Liu halted his movements and turned to her. Song Ran, I'm here to invite you and Mr. Liu's team to dinner. The food is ready, she said with a forced smile. No need to trouble yourselves, Miss Song. We shall take our leave, Mr. Liu replied with polite farewells as he and the workers departed. Safe travels, Mr. Liu, and please convey my gratitude to Ms. Duan. After they left, Song Ran returned inside to place the box down, followed closely by Song Mingzhu, observing the newly adorned cabinets and bed, which appeared more inviting and luxurious than her own room. A pang of discomfort struck her. In her mind, Song Ran should have been relegated to a cramped space. Feeling inferior while basking in the family's affection, consumed by jealousy. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Unbeknownst to Song Mingzhu, her eyes betrayed her envy. Song Ran approached the vanity and, through the mirror, noticed Song Mingzhu's displeasure as she surveyed the room. A subtle smile graced her lips as she discreetly opened the box given to her by Mr. Liu, placing its contents into her coat pocket before casually setting a hairpin from the vanity into the box. When Song Mingzhu turned back, Song Ran maintained her composure, placing the box back on the vanity. Shall we go, Sister Mingzhu? We shouldn't keep our parents and brother waiting. Song Mingzhu forced a smile and followed Song Ran out the door. As Song Ran closed the door, she remarked, I almost forgot to give you your key. After dinner, I will bring it to you so that you can lock the door when you go out. Thank you. Oh, I suddenly need to use the restroom. You can go ahead, Song Ran. Song Ran nodded and descended the stairs to the dining area. Upon hearing Chun Wan's critical voice from the dining room, Song Mingzhu stealthily entered Song Ran's room, heading straight for the vanity to open the black velvet box without hesitation. Chapter 28. She will walk from darkness into light, sister. Here is the key to your room. There were initially 3 keys, but I misplaced one. Once I find it, I will hand it over to you. Song Mingzhu returned to the dining room, presenting the key to Song Ran in front of everyone. Upon seeing Song Ran take the key, Chun Wan's expression turned disdainful. What about security? There are no thieves in our home. We have never locked our door and have never lost anything. Song Ran smiled gently, Mom. Sister Mingzhu gave it to me, so I took it. If you believe locking the door is unnecessary, I will certainly heed your advice. The suitcase gifted by her godmother was equipped with a password lock, and unbeknownst to others, Manager Liu had also delivered a safe alongside the cabinets, specifically for storing valuable items. Song Mingzhu, playfully leaning towards Chun Wan, remarked, Mom, didn't you see? Aunt would gifted my sister so many precious items. As the saying goes, it's not the thief's theft that one fears, but rather the thief's fixation. This is merely a means to protect my sister's possessions. Chun Wan affectionately tapped Song Mingzhu's nose, though a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart. Mingzhu's words served as a reminder that the collective worth of their household items paled in comparison to the single jewelry box belonging to Song Ran. Seated across from Song Ran, Song Mingzhu noted her sister had shed her coat, her long hair now styled up, revealing a graceful neck adorned with a simple yet exquisite sapphire necklace. Though modest in weight, its brilliance was captivating, akin to a droplet of blue oceanic tear. With her left hand bandaged and supporting the bowl, Song Ran gracefully lifted food with her right hand, showcasing a slender wrist adorned with an emerald bracelet and a petite silver watch, its face encrusted with tiny diamonds, reminiscent of a sky filled with stars. Previously settled in her emotions, Song Mingzhu felt a surge of jealousy upon witnessing this scene. lowering her gaze to conceal her own peacock watch. Until today, she had felt immense pride in her unique purchase of the watch for 800 yuan, believing it to be superior to Yin Shirshir's, which was far less expensive. Everyone had expressed envy towards her, yet now she felt like a mere joke. Why should a country bumpkin like Song Ran surpass her in every aspect? That bracelet from the Gu family should have rightfully adorned her wrist. Raising her head, Song Mingzhu forced a gentle smile and pointed at Song Ran's watch. Sister, your watch is truly beautiful. Aunt Hua must have gifted you a dozen watches. Surely you can't wear them all at once. Song Ran, discerning the malice in Mingzhu's eyes, understood her intentions. Mom has worn her watch for several years. Song Ran replied, Indeed, my godmother mentioned that these watches are waterproof and can last many years. She even helped me coordinate which watch suits what outfit and scheduled maintenance at a luxury watch store. Interrupting with a smile, Song Ran was acutely aware of Song Mingzhu's schemes. After gifting Chun Wan one of her watches, it wouldn't be long before Mingzhu's watch would either sustain water damage or break, leading Chun Wan to spoil her and pass it on to Song Ran. Mingzhu, who prided herself on mingling with high society, was taken aback by the mention of luxury watch maintenance, having only encountered watch repairs on the street. Caught off guard, she shifted her attention, stuffing food into her mouth, only to find it tasteless and bland. I'm done. Song Chuxiao finished his bowl of rice in a few hurried bites and swiftly ascended the stairs, avoiding eye contact with Song Ran. Observing this, Song Mingzhu contemplated. Chun Wan soon placed her chopsticks down as well, lacking appetite. She found everything about Song Ran displeasing. Unable to fathom why Song Ran did not seek her favor like Mingzhu did, nor did she exhibit the courtesy of serving food to the elders. The family's first meal together concluded with Song Wei also setting aside his chopsticks. As Song Ran glanced at the seafood shells on the table, her eyes reflected indifference. Upon seeing Qin Ma enter, she rose to assist with clearing the dishes. Miss Xiaoran, please put that down. With your hand like that, I cannot allow you to help me, Qin Ma exclaimed, quickly taking over. Song Ran smiled at her. Qin Ma, just call me Xiaoran, I am not a miss. Her smile was warm and sincere, radiating a youthful brightness that was simply enchanting. Qin Ma felt a wave of emotions wash over her. It was a pity that its circumstances not changed. Who could tell how remarkable this child might have become? Having been with the Song family for nearly 18 years, she had practically watched Song Mingzhu grow up. In her early years, due to family pampering, Mingzhu had been quite arrogant, though she became more obedient after turning 8. Yet she had always held a domineering attitude towards Qin Ma. Of course, Qin Ma bore no resentment. She was merely a servant, supporting her entire family through her work with the Songs, and she believed it was her duty to be diligent. However, as an observer, she felt deep sympathy for Song Ran, who had suffered immensely in the past, and now returned only to remain unappreciated, nearly falling victim to a ruined reputation. All right, I shall call you Xiaoran. By the way, your old suitcase is in the maid's quarters. Would you like me to help you take it upstairs later? No need to trouble yourself, Qin Ma. I can manage it myself. My hand is fine, Song Ran replied, entering the maid's quarters where she had resided for 2 years. It was merely a storage room, located behind the stairs with no windows or tiled floor, furnished with a small table and 2 single iron beds. Above hung a dim 30-watt bulb casting a yellowish, cold light, making it challenging to read. Wu Xiaoling and Song Mingzhu had become close friends, leaving only her alone in this space. In such an environment, she had struggled to self-study and strive towards a brighter future, only to be pulled back into darkness at the moment of her success. Song Ran picked up the suitcase, her expression impassive as she exited the narrow, dim maid's room. Ascending the staircase step by step, the light growing brighter, her shadow elongating. The suitcase had been rifled through by Wu Xiaoling. Inside lay nothing of value, old clothes and shoes that had been washed and patched repeatedly, along with a military green bag containing a few old books and a military coat belonging to Gu Yuanting. Once her hand healed, she would personally clean it and return it to him. Upon opening the bag, she discovered that the books had also been rummaged through. She gently squeezed the inner lining of the bag, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, the sun-dried ginseng remained inside. Surrounded by mountains, Yangshiga village had little food resources, so she would venture into the mountains to find wild goods. Mushrooms and herbs could be sold for money. Once, she had suffered a leg injury while joyfully returning home with a wild ginseng. only to find her parents had exchanged their grain for white bread buns and had not shared a single piece with her, let alone treated her leg. Since then, she had withheld any valuable wild goods from her parents. Whenever she had the opportunity to go to town, she would exchange them for money to buy books. The bag contained 4 ginseng roots over 100 years old, of considerable medicinal value, which she intended to gift 2 to her godparents and 2 to the Gu family as a token of gratitude and to repay Gu Yuanting's life-saving kindness. The following morning, after breakfast, as everyone departed, Song Ran feigned ignorance of the Gu family's address and asked Qin Ma to accompany her there. Upon entering the Gu family's living room and engaging in conversation with Grandma Gu, she spotted Gu Yuanting returning from a run, wiping sweat with a towel. Dressed only in a thin shirt, his movements revealed a well-defined torso, exuding a strong masculine aura. As Song Ran admired him, Gu Yuanting suddenly halted, his gaze piercing as it fell upon her. "Brother Gu, I would like to treat you to a meal," she said. "Yuanting, you're back. Quickly wash off that sweat before receiving the gift Sharon brought you," Grandma Gu said with a cheerful smile. Gu Yuanting nodded expressionlessly and turned to head inside. Feeling the chill of his indifference, Song Ran pressed her lips together, lowering her head in contemplation. Just yesterday, he had shown concern for her while taking out the trash. Why was he so distant today? Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never quite grasped Gu Yuanting's attitude towards her. If it were loathing, why would he repeatedly lend her assistance? In her previous life, she had believed Gu Yuanting would marry Song Mingzhu, their engagement tacitly acknowledged by both families, while she, a mere maid without any virtue, had always played a subservient role. She had endeavored to remain inconspicuous, focusing solely on her work and quietly learning, never harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Yet, how could one refuse the light? Gu Yuanting is the radiant beam of light that forcefully pierces through her dark and sorrowful existence, illuminating her path and providing her with a goal to strive towards. When one possesses a purpose, they're no longer lost in a haze of confusion. However, as time progressed, Song Ran halted her reminiscence, her eyes awakening with a piercing glint. It was inconsequential what Gu Yuanting's attitude towards her was. She vowed to strip Song Mingzhu of everything, making her experience the anguish she once endured, which included taking away Song Mingzhu's fiancé. Despite the fact that in her previous life, Song Mingzhu did not marry Gu Yuanting, she had no desire to uncover the reasons behind it. All she knew was that she intended to reclaim the engagement that rightfully belonged to her. She aimed to provoke Song Mingzhu into a frenzy, revealing her vulnerabilities, ultimately leading to her isolation and abandonment by all. Grandma Gu took Song Ran to a room filled with old photographs. "This was your grandmother," she said. "In the past, we were in the same unit. She was an excellent marksman, a capable medic, and could sing and dance. There was not a soul who did not adore her. Those were arduous times, yet we persevered until victory. Unfortunately, she departed this world too soon. Often, I ponder if she had not shielded me from bullets, sustaining injuries in the process, would she still be alive today?" The elderly lady, having surpassed her 70s, retained a vibrant spirit, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears whenever she spoke of her late friend. This was Song Ran's first encounter with her grandmother. In her previous life, Grandma Gu had suffered from poor health since her fall, and although occasionally she would be taken out for a stroll by the nurse, most of her time was spent recuperating in bed. Despite Grandma Gu inviting her to visit the Gu family, she felt inferior and seldom went, especially when Song Mingzhu or other family members were present. In the black and white photographs, a resolute and radiant female warrior with shoulder-length hair and a red star cap stared back at her. The image, though faded, still exuded a captivating brilliance. In that moment, Song Ran understood why Grandma Gu held such affection for her. She bore a striking resemblance to her youthful grandmother, even more so than Chen Wan. "Grandma Gu," Song Ran comforted, "I believe that under similar circumstances, you would have also shielded your grandmother from harm. You were comrades willing to sacrifice your lives for one another, embodying noble spirit and will. Your grandmother must have been grateful and elated for your survival. The longer you live, the more content she would feel." The elderly lady patted her hand, her eyes overflowing with affection. "Had she lived, your mother would not have been raised by a stepmother in such a manner, and you would not have swapped identities with a nurse's daughter. Alas, discussing this is futile. Your return is the most wonderful thing." Song Ran was aware that Chen Wan had a stepmother. Her biological grandmother had passed away shortly after giving birth to Chenwan, and not long after, her grandfather remarried. That woman bore her grandfather 3 sons and a daughter, treating Chenwan decently, yet favoring her own children. In an effort to maintain a good reputation and not appear harsh, she would indulge Chenwan while secretly undermining her. Ultimately, Chenwan's character was warped. However, Chenwan's fortune lay in her stepmother's initial intention to marry her off to the countryside, but during a social gathering. She caught the eye of Song Guowei and entered the Song family, becoming a lady attended by a maid. Grandma Gu recounted how she had brought the merely 10-year-old Chenwan to live with the Gu family, intending to protect her, only to find that Chenwan had misconstrued her intentions. Even now, Chenwan regarded her maternal family with utmost reverence. Song Ran could relate deeply to this. Whenever Song Guowei quarreled with Chenwan, it was often over her secret financial support to her maternal relatives. With this thought, Song Ran formulated a plan in her mind. Little Ran, look, this is a photo of Yuan Ting when he was a child. He was just a year old at that time. Grandma Gu presented another photograph to Song Ran. As Song Ran caught a glimpse of a pair of split-crotch pants, the photo was snatched away by 2 long fingers. The faint scent of soap and warmth enveloped her as she looked up to find Gu Yuan Ting standing tall, concealing the photograph behind his back, his handsome brow furrowed. Grandma, didn't I put this photo away? Why did you take it out again and show it to a lady? Song Ran discerned a hint of red creeping onto his ears. He could feel embarrassed. How amusing. It's merely a childhood photo, not a recent one. Just take a look. You were quite adorable as a child, unlike now, when you resemble a hard stone. Grandma Gu remarked, wheeling away in her chair. At the door, she yawned. I'm feeling sleepy. I'll take a nap. You young folks chat and get acquainted. Little Ran, please stay for lunch. Song Ran quickly replied, Grandma Gu, I wish to treat Commander Gu to a meal today as a gesture of gratitude. Grandma Gu frowned slightly. Why do you still call him Commander Gu? Song Ran glanced at Gu Yuan Ting and, seeing no signs of disapproval from him, corrected herself, Brother Gu. Grandma Gu nodded in satisfaction. Brother Gu, do you have time for lunch or dinner today? Gu Yuan Ting responded, I'm sorry, I need to go to the military base this afternoon. Song Ran's gaze fell in disappointment. Oh, I see. Perhaps he wishes to avoid any association with me. Gu Yuan Ting indeed preferred not to have extensive interactions with women. He initially intended to decline her invitation to dinner, but upon seeing her downcast expression, he finally relented. I will be available next Saturday afternoon. Wonderful. Song Ran's face brightened, her eyes sparkling with delight. Then it's settled. Next Saturday, we shall dine at Dongshun Tower. With that, she dashed out, leaving no room for Gu Yuan Ting to change his mind. As he watched her retreating figure, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Grandma, where's your room? I'll help you to rest. All right, but you must stay for lunch first. I heard from your godmother that you enjoy reading. Fortunately, Yuan Ting has many books in his study. I'll mention it to him, and then you can see if there's anything you like to take home. Such a splendid opportunity to deepen her connection with Yuan Ting was not one she would refuse. She silently expressed her gratitude to her godmother for providing such chances. Unlike her biological mother, who only belittled her in public. Upon hearing that Song Ran would stay for lunch, Qin Ma excused herself, needing to prepare meals for Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu. The housekeeper led Song Ran to the study, where Gu Yuan Ting was also present. He was engrossed in writing some documents, and Song Ran did not approach him. She simply greeted him before perusing the bookshelf. After a while, Gu Yuan Ting lifted his gaze to find Song Ran seated at a table beneath the window, having selected her books. The winter sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow over her delicate features, her profile radiating a focused demeanor. In the same room, the subtle fragrance emanating from Song Ran enveloped him like a flourishing vine, sweetening the air of the study. It reminded him of the military coat hanging in his wardrobe. He pursed his lips, averted his gaze, and resumed his writing. Chapter 30, A Match Made in Heaven, visually pleasing as mealtime approached. Chenwan finally returned home with Song Mingzhu. Song Guowei and Song Chuxiao were absent, and Qi Ma was busy in the kitchen. Chenwan changed her shoes and settled onto the sofa, while Song Mingzhu brought her a cup of hot tea and began to massage her shoulders. She felt both comforted and slightly irritated. It vexed her that even at this hour, Song Ran remained in her room, seemingly oblivious to the sounds of movement and conversation downstairs. The elders had returned home, yet she chose to stay hidden away. It was a blatant display of poor upbringing and lack of filial piety. She deliberately raised her voice. After all, biological ties can never compare to those raised under one roof. Mingzhu is truly filial, accompanying me to see the doctor and collect medicine early this morning. Some people, having grown up in the countryside, have developed an attitude of a spoiled young lady. Song Mingzhu, standing behind Chenwan, held back a smile, yet replied, Mom, perhaps yesterday. Sister Ran was simply too tired, the bed was too comfortable, and she might still be asleep now. She surely didn't mean to stay hidden. Chenwan scoffed. I see she merely enjoys the attention, wanting us to summon her multiple times before she deigns to join us for dinner. Qin Ma emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of soup, her expression awkward as she spoke. Madam, Mingzhu, Sharon has risen early and gone to the Gu family. Old Madam Gu has invited her to stay for lunch before returning. What? In an instant, Song Mingzhu's smile vanished. Song Ran had gone to the Gu family and was staying for lunch. She hurriedly inquired, Qin Ma, is Brother Yuan Ting home today? Qin Ma replied candidly, he is at home. Song Mingzhu's countenance darkened. Chenwan expressed her displeasure. What an unruly child. The very next day, she runs off to someone else's house. As if we've mistreated her. Song Mingzhu shared her sentiment. She had never believed Song Ran's claim of not wanting to take her engagement. Just the other day, in the hospital, Song Ran had looked at her with a provocative glint in her eyes, as if she were determined to have her way. Later, she had backtracked, claiming she was there to blend into the family. If she truly wished to integrate, why was she so eager to visit the Gu family? Deliberately seeking to encounter Brother Yuan Ting? The more she pondered, the angrier Song Mingzhu became. Brother Yuan Ting belonged to her. No one could take him away. Mother, I'll go to the Gu family to check on Sister Ran. Aunt Zhuang is particular about dining etiquette, and they use public chopsticks at home. If Sister Ran is unaware of this, it may upset Aunt Zhuang. I can remind her. Chenwan scoffed. She should be embarrassed and scorned for rushing over to someone else's house. Who would take a liking to a country girl like her? But if she is embarrassed, it reflects poorly on you before Aunt Zhuang. Then go. Let her make fewer foolish blunders. Chenwan was most concerned about her reputation and did not wish to lose face before Zhuang Anqin. Song Mingzhu nodded and quickly ascended the stairs to change into a fitted red dress. She applied some lipstick and, satisfied with her reflection, hurried off to the Gu family. At the Gu residence, Zhuang Anqin entered, dropping her keys, only to find Gu Yun peering through the crack of the study door with a giggle, covering her mouth. Frowning, Zhuang Anqin was about to speak when Gu Yun turned, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Mom, don't be loud. My brother is teaching Sister Ran English inside. Gu Yun whispered, concerned that her mother would interrupt. The sight of the two, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, was indeed delightful. Zhuang Anqin was nearly amused to the point of anger. Song Ran was having Brother Yuan Ting teach her English? Hadn't she barely graduated elementary school? Did she even know the alphabet? It seemed she was intentionally trying to cling to Yuan Ting. Zhuang Anqin was well aware of her son's excellence. Had it not been for the early engagement, suitors would have been lining up at their doorstep. Over the years, numerous young girls had visited her home, all with their hearts set on Yuan Ting. Just yesterday, she had regarded Song Ran as a girl of integrity. Yet here she was, seeking out her son with such a flimsy excuse. Before she could interrupt, she heard Song Mingzhu's voice from outside. Aunt Zhuang Yin, you're all home. I've come to fetch Sister Ran for lunch. Our meal is ready. Inside the study, both Song Ran and Gu Yuan Ting heard the voice. They lifted their heads, nearly bumping into each other, realizing how close they had been standing. Song Ran quickly stepped back, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, Brother Gu, for correcting my pronunciation. I can only remember words and grammar through self-study. My pronunciation still needs much improvement. Gu Yuan Ting could barely comprehend her words, his senses enveloped by her faint, delicate fragrance, and the fine hairs on her rosy cheeks glimmering in the sunlight. He took a step back, his expression neutral. You are already quite remarkable. I can help you find an English tutor to further enhance your skills. He was surprised by her dedication to learning. Initially, he had noticed her engrossed in reading and had thought little of it. But when he looked again, he saw she was poring over English classics, having already read a considerable portion in 2 hours. Out of curiosity, he had asked if she understood, and she had indeed read aloud a passage fluently, save for a few minor pronunciation errors. This was astonishing, especially since she had self-taught using only a thick Chinese-English dictionary. One impressive student, he mused, lamenting the years she had been overlooked. Song Ran beamed with joy, nodding enthusiastically. Thank you, Brother Gu. I wish to learn. Seeing her eagerness, Gu Yuanting's gaze softened unconsciously. At that moment, Song Mingzhu entered, witnessing the tender smile on Gu Yuanting's face directed at Song Ran. They stood close, the afternoon sunlight filtering in and enveloping them, creating an intimate atmosphere as if they existed in a world of their own. Upon hearing the noise, they both turned to look at her, one face handsome, the other beautiful, causing jealousy to swell within Song Mingzhu like an uncontrollable vine, almost distorting her features. She noticed that Song Ran was wearing a little black dress, her skin fair as snow, lips red and teeth white, radiating effortless beauty, while Gu Yuanting donned a black sweater. The two appeared as if dressed in matching outfits, rendering her careful preparation a mere farce. Straining to maintain her composure, she greeted Gu Yuanting with a smile before turning to Song Ran. "Sister, dinner is ready at home. Why didn't you inform mother beforehand? She asked waiting to eat with you." This remark framed Song Ran as thoughtless. Song Ran smirked inwardly, feigning surprise. "I told Qinma. Didn't she inform you? I was the one who insisted on staying for lunch. The housekeeper was present at the time and said only to prepare meals for you and Chenwan. If you wish to blame someone, blame me for my lack of understanding." The voice of old Madame Gu resonated from behind, leaving Song Mingzhu utterly embarrassed. "Madam, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to blame Sister Ran." She turned to Gu Yuanting for support. Gu Yuanting remained indifferent, stepping outside. Zhuang Anqin interjected diplomatically, "Oh, come now, since you're here, Mingzhu should stay for dinner as well. I'll send Li Ma to inform your family." Resolute, Song Mingzhu vowed to ensure that Song Ran would embarrass herself during dinner. Chapter 31. Barely graduated elementary school, and yet seeking English proficiency? "Sister Ran, the face cream you gave me is wonderful. Look at my face. Isn't it soft?" Guyan cheerfully linked arms with Song Ran, leaning in to show her face as they walked to the dining room. Song Ran chuckled. "Such miraculous skincare products are not to blame. Your skin is simply good, and you've enjoyed a beauty sleep, hence your glowing complexion, like a freshly shelled egg." Guyan blushed. "How did you know I slept in?" Song Ran knew well, for Guyan had a penchant for sleeping in on weekends, sometimes waking around noon. Her nature was laid back, rarely competitive. Otherwise, how could Song Mingzhu have become the school espel? She felt that Gu Yun was far superior to Song Mingzhu. "I didn't expect you to know about beauty sleep. That's a concept from abroad. How did you come across it living in the countryside?" Song Mingzhu inquired. Curiosity etched on her face. Zhuang Anqin also cast a probing gaze. Song Ran smiled. "Sister Mingzhu, although I live in the countryside, I'm not cut off from the world. Our town has bookstores and libraries, and I love to read. I explore all genres." Old Madame Gu nodded approvingly. "A love for reading is commendable. Yuan Ting has many books in his study. Come by more often to browse." Zhuang Anqin furrowed her brow, about to speak when she heard the old lady inquire of her son, "Yuan Ting, what do you think?" Zhuang Anqin knew her son well enough to anticipate his refusal, as he detested trouble and disliked others meddling with his belongings. His study was typically locked when he was away. The old lady had asked the wrong person. As soon as they sat down at the dining table, Gu Yuanting nodded in agreement, prompting Zhuang Anqin to gaze at him in disbelief. His demeanor was nonchalant, as if addressing a trivial matter. Zhuang Anqin reassured herself that Yuanting was merely showing respect for the elderly lady, not making an exception for Song Ran. Beside them, Gu Yun was overjoyed, telling Song Ran that it was the first time her brother had permitted anyone to freely peruse his study and borrow books, perhaps intentionally voicing it for Song Mingzhu's benefit. Song Mingzhu, nearly grinding her back teeth in frustration, yearned to suggest accompanying Song Ran, but couldn't bring herself to do so. She thought to herself that, given how busy Yuanting was, even if Song Ran came daily, she might not have the chance to see him. Having previously attempted to ingratiate herself with little success, she had grown accustomed to his indifferent nature, which, while consistently polite, was emotionally distant. Once they were married in a couple of years, everything would undoubtedly change. Thus, Song Mingzhu feigned indifference, engaging Gu Yuanting in casual conversation about other topics. Zhuang Anqin observed this with a hint of satisfaction towards Song Mingzhu, feeling a growing displeasure towards Song Ran. She believed that Song Ran's intentions were not genuinely about reading, and her mention of correcting English pronunciation was nothing short of absurd. She felt embarrassed even to bring it up, choosing not to expose the girl as clumsy excuse. If the elderly lady enjoyed her antics, so be it. The nanny brought out all the dishes, and Song Mingju stood to serve everyone, displaying manners and decorum. Sister Ran, Lima's braised ribbon fish is exquisite. You must try it. Guyan enthusiastically pointed out her favorite dish. It's far better than Crucian carp, which has too many bones and too little meat, and this one only has large bones. Each person had 2 pairs of chopsticks before them, 1 redwood pair and 1 whitewood pair. Noticing that Song Ran hesitated to reach for the food, Song Mingju deliberately picked up the white chopsticks. Upon seeing Song Ran mirror her action, a smile crept onto her lips as she began to eat rice. Just as Song Ran extended the white chopsticks to pick up a dish, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Song Mingju's eyes. However, the next moment, Song Ran switched to the redwood chopsticks to grab a piece of braised ribbon fish. Song Mingju's expression stiffened. How could Song Ran know that the red ones were the communal chopsticks? Sister Ran, how did you know this is a communal pair? I forgot to mention it earlier. At that moment, no one had yet picked up their chopsticks, except for Song Mingju with the white ones. Gu Yun and the others had been raised with the custom of using separate chopsticks, so it was second nature to them. They suddenly remembered that Song Ran, being from the countryside, might not be familiar with this practice. With a smile, Song Ran replied, I read in a book that communal chopsticks are generally longer than personal ones, and the ones closest to oneself are usually for personal use. In her previous life, Song Ran had been humiliated. The Gu family did not truly care about such trivial mistakes, but Song Mingju and Wu Xiaoling had deliberately made a fuss, branding her as an ignorant country girl, which left her feeling utterly degraded. Upon hearing this, both the elderly lady and Zhuang Anqin nodded in approval. Even Gu Yuanting's profile softened, as if he believed she indeed had read extensively. While it was true she loved reading, the reality was that she had little opportunity to do so. In her 18 years, she had only left Yangshigu village a handful of times. Her knowledge had slowly accumulated during her 2 years as a maid in the Song household. The Gu family maintained silence throughout the meal, and Song Mingju refrained from any further antics. After finishing their meal, she eagerly assisted the nanny in clearing the table, demonstrating her diligence. Gu Yuanting, needing to head to the military, quickly changed his clothes and departed. The elderly lady also retired to rest. Song Ran sat down to converse with Gu Yun, who quietly grumbled about how Song Mingju always pretended to be virtuous, acting demurely, while her mother had never made her wash a single dish in her life. Thus she wouldn't take care whether her future daughter-in-law could do so or not, given that they had a maid. Song Ran stifled a smile, choosing to remain silent. As Zhuang Anqin prepared to leave, Song Mingju suddenly emerged from the kitchen. As the hospital director, Zhuang Anqin typically returned home for lunch due to its proximity, planning to return to work afterward. Song Mingju intentionally called out to Song Ran in front of everyone, suggesting they head home together, and then casually added, Sister Ran, what are your future plans? Your academic qualifications are low, but since you love reading, I can have my friend's mother arrange for you to work in the library as a librarian. What do you think? This statement not only highlighted her supposed kindness towards Song Ran, but also eliminated one of her excuses for visiting the Gu household, suggesting that if she had enough books to read, there was no need to come to the Gu family anymore. Being a librarian sounded appealing, but the reality was it was quite tiring and offered little future prospects. Song Ran smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Mingju, but that won't be necessary. Brother Gu mentioned he would help me find an English tutor, as I wish to take the English proficiency exam and acquire my primary and middle school diplomas before making further plans. The English proficiency exam? You? Song Mingju's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, barely suppressing laughter. This was an absolute farce. Zhuang Anqin frowned and interjected, one should not aim too high. The English proficiency exam is a new policy this year, but passing is no easy feat. Even among university students, few succeed. She did not look down on Song Ran. Even in the capital city, English was a weak subject for many students, let alone in Song Ran's previous small town, where even the English teacher's pronunciations might not be standard. Moreover, English instruction only began in middle school, and Song Ran had not even graduated from elementary school. What could she possibly learn? There was no need to reject the idea of being a librarian or to concoct such a flimsy excuse. Chapter 32. A bet. What is there to fear? She is sure to win. No, Mom, Sister Ran is quite good at English. Earlier in the study, my brother even corrected her pronunciation, and I heard him praise her. Guyan spoke up for Song Ran, believing her mother had misunderstood. Song Mingju chuckled lightly. Ayun, your English grades are poor. You might have misheard. Sister Ran has never studied English and has no access to an English teacher. Perhaps Brother Yuanting was simply being kind and encouraged her a bit. Zhuang Anqin found her reasoning quite valid, suspecting that Yuanting, out of respect for the elderly lady, had refrained from discouraging Song Ran, giving her the confidence to consider taking the English proficiency exam. While having confidence is not a bad thing, blind overconfidence borders on arrogance. Shaking her head, Zhuang Anqin glanced at her watch, swiftly moving towards the door to change her shoes. She needed to hurry to a meeting at the hospital. Guyan wanted to say more, but Zhuang Anqin shot her a glare. With the final exams approaching, if your English grade is still in the 60s, I'll send you to your grandfather's house for the new year. Out of sight, out of mind. With that, she closed the door and left. Guyan puffed her cheeks in indignation. Song Ran patted her hand, saying, "Don't be upset. It's all right. I believe everyone would prefer to see results, especially since I currently lack persuasive power. ISNT it just over half a month until your final exams. If you'd like, you can join me for the English Tutor classes. But my English is truly terrible. I've tried before. Just passing would be an achievement." Guyan pouted, lacking confidence. Yet she really didn't want to endure the cold at her grandfather's house in the northwest during winter. Song Mingzhu rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing Gu Yun's self-awareness. She raised her chin and said, "Yun, didn't you say Sister Ran was good at English? Why not let her help tutor you? With her assistance, your English grades will surely improve dramatically. Why are you being so sarcastic?" Guyan replied, somewhat annoyed. "No, I'm just saying that you mentioned she is proficient in English, and Sister Ran has expressed her desire to take the English proficiency exam. So she must be quite confident. I believe she can definitely assist you. Ayun, studying together will surely be more enjoyable than attending tutoring classes alone. Who knows? You might learn even better." Song Ran smiled and turned to Song Mingzhu. "Mingzhu, your English grades must be excellent. Surely you don't need any extra tutoring. When the final exams come around, you must perform well and not score lower than our Ayun." She has directly severed Song Mingzhu's escape route, preventing the possibility of her seizing an opportunity to join the Gu family in learning English. As far as she knows, Gu Yuanting's military base is quite close to home, merely a 10-minute drive, and he frequently returns. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu suddenly narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Song Ran. "How about we make a wager? If Gu Yun's English score is lower than mine in the final exam, you will not trouble Brother Yuanting at Aunt Zhuang's house for help with an English tutor, all right?" Her English grades consistently rank among the top 5 in her class, scoring above 90 in every exam, with a perfect score of 100. No matter how much progress Gu Yun makes, she could never surpass her. Moreover, she is well aware that Gu Yun lacks the aptitude for English. Otherwise, she would not have such poor scores. Once Song Ran agrees, she can boast about it to everyone, making it known that Song Ran, a mere elementary school student, dares to dream of participating in an English proficiency test. Everyone will understand that Song Ran's intentions are far from innocent, as she seeks to linger at the Gu residence and usurp her fiancé. Consequently, Song Ran's reputation will suffer, and most importantly, once the final results are released, she will have the legitimacy to prevent Song Ran from continuing to visit the Gu family. "Who wants to bet with you?" Guyan frowned, not falling for Song Mingzhu's trick. Yet, Song Ran merely smiled, looking at Song Mingzhu, and asked, "And if you lose?" "What? Lose? Ridiculous. How could I possibly lose?" Song Mingzhu had never considered that possibility. "If I lose, I'll give you my newly purchased Phoenix brand bicycle." "Puffed, just a bicycle. Who would compete with you over that?" Guyan scoffed. "Then let us add a camera." Her mother said that the Seagull SLR camera, purchased from Shanghai, would arrive within half a month. "If you win, I shall gift you both the bicycle and the camera." "Sister Ran, do you dare to compete? What is there to fear?" Song Ran replied calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she held absolute confidence. There was no need for her to find witnesses. She believed that before the day was out, Song Mingzhu would ensure that everyone knew about this wager. At that point, Song Mingzhu would have no chance to backtrack. Song Mingzhu shared this sentiment, feeling immensely proud, convinced that Song Ran was overestimating herself and unwittingly providing her with leverage. Who would dare call Song Ran arrogant? It was utterly laughable. The country bumpkin not only aspired to participate in English proficiency tests, but also audaciously claimed she could tutor high school students in English, destined to become the subject of ridicule in the courtyard. Observing Song Ran's agreement, Gu Yun felt a twinge of insecurity and quietly said, "Sister Ran, my English really is quite poor. I'm surely no match for her. It's fine. You need not feel pressured. If you lose, you lose. It's nothing to fret about. If your grades improve, even a little, you have succeeded in a personal challenge, which is also a form of motivation. Wouldn't you agree? Guyan nodded earnestly, feeling that Song Ran's words were so gentle, resembling a caring older sister, despite the fact that Song Ran was only a month older than her. Hearing their exchange, Song Mingju's eyes glinted with derision. When she returned home, she intended to share this wager with Chun Wan, but found Song Zihui and Wu Xiaoling in the living room, along with Song Chu Xiao, who had also returned. Third brother. Xiaoling, you're back. Although she knew Wu Xiaoling wouldn't stay long, she was surprised that she had emerged so soon. She hadn't yet figured out how to interact with her younger sister. Sister. Wu Xiaoling ran towards her, and upon seeing Song Ran behind Song Mingju, she hesitantly greeted. Sister Ran. Song Ran smiled and took Wu Xiaoling's hand. Xiaoling, you've endured so much. Look, you've lost weight. Sister Ran, I'm sorry. Wu Xiaoling felt compelled to apologize due to Song Ran's overly kind demeanor. Song Zihui stepped forward, coldly stating, what are you apologizing for? You did nothing wrong. All the blame lies with Yang Dawei. You were merely a pawn in his game. This was the reason Wu Xiaoling had been released so quickly. Yang Dawei had assumed all the blame himself. Song Ran understood that Song Zihui was fond of Wu Xiaoling, as she was Song Mingju's younger sister. It was undoubtedly Song Zihui's influence that led to Wu Xiaoling's swift return. So what? The murky waters of the Song family could certainly use a stirrer like Wu Xiaoling. Gently patting Wu Xiaoling's back, Song Ran spoke softly, it's all right. The past is behind us. You will always be my sister. By the way, my godfather and godmother sent me many gifts, and I've set aside some just for you. Your living space is a bit cramped. Would you like to share a room with me going forward? Song Mingju listened, her brows knitting tighter. Wu Xiaoling was undoubtedly her biological sister. Was Song Ran attempting to steal her family's affection by claiming her sister? Not a chance. She interjected, Xiaoling, why not live with me? You need trouble, Sister Ran. Song Ran raised an eyebrow. Not a trouble at all. Chapter 33. To fish. One must be willing to bait the hook as long as Song Ran desired something. Song Mingju would rather destroy it than allow her to have it. This was true in the past, and it remains true now. The more Song Ran insisted on having Wu Xiaoling share her room, the more Song Mingju resisted. In contrast, Wu Xiaoling appeared flattered, surprised that both sisters were vying for her attention, indicating her desirability. Eventually, she chose Song Mingju, as Chen Hohat had instructed her that her biological sister was the only one she could trust. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt. Song Ran had treated her far too well, helping her upstairs and gifting her new clothes, unlike Song Mingju, who only offered her hand-me-downs. Regrettably, the shoes were the wrong size. Otherwise, she would have selected a few more pairs. Following her upstairs, Song Mingju noticed Song Ran's elegant dresses, which were clearly high-end, prompting a hint of jealousy. Wu Xiaoling could wear such beautiful and fashionable clothes, while she herself could not. Who truly was the favored daughter of the Song family? Xiaoling. There are hair ties, headbands, and clips on the vanity. Choose whichever you like. Song Ran led Wu Xiaoling to the dressing table. Wu Xiaoling was rendered speechless. Sister Ran, can I take any of these? Song Mingju cast a glance, noting the vanity was adorned with a myriad of hair accessories. While they were not as luxurious as the jewels in the box from the previous day, they were still quite eye-catching. Most hair accessories nowadays were made of plastic, but those sent by Huo Qiuxiao were adorned with faux gemstones, and some headbands were made of silk, with clips in various colors, reflecting the latest trends from Xiangjiang, novel and stylish. In comparison, the trinkets in her own room appeared quite rustic. To fish, one must be willing to bait the hook. Song Ran nodded at Wu Xiaoling. Of course you may. Turning to Song Mingju, she asked, Sister Mingju, would you like to pick a few? Song Mingju, concerned about her pride, certainly wouldn't select a few small accessories, as if that would diminish her status in comparison to Song Ran. With a smile that held a hint of condescension, she replied, Thank you, but no need. I have plenty of accessories. You should keep them for yourself. Song Ran nodded. Very well then. Xiaoling, choose as many as you like. You can change them daily. How wonderful. Wu Xiaoling, having never seen such fine items, eagerly took everything she liked, filling her arms with more than half of the accessories from the vanity. Song Ran smiled, not only refraining from stopping her, but also picking up a clip that Wu Xiaoling had chosen, stating, This one would suit Xiaoling perfectly. It will match the red dress I gifted you splendidly. Really? Wu Xiaoling's heart soared with joy. Song Mingzhu observed, thinking to herself that Song Ran truly treated Wu Xiaoling like a real sister. Consequently, she felt compelled to treat Wu Xiaoling even better, aiming to coax her into betraying Song Ran once more, thus causing Song Ran pain and isolating her within the Song family. Wu Xiaoling, thrilled with her bounty, expressed endless gratitude to Song Ran, addressing her as sister repeatedly. Song Mingzhu deliberately remarked, "Sister Ran, don't you have jewelry and watches? Why not give Xiaoling something?" Watches. Wu Xiaoling's eyes sparkled. She had always envied others in town wearing watches, dreaming of owning one for herself. Song Ran smiled. "I truly wish to gift Xiaoling a watch. However, the watch given to me by my godmother is of considerable value. She specifically instructed me not to give it away and to take good care of it. I cannot disappoint my godfather and godmother's affection for me. If I were to damage or gift such a precious item, they would surely be displeased." After saying this, she turned to Song Mingzhu and remarked, "Sister Mingzhu, you have a new watch on your wrist. Surely you possess an old one as well. Why not gift it to Xiaoling for her to wear?" Indeed, Wu Xiaoling recalled the old watch she had seen in Song Mingzhu's room, and she had even hinted at her desire for a watch at that time. Moreover, she felt a certain trepidation towards the Yin couple. Even the presence of foreign bodyguards made her nervous enough to hold her breath. Song Mingzhu furrowed her brow and replied, "Xiaoling, it's not that I am unwilling to give it to you, but mother has instructed me to pass the old watch to my cousin Hui from my second uncle's family." Song Ran blinked, "But Xiaoling is your biological sister. Surely an old watch wouldn't matter." Wu Xiaoling immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, how can a cousin be more important than a sister? Sister, look at how many gifts Sister Ran has given me. You've only given me old clothes and shoes. Yesterday, I heard your classmate Yin mention that the clothes I wear are all outdated things you no longer wear." "Yin, sure. Song Mingzhu cursed her silently. "That gossip monger." She forced a smile and said, "Xiaoling, I cannot decide. I must consult mother first." Wu Xiaoling pouted in displeasure, finding her stingy. She couldn't even make a decision about an old watch. However, upon seeing the multitude of gifts from Song Ran, her spirits lifted as she cheerfully embraced them and headed to Song Mingzhu's room. Before Song Mingzhu left, she glanced back to see Song Ran tidying up her vanity. She opened a drawer, revealing a black box nestled within it. Song Ran locked the drawer with a key, a smirk playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with derision. This country bumpkin likely didn't even know where the entrance to Dongshan building was, and yet she enjoyed lifetime free access. What a waste. However, upon returning and witnessing the chaos Wu Xiaoling had created in her room, her good mood vanished entirely. She descended the stairs, and in front of Chen Wan, Song Zihui, and Song Chu Xiao, recounted the wager she had made with Song Ran. "What? She can speak English? And wants to take a proficiency test?" Song Zihui, a freshman, noted that the English proficiency test had just been implemented at his university this year and wouldn't be nationwide until the following year. He had seen the exam questions, which posed a challenge even for him, and his spoken English was lacking. How could Song Ran even consider taking such a test? It was laughable. Had she overheard someone mention an English proficiency test and simply blurted it out, oblivious to the ridicule it would invoke? Song Zihui's face was contorted with mockery. Chen expression was equally grim. She had long suspected that Song Ran was a source of trouble. Her return had already led to one scandal after another. If she wasn't embarrassed, Chen certainly was. If news of this spread, she would never be able to hold her head high in the courtyard. At that moment, her resentment deepened. She wished she could send Song Ran back to the countryside. Song Chu Xiao's brow furrowed as well, questioning her audacity. Initially, he had felt some sympathy for her, but now he believed that those who were pitiful must also possess something detestable, a sentiment that rang true. "Mother, please don't be angry. Perhaps it is beneficial for Sister Ran to recognize her own limitations. I do not mind taking a bet with her, as long as she can learn from this experience and conduct herself with sincerity." Song Mingzhu spoke gently and considerately. Song Zihui sighed. "You always selflessly consider others. But when she challenged you to a wager, she did not think of your reputation. She is not worth your concern." Song Mingzhu's eyes flickered. She refrained from mentioning that she was the one who initially proposed the wager. After all, having taken 18 years of her life, she was willing to help her in any way possible. With a slight smile and a mischievous glint, she mused perhaps Sister Ran is actually quite proficient in English. and thus is confident that she can assist Gu Yun in improving her skills. How could that be? Song Chuxiao scoffed. She hasn't even graduated from elementary school. How could she possibly recognize all 26 letters of the English alphabet? Song Zihui, however, took a moment to ponder, and, as he glanced up, he saw Wu Shaoling and Song Ran descending the stairs together. His eyes narrowed, fixating on Wu Shaoling. Chapter 34. If I lose, I will leave the Song family forever. Song Ran. I am a loss as to where you derive such audacity to wager with Mingzhu. Remember, you are now a member of the Song family, and your every action reflects upon us. If you dare bring shame upon the Song family, I will see to it that you return whence you came. Chen Wan, in a fit of anger, issued a sharp warning as she saw Song Ran approach. Song Ran paused, her fingers instinctively clenching at her sides before she regained her composure and descended the steps with poise. Once she stood firmly, she innocently replied, "Mother, didn't Sister Mingzhu mention it? I merely wished to study and progress alongside Gu Yun." It was Sister Mingzhu who suggested the wager, believing Gu Yun's English skills to be lacking. Chen Wan's anger faltered momentarily as she turned to Song Mingzhu, who quickly explained, "That was to encourage you to recognize the difficulty, fearing you might use studying as an excuse to visit the Gu family, only to embarrass yourself during the exam and appear to have ulterior motives. Sister Ran, I am genuinely looking out for your well-being. Mingzhu is not at fault." Chen Wan glared at Song Ran. "She has your best interests at heart, while you, on your second day back, rushed to the Gu family. Are you afraid others might not discern your intentions? Mingzhu, as the future daughter-in-law of the Gu family, has not held this against you. That is her generosity." Hearing this, Song Chuxiao's expression grew colder, his youthful brows now devoid of any sympathy for Song Ran, replaced only by disdain. Though she claimed not to wish to compete with Sister Mingzhu for Yuan Ting, her actions today were all aimed at getting closer to him. He gritted his teeth. "Song Ran, how can you be so shameless? Yuan Ting is my sister's fiancé. Any normal person would keep their distance. Are you solely preoccupied with how to entice him?" Her appearance, resembling that of a seductress, was evidently designed to attract men. Yang Dawei was utterly infatuated with her, and even Zhong Jiangwen was busy because of her. Soon, our courtyard would descend into chaos. Song Zihui mocked, his eyes betraying open disdain. Initially, Song Ran had felt fear and shame under such scrutiny, believing the fault lay with her. However, she later realized that no matter how she proved herself or conducted herself with humility in the eyes of the Song family, simply glancing at Song Mingzhu's possessions was interpreted as a desire to compete with her, as if she were unworthy. Very well, she had indeed come to seize what was rightfully hers. Song Ran spoke slowly. "You all speak so harshly. Have you considered that my English skills are indeed commendable? Is it not true that Brother Gu values my learning ability, which is why he suggested hiring an English tutor for me? Are you joking? How many English letters can you recognize?" Song Zihui retorted coldly. "It was Grandmother Gu who had Yuan Ting request a tutor for you." Song Chuxiao's frustration intensified. He could hardly bring himself to acknowledge Song Ran as his sister. In his entire life, he had never encountered someone so arrogant and shameless. Song Mingzhu added earnestly, "Sister Ran, while Grandmother Gu may favor you due to your grandmother, in terms of closeness, it is Mother who is most favored by her. Do not continually burden Grandmother Gu, depleting the goodwill of the elder generation. It is not advisable. Since you do not believe me, wait and see in half a month." Song Ran lowered her long lashes, revealing a look of sorrow and disappointment. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes glistened with tears. "I would like to add a clause to the wager with Sister Mingzhu. If I lose, I will leave the Song family forever." This statement struck Song Chuxiao, leaving him momentarily speechless as he gazed into Song Ran's reddened eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Yet, Song Mingzhu felt a surge of joy in her heart. She certainly hoped for Song Ran to leave the Song family. This way, no one would vie for what belonged to her, ensuring she remained the most cherished daughter of the Song family. "Very well, that is your word. Let's all bear witness." Fearing that Song Ran might have a change of heart, Song Zihui immediately agreed. Song Ran looked at her, "And if I win, can she win?" Song Zihui scoffed. "If you manage to win, I shall publicly apologize to you in front of everyone in the courtyard, right in the broadcasting room." Song Ran lowered her head, sniffled, and softly replied, "All right." After saying this, she stepped outside and mentioned, I'm going to see my godfather and godmother. I want to be back for dinner tonight. Chunwan wore an expression of discontent, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. The elder brother needed to maintain a good relationship with the Yin family, and that required Song Ran's involvement. Yet, once she left, Chunwan returned to her room, muttering under her breath, I don't know what sins I committed in my past life to have such an arrogant person as my offspring. It's better if she keeps her distance, to avoid causing constant chaos in the Song family and disrupting our harmony. She wished to prevent the Song family from becoming the subject of gossip. Today, while walking, she felt as though people were discussing her behind her back. In the corner of the staircase, Wu Xiaoling thought the Song family was quite intimidating. Song Zihue glanced over at her and asked, Wu Xiaoling, tell me, has Song Ran ever studied English? Wu Xiaoling shook her head. No, she didn't even take the elementary graduation exam. English is taught in middle school. But the teachers in our small town have heavy accents and seem unprofessional. Few students excel in English. She looks at it as if it were a foreign language. Song Chuxiao interjected. Third brother, there's no need to inquire further. She's bound to lose. My sister consistently scores above 90 in English, while Guyan barely manages to pass. In just half a month, how could she possibly outperform my sister? Song Mingzhu internally agreed, but said, it's not certain. I think Ran is quite earnest and seems confident. I need to put in more effort too. I absolutely cannot allow third brother to apologize publicly. This remark brought a smile to Song Zihue's face. However, out of caution, he asked Wu Xiaoling, how were Song Ran's grades in elementary school? Did she enjoy reading? Her grades were quite good, Wu Xiaoling replied somewhat shyly, and she also loved reading. In truth, Song Ran could have obtained her elementary school graduation certificate. She had consistently ranked first in her class, but on the eve of her exam, Chen Ho Hat had struck her on the head with a firewood stick, preventing her from continuing her studies. However, she lacks books to read. She claims she cannot understand my middle school materials and has never seen my English texts. This did not entirely alleviate Song Zihue's concerns. If they intended to expel someone, they needed to be absolutely certain. He took Wu Xiaoling aside for a private conversation. You and T want Song Ran to take your sister's place, would you? As long as she is here, Mingzhu will always feel unworthy. If you wish to lead a good life, you must join forces with me to drive her away. Otherwise, the first to be sent back to the countryside will be you. Wu Xiaoling was frightened by his cold gaze, her face turning pale. Song Zihue continued, of course. If you assist me, I will forget your benefits and will arrange studies and work for you. If it weren't for Song Ran's trust and affection for Wu Xiaoling, he wouldn't have wanted to deal with someone so simple-minded. Chapter 35. All benefits are unrelated to the Song family. Song Ran took out a hat that matched her camel-colored coat, placed it on her head, and with a faint smile playing on her lips, she stepped lightly out of the courtyard. A brand-new black sedan was already waiting outside. Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxiao resided in the newly opened Kunlun Hotel, the tallest in the capital, featuring a revolving restaurant on the top floor that offered breathtaking views of the city. This was Song Ran's first time standing at such a height, taking in the entire cityscape. The sensation was quite marvelous. Although the afternoon tea selection here was not as abundant as in Xiangjiang, the traditional dim sum was delightful. Hey Ran, come, try the osmanthus almond pudding. It's sweet and good for your complexion. Song Ran returned from the window to her seat. The spacious revolving restaurant had cleared out, leaving only a few bodyguards and waitstaff. She took a spoonful and savored it, the creamy aroma wafting up, nodding in approval. Delicious, godmother. It's both fragrant and sweet. She thought perhaps her hardships in a past life made her unable to refuse any sweetness in this one. Hua Qiuxiao watched her as she enjoyed the pudding, her eyes reflecting maternal affection. What a pity it's another boy. Otherwise, having a daughter as lovely and well-behaved as Iran would be wonderful. Don't just eat this. There are many more pastries to try. Iran, give them all a taste. Song Ran indeed sampled each one, providing her feedback. Hua Qiuxiao noticed her particular fondness for sweet treats. She relished anything sugary, while the savory snacks were merely average. What pleased her most was that despite coming from a rural background, Song Ran's demeanor was not crude. She carried herself with grace and elegance, resembling a true lady, yet without pretentiousness. Every gesture was pleasing to the eye. Compared to the faux heiress of the Song family, Iran embodied the true essence of nobility. How do you feel after returning home? Do they bully you? The gifts I sent you are meant to win hearts. Don't hesitate to use them. I'll get you even better ones later. Hua Qiuxia's warm concern enveloped Song Ran, who instinctively leaned closer and replied, I remember everything you said, godmother. I gave away some of the gifts, and I'm doing well in the Song family. No one can bully me. I will surely improve from now on. Hua Qiuxia noted that she didn't say no one bullied her, but rather that no one could bully her, indicating just how unsatisfactory the Song family was, disregarding their own daughter while doting on an adopted one. Such a family was destined to ruin their future. She gently stroked Song Ran's hair and said, Why not come back to Xianjiang with me? I love you dearly. Song Ran's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head. I will definitely go to Xianjiang, but not now. The Song family owes me, and I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. She then asked, Does godmother think I'm very wicked? Of course not, silly child. Hua Qiuxia recognized her intelligence. She navigated the Song family with ease, and it was evident that her biological parents, Song Wei and Chun Wan, lacked genuine affection for her. Her choice to stay had its own reasons. I only know you are a good child. You can brave danger to save others, and your eyes reflect a pure heart, albeit shadowed by resentment. But this is certainly not your fault. In that moment, Song Ran felt as though Hua Qiuxia understood everything, yet her eyes held only tenderness, devoid of any other emotion. For some reason, Song Ran felt considerably lighter in spirit. She was grateful for the decision she had made, which saved Hua Qiuxia's life, granting her the best godmother in the world. Aren't you ashamed, crying your age? Hua Qiuxia gently wiped away the tears that had fallen on her cheeks with a handkerchief, the warmth leaving her reluctant to part. Why is A Ran crying? Did the Song family bully you? Just then, Yin Jiefeng strode in, handing his coat to his servant. Song Ran quickly turned away, wiping her face clean. As soon as Yin Jiefeng sat down, he remarked, Song Wukong just came to discuss cooperation with me. I should have turned him away. Uncle came to find you so soon? Song Ran inquired, turning her head. He wants to hire foreign experts from me and has organized a dinner tonight with Minister Chow from the Foreign Trade Department. Since the Song family has treated our A-Ran poorly, I see no reason to attend this dinner. Yin Jiefeng had a protective nature, which, although it had led to many losses, he never changed. He was not as shrewd as other business people. Chow. Song Ran's mind sparked with realization. Go. Godfather, you must attend this dinner. In her past life, due to Hua Qiuxia's incident, Yin Jiefeng had rejected all cooperation from the mainland, offering a high bounty to capture the culprit and then return to Xianjiang, never to set foot on this land again. In the following year, Song Wukong managed to leverage his connection with Minister Chow. After Song Siming wed Minister Chow's youngest daughter, Song Wukong excelled in bringing in foreign experts, securing his position with great stability. The pivotal reason for this success was Minister Chow, who brokered a partnership with a wealthy Li family from Hong Kong, facilitating substantial trade expansion, technology introduction, and a long-term economic and foreign exchange cooperation plan. During the years when Song Ran was confined in the mountains, the economy soared, and in a brief span, the capital saw an influx of skyscrapers. The towering structure beneath her feet would soon become a relic of the past. Song Mingzhu's ascent to becoming the wealthiest individual in the region stemmed from her support network rather than her own capabilities, as she was merely a beneficiary of many backers. In 2 years, regulations would prevent high-ranking officials' children from engaging in business. Yet Song Mingzhu, not being a biological daughter of the Song family, had naturally advantageous circumstances, easily acquiring wealth. The genesis of all this was the collaboration between Minister Chow and the Li family, alongside the marriage between the Chow and Song families. However, the landscape has shifted. Hua Qiuxia remains alive, and Yin Jiefeng has also stayed. At this moment, the Li family may still look down upon the underdeveloped mainland. All the advantages Song Ran once enjoyed are now irrelevant to the Song family. Godfather, please do not forfeit this mutually beneficial opportunity because of me. Mutually beneficial? Yin Jiefeng chuckled. It appears you have great confidence in future developments. Song Ran nodded. Indeed, our nation possesses vast territories, abundant land resources, a rich population, and mineral wealth. It is only a matter of time before we rise. Our economy will one day soar like that of Hong Kong. Despite having lived only until the 1990s and gathering much of her information from the snippets shared by Chin Ho Hot and Old Man Wu, she remains steadfast in her faith in the nation. As Li Bai once wrote, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles, and she felt that encapsulated the future of China. Conversely, Hong Kong had already surpassed its peak development phase. Godfather, you, and godmother came to the capital to seek new opportunities, correct? Please do not let my conflicts with the Song family lead to a missed chance of a lifetime. Ian Jeffing's admiration for Song Ran grew. It seems your godmother was right. Iran is indeed a person of great wisdom. She hardly seems uneducated. Chapter 36. Old Lady Gu. The grandson finally sees the light. Ian Jeffing indeed attended the dinner that evening. The next morning, Song Gukong arrived at home, beaming with joy, accompanied by his wife, to present Song Ran with a meeting gift. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I personally went to Ming Zhangzhai before dawn to buy you some traditional Beijing snacks. Your cousins in Mingzhu have enjoyed them since childhood, and they're still warm. Do give them a try. Song Ran glanced at the paper-wrapped snacks already laid out on the table. While there were many, each type was notably lacking in quantity. The claim of personally procuring them seemed to mock her ignorance of how Ming Zhangzhai's snacks were priced. Song Mingzhu, observing from the side, smirked at her. Sister Ran, do taste them. This is truly a thoughtful gesture from Uncle. Indeed, her uncle's frugality was consistent, and these snacks were likely leftover gifts from others, hard and crumbly, with only the least desirable varieties remaining. Yet, Song Ran, being from humble beginnings, was evidently expected to settle for the scraps. She privately reveled in the situation, watching her aunt attempt to feed her a piece of honey, 3-layered cake. Song Ran accepted it with composure, taking a bite. Why is it so tough? Aunt Feng Yi furrowed her brow, cleaned her hands with a handkerchief, and replied, Little Ran may not be accustomed to this type of snack. It has this texture. You need to bite down firmly and savor it slowly. You've endured many hardships. Perhaps you are not used to such sweet treats. Her tone bore a condescending air, reminiscent of how she spoke to Chen Wan, as if her act of feeding Song Ran was a grand favor, necessitating gratitude. Song Wukong, the unquestioned authority in the Song family, naturally appreciated his wife's demeanor. When he noticed Song Ran's lack of appreciation, instead questioning the cake's toughness, his expression darkened. He feared she was deliberately being critical, now that she had wealthy godparents, looking down on the gift from her uncle. Feigning ignorance, Song Ran asked, Is this how freshly made honey 3-layered cake tastes? Yesterday, my godmother had someone from Ming Zhangzhai bring over some for afternoon tea, and it was fragrant and soft, becoming sweeter the more I chewed. I thought that was the normal flavor. Her words instantly froze Feng Yi's expression. Upon hearing this, Song Wukong hastily took a bite of the honey 3-layered cake, nearly breaking a tooth. Feng Yi, her mind racing, quickly explained, Oh dear, little Ran, how careless of me. In my haste, I mistakenly grabbed the wrong snacks. These are from a few days ago, and got mixed up with what I bought this morning. Song Wukong was well aware of his wife's nature. Having endured hardship in their earlier years, her penchant for being stingy and taking advantage of others was somewhat forgivable. However, times had changed, and the Song family was now well off, wanting for nothing. Continuing this behavior would only bring disgrace. Thankfully, this was a private matter at home, not an embarrassing public display. Without reprimanding Feng Yi in front of Song Ran, Song Wukong merely adopted a stern demeanor, affirming, Little Ran, your aunt has a poor memory and made a mistake. Please do not be upset. I will have her bring you a fresh batch shortly. Song Ran smiled. It's quite all right, uncle. Auntie did not mean it. Why would I be angry? Feng Yi awkwardly smiled, resolving to be more considerate towards Song Ran in the future. Realizing this country girl was not so easily fooled, the smile faded from Song Mingzhu's face as she recognized that Song Ran had, with a single snack, instilled a sense of caution in her aunt, demonstrating a level of cunning that should not be underestimated. Is Miss Song Ran here? At that moment, the voice of the Gu family's maid, Li Ma, could be heard from outside. Song Ran walked to the door and waved, Li Ma, I'm home. Is there something you need? Li Ma replied, Yuan Ting has invited an English professor for you, and he is currently at home. The old lady requests you to come and meet him. So soon? Song Ran felt a surge of excitement and quickly grabbed her coat, ready to go with Li Ma. A professor? Song Wukong and Song Mingzhu were both taken aback. Song Wukong had only learned of Song Ran's wager with Song Mingzhu the previous evening. He had intended to visit before heading to work, bringing gifts for Song Ran, but primarily to dissuade her from pursuing any notions of English proficiency exams, fearing the situation might escalate and bring shame to the Song family. Yet before he could voice his concerns, the Gu family had already brought in an English professor. Not just a teacher, but a professor. This was sheer madness. It was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Wait, Song Wukong called out, but Song Ran had already swiftly exited. Hearing his voice, She turned back briefly to wave. "Uncle, if there's something, we can discuss it when I return. I'm off now." Song Gokong nearly chased after her. "Uncle." Song Mingzhu pulled him back. "It seems my sister is quite confident. Let her study well. Even if she fails the exam, acquiring more skills is beneficial. Besides, I've heard that people from Hong Kong love to speak English. She might be preparing to live there in the future." Even if a professor was invited, there was no need for her to feel intimidated. The professor might not even be willing to teach Song Ran. It could easily turn into a farce, and before long, Song Ran would have already lost. Ignoring Song Gokong's thoughts, she spotted Song Chuxiao coming down with a bag and exclaimed, "Chuxiao, hurry up. We're going to be late for school." Song Chuxiao was 2 years younger than Song Mingzhu but had started school earlier. He was now in his second year of high school, while Song Mingzhu was in her final year. Both attended the same school. The school was a mere 15-minute walk from their residence. But on the way, upon hearing Song Mingzhu mention the professor from the Gu family, Song Chuxiao's disdain for Song Ran deepened. Upon arriving at the classroom, a classmate jokingly inquired if he had a rustic older sister who was preparing for an English proficiency test, further escalating his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Song Ran had reached the Gu residence and, before entering, encountered Gu Yuanting, who was about to step out. "Good morning, Brother Gu," she greeted. "Aunt mentioned that you arranged for an English professor for me. Is that really necessary?" Gu Yuanting replied, "Not at all. Professor Chen studied abroad in his early years and possesses profound knowledge of English. He participated in the compilation of high school and university English textbooks and has been on the lookout for promising students to nurture. I have faith in your abilities. However, Professor Chen has his own criteria for selecting students. Only those who pass his assessment will receive his guidance." "I will definitely pass," Song Ran declared confidently, her fair face adorned with a radiant smile. Outside, snow began to fall, and as she stood beneath the eaves, the pristine snowflakes settled upon her glossy black hair. Her exquisite features lit up with a brilliant smile, revealing a charming dimple, reminiscent of a sweet, crisp pear in winter, ready to be bitten into. Feeling a wave of discomfort, Gu Yuanting averted his gaze, retrieving a fragrant pear from his pocket that he had intended to snack on during his journey. Without further ado, he placed it firmly in Song Ran's hands and strode away. In a daze, Song Ran entered the house, only to find a plate of pears on the coffee table. Upon noticing the pear in her hand, Grandma Gu chuckled and muttered something about a revelation, leaving Song Ran bewildered. Chapter 37. Professor Lin is very satisfied with Song Ran in the study of the Gu family. Song Ran felt a surge of excitement. Before her stood Professor Lin, a slender figure who had taught her for 3 months in her previous life. In that past existence, she had learned English late, primarily studying in secret within the narrow confines of a nanny's room at the Song residence, where her windowless room allowed her to study undetected by the world outside. Even if Aunt Chin had discovered her, she would have kept it to herself. She had self-studied for over a year, and it was also Gu Yuanting who had introduced her to Professor Lin. Many had spoken ill of her character in front of him, yet he had never succumbed to hearsay. He remained strict yet supportive, encouraging her to maintain an optimistic outlook. If only she hadn't been sent back to Yangshuga village by the Song family, she might have already entered university and become a true student of Professor Lin. Clenching her fingers, Song Ran suppressed the hatred brewing within her for the Song family and greeted Professor Lin with grace. While others feared his stern demeanor, she was unafraid. Professor Lin was merely serious and possessed a warm heart. "Hello, Professor. My name is Song Ran. I have self-studied the Chinese-English dictionary for 2 years and can recite all its contents from memory." Professor Lin, initially sizing her up, peered through his glasses into her eyes upon hearing this. Standing tall and composed, Song Ran welcomed his scrutiny. Professor Lin's expression hardened. "Young lady, do you know how many words and phrases are included in the Chinese-English dictionary? Can you tell me how many pages it contains?" Song Ran replied confidently. "There are a total of 858 pages, over 100,000 phrases, and 90,000 individual words, each firmly etched in my mind." Narrowing his eyes, Professor Lin straightened his posture and said, "Very well, let me test you." Meanwhile, Wu Shaoling rose from her soft bed, feeling utterly comfortable. This was the epitome of enjoyment. The life of a young lady. She casually wrapped herself in a cotton coat and headed downstairs in search of food. Chen Wan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book and sipping tea. She looked up to see Wu Shaoling with unkempt hair and a face that had yet to see a wash. racing towards the kitchen without so much as a greeting. Aunt Chin, what as for breakfast? Are there any meat buns? What? Only plain porridge and steamed buns? That won't do. I want meat buns. Go buy me some. Wu Xiaoling ordered Aunt Chin imperiously. Chun Wan, overhearing this, nearly laughed in disbelief. She approached and coldly remarked, "In our house, once mealtime has passed, there's no food left. You've slept in until now, and still expect Aunt Chin to fetch you meat buns? Your audacity knows no bounds." Wu Xiaoling stiffened. She had not noticed Chun Wan when she came downstairs, believing only Aunt Chin was home, which led her to reveal her true self. Her eyes darted around, and she quickly plastered on a smile, saying, "Aunt Chun, my sister mentioned there would be meat buns for breakfast, and I thought Aunt Chin was deliberately not saving any for me. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." This reminded Chun Wan that this rural girl was indeed Mingzhu's younger sister, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. Chun Wan cherished Mingzhu and had lovingly raised this girl, agreeing to let Song Siming bring Wu Xiaoling back to provide companionship for Mingzhu. However, ever since Song Ran returned, her mood had soured, leading her to find fault with everyone. "Auntie, has Sharon gone out? I noticed her door was locked. Could you tell me where she went? Brother Zihui said I should keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't bring shame to the Song family." At the mention of Song Ran, Chun Wan's expression darkened. "She has gone to the Gu family. You must go there now and bring her back, saying I need her for something. How dare she see a professor? The Song family's reputation will soon be tarnished by her." Wu Xiaoling secretly stuck out her tongue, her eyes gleaming with delight. Last night, she had confided in her sister about her fears of Chun Wan and Song Chuxiao. Her sister had advised that if she angered Chun Wan, she could simply change the subject to Song Ran, and it had worked like a charm. Her sister was truly clever, surveying the hard, stale steamed buns Aunt Chin had brought, which were difficult to chew, and the bland porridge that had no flavor. She turned her nose up at them and decided not to eat. Surely, the Gu residents would have better offerings. After washing up and changing her clothes, Wu Xiaoling followed Aunt Chin to the Gu residence, inquiring about Professor Lin along the way. Upon Aunt Chin's departure, the Gu family's maid graciously welcomed her in, making her feel like a proper young lady of the Song family. With her head held high, she entered and immediately spotted Grandma Gu in her wheelchair. The elderly woman's aged eyes scrutinized her, causing Wu Xiaoling to feel exposed and fearful. Stammering, she said, "Grandma, I'm here to fetch Sister Xiaoran. Her mother has something important to discuss with her. Please return. Xiaoran will be back shortly," Grandma Gu replied, and with that, the maid gestured for her to leave. Wu Xiaoling Henti even stepped into the living room before being ushered out. Fuming with anger, she gritted her teeth, cursing the old woman inwardly for her heartlessness. Yet, she dared not return, fearful that Chun Wan would scold her for being useless, so she waited outside the Gu residence. After nearly half an hour of waiting, feeling cold and hungry, her hands and feet nearly frozen, Wu Xiaoling finally spotted a tall, thin man in his 50s, wearing glasses, emerging from the house. His expression was stern, devoid of warmth, and he appeared quite displeased. A surge of joy coursed through Wu Xiaoling. Fantastic! Professor Lin must surely look down upon Song Ran. Of course, this was to be expected. Song Ran lacked her education and dared to aspire to great heights. Others might be intimidated by her. But having grown up alongside Song Ran, she knew her all too well. She was merely seeking attention, envious of Mingzhu's favor. Moments later, Song Ran also emerged. "Sister Xiaoran." Hearing the voice, Song Ran's gentle smile faded as she turned her gaze to Wu Xiaoling. "Xiaoling, why are you still here? Grandma Gu mentioned you came half an hour ago. Have you not gone back? Are you afraid of dealing with my mother?" Her seemingly concerned inquiry extended with a hand to warm Wu Xiaoling's cold fingers, where she noticed an old watch on her wrist, Song Zihui's watch, which she recognized. Her kindness made Wu Xiaoling feel momentarily guilty, but then she reminded herself that in half a month, Song Ran would surely be expelled from the Song family. A predetermined fate. To remain in the Song family and continue enjoying its luxuries, she had to cling tightly to her older sister's leg. Wu Xiaoling withdrew her hand, her moment of guilt dissipating, and asked Sister Xiaoran, "Was that the professor who just left?" He seemed rather displeased. Was he angry? Song Ran feigned a sigh, perhaps. Wu Xiaoling felt a rush of excitement, but pretended to be concerned, asking, "What will you do? Doesn't this mean you'll lose your wager with Mingzhu? Are you going to find another teacher?" "Sister Xiaoran, why not apologize to Mingzhu and make amends? There is no need to seek a new teacher. Professor Lin has agreed to instruct both me and Guyan. What? Wu Xiaoling expressed her surprise, but quickly came to realize that this Professor Lin was likely doing so to uphold the Gu family's reputation. Primarily, he was there to teach Guyan, while teaching Song Ran was merely an afterthought. His dissatisfaction with Song Ran was evident in the way he left, his face long and grim. Noticing Wu Xiaoling's self-convinced demeanor, Song Ran smirked and casually inquired, "Let's not talk about me for now, Xiaoling. Have you sorted out your academic status? Are you planning to continue your studies or enter the workforce?" Chapter 38. It was her mother who deliberately switched you, and Song Ran off? I haven't figured that out yet. Wu Xiaoling was in no rush. She had only just arrived in the capital a few days ago, and hadn't yet had her fill of fun, so why the hurry? Besides, with the Song family's wealth and influence, securing her a job would surely be effortless. Xiaoling, you need to take this seriously. I've heard that there's a military district social gathering on New Year's Day, and the children of our compound can attend. Many excellent officers are already being courted, and engagements are being arranged to avoid competition, Song Ran cautioned. If you wish to stay in the capital, the best course of action is to get engaged first. Then when the time comes, you can simply obtain your marriage certificate. Wu Xiaoling's eyes lit up at the thought. Of course, she desired a military officer as her husband. Some rural women in the compound lived splendidly after marrying officers, elevating their status. Being young and beautiful, why wouldn't she succeed? She was fond of studying, and even if her academic status was transferred, continuing high school wouldn't guarantee her admission to university. She also had no desire to engage in strenuous work. Her dream was to be like Chen Wan, leisurely sipping tea at home, attended by a maid. Yet, her status was a bit complicated. Although Wu Xiaoling considered her conditions favorable, she was, after all, from the countryside, and her position in the Song family was ambiguous, leading her to fear she wouldn't qualify to attend the gathering. It's simple. Just have the Song family acknowledge you as their adopted daughter. I thought of suggesting it when I first arrived, but they seemed to dislike me, and I was afraid that mentioning it would only make them resent you. You needn't worry. Wu Xiaoling, anxious that she might provoke the Song family's resistance, quickly replied, "I'll have Mingzhu bring it up." With Song Mingzhu being so favored, her mention would surely yield a favorable response from the Song family. As for whether Song Mingzhu would agree to speak on the matter, Wu Xiaoling never considered it. On the way back, Wu Xiaoling fantasized about her bright future, her mood soaring. Song Ran smirked slightly. She advised Wu Xiaoling that the focus should not only be on the social gathering, but rather on her status as an adopted daughter. In her previous life, the Song family had taken Wu Xiaoling in as an adopted daughter long before, providing her with luxuries far superior to those afforded to Song Ran. Their tacit approval allowing Wu Xiaoling to humiliate her. They believed that such oppression would help her come to terms with reality and behave appropriately. Wu Xiaoling's fate was indeed fortunate, having the Song family as her stronghold. At a social event, she caught the eye of one of Song Guowei's subordinates, leading to an engagement, and as the years passed, her fiancé rose through the ranks, fulfilling her dream of becoming a dignified lady. Presently, Wu Xiaoling's aspirations soared high, and Song Ran stoked the flames of her ambitions even further. In her past life, everyone remarked upon the bond between Song Mingzhu and Wu Xiaoling, likening them to sisters who had ascended to greatness. For Song Mingzhu, Wu Xiaoling's presence was merely an embellishment. Given that both Wu Xiaoling and Song Ran hailed from humble beginnings, they formed a contrast. The more clever and well-mannered Wu Xiaoling appeared. The more coarse and ignorant Song Ran seemed in comparison. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically, and she was eager to observe what actions Wu Xiaoling would take after becoming a burden to Song Mingzhu. With Wu Xiaoling stirring up trouble, she could focus on assisting Gu Yun in improving her English skills. Upon returning home, Chen Wan naturally scolded her with a mix of sarcasm and reproach. Song Ran let the words flow in one ear and out the other, retreating upstairs to study, only coming down for lunch and dinner. After dinner, at 6:30, she set out for the Gu family, as Professor Lin typically arrived around 6:40. Song Mingzhu exchanged glances, and Wu Xiaoling hurriedly followed suit. "Stop!" Song Chuxiao blocked Song Ran's path. "You are not permitted to go to the Gu family." At that moment, he was tall and slender, akin to a bamboo stalk, but his handsome features were marred by an intense hostility. Song Ran raised her gaze to meet his, her expression as calm as the stillest waters. As if observing a stranger, Step aside. I told you, you are not going to the Gu family to embarrass us. Did you not hear? His pride was palpable, his anger tinged with resentment, blaming her for making him the laughingstock of the school. Song Ran remained unfazed. After all, she had heard far worse in her previous life. This was merely trivial. She lowered her head, choosing silence, too disinterested even to feign sadness, knowing Song Mingju would soon intervene as the peacemaker. As expected, Song Mingju rushed over to grab Song Chuxiao. Chuxiao, why speak such hurtful words? It will only upset our sister Ran Ran. As she held on, Song Ran took the opportunity to slip out with her head down. Wu Shaoling hurried to catch up, secretly reveling in the situation. The Gu family was nearby. It was merely a 2-minute walk. Shaoling, thank you, but you need to accompany me next time. It's cold outside. You should head back. Not a chance. How could I possibly return? Sister Ran, let me accompany you. I wish to improve my English too. But Professor Lin only agreed to teach 2 individuals. Having more would surely irritate him, Song Ran replied, appearing troubled. Wu Shaoling exclaimed, then I will wait for you at the Gu family. Once inside, Song Ran and Gu Yun made their way to the study, where Professor Lin had arrived and greeted Grandma Gu before entering. Wu Shaoling attempted to follow, but found the door had already been shut by Gu Yun. Grandma Gu's gaze fell upon Wu Shaoling as she instructed the maid. Lima, please bring some sunflower seeds for Miss Wu to enjoy. Wu Shaoling felt humiliated by the old woman's intentional slight. With her front tooth missing, how could she possibly crack seeds? Such simple words, yet she could not spell them correctly. Had she never studied English? Pronunciation requires one to open their mouth. How can anyone hear you if you're rolling your tongue? Incorrect. Write this word 50 times. The stern voice resonated from the study, causing Wu Shaoling's smile to broaden. As Grandma Gu ordered the maid to bring her peanuts, Wu Shaoling quickly slipped out of the Gu residence. However, she did not return immediately, but instead took a stroll around the compound, lest Mingju think she was inattentive. She noticed several young officers returning from outside, each standing tall, and they even glanced back at her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hurried back to the Song family. Unbeknownst to her, they were merely looking at her, because the loudmouth Mrs. Zhong had spread the word about her arrival at the Song family and her attempt to sabotage Song Ran. The entire compound was aware that Song Mingju had a younger sister from the countryside, who happened to be missing a front tooth, and they were curious to see what a young girl with such a peculiar feature looked like. Yet Wu Shaoling remained oblivious, her confidence soaring as she returned to the Song residence and dragged Song Mingju into her room, insisting that Song Wei and Chun Wan should recognize her as their adopted daughter. Adopted daughter? Song Mingju stared at Wu Shaoling in disbelief. That's impossible. Are you dreaming? Why would that be a dream? We are biological sisters. We cannot favor one over the other. Mother said that it was she who deliberately switched you and Song Ran, allowing you to enjoy years of a privileged life. Now it is my turn to live well. Song Mingju's expression turned pale with shock as she clamped her hand over Wu Shaoling's mouth. Chapter 39. Sisters share their fortunes. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Mingju seethed, her eyes trembling with rage, struggling to accept Wu Shaoling's earlier words. I'm not speaking nonsense. This is what her mother explicitly stated. Wu Shaoling pushed Song Mingju's hand aside, furrowing her brow. Do you really think it's that easy to switch children? No, it's impossible. Song Mingju took a step back, leaning against the door, shaking her head in disbelief. She had originally relished in her circumstances, only to discover it was all a ruse orchestrated by her biological mother. A sudden knock at the door startled Song Mingju, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Sister, what is going on? Nothing. I'm just playing with Shaoling, she stammered. As long as it's nothing. The footsteps of Song Chuxiao receded. Wu Shaoling observed the pallor on Song Mingju's face and quickly reassured her in a hushed tone. He definitely didn't hear anything. Don't be anxious. How dare you even mention it? Song Mingju hissed through gritted teeth as she pulled Wu Shaoling into the inner bathroom, finally releasing her and warning. Wu Shaoling, you're old enough to know what to say and what not to. What benefit do you gain from threatening me and exposing me? Did Song Ran put you up to this? Wu Shaoling furrowed her brow. How am I threatening you? I'm just speaking the truth. Do you think I want your parents to recognize me as their goddaughter to threaten you? You are my sister. How could you think so poorly of me? Keep your voice down. Song Mingju lowered her tone, her expression darkening. If you dare to repeat what you just said, I won't have an easy time, and neither will you. Besides, this is not my fault. it's Chun Ho Hades. My parents care for me and dote on me. They want to mind whether it was intentional or accidental. Wu Xiaoling looked at Song Mingzhu in disbelief, realizing for the first time that her sister was not as kind and gentle as she had envisioned. Moreover, Song Mingzhu was right. The Song family had raised her for 18 years, and the one at fault was Chun Ho Hot. At that time, she was still an infant, as innocent as Song Ran. Song Mingzhu fixed a sharp gaze on Wu Xiaoling. Did Song Ran instruct you to threaten me? Decide whether you are with her or standing by my side. Wu Xiaoling sensed the genuine threat in her words. Should she lean toward Song Ran, Song Mingzhu would make her pay dearly. Fearfully, she replied, Mom only told me that Song Ran doesn't know about this. Song Mingzhu sighed in relief. Sister, I will definitely stand by you. We are sisters. We should share blessings and bear difficulties together. Mom also instructed me to help you deal with Song Ran. Wu Xiaoling defended herself. When I asked your parents to accept me as their foster daughter, it was for your benefit. Think about it. I am your biological sister. But I come from the countryside and am treated like a servant in the Song household. They would look down on me. Moreover, with a recognized identity, I can find a good match in the future and help you secure your position in the Song family. This made Song Mingzhu contemplate. Seeing her sister swayed, Wu Xiaoling turned on the charm. Sister, in the Song family, we are each other's closest allies. Everyone else is an outsider. Look at how the Song family treats Song Ran, their own flesh and blood, with such disdain. If they stop liking you, wouldn't that be worse than Song Ran's fate? Just the thought of being scorned by the Song family, especially by those led by Yin Shishir, filled her with dread. Ultimately, she wasn't their biological child, which stripped her of confidence. In the past, she never needed to curry favor with Chanwan and Song Chuxiao. But now she had to worry about whether her words and actions would upset them. If she could persuade Chanwan and Song Wuwei to adopt Wu Xiaoling, it would provide her with additional support. I'll give it a try, Song Mingzhu agreed, advising you should flatter Chanwan and Song Chuxiao. Get him to see you as a sister, and things will be easier. Song Wuwei may deny favoring sons over daughters, but in reality, he valued his son above all else. Wu Xiaoling nodded eagerly. At the Gu household, as soon as Professor Lin left, Gu Yun slumped despondently onto her desk. Sister Ran, am I too foolish? I have no linguistic talent at all. During the hour and a half of study, she had endured nothing but scolding from Professor Lin. He is so strict. Woe is me. You are not foolish. You simply lack a solid foundation, Song Ran reassured her, pulling out a handwritten textbook she had prepared for Gu Yun. Any language can be mastered with the right techniques. English is actually quite simple. Let me start from the beginning with you. Drawing from her previous experience in Professor Lin's class with Gu Yun, Song Ran was acutely aware of her weaknesses, which was the main reason she had agreed to bet with Song Mingzhu. At that time, Gu Yun was already in college, and Song Ran had helped her catch up in English, enabling her to pass her first English proficiency test, despite its high difficulty. What? Start from beginning? How long will that take? Can I learn it in half a month? Gu Yun's eyes widened. Your other subjects are consistently among the top. The only one you're struggling with is English. Is it because you didn't like your first English teacher, which made you lose interest? I believe your intelligence will allow you to learn quickly. You just need to rekindle your enthusiasm. Let's give it a shot. If your English improves, your overall score will surely surpass Song Mingzhu's, and you'll get into the university of your dreams. This notion stirred something in Gu Yun. She had long had her sights set on a particular university and wished to be a junior to someone special. However, her poor English grades held her back, and she felt even if she performed exceptionally, she might still barely miss the cutoff. Moreover, Song Ran was right. Her dislike for English stemmed from a middle school teacher who belittled her and mocked her pronunciation, leading her to shy away from speaking. In contrast, Song Mingzhu excelled in English and was even the class representative. It didn't help that that teacher was Song Mingzhu's aunt. From that moment on, she had distanced herself from Song Mingzhu. All right, I can do this, Gu Yun declared with renewed vigor. Yet upon seeing English again, she felt overwhelmed and even drowsy. Song Ran patiently began teaching her the fundamentals, integrating her understanding and offering appropriate praise, which invigorated Gu Yun's spirit. I could do this. Once I open my mind. It's so simple. Gu Yun realized the English homework left by the teacher seemed to have transformed into something manageable, and she felt as if she had discovered a new world. For the parts she struggled with, Song Ran meticulously explained, even more thoroughly than the teacher, and she grasped it immediately. This time, Gu Yun was filled with confidence. As Song Ran tidied up her belongings and prepared to leave, There was a knock on the study door. "It's me. Can I come in?" Gu Yuanting's deep, melodious voice resonated from outside. Song Ran's gaze flickered. "Yes." Gu Yun, brimming with excitement like a little bird, opened the door and immediately began chattering about her newfound knowledge. Gu Yuanting raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze landing on Song Ran's charming face. "Are you tutoring a Yun?" Chapter 40. I am rightful. Why do you cling to me? Song Ran assumed Gu Yuanting doubted her ability to teach Gu Yun, explaining, "Brother Gu, Yun is very bright. We are learning from each other and progressing together." "Not all," Gu Yun interrupted. "Today, Professor Lin was too profound. I didn't understand a word. I owe my progress entirely to Sister Ranran's patient teaching. Don't underestimate Sister Ranran. She is truly remarkable. I think she is even better than our English teacher." It was as if she was a natural teacher, easily identifying weaknesses. Gu Yun felt as though she was falling in love with English, all thanks to Song Ran. Song Ran quickly waved her hands, not wishing to claim any credit or give Gu Yuanting the impression that she was overstepping her bounds. Knowing how to read, write, and recognize is not the same as knowing how to teach. I'm helping a Yun because she helped me a lot in my past life. If it weren't for her studying abroad, I believe, with her kindness, she would have come to see me in Yangshiga village. A gentle smile graced Gu Yuanting's handsome face as he gazed into Song Ran's eyes, softly assuring her, "Don't be anxious. There are many geniuses in this world. You are not the first I've encountered." "You mean, I'm a genius?" In astonishment, Song Ran's fox-like eyes widened, adding a touch of vivacity to her lovely face. No one had ever deemed her a genius. She was acutely aware of her rapid learning abilities and her near photographic memory. However, she found herself in an environment where accolades were scarce, and instead, she faced relentless criticism day after day. Consequently, she believed herself to be merely more diligent and possessive of a better memory than the average person. While many had achieved success through self-study, the few who could complete a hefty English-Chinese dictionary in just 2 years and adeptly translate articles were indeed rare. Upon my return, I encountered Professor Lin, who sang her praises, stating that there was little left he could teach her due to her extensive knowledge. You may not realize this, but he is quite stern and rarely compliments anyone. Gu Yun stifled a giggle. He praises others, yet he is not known for being lenient or generous with compliments. Now, he seems quite earnest in his admiration. This flattery left Song Ran feeling somewhat bashful. Fortunately, Gu Yuanting merely suggested that if she was willing, she could continue tutoring Gu Yun, reassuring her that she need not worry about the wager. Even in defeat, she would not be cast out of the Song family. Song Ran's expression turned awkward. Does even Brother Gu know about this? He was indeed a busy man. However, she found herself intrigued by the notion of wagering against his fiancé, pondering who he might believe would emerge victorious. Examining the examination results, it was a contest between a biological sister and a fiancé. You needn't feel any psychological pressure. After saying this, he glanced back at Gu Yun, who was making faces behind him. They were indeed siblings, understanding each other with merely a glance. She was clearly being a nuisance. I shall return to my room to continue my homework. Brother, please see Sister Ran home. Gu Yun, clutching her bag, exited without forgetting to close the door. Just as Song Ran was preparing to leave, she was unexpectedly confined inside with Gu Yuanting. Her steps faltered, and the atmosphere grew awkward. She approached Gu Yuanting and reached for the doorknob. "Wait, this is for you." Suddenly, Gu Yuanting withdrew a white porcelain bottle from his military pants pocket and presented it to her. "What is this?" "Scar removal ointment. A comrade of mine hails from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Even old scars can be erased, but it requires consistent application. When you finish, let me know." Song Ran did not take it, her gaze fixated on Gu Yuanting. He was quite thoughtful. Upon their first encounter, he had noticed the scar on her shoulder and sought out a remedy for her. Yet, he was not the type to be overly warm-hearted. In a previous life, he often gave her the impression that he treated her differently from others, leading her to entertain inappropriate thoughts. Gu Yuanting, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort, his throat constricting as he recalled the day she had exposed her delicate shoulder in the snow. He was not a man driven by desires. On the contrary, he had always led a life of moderation, viewing relations between men and women as burdensome, preferring instead the exhilaration of running laps around the courtyard. However, since that day, a woman had begun to haunt his dreams. Initially, her face was obscured, Beneath a faded floral shirt lay a tantalizing figure, and a small red mole beneath a loose button was captivating. Gradually, the woman's face transformed into that of Song Ran, her eyes rimmed in red, lashes fluttering shyly as she gazed at him, embodying an exquisite blend of purity and allure, evoking an intoxicating fragrance. An obsession grew within him. He yearned to erase the scars on Song Ran's fair skin. "This is a token of ginseng, and I thank you for saving my grandmother." Gu Yuanting's expression returned to normal as he offered an explanation. Song Ran still did not accept it, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Thank you, Brother Gu, but I have too many scars. Using such a fine ointment would be wasteful. You should save it for someone who needs it more." Gu Yuanting's handsome brows furrowed. Song Ran turned the doorknob. Gu Yuanting grasped her wrist and pressed the bottle into her hand. "Use it for now. There's more when you run out. Scars do not suit a girl." "But—" Song Ran hesitated as the bottle slipped fully into her grasp, and Gu Yuanting withdrew his hand. "Brother Yuanting." As Gu Yuanting opened the door and stepped out, he spotted Song Mingzhu standing outside, her face betraying a look of grievance. He nodded curtly and strode away, unaware of the transformation of Song Mingzhu's expression from disappointment to jealousy and resentment. She had witnessed everything, their hands brushing against each other, the subtle tugging. Yet, she understood that he disliked petty women, so she refrained from causing a scene, instead feigning a hurt demeanor as she gazed at him, only to find him dismissively indifferent. Fuming with anger and hatred, Song Mingzhu's hands trembled as she fought to contain her emotions. Song Ran had already overheard the conversation between Song Mingzhu and Li Ma in the courtyard. It was a deliberate provocation meant to be witnessed. Song Mingzhu proved to be more resilient than expected. When she caught Song Ran's gaze, filled with venomous disdain, Song Ran flinched, innocently explaining, "Sister Mingzhu, please don't misunderstand. Brother Gu merely offered me scar ointment. There is nothing more between us." "What transpired?" Gu Yun's puzzled voice interrupted from the side. Song Mingzhu quickly composed herself, forcing a smile as she said, "It's getting late, and our parents are worried. So I came to escort Sister Ran home." As soon as they stepped out of the Gu family home, Song Mingzhu turned to warn Song Ran, "Sister Ran, everyone knows that Brother Yuanting is my fiancé. Your actions are the most despicable, akin to being a third party intruding upon someone else's relationship. Our parents, along with everyone in the Song family, will come to despise you. You might even find yourself sent back to the countryside one day." Song Ran raised an eyebrow, surveying her with a smirk. "Sent back to the countryside? Sister Mingzhu, you are mistaken. I am not the biological daughter of the Wu family. You are. It is you who should return to the Wu family in the countryside. Furthermore, according to Grandmother Gu, I am, in fact, her rightful granddaughter-in-law. Why must you cling to that position?" Chapter 41. Song Mingzhu, cease your unreasonable turmoil. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu's expression fluctuated, her nails digging into her flesh. But the next moment, Song Ran smiled mischievously. "I was just teasing, Sister Mingzhu. Please, don't take it to heart. Brother Gu simply acted out of kindness by offering me scar ointment. Now, let us depart. It is late, and we should not worry our parents." With that, she strode ahead, leaving Song Mingzhu's figure shrouded in a dark, brooding shadow. Kindness? Brother Yuanting never engaged in unnecessary gestures. She had never received a gift from him. Why would he gift Song Ran with scar ointment? Her intuition had always been accurate. She was certain that Brother Yuanting's feelings for Song Ran were anything but ordinary. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and by the time she reached home, her eyes were red with suppressed tears. Song Chuxiao was the first to notice her unusual demeanor, immediately inquiring with concern, "Sister, what is wrong? Has someone bullied you?" As he uttered the latter part of his sentence, his gaze turned hostile towards Song Ran. Song Ran, uninterested, prepared to ascend the staircase. "You stop right there." Song Wuwei's voice cut through the air like a whip. Turning back, she saw the lowly sobs of Song Mingzhu, enveloped in Chun Wan's embrace, the latter gently patting her back as if they were a true mother and daughter. Song Chuxiao stood nearby, his face painted with pity for his sister, while his anger directed at Song Ran was palpable. "Father, I have not bullied Sister Mingzhu. Is she injured or bleeding? Why are you so furious?" Song Ran feigned confusion, her eyes wide with innocent bewilderment as she regarded the 4 members of her family, plus the timid Wu Shaoling. "What did you do with the Gu family? Why did you return at 10 o'clock? Does anyone entertain guests this late? Furthermore, You claim Sister Mingzhu kindly came to fetch you. So what did you do to make her cry so grievously? Song Guowei's anger stemmed from Song Ran's defiance, her insistence on attending the Gu family to learn English, failing to recognize her own limitations as she dared to follow a college coach's lead. Now, not only was the courtyard abuzz with gossip, but even within his military unit, word had spread. His superior had inquired whether his biological daughter was a genius, leaving him utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Whom has he ever lost to such a person? As soon as she returned, trouble followed. I was puzzled, Sister Mingzhu. Why are you crying as if I have wronged you? Did I not just explain? There is nothing between me and Brother Gu, if you insist on thinking otherwise. There is nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu cried even harder, sniffling as she said, Sister Ranran, I saw you and Brother Yuanting in a tangle just now. How can you claim that you have no ulterior motives? Her pitiful demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier, imposing warning at the Gu residence. Song Guowei, upon hearing this, fixed a stern gaze on Song Ran. Mingzhu is asking you why you were tangled with Gu Yuanting. What are your intentions? Ah, so you wish to snatch away Mingzhu's engagement. How shameless can you be? Truly, I must have committed sins in my past life to have given birth to such a debt collector. I should have drowned you at birth. Our once harmonious family is now in ruins because of you. Chun Wan pointed at Song Ran, tears streaming down her face, outraged that her well-maintained family had turned chaotic. Mingzhu had never cried like this before. She was a precious gem raised with care, now bullied into tears by Song Ran. Huh! Song Ran felt as if a hole had been dug in her heart, with sorrow surging within her. She thought she had grown indifferent to such harsh words, yet they could still plunge her into despair. The louder they scolded, the harsher she could be on herself. She lifted her head, gazing sorrowfully at Song Guowei. Father, Brother Gu merely wanted to give me scar cream. We just brushed hands while refusing it. Look, this is it, she said, retrieving a porcelain bottle of ointment from her coat pocket to show them. How could Brother Yuaning possibly give you scar cream? What part of you needs it? You deceitful liar. Song Chuxiao was utterly unconvinced. He remembered that Brother Yuanting had never given his sister a gift. As a country bumpkin, what right did she have to receive anything from him? It must be that she deliberately entangled herself to entice Brother Yuanting. It wasn't enough to take her sister's room. She had to steal her fiancé too. Song Guowei regarded Song Ran with skepticism. Song Ran's eyes displayed disbelief. Did Brother Simon not tell you? I was abused by Chun Ho Hot since childhood. My shoulders and back are covered in scars, which I assumed you knew. She lowered her eyes in sorrow, sniffling. Song Chuxiao hesitated. He seemed to have heard of Song Ran's abuse before, but did not recall her having scars. Why do you all not believe me? Song Mingzhu is your daughter. Am I not one of you? Just because she cried, she could too. Chen Wan, seeing Song Ran shed tears, felt a surge of unfairness. She frowned and turned her face away, somewhat awkwardly. Song Chuxiao also found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on whether his earlier comments were too harsh. Song Guowei interjected, Ahem, we know you're still malnourished, right? That is why I asked Qin Ma to prepare more nourishing soup for you daily, to help you recover. We do not doubt you. We just want to clarify. Guilt was out of the question. Song Ran understood he was merely pretending to be a caring father, knowing that the Yin couple still had value while they remained in the capital. But how could Brother Yuaning know? You were still lying. You were only trying to seduce him, intentionally reaching for his hand. Song Mingzhu, fearing they would not hold Song Ran accountable, redirected the conversation. A cold smile crept across Song Ran's heart. This was her own inquiry. Under the suspicious eyes of Song Guowei and Song Chuxiao, she bit her lip and said, I was chased by village dogs, and it was Brother Gu who rescued me. He saw the scars on my shoulders and personally carried me back to the army camp. Otherwise, had the villagers taken me that night, I might not be standing here today. I thought Brother Simon had told you all, seen the shoulders, and held you. Song Mingzhu's eyes widened, nearly losing her strength. Yet Song Guowei's eyes revealed contemplation. If the scar cream was indeed a gift from Gu Yuanting, it indicated he cared for Song Ran, keeping her in mind all along. Conversely, Gu Yuanting had always been indifferent towards Mingzhu over the years. It was merely a reluctant act. There is nothing between us, Sister Mingzhu. Please don't misunderstand us, all right? Today, Brother Gu gifted me scar cream to thank me for saving Grandmother Gu in the hospital. Song Ran timidly looked towards Song Mingzhu. However, all right, Mingzhu, do not be so sensitive. Brother Yuaning merely gave Shaoran a token of gratitude. It was just a brief refusal. No need to cry or make a fuss. Song Guowei's displeasure was evident. He preferred an obedient and sensible daughter rather than one prone to unreasonable outbursts. Such trivial matters should not warrant a family uproar. If Gu Yuanting did not favor Mingzhu, choosing Song Ran was also an option. Both were his daughters. Song Mingzhu's mouth fell open in disbelief at Song Guowei's words. Father. How could her usually doting father utter such cold sentiments? Was she being unreasonable? Chapter 42. Expedite Mingzhu's engagement with the Gu family. Although Chanwan felt she had wronged Song Ran, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. What mother would bow down? Watching Song Mingzhu's eyes turn red, her heart ached deeply. She said to Song Guowei, regardless, Mingzhu is merely too invested in Yuanting. Since the Gu family has not clarified when the children will wed, Mingzhu will inevitably feel insecure. Why not discuss it sooner, arrange an engagement, and when they are of age, proceed with the marriage? Song Chushao nodded in agreement. Yes, Dad. Sister has always liked Brother Yuanting. We all see it. She only felt a sense of crisis after seeing Sister Rand constantly visiting the Gu family, leading to misunderstandings. It would be better to arrange an engagement early to solidify their relationship. Song Guowei frowned. Madame Gu has publicly stated that if Mingzhu is eager to marry, she should seek another suitor. I to push my daughter into marriage? Mentioning this, Chun Wan's expression soured. Madame Gu seemed to scorn her carefully raised daughter, leaving her feeling humiliated. Song Mingzhu bit her lip tightly. Once old Gu returns, I will invite him for a drink and discuss their marriage privately. As the head of the Gu family, it was still old Gu who held the sway. Prolonging the marriage discussions was not viable. It would be unreasonable to wait until Mingzhu turned 20 to discuss marriage. They could date for now. If Gu Yuaning truly did not favor Mingzhu, they could pass Song Ran along. While she may not compare to Mingzhu, she was indeed pleasing to the eye. They could arrange another suitor for Mingzhu later, ensuring her youthful years were not squandered. At 18, she was at the prime of her youth, blooming and most alluring. Song Guowei's thoughts shifted, already formulating a plan. Chun Wan and Song Mingzhu considered that in just a month, old Gu would return from his overseas assignment. Although Madame Gu was harsh, old Gu still held fondness for Mingzhu, always bringing gifts for her and Gu Yun upon his return, having regarded her as a future daughter-in-law since childhood. Once he returned, their marriage would surely be a done deal. With this in mind, Mingzhu felt the earlier tears were not misplaced. She had long hoped for an engagement to assert her claim. With this thought, she lifted her chin, casting a somewhat triumphant glance at Song Ran. Song Ran's lips curled into a sincere smile. Let me congratulate you in advance, Sister Mingzhu. I hope next time you won't misunderstand me. Song Mingzhu's expression froze. Was Song Ran trying to force her to apologize in front of everyone? Little did she know. After speaking, Song Ran turned and ascended the stairs. Song Chushao watched her lonely figure retreat, brows furrowed, as he hesitated over whether to apologize. He had misunderstood her twice, once regarding Yang Dawei, when he publicly scolded her for being shameless and telling her not to return to the Song family, and again today, when he believed she had deliberately enticed his sister's fiancé, calling her a deceitful liar. In his hesitation, Song Ran had already returned to her room and closed the door. The next day, Song Mingzhu and Song Chushao attended school together. During lunch, she noticed him distractedly stealing glances at Song Ran, remaining silent on their way. A sense of anxiety and resentment gripped Song Mingzhu as she realized that Song Chushao seemed to care for Song Ran more than she had anticipated. How could such a short time have such an impact? Was blood relation truly that significant? Had her years of companionship and concern been reduced to mere folly? Moreover, Song Guowei's attitude towards Song Ran was troubling. Last night, he had scolded her for being unreasonable, all for Song Ran. Soon, would even Chen Wan side with Song Ran? No, she could not passively watch as Song Ran took away what was rightfully hers. As soon as school was over, she sought out Song Zihui to pour out her grievances. Later that evening, after Professor Lin's departure, Song Ran continued her tutoring session with Gu Yun. Gu Yun was exceptionally perceptive, undoubtedly inheriting her brother Gu Yuanting's brilliance, as he had always excelled in his studies. As soon as she set down her books, Gu Yun eagerly dragged Song Ran to her room, opening her wardrobe. Sister Ran, please help me choose which outfit looks best for tomorrow. Tomorrow was New Year's Day, and the school would be closed for 2 days. That evening, there would be a grand social dance, attended by nearly all the young heirs of the estate. Song Ran glanced and selected a light beige dress for Gu Yun to try on. This one suits you quite well. It's delightful. But why are you so interested in the social dance? She teased, well aware of Gu Yun's youthful inclinations. Well, everyone else is going, so I must go too. Otherwise, I feel out of place, Gu Yun insisted, averting her gaze and blushing. Song Ran chuckled lightly. I see. This dress is lovely. But since you have a slender waist, we should take in a bit at the back for a better fit. Fetch me some needle and thread. I'll help you adjust it. Gu Yun exclaimed, Sister Ran, you can actually tailor? That's impressive. I used to assist an elderly tailor in our village. Learning quite a bit from him, she replied, reminiscing about her past aspirations of becoming a seamstress. Tragically, the tailor passed away unexpectedly, and his estranged daughter returned to claim the family inheritance, taking the sewing machine that was meant to be passed down to her. The Gu family owned a sewing machine, and with her left hand injured, Gu Yun helped thread the needle as Song Ran skillfully altered the dress. Wow, it's as if it's a completely different dress. It accentuates my figure so well, Gu Yun exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she twirled before the mirror. The once loose dress now hugged her waist, showcasing her figure beautifully while maintaining a playful charm. Sister Ran, what dress will you wear tomorrow? I'll let you in on a secret. My brother is attending too, forced by my mother. Gu Yuanting is attending as well. Song Ran's expression shifted slightly. Regardless, she intended to go, as Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling were already discussing their outfits in their room, eager to stand out. Wu Shaoling had even gone so far as to get a false tooth, which she could not eat or drink with, lest it be revealed. Hearing a car engine turn off downstairs, Song Ran's gaze flickered, and she murmured, I'm not very keen on attending. I heard we'll be dancing the waltz, and I've never learned. I fear I might embarrass myself. That's nothing. I'll teach you. Gu Yun offered, and after a brief lesson, she realized Song Ran picked up the steps quickly. However, as they both danced the female steps, their movements lacked harmony. Oh no, Gu Yun exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with an idea. Wait here for a moment. She dashed out of the room. Before long, Gu Yuanting, freshly bathed, was pulled upstairs by Gu Yun. Brother, please help Sister Ran practice her dance steps. She is very clever and picks things up quickly. Gu Yuanting furrowed his brows slightly. Song Ran was taken aback, hastily shaking her head. No, it's fine. Gugu has worked hard all day in the army. You should rest now. I can skip the dance if necessary. That won't do. This is your first public appearance since returning to the Song family. If you don't go, people might think you lack the courage. And then Song Mingzhu will steal the spotlight. Gu Yun insisted, determined not to let that happen. Song Ran raised her gaze, her bright eyes meeting Gu Yuanting's. With a hint of shyness, she asked, would it be too much trouble for you, Guga? It's no trouble at all, he replied, displaying remarkable patience. Gu Yun, fearing her brother might refuse, quickly responded for him and pushed him toward Song Ran. I'm going to take a shower downstairs. Brother, you must teach her well. Whether Sister Ran can shine at the dance tomorrow depends on you. With that, she grabbed her clothes and closed the door behind her, leaving the two alone. Gu Yuanting's tall figure cast a shadow over Song Ran. His refined demeanor and deep-set eyes exuded an indescribable intensity, creating a somewhat thick atmosphere. Unsure of Gu Yuanting's intentions, Song Ran was about to speak when he stepped toward the window. On a nearby shelf sat a gramophone, and as he casually adjusted it, soothing melodies filled the room. He then strode purposefully toward Song Ran, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Under the dim light, his handsome features appeared even more captivating. He extended a long, elegant hand toward her. May I have the honor of dancing with you, miss? Meeting Gu Yuanting's profound gaze, Song Ran felt her heart thump violently. It was she who had invited him into this delicate situation, yet it seemed she had ensnared herself. Slowly, she placed her hand into his. However, on their first step, her foot accidentally landed on his shoe. My apologies, Guga, she stammered. Don't be nervous, he reassured her in a deep, magnetic voice, guiding her smoothly into the dance. He was an excellent leader, possessing a unique rhythm that Song Ran effortlessly matched. To his surprise, she adapted remarkably well. Unlike Gu Yun, who was clumsy and took a long time to catch up, Song Ran's graceful limbs and slightly taller stature, 5 centimeters more than Gu Yun, made her a natural dancer, perfectly fitting the ideal height difference with a partner. As he recalled, overhearing soldiers discuss that the ideal height difference between couples was such that the girl's height reaches the boy's chin. He felt a strange mix of thoughts while observing Song Ran's slightly anxious expression, her lips glistening like dew-kissed lotus petals. His throat tightened involuntarily, and his steps faltered just as the music abruptly stopped. Releasing her hand, he stepped back, turning off the gramophone. "It's getting late. Let us call a night." Feeling the warmth of her palm linger, Song Ran sensed that Gu Yuanting was not as composed as he seemed. Nodding obediently with a smile, she said, "Thank you so much, Guga. I feel like dancing isn't so difficult after all. I'm confident about the social dance tomorrow." Gu Yuanting gazed at her sweet smile, an unexpected sense of irritation brewing within him at the thought of her dancing with other men the following night. "I'll take my leave now." Waving goodbye, Song Ran saw him nod before turning to leave. Just before exiting, she called back, "Oh, and Guga, I will make sure to use your scar cream diligently." Gu Yuanting watched her retreating figure for a long while. Upon returning home, he found Chen Wan and Song Guowei already asleep. The lights in the rooms of Song Chuxiao and Song Mingzhu on the second floor were still on. Hearing the door creak open, Song Chuxiao appeared, his expression displeased. "Why do you return so late every day?" "I was quite discreet. I hope I didn't disturb your rest," she replied. Song Ran recalled that the soundproofing of the room was adequate, and since Song Chuxiao's room was at the other end of the corridor, separated by two other rooms, it seemed evident that he was deliberately seeking conflict with her. Initially, Song Chuxiao intended to express concern for her safety due to the late hour, but the words that escaped his lips transformed into, "You may not disturb me, but you are disturbing Sister Mingzhu. Her room is right next to yours, and your nightly commotion prevents her and Sister Shaoling from resting properly. You do not have school to attend, but Sister Mingzhu does. Can't you exercise a little consideration?" With a hint of derision at the corner of her mouth, Song Ran replied, "I apologize. I was learning dance from Ayun today, so I returned late. I will certainly be more mindful next time." This display of submission momentarily caught Song Chuxiao off guard, his handsome face reflecting a tumult of emotions, and in the end, he could not muster an apology, slamming the door in frustration. Behind the door, Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling exchanged glances, and upon hearing Song Ran's words, Wu Shaoling chuckled. "Sister, did you hear that? Song Ran wasn't studying English at all. She intends to dance tomorrow. She's definitely trying to attract men." Song Mingzhu felt a sense of relief. Earlier in class, Gu Yun had performed admirably when called upon, igniting a sense of urgency within her. She had thought Song Ran might possess some talent. However, it seemed the esteemed Professor Lin was the one imparting knowledge, not Song Ran. Professor Lin taught 2 students at a time, and from what she gathered, he was often stern with the Gu family. It was likely that Gu Yun's abilities were merely adequate, with her foundational knowledge slightly superior. With an exam looming in less than half a month, Song Ran's prospects appeared bleak. Yet, a clever thought crossed Song Mingzhu's mind. "Shaoling, I have discussed with Mother about adopting you as a daughter, but your performance tomorrow will determine its success. If you can astonish everyone and capture the attention of the elite, securing a union with our Song family will become a certainty. However, with Song Ran having dedicated herself to dance, her captivating appearance may overshadow your brilliance." Wu Shaoling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of determination. For the upcoming gala, she had been practicing dance with Sister Mingzhu every night and had even gone so far as to cut her hair into a youthful style, altering her dress to be bolder. "I will think of a way to ensure she cannot attend the gala tomorrow," she declared, her eyes fierce as she clenched her fist. Song Mingzhu smirked. Early the next morning, Wu Shaoling rose with the dawn, assisting Qinma in preparing breakfast. Today, they were making yam and millet porridge. Seizing the moment when Qinma stepped out with the buns and side dishes, Wu Shaoling discreetly retrieved a veterinary laxative from her pocket and poured it into a bowl of porridge, stirring rapidly. "Let us see you steal the spotlight. You won't escape this time," she muttered fiercely, increasing the dosage. When Qinma was about to enter the kitchen, her heart raced as she tucked the medication away, helping to carry the porridge to the dining table. The bowl containing the laxative was placed at the spot where Song Ran usually sat. As Song Mingzhu finished washing up and descended the stairs, she caught sight of Wu Shaoling's actions. With a smile, she noticed that Song Ran had not yet emerged and decided to visit Chen Wan's room to assist her in selecting clothes and accessories. "Mom, this outfit looks great on you. It enhances your complexion and makes you appear younger. When you step out, others will surely think we are sisters." Chen Wan beamed at the compliment, playfully tapping her daughter's nose. The mother and daughter duo linked arms and stepped out just as Song Ran came down, carrying her bag. Chen Wan frowned and said sternly, Where do you think you're going this early? School is out today. Professor Lin will be at the Gu residence by 8. I want to be having breakfast, so I'm leaving early. That won't do. Song Mingzhu glanced at the clock, which read 7:45, and quickly interjected. The porridge is ready and no longer hot. Sister Ran, please have some tide you over. You mustn't go hungry. Feigning diligence when you don't even wake up early. Chun Wan scoffed, doubting Song Ran's genuine commitment to her studies, deeming it merely pretentious. Mom, please don't speak ill of Sister Ran. She wishes to improve, Wu Shaoling chimed in. Sister Ran, don't rush. It's still time to have some porridge. With their insistence, Song Ran had no choice but to sit down and eat. Chapter 44, Reaping What One Sows. A day of discomfort as Song Ran settled into her seat. Eager to drink her porridge, she lifted the spoonful of yam and millet to her lips. Meanwhile, Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling exchanged sly smiles. At that moment, Song Ran's olive green handbag slipped from her grasp, scattering pearls across the floor, creating a chaotic display. Hearing the commotion, everyone glanced down. In that instant, Song Ran stealthily switched her bowl with Wu Shaoling's. As she stuffed a mouthful of porridge in her mouth, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh no," and bent down to retrieve the pearls. This is the pearl necklace my godmother gifted me. How did it break? Sister Ran, aren't you in a hurry? Just eat your porridge, Shaoling, and I will help you pick them up. Thank you so much. This necklace has 36 pearls, and losing even one is unacceptable. Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling were eager for her to finish her porridge, so assisting her in collecting the pearls was no trouble. During this time, no one attempted to lay claim to her pearls. With a slight smile, Song Ran took her time eating, and by the time they had gathered all the pearls, her bowl was empty. Thank you, Mingzhu and Shaoling. You should also enjoy your porridge. I'll head out now. After securing the pearls, Song Ran stood and made her way outside. Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling, seeing her empty bowl, exchanged glances, their lips curling into secret smiles as they resumed their breakfast. As Song Ran departed and turned to close the door, she caught sight of Wu Shaoling happily sipping from her bowl, a flash of scorn flickering in her eyes. Offering kindness for no reason is either deceitful or malicious. Moreover, she had observed Wu Shaoling's furtive actions before descending the stairs. Just to be safe, she had discreetly severed her pearl necklace before coming down. After Professor Lin's departure, Song Ran continued to tutor Gu Yun in English. With the day off, her time was ample, and before she knew it, noon had arrived. Aware that Zhuang Anqin harbored disdain for her, she opted not to stay for lunch at the Gu residence and had no desire to return to the chaotic Song household. Instead, she called her godmother in advance, and a bodyguard took her to Kunlun restaurant. Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxia were planning to return to Hong Kong soon, and she wished to spend as much time with Hua Qiuxia as possible. If not for my pregnancy, I wouldn't be returning this year, Hua Qiuxia remarked, feeling a pang of reluctance to part from Song Ran. Unfortunately, the current state of transportation was inconvenient, making travel exhausting. As an older expectant mother, she needed to return early to prepare for childbirth, ensuring a smooth delivery. Initially, Yin Jiefeng had not wanted her to come to the mainland, but she insisted on visiting the place where she had grown up, nearly jeopardizing her health in the process. Fortunately, she encountered Iran. She grasped Song Ran's hand and said, "Your godfather has agreed to collaborate with Minister Chow, but it will take time to finalize. My nephew will be coming to Beijing soon to discuss cooperation. He is a remarkable young man, and you may call him cousin. Once he arrives, I will introduce you two before your godfather and I head back." The introduction sounded somewhat akin to a matchmaking arrangement to Song Ran. She blinked and quickly replied, "Godmother, you're not leaving immediately, and you're pregnant, so don't worry too much." Hua Qiuxia chuckled. "You need not feel burdened. Your godfather and I are not antiquated. We believe in love and marriage freedom." Nodding, Song Ran accompanied her for a post-lunch stroll. Hua Qiuxia resumed discussing matters concerning the Song family, noting that while cooperation with Minister Chow had been established, the Yin family had yet to relent on sending foreign experts to the bureau. The specifics would depend on her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Song Ran contemplated, "Naturally, we cannot let Song Wukong take advantage of the situation. However, we must avoid a direct refusal that would lead to hostility. Godmother, I have a plan. I will address this before you leave." Before her godmother, she no longer concealed her disdain for the Song family. Hua Qiuxia chuckled lightly. She discovered that Iran possessed her own strong opinions and showed no mercy towards the Song family, which set her apart from many contemporary young women. However, this was not necessarily a negative trait. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Hua Qiuxiao refrained from inquiring too deeply into her relationship with the Song family. I heard you have a social dance tonight. Would you like me to lend you my styling team? Wu Xiaoling had been suffering from severe diarrhea all day, nearly dehydrated, her complexion ashen. She yearned to complain to Chun Wan and the others, suspecting that Song Ran had switched her porridge. Otherwise, how could she possibly be the only one afflicted? The other members of the Song family were unaffected, and her condition must surely be linked to some sort of laxative. However, Song Mingzhu intercepted her. Are you foolish? Last time, Song Ran ended up hospitalized after eating dry rations on the train and suffering from diarrhea. No one has mentioned it yet, and if you claim she has drugged you, you might find yourself in hot water. If it were just Song Ran, that would be one thing, but she has the Yin family behind her. The matter of the laxative and the dry rations was brought up by Madame Yin in the hospital. The Yin family is not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, Wu Xiaoling had to swallow her grievances. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mingzhu sowed discord. Have you noticed? Song Ran doesn't care about you at all. Her words of affection are mere facades. Moreover, her cunning is quite deep. She silently swapped your porridge bowl. And about the last incident with the underwear, she certainly embroidered your name on purpose to lead you into a trap. She is, without a doubt, a formidable adversary in our lives. This statement prompted Wu Xiaoling to recall the previous incident with the embroidered underwear. Initially, she had thought it was merely an old piece she had discarded, mistakenly given to Song Ran. In retrospect, it seemed intentional. But how could Song Ran have known she would attempt to steal her underwear? Wu Xiaoling found it perplexing and could hardly be bothered to ponder it further. All she knew was that Song Mingzhu was right. Song Ran was not to be trusted, and she must be driven out of the Song family, or else there would be no good days ahead for them. Will you still attend the social dance tonight? If Song Ran were not ill, she would certainly go. Go. Wu Xiaoling gritted her teeth and rose from the bed, seeking Song Mingzhu's assistance in her preparations. Her pallor mattered little. She could apply lipstick and blush. Concerned that her stomach issues might soil her dress, Song Mingzhu handed her a sanitary pad for precaution. After meticulous grooming, complemented by an eye-catching dress, Wu Xiaoling hardly recognized the person staring back at her in the mirror. As she descended the stairs, the Song brothers were taken aback by her beauty. Song Xiqing remarked, I didn't expect Xiao Ling to look so stunning after dressing up. Of course. Just look at whose sister she is. Song Zihui's gaze fell upon Song Mingzhu, revealing a tender, indulgent smile. Song Mingzhu blushed shyly. Shall we go? The dance is about to begin. Song Qiuxiao's gaze remained fixed outside as he suddenly spoke. Wait, sister, hasn't Song Ran returned yet? Shouldn't we wait for her? Song Mingzhu paused. Was he waiting for Song Ran? Her smile faltered slightly as she gently replied, she went to the Gu family today and hasn't returned. Perhaps she intends to leave with Gu Yun. If not, Qiuxiao, why not go to the Gu family and ask? Song Zihui frowned at Song Qiuxiao. Why are you so concerned about her? Song Qiuxiao awkwardly countered, I am not concerned. I simply worry that outsiders might say we are deliberately excluding her. Let us go. Who cares about her? Chapter 45. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? The venue for the New Year's social dance was located within the Old Drama Society outside the military compound. The spacious setting was conveniently close to the Army, Navy, and Air Force compounds, making it easy for the young residents of these quarters to attend. Groups of couples strolled hand in hand, only to discover upon arrival that tonight was a masked ball. Masks were available for selection, and this air of mystery heightened the enthusiasm of the young men and women. Chun Wan escorted Song Mingzhu and the others to the entrance, advising Song Zihui and the others, this is an event for you young people. I shall not intrude. Please watch over Mingzhu and ensure that no thoughtless individuals disturb her or create any embarrassing situations. The event was tacitly understood as a means for young men and women to get acquainted with one another, with an underlying intention of facilitating potential unions. They were all from the same circle, some being the offspring of high-ranking officials and others young officers, making it easy to discern their backgrounds, far preferable to seeking companionship outside. However, Chenwan felt Mingzhu was still quite young and already engaged, so her presence was merely to join in the festivities. As for Wu Xiaoling, whether she could attract a man's attention would depend on her own capabilities. Her words also implied a desire for Song Zihui and the others to look out for Song Ran. She did not wish for the Song family to become the subject of further ridicule. Understood, Auntie. You should head home soon. It's cold outside. With a smile, Song Zihui saw Chinwan off and then turned back with a cold smirk on his face. He had come to ensure that Song Ran would embarrass herself. How dare she vie for the affection of the family while frequently visiting the Gu family and entangling herself with Gu Yuanting, causing Mingzhu heartache. If he did not teach her a lesson, she might think Mingzhu was easy to bully. Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling each selected their preferred masks to wear. After putting on his own mask, Song Zihui remained behind to assist with the distribution of masks. However, instead of Song Ran, he was met by Gu Yuanting. Greetings, comrade. Tonight is a mask ball. Please select a mask you like. The woman distributing masks blushed upon seeing Gu Yuanting's face. Song Zihui noticed Gu Yuanting selecting a plain black mask devoid of any patterns or embellishments. He stealthily made his way to the center of the crowd, found Song Mingzhu, and informed her of the mask Gu Yuanting had chosen. Brother Yuanting is here too. Song Mingzhu felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, instinctively believing that Gu Yuanting had come looking for her. Previously, Aunt Zhuang had mentioned that when she turned 18, Gu Yuanting would bring her and Gu Yun to the dance to teach her how to dance. Surely, Aunt Zhuang had sent him. With this thought, she released Wu Shaoling and made her way to find Gu Yuanting. After relaying the message, Song Zihui returned to the entrance, but after waiting and waiting, the door remained closed and the host began speaking from the stage, yet Song Ran had not arrived. Afraid to come? Song Zihui's expression darkened, feeling that a golden opportunity had been squandered. However, he then considered that without Song Ran, perhaps Mingzhu and Gu Yuanting could deepen their relationship tonight, which would not be a bad outcome. Still, a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. Once, Mingzhu had been his dear cousin, yet now, she bore no blood relation to the Song family. He turned to seek out Song Mingzhu and the others when, suddenly, the door creaked open. He glanced back, squinting, thinking it might be Song Ran. The door opened slightly, and a girl bent down to enter. Upon recognizing her face, Song Zihui's expression shifted, and he hurried over. What are you doing here? He pulled the girl into a corner, his expression darkening as he questioned her. The girl, upon hearing his voice, turned pale, her gaze evasive, filled with fear and trepidation. I didn't want to come. My aunt brought me. Song Zihui maintained a stern demeanor, tossing a mask in her hands as he coldly warned, stay quiet and don't wander off. Do not approach me, and don't let me see you speaking to anyone else. Otherwise, you know my temper. With that, he turned and walked away. The girl, trembling with fear, donned the mask and hugged her arms, retreating to a corner, alone. Even though the mask concealed her expression, Song Ran could still sense the girl's inner turmoil of hatred and fear towards Song Zihui. She sighed, waiting until Song Zihui's figure disappeared before emerging from her inconspicuous corner. She approached and firmly grasped the girl's cold, trembling hand. When the girl looked up, startled, Song Ran gently said, do not be afraid. We live in a new era and society where no one can dictate our fate. Only by daring to resist can we conquer ourselves and overcome others. Her hand was warm, seemingly imparting strength. If you need help, you may come to this address. After speaking, Song Ran turned and walked away. Wen Xin watched her departing figure, and beneath the mask, tears streamed down her face. With an open palm, a piece of paper bearing an address and a phone number lay conspicuously within. Kunlun Hotel. As the host concluded his speech, melodious music filled the air, prompting everyone to seek out their dance partners. Hello, may I invite you to dance? As Song Ran entered the crowd, she observed Gu Yun boldly extending an invitation to a tall man. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to speak up, but today was different. The mask on her face undeniably granted Gu Yun a surge of courage. In truth, these masks were procured with the help of her godmother's subordinates and delivered in advance. The organizers deemed a masked ball more intriguing, hence they accepted the masks. Gu Yun and she had arrived among the earliest. Thus they were already aware of who wore which mask. The man facing Gu Yun hesitated briefly, then smiled and nodded, extending his hand toward her. It is my honor. Gu Yun was already gracefully dancing, embodying the truth that those who are brave are the first to save her life, while the others were still in search of partners. Song Ran's gaze drifted to a tall figure near the edge, exuding a cold and distant demeanor. Song Mingzhu, donning a fox mask, mustered her courage. Her voice high-pitched and delicate. Hello. Gu Yuanting glanced at the fox mask on Song Mingzhu's face. Seeing the fox, His mind instantly conjured the image of Song Rant's slightly upturned eyes, adorned with a perfectly placed beauty mark. May I invite? Just as Song Mingju was about to complete her sentence, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Gu Yuanting felt a gentle tug on his hand, as if a feather had brushed against his heart, and upon looking down, he encountered a charming white rabbit mask. To complement the mask, the wearer had styled 2 high ponytails, adorned with white fur clips, yet despite the cuteness of the mask and hairstyle, her fitted white gown accentuated her figure, its beauty partially concealed in the dim light, exuding an indescribable allure amidst her innocence. He swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip on the small hand that fidgeted in his palm, his low voice breaking the silence. "Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of this dance?" Chapter 46. Do you not know he is my fiancé? Song Mingju glared at Gu Yuanting, who had the audacity to invite another woman to dance while disregarding her entirely. Her feelings a tumult of embarrassment and indignation. Fortunately, her mask concealed her identity, allowing her to comfort herself that Gu Yuanting did not recognize her. Hence he declined her invitation. Had she known, she would not have whimsically chosen the fox mask. Nor could she fathom why Song Rant's face had emerged in her mind at that moment, prompting her choice of this mask. Mingju, perhaps brother Yuanting mistook you for someone wearing a rabbit mask? You used to like rabbits, and even kept them. Brother Yuanting must be aware of that. Her friend Ding Jie commented beside her. Ding Jie wore a mask that covered only her eyes, revealing the lower half of her face, allowing familiar faces to recognize her. After entering, Song Mingju had sought out Ding Jie. Upon hearing this, Song Mingju's eyes lit up. You are right. Brother Yuanting would not attend such an event unless Aunt Zhuang sent him to accompany me. He must think I chose the rabbit mask. Thus he accepted the invitation from that woman. Yet, as the focus of the gathering converged on the 2 figures in the center of the dance floor, Song Mingju could no longer muster a smile. They danced exquisitely, a perfect match. One tall and poised, the other slender, with a waist that seemed to be graspable. Their figures were simply magnificent. They must know each other. Their dance steps were in perfect harmony, a delight to behold. Some individuals, despite their masks obscuring their faces, effortlessly captured the attention of the crowd. Gu Yuanting was one such person. Among many men in formal suits, he stood out in casual black and gray attire, yet still exuded an extraordinary presence, his demeanor refined and noble, almost ethereal. Even his black mask added an air of elegance. The woman dancing with him wore a form-fitting white gown, her figure curvaceous, resembling a proud swan, with the most captivating feature being her slender waist. Feeling the intense gazes of surrounding men, Gu Yuanting furrowed his brow, lowering his hand that had originally rested above Song Rant's waist by an inch, placing it perfectly in the small of her back. As Song Rant stumbled, she inadvertently pressed against Gu Yuanting's chest, playfully murmuring, "It tickles." Gu Yuanting's breath quickened. He uttered an apology, yet his hand remained steadfast, shielding her from the fervent stares of other men. From behind, his large hand seemed capable of enveloping her delicate waist entirely. Vixen, Song Mingju seethed with jealousy, nearly losing her composure. Had it not been for Song Zihui and Ding Jie restraining her, she would have stormed over to separate them. With so many people present, she could not afford to become a laughingstock. If someone recognized Gu Yuanting and assumed she was the one dancing with him, how embarrassing would that be? Even if it were discovered that her partner was not herself, she had to maintain her grace. It was merely a social dance, just a dance partner. Who was this woman? Third brother. I must know her identity. Song Zihui's voice dripped with menace. Could it be Song Ran? What? Song Ran? Ding ye acclimed interdolosely. Isn't she just a country bumpkin? Can she even dance? And so well, it seems impossible. Song Mingju shared her disbelief, although the figure bore some resemblance. Song Ran typically did not dress so form-fitting and lacked such allure. Moreover, the figure wore no jewelry or watch, merely a white fur hairpin. Song Ran was known for being adorned with a plethora of jewelry. She would never attend such an event without any adornments. Ding Jie was correct. Even if Song Ran had learned ballroom dancing yesterday, she could not possibly perform so adeptly. Song Ran would also likely avoid dancing in such slender high heels. Who could it be? Whoever she is, once this dance concludes, third brother will pull her away, and you shall dance with Gu Yuanting. Song Zhui narrowed his eyes, a predatory glint in his gaze. He was no stranger to dealing with women who sought to encroach upon Mingju's fiancé. As the music approached its finale, the tempo of the dance floor quickened and emotions soared. The gentlemen outside the dance floor were also on the lookout for partners, preparing to invite ladies to dance next. Gu Yuanting relished the joyous steps of the petite woman before him, her twin ponytails swaying with vitality, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. As the dance reached its climax, Song Ran twirled, the wide hem of her white gown blooming like a pristine flower. Suddenly, she grasped Gu Yuanting's hand resting on her lower back and, leveraging his sturdy palm, leaned back gracefully. Her fingers were soft, almost boneless, prompting Gu Yuanting to instinctively tighten his grip, bending slightly to support her as they executed their final perfect move. Applause erupted, drawing attention once more to the pair. As the dance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Ran glimpsed Song Mingzhu and the others, her lips curving into a smile. Once she regained her balance, she feigned shyness, hastily releasing Gu Yuanting's hand. Just then, Song Zihui approached, his expression dark and stormy. At that moment, Song Ran tripped over a rope on the floor, tumbling toward Gu Yuanting, who instinctively reached out to catch her. Witnessing the two locked in an embrace, Song Mingzhu clenched her fists in fury. She forced herself to remain composed. Song Zihui would surely chastise this woman soon, and she must not lose her temper. However, as Song Ran stepped back from Gu Yuanting's arms, still unsteady, her mask suddenly slipped off her face. An exquisitely beautiful visage was unveiled before all. Wow, whose daughter is this? So stunning. She looks unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen her before. Song Mingzhu stared in disbelief at Song Ran's face, finally losing her grip on reason. She ripped off her own fox mask, pointing at Song Ran and shouting, "Song Ran, why are you here? Song Ran? Is she the biological daughter of the Song family, who came from the countryside?" The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Among those present, only a few had seen Song Ran before. For most, it was their first encounter. However, due to the ongoing discussions about Song Mingzhu and the authenticity of her relationship with Song Ran, coupled with the recent buzz surrounding their wager, almost everyone was familiar with the name Song Ran. They had anticipated a rustic country girl, yet she turned out to be exceptionally beautiful and graceful. Looking at Song Mingzhu, Song Ran's clear eyes reflected innocence as she curiously asked, "Sister Mingzhu, why are you so agitated? Am I not allowed to attend the social dance?" Indeed, why was Song Mingzhu so flustered? Could it be that she was so domineering as to prevent the biological daughter of the Song family from meeting others? It was understandable, given that someone so stunning could evoke jealousy. Perhaps she feared being compared unfavorably to someone raised in the countryside. Upon hearing the deliberate remarks led by Yin Shishir and others, Song Mingzhu's expression darkened further, especially when she saw Gu Yuanting seemingly protecting Song Ran. Unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed, "Song Ran, why did you dance with brother Yuanting and deliberately fall into his arms to entice him? Do you not know he is my fiancé?" Chapter 47. I have never been your fiancé, what? The one dancing with Song Ran is Gu Yuanting? What was the relationship among these three? As Song Mingzhu spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted among them. Gu Yuanting was a prominent figure in their circle, outstanding among his peers. A veritable figure of distinction. His expression turned cold as he emotionlessly removed his black mask. He had never considered himself Song Mingzhu's fiancé. Initially, he intended to wait for his father to return so that their families could clarify matters without losing face, but it seemed there was no longer a need to wait. "Sister Mingzhu, what nonsense are you spouting?" At that moment, Gu Yun tore off her little cat mask and angrily confronted Song Mingzhu, stating, "Everyone is wearing masks. Who knows who is who? Anyone can dance at a social event, and partners can be exchanged. If you're saying that dancing with someone is an act of seduction, then this dance should never have been held." Her words twisted the narrative, causing Song Mingzhu's expression to fluctuate. Gu Yun's partner stepped forward, removing his mask. After glancing at Gu Yun, he seriously addressed Song Mingzhu. "Today's New Year social dance is to welcome the new year and foster deeper friendships. Comrade Mingzhu, if you believe that dancing is an act of seduction, then I find your moral judgment highly questionable." Song Mingzhu's face paled. "No, Comrade Mu Zhe, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I was specifically referring to Song Ran. Her intentions are not pure." Mu Zhe's father was the head of the propaganda department, responsible for ideological matters. Suddenly, it dawned on Song Mingzhu that today's event was organized by Mu Zhe and a few others. with societal norms becoming more liberal than in previous years, and with the higher-ups placing significant emphasis on the personal marital situations of officials, actively organizing matchmaking events. Today's dance was a result of those developments. Song Mingju dared not oppose this. She hastily explained, fearing misunderstanding. The Song family was particularly sensitive about such matters. She could err in other aspects, but there could be no blemish on their ideological stance. Yet, Song Mingju could not fathom why Mu Ze, who had previously been somewhat amiable toward her, would side with Gu Yun and Song Ran today. Sister Mingju, I don't understand how I am being ill-natured. I merely danced with someone. I didn't engage in any other inappropriate behavior. Song Ran slowly spoke, her eyes shimmering with innocence, evoking sympathy. You just threw yourself into Brother Yuanting's arms. Song Mingju accused loudly. Do you dare claim it was unintentional? I simply stumbled over a rope on the ground while wearing high heels. I couldn't maintain my balance. Sister Mingju, your accusation is unjust. Everyone turned to look at the ground, where indeed a rope lay, likely kicked aside during dancing. Song Mingju was being unreasonable. I don't believe it. You deliberately approached Brother Yuanting. You clearly had ulterior motives. Brother Yuanting, do not be deceived by her. She intentionally wore a rabbit mask to find you, pretending to be me to dance with you. Gu Yuanting's demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Song Mingju, I recall my grandmother telling you that the engagement between the Gu and Song families is merely verbal. He did not speak too harshly, allowing Song Mingju to save face. The engagement had been a casual remark from his grandmother, who had stated that when the two children grew up, if suitable, they could marry. However, the Song family had made it public knowledge. Considering the friendship between the Gu and Song families, as well as his grandmother's feelings, he had refrained from making any statements that would embarrass either family. Yet he had always distanced himself from Song Mingju, believing this would convey his thoughts to the Song family. He had not anticipated that the Song family would continue to publicly assert that he and Song Mingju were engaged, whether out of genuine misunderstanding or feigned ignorance. Song Mingju's eyes widened in shock. Song Ran's gaze also flickered, revealing unexpected delight. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. What did this mean? Was the engagement being annulled? A flash of rage crossed Song Zihui's eyes as he quickly shifted the topic, pointing at Song Ran and accusing her. You envy Mingju and deliberately seek to sabotage her relationship with Brother Yuanting. How malicious you are. Gu Yuanting's expression suddenly darkened. Song Zihui, watch your words. This has nothing to do with Comrade Song Ran. Song Zihui was momentarily taken aback by the force of his words. Song Ran innocently blinked at him. Brother Zihui, I know your heart is with Sister Mingju and that you feel she has been wronged, so you want to vent your frustration on me. In your eyes, I, as a cousin returning from outside, am inferior to the beloved Mingju. However, you cannot indiscriminately blame me. Mingju is kind and gentle, while you are a habitual liar. What do you have to compare with her? Song Zihui's tone was venomous, filled with his boundless adoration for Song Mingju. At the entrance, when Xin removed her mask and left, her desolate gaze growing resolute with each step, Song Ran retracted her peripheral vision, her heart steady as she regarded Song Zihui with an enigmatic expression. Although Song Xiqing remained silent, his attitude was clear. He cared for Song Mingju, thus harboring animosity towards Song Ran. Song Chuxiao displayed a conflicted demeanor, while he felt that Sister Mingju was wronged. He also believed that Song Ran was likely unaware that her partner was Brother Yuanting. Yet, if he had to choose, he would undoubtedly side with Sister Mingju. Seeing the expression on Song Chuxiao's face, Song Ran lowered her head. I understand. No matter what I do, it is wrong in your eyes. Song Mingju could not bear to see her like this. The thought that Brother Yuanting had also been deceived by her only fueled her rage. Do not feign pity. You entered early, so you already knew what mask Brother Yuanting was wearing. You approached him to have him choose you. Your intentions were impure, and I cannot be blamed. Song Mingju, enough. Gu Yuanting's patience had reached its limit. To him, Song Mingju's behavior was akin to childishness. First, there is no engagement between us, nor have we exchanged tokens. I have never been your fiancé. Please clarify that. Secondly, I am free to invite whomever I choose to dance. To say that others were shocked would be an understatement. Song Ran was utterly taken aback by this revelation. It turned out that Gu Yuanting and Song Mingju were not engaged in the traditional sense. This reminded her that throughout both this life and the last, it was always the Song family and Song Mingju who had claimed a union with the Gu family, while Gu Yuanting never acknowledged Song Mingzhu as his fiancé. It seemed she had underestimated the Song family's audacity. Brother Yuanting. What do you mean by that? The color drained from Song Mingzhu's face. Her meticulously crafted appearance had become a mockery. Unable to accept Gu Yuanting's words, she thought of all her efforts to learn and improve, all to be worthy of him. Why would he humiliate her so publicly? Was it because of her? It is because of her that you would change your mind. Song Mingzhu bit her lip and pointed her finger fiercely at Song Ran. Song Ran chuckled softly in her heart, feigning astonishment as she widened her mouth in confusion, saying, Sister Mingzhu, what are you talking about? I merely danced with Brother Gu. Besides, I have only just returned home for a few days. How can you place the blame on me? Chapter 48. Seeking a spouse. It is not only about looks. The crowd felt that Song Mingzhu had gone too far. After all, Song Ran had only just rejoined the Song family, and everyone was aware of Gu Yuanting's character. He had always maintained a respectable distance from women and had devoted his years to training and missions, a true man of valor. Song Mingzhu's words implied that Gu Yuanting had some moral failing, as if he would break off his engagement over a woman. Mu Zhe, the son of the propaganda minister, was particularly sensitive to this matter. Before Gu Yuanting could respond, he immediately interjected, Captain Gu, your affair with Comrade Song Mingzhu is a private matter. Today's social dance is meant to foster friendship among us. Let's not allow minor issues to affect our spirits. How about this? Let the dance continue, and you and Comrade Song Mingzhu can discuss things privately in another room. Gu Yuanting nodded faintly, understanding Mu Zhe's concerns. He knew Mu Zhe meant well and wished to prevent the situation from escalating. However, having spoken up, he was mentally prepared for the political commissar to confront him. Song Mingzhu, let us clarify this matter to avoid further misunderstandings. It was inappropriate for Song Mingzhu to raise such issues publicly, especially since she was the one being aggressive, aiming to accuse Song Ran of meddling. If he did not clarify, Song Ran would be the one severely affected, as she was innocent in this matter. Before returning to Beijing, he had already decided to set things straight with the Song family. It truly had nothing to do with Song Ran. No, I refuse to listen. Song Mingzhu shook her head and retreated, unexpectedly turning to flee. Song Zihui, Song Xiqing, and Song Chushao rushed after her. The others were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Song Mingzhu was unable to accept reality and thus unwilling to speak with Gu Yuanting. Indeed, the engagement had been proposed by the Song family, and Song Mingzhu often brought up her brother. If one were to calculate, according to their grandmother's words, the intended bride should have been Song Ran. Gu Yun, standing nearby, pouted in critique. Unintentionally, the listeners turned their gazes toward Song Ran and Gu Yuanting. Surprisingly, the two appeared well-matched in height and looks, embodying a classic pairing of talent and beauty. Regrettably, it was rumored that Song Ran had not even graduated from elementary school, rendering her unworthy of Gu Yuanting. Hello, Captain Gu. My name is Jiang Jinjin from the art troupe. May I invite you to dance? At that moment, a beautiful young woman from the art troupe approached, shyly extending her invitation. Now, that was clear Gu Yuanting had no engagement with Song Mingzhu. She was eager to seize the opportunity. Gu Yuanting, though young, held the title of captain and came from a good family. His looks and physique were beyond reproach, making him a sought-after figure. Once news spread that the Gu and Song families would not be uniting, countless women would surely be drawn to him. Many women present regretted not having approached him first, slapping their thighs in frustration. Some bolder women stepped forward. Captain Gu, dance with me. I am Zhou Yu, a proud teacher. I am a nurse from the military hospital. I am. In less than 3 minutes. Song Ran found herself squeezed out of the crowd. To the other women, she posed no threat. Finding a spouse was not solely about appearance. One also needed education and respectable employment. The men were dumbfounded, having believed the women to be reserved, only to realize they had never encountered someone like Gu Yuanting. His expression remained cool, yet the furrow in his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, he politely declined each invitation. When he looked up again, Song Ran's figure had vanished from sight. Xiaoling, what are you doing here? You seem unwell. Are you all right? Song Ran spotted Wu Xiaoling emerging from the restroom, accompanied by a young officer waiting outside. She raised an eyebrow and approached them. Wu Xiaoling's eyes flashed with resentment upon seeing her. In the presence of a man, she felt too embarrassed to admit she had been ill, claiming instead that her discomfort was due to menstruation. She could not voice her suspicion that Song Ran had spiked her porridge with a laxative. Originally, She intended to ignore Song Ran. But the young officer who had danced with her suddenly brightened and asked, "Comrade Xiaoling, who is this?" Song Ran understood he was inquiring about her relationship with Wu Xiaoling, as he had been observing the situation earlier. She smiled and replied, "Xiaoling is a younger sister of my adoptive parents. We are as close as real siblings." Wu Xiaoling felt a surge of disdain. Zhang Gaopeng, hearing this, wore a more profound smile on his otherwise proper face. "I see, Comrade Xiaoling. Since you are unwell, allow me to escort you home." "Escort me home?" Wu Xiaoling was taken aback, feeling both flattered and astonished. Zhang Gaopeng had asked her to dance earlier, and although she was not particularly skilled, he had been patient and charming. Aware of her attractive appearance that day, she had gained confidence. Believing Zhang Gaopeng harbored feelings for her, she had not anticipated that he would offer to take her home, a proposition that anyone would interpret as an intention to pursue her romantically. She had merely danced with him, and now he was enamored. Wu Xiaoling felt ecstatic and bashfully nodded. "That would be great. Thank you, Comrade Zhang." Zhang Gaopeng had already introduced himself as a platoon leader at the age of 25, an impressive achievement. Though he paled in comparison to Gu Yuanting, he was still quite admirable among ordinary individuals, with the potential to rise to company commander or even battalion commander in the future. "Comrade Song Ran, we shall take our leave." Zhang Gaopeng courteously nodded at Song Ran as he supported Wu Xiaoling. Song Ran smiled and waved. Watching the two depart, a smirk tugged at her lips. Zhang Gaopeng, in her previous life, had been Wu Xiaoling's husband. They had met at a social gathering and later by aligning with the Song family. Zhang Gaopeng had risen through the ranks. He was among those who had once bullied her with the Song family. Zhang Gaopeng was a clever man. Today, he had invited Wu Xiaoling to dance because she had entered the venue hand in hand with Song Mingzhu, a woman beyond his reach. And the risk of pursuing her was too great. Seeing Song Mingzhu humiliated in public, he recognized that Song Ran was the biological daughter of the Song family, and his kindness toward Wu Xiaoling solidified his choice. However, this was not the past. She was curious to see what the outcome would be for these two. As far as she knew, Zhang Gaopeng, at 25, was not unmarried due to moral integrity. How amusing it would be to contemplate. "Song Ran, there you are. My brother is looking for you. He has been cornered and has gone outside to wait for you, saying he has something to ask you. Where's your coat? You must wear it. Don't catch a cold. It's quite chilly outside." Guyan hurried over to find Song Ran. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart, as she had an inkling that something was amiss. What could Gu Yuanting wish to inquire of her? Chapter 49. Song Ran, what face is the true you? The night was filled with swirling snow. Song Ran beheld the tall figure of a man beneath the eaves. The wire of the light bulb swayed in the wind, casting a pale yellow glow that elongated and flickered his silhouette. His handsome features were shrouded in shadow, his deep-set eyes obscured and inscrutable. Her anxious heart gradually calmed as she approached him, her emotions settling into a stillness akin to a tranquil well. No longer did she wear the sweet smile she typically reserved for Gu Yuanting. Her pale face reflected neither joy nor sorrow, devoid of any tumult. Gu Yuanting's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze penetrating as he sought to discern every emotion hidden within her eyes, as if trying to unravel her very essence. "Song Ran, you knew from the beginning which mask I wore. You deliberately stumbled into my arms to provoke Song Mingzhu, did you not?" The structure of the inquiry belies an affirmative tone. Song Ran discerned that his thoughts were sharper than those of others. The words exchanged between Song Mingzhu and Song Zihui had sown seeds of suspicion in his mind. Should she answer in the affirmative, it would corroborate Song Mingzhu's insinuation that she was deliberately enticing him. Conversely, a denial would paint her as frivolous, an individual who carelessly toyed with the affections of men. There was no need for her to respond. Was it not evident that Gu Yuanting already harbored an answer in his heart? His lips were pressed into a tight line, his gaze icy. "Song Ran, which visage reflects your true self?" In the countryside, she evoked sympathy against the snowy backdrop. In the study, she was earnest and studious. She was poised and graceful in daily life, blending allure with innocence on the dance floor. Yet now, those calm, dark eyes rendered him a stranger. The engagement with Song Mingzhu had never been substantial, and this matter would eventually resolve itself, entirely unrelated to Song Ran. Yet, all of Song Ran's actions pointed to a singular conclusion. She sought to exploit him. She drew near to him, wielding him as a tool for vengeance against Song Mingzhu. Song Ran remained silent. Gu Yuanting's expression grew increasingly stern, his gaze devoid of warmth. From the moment you learned of my identity from Song Siming, your intentions were ulterior. Now that you have achieved your objective, you shed the pretense before me. Do you not? Song Ran's lips moved, yet she found no justification. For Gu Yuanting's words rang true. In his eyes, she had become a person willing to resort to any means to exact revenge on Song Mingzhu. A schemer, precisely the type he despised. Especially considering he had once aided her, his ire was palpable. Her feelings towards Gu Yuanting were exceedingly complex. Even she could not untangle them. She nodded faintly. Yes. Very well, you're truly remarkable. Gu Yuanting observed her frigid demeanor, his fury morphing into a sardonic smile. His eyes darkening as he turned and strode into the storm, his elongated silhouette emanating an air of frozen desolation. Song Ran watched him depart. Yet no sense of triumph accompanied her. Indeed, she harbored a desire to retaliate against Gu Yuanting. She loathed him for igniting her feelings while callously observing her descent into despair, allowing her dreams of a radiant future to decay within the confines of her daily imprisonment. Resting alongside a dog leash, she could have continued the masquerade, allowing Gu Yuanting to gradually fall in love with her, only to cast him aside with a heartless blow. She recognized his affection for her. Yet, she was disinclined to perpetuate the charade. So be it. Taking a deep breath, Song Ran suddenly felt a chill, wrapping her arms tightly around herself within her coat, a fleeting glimmer of tears betraying her. She lifted her gaze to the softly falling snowflakes. Mustering a smile, their engagement had been dissolved, and Song Mingzhu would inevitably tumble from her lofty perch. Song Ran, your objective has been fulfilled. Yet why did her heart still swell with bitterness? Ran, hey, where's my brother? Guyan strolled out the door, accompanied by Mu Zhe. Song Ran forced a smile, replying, your brother had other matters to attend to and left early. I just remembered I'd left my handbag inside and was about to retrieve it. I'll fetch it for you. Guyan raised her hand, revealing an exquisite purse, complaining, my brother really is something, leaving by himself without a hint of chivalry. Mu Zhe glanced at Song Ran, pondering that Gu Yuanting must have departed to avoid any misunderstandings, especially after Song Mingzhu's earlier words, which could reflect poorly on Song Ran. Thus, it seemed Gu Yuanting bore no romantic interest in her. He smiled warmly. It's dark now, and the night roads can be perilous. How about this, Gu Yun? I'll escort you both home. Gu Yun's eyes widened in delight, hesitantly saying, is that really appropriate? Don't you have other business to attend to? The thought of Mu Zhe accompanying her out of the old theater was already a source of joy. The prospect of him escorting her home felt like an affirmation of his interest. I'll drop you off at your courtyard and return. It's not far. Mu Ze's smile was inviting, causing Gu Yun's cheeks to flush with happiness. Song Ran observed silently as the three crossed the road to the opposite side. On their way home, Gu Yun dominated the conversation, her sweet appearance and lively personality reminiscent of a radiant sun. Yet Mu Ze's thoughts were not wholly fixed on her. He occasionally turned to inquire after Song Ran. She responded courteously, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Gu Yun waved at Mu Zhe. Mu Zhe, it's freezing outside. You should head back. After watching his figure recede, Gu Yun turned around, a blissful smile adorning her face. Ran, is my makeup intact? Does it look all right? It's flawless and quite lovely. The makeup crafted by my godmother's professional team doesn't easily smudge. Gu Yun then quietly asked, what do you think of Mu Zhe as a person? Song Ran's brows furrowed slightly as she replied, he is quite the gentleman. Handsome as well. I've heard he's attending university. A thoughtful person from a good family like him would likely be quite popular at school. Upon hearing the latter half of her statement, Gu Yun's excitement deflated a little. That's true, aside from my brother. He is probably the most popular in our area. If I hadn't dressed up today, he likely wouldn't have agreed to dance with me. It seems he used to view me as a child. Do not speak of yourself so. You possess many admirable qualities. Those who genuinely appreciate you will not care whether you are adorned or not. To me, Gu Yun is the most beautiful. No, you are the most beautiful. Gu Yun felt warmth envelop her heart, clutching Song Ran's hand tightly. That fleeting frustration seemed to dissipate with the comforting words. Seeing her smile, Song Ran's lips gently curled upwards. Gu Yun, in her current state, had merely begun to explore the fluttering feelings of youth. Unlike in her past life when she had been ensnared, ultimately departing in sorrow, She would not permit a similar fate to befall her again. She would not obstruct Gu Yun's approach toward Mu Zhe, yet she would ensure Gu Yuanting recognized the true nature of the other. After escorting Gu Yun home, she noted the absence of her brother's jeep. Gu Yun murmured, "It seems my brother truly had matters to attend to, having returned to the army overnight." Song Ran's gaze flickered. Upon returning to the Song household, the lights blazed brightly. As soon as she stepped inside, Chun Wan berated her. "So you finally remember to come back, you harbinger of misfortune. If it weren't for you, Mingzhu Wu and Ti have been publicly rejected by Gu Yuanting." "Kneel," Song Ran scoffed, raising her head to survey the others in the hall. The three brothers, Song Zihui, Song Chu Xiao, were present, attempting to console Song Mingzhu, whose eyes were red from crying. Meanwhile, Song Guowei sat silently on the sofa, his expression grave. Wu Xiaoling was likely still unwell and absent from the scene. "Kneel? I will certainly not." She hastened to Song Guowei's side, feigning fear. "Father, Guga mentioned it was not my fault. I truly had no idea my dance partner was Guga. It was he who invited me to dance." And Chu Xiao was present as a witness. She was confident that upon Song Mingzhu's return, she had not thoroughly explained the circumstances, shifting all blame onto herself to ensure that Song Guowei and Chun Wan believed it was not Song Mingzhu's inadequacy in retaining her fiancé, but rather her interference. Chun Wan genuinely adored Song Mingzhu, yet Song Guowei was a man who prioritized interests above all else. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Song Guowei immediately turned to Song Chu Xiao. "Chu Xiao, did you see Gu Yuanting extend the invitation to dance?" Chapter 50. What do you feel for my brother? Song Chu Xiao had never lied. When questioned by Song Guowei, he instinctively glanced at Song Mingzhu. Although he believed today's events were merely coincidental, Mingzhu had essentially been publicly rejected, and he wished to spare her any further distress. "Forget about her. I am asking you to speak truthfully. Did Song Ran invite Gu Yuanting to dance? But did he invite her?" It was Gu Ge who extended his hand to invite her. Song Chu Xiao's expression was conflicted, yet he answered honestly. Song Guowei narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Song Mingzhu felt a surge of panic. Having been raised by him for 18 years, she knew him well. She quickly interjected. "Father, that was because Gu Yuanting believed she was me. She was wearing a rabbit mask, and everyone knows I adore rabbits. Gu Yuanting mistook her for me. Moreover, it was Song Ran who deliberately seduced him. If he truly wished to dance with you, would he publicly announce the annulment of your engagement?" Song Guowei is not easily deceived. Though he cares for Mingzhu, the alliance with the Gu family remains of utmost importance. Upon hearing these words, Song Mingzhu felt utterly humiliated and, more than that, incredulous. The father who cherished her could utter such callous remarks, ruthlessly tearing away the veil of pretense. Song Zihui felt a pang of sympathy and, with resentment, pointed at Song Ran behind Song Guowei, second uncle. It was Song Ran who meant no good. "Enough. It is late. You should return home," interrupted Song Guowei, standing up and calling for Song Ran and Song Chu Xiao to enter the study, intending to clarify the situation. Observing that Song Guowei had no intention of reprimanding Song Ran, and might even protect her, Song Mingzhu's heart swelled with jealousy and a profound sense of injustice, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. "Mingzhu, I shall confront Gu Yuanting at once. I will make him change his mind." Song Zihui clenched his fists. "I will go too," Song Xiqing hastily added, filled with indignation. They stormed out, while Chun Wan, fearing a scene, hesitated to follow, ultimately opting to comfort Mingzhu instead. There, Mingzhu, do not cry. Your tears pain me as well. The marriage between the Gu and Song families is not solely decided by Gu Yuanting. When your uncle Gu returns, he will surely provide you with an explanation. Someone like Song Ran is not worth Gu Yuanting's attention, let alone that of the Gu family. Chun Wan, as her mother, held disdain for Song Ran, considering her unrefined, uneducated, and lacking a respectable job. Future prospect for finding a good match seemed bleak. Even the gossiping women of the Zhong family would not consider someone like Song Ran for their son, and the Gu family would certainly not either. "Mother, it is undoubtedly because I am not your biological daughter that Brother Yuanting looks down upon me. It is all my fault for being unworthy, born a nanny, and everyone looks down on me." Song Mingzhu cried, releasing all her pent-up sorrow. "I dare anyone to say otherwise. You may not be my biological child, yet you are dearer to me than any. My beloved daughter, who would dare to look down upon you?" Wan consoled her fervently. In the study, after clarifying the events, Song Guowei appeared pensive. Song Chuxiao pursed her lips, unwilling to look at Song Ran. Although Song Ran was not at fault. Had she not returned to the Song family, this chain of events might not have unfolded. Song Ran's eyes held a hint of mockery. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Old Lady Gu has arrived. Guowei, I have come to apologize on behalf of my grandson to your Mingzhu. Anqin is still in the hospital and has not returned. I have heard everything from Yun and the others. This matter is indeed a mistake on Yuanting's part. Regardless, he should not have spoken such humiliating words to a young lady like Mingzhu in public. Seated in her wheelchair, with Gu Yun behind her, Old Lady Gu's words brought a spark of joy to Song Mingzhu's heart. The fact that Old Lady Gu had come to apologize suggested that the Gu family did not wish to annul the engagement, but rather to solidify her union with Brother Yuanting. She quickly replied, Grandma Gu, there is no need for you to apologize. Perhaps it is I who has not met Brother Yuanting's expectations, and I will strive to improve. Wan also smiled, saying, Old lady, you need not make this trip so late. There are always minor frictions among the younger generation. Song Zihui and the others displayed expressions of delight. Old Lady Gu glanced at Song Mingzhu, then at Song Ran, before addressing Song Guowei. Yuanting has been urgently summoned back to the army to carry out a mission and will not be home for a while. Hence we are uncertain of his true feelings. The verbal engagement I proposed was conditional upon the compatibility of the two children. If they are not suited, they cannot be forced into a union, can they? The smiles on Wan and the others' faces froze. What did the old lady mean by that? Meanwhile, Song Ran pondered whether there truly was a mission, or if he simply wished to avoid returning home. While attending classes at the Gu family, Gu Yuanting might not want to see her. Indeed, you are correct. Arranged marriages are no longer in vogue. It must depend on the feelings of the two children. Song Guowei politely concurred. Old Lady Gu nodded. That is precisely the point. However, since I initially proposed the engagement, I would not wish to impose on Mingzhu. If, in the end, Yuanting feels it is unsuitable, the Gu family will certainly offer Mingzhu compensation. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Song Guowei's expression shifted, his smile growing more genuine. Look at what you say. Our families are so close, there's no need for any compensation. The crux lies in whether the two children have mutual feelings. If there is no interest, even the matchmaker cannot help. Song Guowei felt elated. Having learned the details of today's events, he surmised that Gu Yuanting must have feelings for Song Ran. Additionally, considering their previous connection in the countryside and the fact that Gu Yuanting gifted her scar removal cream, it was possible that Gu Yuanting would ultimately marry Song Ran. Furthermore, as for the compensation for Mingzhu, given the Gu family's status and resources, it would undoubtedly be substantial. Regardless of which daughter Gu Yuanting chose, the Song family would benefit. When Old Lady Gu was about to leave, Song Guowei promptly called for Song Ran to send her off, noticing how fond Old Lady Gu seemed of Song Ran. The Gu family was known for their filial piety, and Old Lady Gu held significant influence within the family. Together, Song Ran and Gu Yun pushed Old Lady Gu back to the Gu family. Upon arriving at the entrance, Old Lady Gu suddenly asked Song Ran, Ran, what are your thoughts? What? Song Ran responded with slight surprise. Gu Yun covered her mouth, chuckling. Grandma wants to know how you feel about my brother. Hearing this, she lowered her eyelashes, pursing her lips as she replied, Brother Gu is quite nice, like an older brother. The marriage between Gu Yuanting and Song Mingzhu likely would not come to fruition. She had accomplished her goal, and there would be no further entanglements with Gu Yuanting. From her previous life to the present, Gu Yuanting was never someone she could aspire to. She had no desire to reach for him. She did not understand the true Gu Yuanting, and the obsessions from her past held no necessity for further exploration. Oh, is that all? Gu Yun expressed disappointment. She firmly nodded, as if reassuring herself. Yes, indeed. Brother, why are you back? Gu Yun turned around, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 51. You and Yuanting are not meant to be upon turning. Song Ran beheld Gu Yuanting clad in military attire. His handsome face was cold and solemn, his eyes as dark as ink, never once casting a glance in her direction. Yuanting, your clothes are all packed. Lima hurriedly emerged, carrying a suitcase. It's nothing. Gu Yuanting took the suitcase from her. Why are you still packing? Yuanting, are you going away? Old Lady Gu inquired. Yes, Gu Yuanting affirmed, Grandma. The car is waiting outside. I am departing tonight for an important mission. Gu Yun anxiously asked, Brother, how long will you be gone? When will you return? Father will be back in half a month. I'm unsure. Then you must take care. MHM. Gu Yuanting turned and swiftly departed, his tone indifferent, never once glancing at Song Ran. Song Ran lowered her gaze, realizing that Gu Yuanting must have overheard her earlier words. He knew she was using him, perhaps believing that her intentions were to deliberately forge closer ties with old lady Gu and Gu Yun, harboring ulterior motives towards the Gu family. In regard to the Gu family, she felt no guilt, nor was there a need for explanation. Upon returning to the Gu family, Gu Yin promptly asked old lady Gu, "Grandma, were you trying to matchmake my brother and sister Ran?" Old lady Gu hesitated to discuss such matters with Gu Yun, feeling she was still too young, yet seeing her meticulously dressed today, it was clear she had blossomed into a young lady. She nodded. "Grandma indeed has that intention. But your brother is rather unromantic. Just now, he appeared so cold, as if he wished to keep everyone at a distance. I fear that he may frighten off Sister Ran with that sour expression of his. Let's not dwell on this. It will happen naturally. When your brother returns, I will ask him again." The old lady held great hopes for the pair, though she was aged. She could discern that Gu Yuanting regarded Song Ran with a different demeanor. The atmosphere between the two individuals today was evidently strained. Upon returning home, Song Ran was subjected to a lecture from Chun Wan, who admonished her not to harbor aspirations of climbing the social ladder. Song Ran, dismissing the words, ascended the stairs, closed the door, and found solace in the silence that ensued. Song Mingzhu had wept throughout the night, receiving comfort from Chun Wan and Song Chuxiao in turns, which prevented Song Ran from getting a restful night as sleep. In the morning, Zhuang Anqin arrived bearing gifts and, upon noticing the swollen and crimson eyes of Song Mingzhu, felt a pang of sympathy. She had always viewed Song Mingzhu as a future daughter-in-law, admiring her outstanding academic performance, grace, and manners, having watched her grow up. Despite some minor flaws, they were inconsequential. Alas, her son remained indifferent, his heart as hard as stone, showing no interest in Song Mingzhu. Gu Yuanting, having traveled all night by train, called home upon arrival, instructing that the matter of the engagement be clarified with the Song family. He had already asked Gu Yun to recount the events of the social gathering, and he now grasped the situation. At that moment, Song Mingzhu had likely spoken out of anger, accusing Song Ran of meddling. Gu Yuanting had never favored Song Mingzhu, and without clarification, Song Ran's reputation would suffer greatly. In this regard, Gu Yuanting was not in the wrong. However, Zhuang Anqin could not help but vent her frustration on Song Ran, perceiving her as a scheming young woman with ulterior motives, believing that it was her presence that had led to the current predicament. Originally, the two families could have sat down amicably to discuss the marriage, but now Song Mingzhu found herself the subject of ridicule, while the Gu family would have to come to apologize. Still, the mess had to be cleaned up, and Zhuang Anqin, holding Song Mingzhu's hand tenderly, said, "This is Yuanting's fault. You've been wronged." Song Mingzhu's eyes reddened again as she sniffled, biting her lip. "Aunt Zhuang, you know I've always wanted to marry brother Yuanting. I've worked hard to become better, all to be worthy of him. You must tell me that what brother Yuanting said yesterday was just out of anger, right?" Meeting the hopeful gaze of Song Mingzhu, Zhuang Anqin sighed. "He is simply cold-hearted and indifferent to everyone, not just you. So, Mingzhu, do not belittle yourself. You are exceptional, and it is merely a matter of fate that Yuanting and you are not meant to be." Her words, while gentle, conveyed the painful truth. Gu Yuanting did not harbor feelings for her. Heartbroken, Song Mingzhu released Zhuang Anqin's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Why? I don't understand. Everything was fine before. Why has it changed so suddenly?" She lifted her gaze to the door of Song Ran's room, a flicker of resentment in her eyes. It was Song Ran. Blame fell squarely upon her. If not for that vixen, brother Yuanting would surely have married her. It was not an abrupt change. Yuanting likely viewed her more as a sister. They had planned to discuss the matter once her uncle Gu returned. Yet, Song Mingzhu disregarded Zhuang Anqin's words, believing that Song Ran's return had disrupted her life entirely, that she had come back solely to usurp everything from her. What was there to discuss? Mingzhu had been publicly jilted by Gu Yuanting, losing all face, and countless people were laughing at her behind her back. As a young woman just stepping into adulthood, how could she endure such a tremendous upheaval? Chun Wan stood nearby, her face pale and weary, dark circles under her eyes, radiating resentment. Others laughed at Mingzhu, mocking her as a mother. She had nurtured her beloved daughter with care, and seeing her treated so poorly filled her with a desire to expel Zhuang Anqin from her home. Despite her distaste for Chen Wan's words, Zhuang Anqin felt compelled to appease her, stating, "Chen Wan, I've spoken with my husband overseas. He believes that once he returns, we should acknowledge Mingzhu as our goddaughter, helping her find a suitable match and providing her with a dowry so she can marry in style. What do you think?" Chen Wan looked at Zhuang Anqin in astonishment. Even Song Mingzhu ceased her sobbing, her eyes flickering with hope. This was undoubtedly the best consolation. Mingzhu cared about the engagement with the Gu family for two reasons: her affection for Gu Yuanting and the fear of being abandoned by her own family if the engagement fell through. A fear she had already gleaned from Song Guowei's behavior. Since Song Ran's return, her deepest concern had been the possibility of Song Ran integrating into the family, leaving her without a place. She could never return to her biological parents in the countryside. However, if she could become the Gu family's goddaughter, with their assistance in finding a partner, her status would no longer be a worry, and the likes of Yin Shishir and others would no longer dare to mock her as the daughter of a maid. Chen Wan, too, began to entertain the idea. Last night, Song Guowei had warned her against provoking Song Ran, suggesting that she might marry into the Gu family, urging her to think of the bigger picture. Ultimately, she was reluctant to forego the alliance with the Gu family. Yet, if Mingzhu had this relationship, there would be no need for Song Ran to marry into the Gu family. Besides, with Song Ran's disposition, the Gu family would hardly take notice of her. Nevertheless, she had her pride to uphold. Our Mingzhu is so remarkable, she will have her pick of suitors. The matter of her being a goddaughter can wait until Guowei returns. Our precious daughter certainly does not need to adopt any godparents. Zhuang Anqin forced a smile and agreed. Indeed, Mingzhu is exceptional. There isn't a better girl in the entire courtyard. We also like Mingzhu very much. If Guowei agrees, we shall wait for old Gu to return before formally acknowledging our kinship, ensuring that Mingzhu is never wronged. A godparent? Song Ran stood behind the door. The hall below was spacious, and she needed not eavesdrop. Their conversation was crystal clear. A cold smile crept across her lips. She would not allow Song Mingzhu to have her way. In a remote, mountainous region of southern China, a soldier asked, "Commander, the temperature difference here is significant. During the day, a single layer is sufficient, but at night, a heavy coat is necessary. Did you bring warm clothing with you? Would you like me to fetch some?" Noting Gu Yuanting's thin attire, the guard He Chong inquired. "There is some in the trunk. Let's get moving," Gu Yuanting replied sternly, unwilling to squander a moment of time. Upon reaching the mountain, the chill was indeed biting. "Commander, your coat," He Chong said, retrieving a military coat from Gu Yuanting's belongings. As Gu Yuanting donned it, he caught a faint scent reminiscent of orchids, causing him to frown and remove the coat. "But Commander, you only brought this one military coat." Chapter 52, When Spouses Cannot Be. Let us be siblings. After Zhuang Anqin departed in the morning, a smile finally graced Song Mingzhu's face. Song Ran surmised that Zhuang Anqin had gone to the hospital, so she made her way to the Gu family for her lesson. Upon returning home, she found her aunt, Shi Fengyi, and her third aunt, Zhongyu, enjoying tea in the living room, while Chen Wan appeared invigorated, her face aglow with smiles, showing no signs of weariness from a sleepless night. Every cloud has a silver lining. Gu Yuanting's cold nature means he is not one to show affection. I used to worry that Mingzhu would suffer if she married him, and seeing her grow up has made me anxious to the point of losing hair. Now, it seems she need not marry Gu Yuanting, and I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. We have ample time to find Mingzhu a suitable match. Zhongyu chimed in with a smile. Who could argue? Mingzhu is our cherished jewel. Though Gu Yuanting is exceptional, marriage is about companionship, and it is vital to find someone who truly cherishes Mingzhu. Otherwise, we would all be uneasy. Shi Fengyi added, at 24. Gu Yuanting is quite older than our 18-year-old Mingzhu. The age gap is considerable and indeed unsuitable, as they would lack common interests. Previously, they had praised Gu Yuanting to the skies, urging Song Mingzhu to cultivate her feelings for him. Now, with circumstances having shifted, they were quick to criticize his shortcomings. This was the essence of harmony among the three sisters-in-law of the Song family. All three shared the same vanity. Though the Gu family had called off the engagement, they felt compelled to salvage their dignity, ensuring others believed Gu Yuanting was unworthy of their daughter, as they had never been entirely satisfied with the match. Song Mingzhu served tea, her demeanor shy and demure, yet she refrained from voicing a single contradiction. It seemed she, too, held no deep affection for Gu Yuanting. Song Ran had a fair understanding of Song Mingzhu. Since childhood, Chun Wan had instilled in her the notion of superiority. Every aspect of her life, from clothing to accessories, had to surpass that of others, always adorned in the most fashionable styles, outshining everyone in the courtyard. Even her engagement to Gu Yuanting was the finest. No one in the entire compound could be considered a more commendable match. Under such a distorted mindset, while Song Mingzhu certainly harbored feelings for Gu Yuanting, it was evident that her vanity overshadowed her affection. She cried throughout the night, perhaps lamenting her inability to face the scorn of others, the embarrassment of her origins, and the abrupt end of her seemingly perfect marriage and future. Ran, you're back. Have you had lunch? Would you like Qin Ma to prepare something special for you? At that moment, Song Mingzhu spotted Song Ran returning from outside. Her tone was caring, and her demeanor gentle, completely contrasting the fury she had exhibited the previous day. Upon seeing Song Ran, Chun Wan let out a disdainful huff. Why do you care about her? She nearly embarrassed you last night. Her intentions are insidious, and her heart is wicked. She hardly resembles a member of the Song family. Being raised outside, she lacks any decorum. After such a scandal, she still runs to the Gu family without a hint of shame. Her discontent towards Song Ran was palpable. Shi Fengyi recalled her husband's admonitions and, with a shrewd glint in her eyes, attempted to smooth things over. All right, Awan, last night's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Since it has passed, let us not blame Xiaoran. Look how magnanimous Mingzhu is. She turned to Song Ran. Xiaoran, your sister Mingzhu bears no grudge against you. You two should get along well. Both of you are daughters of the Song family, and the family's interests must come first. Song Ran smiled sweetly, understood, Annie. I will ensure a harmonious relationship with Sister Mingzhu. Moreover, I must congratulate her on soon becoming sworn siblings with Brother Gu. Song Mingzhu's smile faltered slightly. She was certain Song Ran was mocking her. Unable to become a wife, she was relegated to merely being a sworn sister. The Song family was bustling. With Shi Fengyi and Zhong Yugan, several of Chun Wan's close friends arrived, eager to inquire about the marriage between Song Mingzhu and Gu Yuanting. Before long, the news that the Gu family intended to recognize Song Mingzhu as their goddaughter spread like wildfire. Those who initially sought to mock the Song family found themselves unable to laugh. The Gu family, such a prestigious household, would surely not treat Song Mingzhu poorly, making her situation akin to that of a bride. As the New Year holiday concluded, when Song Mingzhu returned to campus, not only was she spared ridicule, but many classmates sought to forge connections with her. Behind these peers stood their parents. Though Song Mingzhu was no longer betrothed to the Gu family, she was still considered a desirable connection, particularly since the Gu family intended to recognize her as a goddaughter and prepare a splendid dowry for her. Marrying her would intertwine the fates of the Song and Gu families. In no time, Song Mingzhu regained her spirits. Although Aunt Zhang indicated that the official acknowledgement would occur once Uncle Gu returned, it was already a foregone conclusion, merely a formality to be observed. Quickly, Song Mingzhu emerged from her sadness over the broken engagement, while Chun Wan and Song Wuwei began discussing potential suitors for her. With the prospect of a relationship, they planned for her to obtain a marriage certificate in 2 years. Since the engagement with the Gu family had fallen through, it was only prudent to seek a more suitable match. Song Ran often overheard their discussions about which young men were more admirable. Recently, Wu Xiaoling had also been dressing in vibrant attire when going out. After Zhang Gaopeng had escorted Wu Xiaoling to the Song residence a few times, he finally encountered Song Wuwei. As soon as Zhang Gaopeng departed, Song Wuwei, along with Chun Wan, inquired about the nature of Wu Xiaoling's relationship with him. Song Mingzhu smiled. Mom and Dad, at the New Year's dance, Xiaoling's partner was the gentleman Zhang. He brought her home that evening. He's from the northern regions and has much to converse about with Xiaoling. I heard he took her out to explore and enjoy the local cuisine. Though I wonder about his character. Song Wuwei nodded. He is ambitious, formerly under my command, and has since become a squad leader. He is educated and cultured, with a promising future ahead. Song Mingzhu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this praise, and Wu Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Song Mingzhu had discreetly inquired about Zhang Gaopeng's background through Song Zihui, hearing her father's commendation brought her a sense of reassurance. Chun Wan chimed in with a smile. Xiaoling is indeed fortunate. She has already caught the eye of a young officer and may soon become an officer's wife, unlike some who are simply unlikable. As she spoke, Chunwan deliberately raised her voice, casting a glance upstairs. Wu Xiaoling was well aware of the daily rituals of serving tea and caring for elders, unlike Song Ran, who seemed to spend her time either at the Gu family or visiting the Yin couple or sequestered in her room, making her presence feel almost non-existent and devoid of any endearing qualities, which was quite irksome. Song Mingzhu and Wu Xiaoling exchanged sly smiles. Seizing the moment, Song Mingzhu suggested, "Mom and Dad, why not recognize Xiaoling as your goddaughter?" Chapter 53. Chun Wan. Song Ran is much better than she imagined as Song Ran descended the stairs to fetch water. A glimmer of sarcasm danced in her eyes. To suggest that a man who had yet to enter a relationship should be recognized as a goddaughter was utterly preposterous. Indeed, as soon as Song Mingzhu finished speaking, Song Guowei frowned. Xiaoling already enjoys the treatment of a daughter in her household. The significance of acknowledging her as a goddaughter is negligible. Let Xiaoling first explore her relationship with Zhang Gaopeng. We still do not know if they are compatible. Wu Xiaoling bit her lip, her front teeth feeling loose as she hurriedly concealed them. Song Mingzhu pleaded, "Of course it matters. If Xiaoling becomes our goddaughter, she will be held in higher regard. If she marries Zhang Gaopeng, others will think twice before mistreating her." Song Guowei remained silent. Chunwan tactfully remarked, "Mingzhu, Xiaoling has only just come from the countryside and has not completed her high school education. Perhaps we should revisit this matter later." Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu realized that Song Guowei and Chun Wan looked down upon Wu Xiaoling's background. Wu Xiaoling was indeed a true country girl, the daughter of a former maid, raised in the countryside with poor academic performance. In essence, they deemed Wu Xiaoling unworthy. Did this mean they also viewed her own true origins as inferior? As this thought crossed her mind, Song Mingzhu's fingernails dug into her palms. The mere thought of being rejected by her fiancé and failing to gain recognition from the Gu family filled her with dread. She feared the coldness and disdain of Song Guowei, and Chun Wan awaited her. "Xiaoran, how is your English study progressing?" Song Guowei turned to inquire, displaying genuine concern. Song Ran smiled, "Quite well, father. That is encouraging to hear. Even if the wager is lost, it is of no great consequence. I would never truly cast you out of our home." Song Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. If the wager was voided, what was the point of her bet with Song Ran? No, she had to ensure that Song Ran left the Song family. "By the way, Xiaoran, when can I invite your godfather and godmother over for tea? I recently acquired some fine tea I wish to share with them." Song Ran knew that Song Guowei's concern for her was not without ulterior motives. She smiled, "Father, my godfather is currently busy, but he mentioned that before returning to Hong Kong, he would host a private dinner for our family and Minister Chow. You could bring some tea for him then." Song Guowei immediately inquired, "When are they returning to Hong Kong?" Tentatively, it is set for mid-month, likely around the 10th, when he will send out invitations. Today is already the 6th, so waiting a few more days is manageable. Yin Jiefeng has not refused to keep the foreign experts he brought along. They should finalize their handover before departing. They have committed to long-term economic cooperation with Minister Chow, so there is no reason to let the Song family down. Just yesterday, Yin Jiefeng and Minister Chow signed the cooperation agreement, and this morning, the higher-ups praised Minister Chow and his entire department. At the elder brother's side, only a final push was needed. Song Guowei nodded and gently said to Song Ran, "Since they are about to return, you should spend more time with them during this period. Once they leave, your godmother will give birth and need to observe confinement. Who knows when you'll get to see each other again?" After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Chun Wan. Chun Wan, somewhat reluctantly, said, "This afternoon, I'll take you to the department store to buy some local specialties as gifts for your godfather and godmother to take back to Hong Kong." Song Mingzhu quickly smiled and said, "Mom, Sister Ran, let me and Xiaoling join you. It's Sunday anyway, and we have nothing to do. We can help carry things." "Yes, Andy, I am full of strength," Wu Xiaoling chimed in. Chun Wan laughed and said, "All right, let us all go together. You two are so filial." Song Ran remained unresponsive. Chun Wan enjoyed belittling her, using Song Mingzhu and Wu Xiaoling's virtues to highlight her shortcomings, hoping to make her obedient and controllable. In her previous life, she was obedient and honest, but what did she gain? Only heavier oppression and disdain. At the department store, everything was available, a dazzling array of goods on display. Wu Xiaoling had never seen such a scene. Her eyes sparkled as she stood there in a daze. "Miss, what are you daydreaming about? Step aside, You're blocking the counter," a sales clerk said haughtily, causing many to glance over. Chunwan lowered her head to hide her face and hurriedly walked away, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Wu Xiaoling appeared like a country bumpkin in the city. Song Mingzhu felt embarrassed and wished she could deny knowing Wu Xiaoling when faced with the unusual stares. Wu Xiaoling clutched the edge of her clothes, her face shrinking. She could be arrogant with the nanny Qin Ma, but she couldn't muster the courage to confront the sales clerk. Just a glance from the clerk made her feel inferior. The goods here were expensive. A few years ago, buying anything required tickets, and many items could not be purchased even with money and tickets. Thus, many people would flatter the sales clerks to buy things, and those clerks had grown accustomed to their elevated status, looking down on those who could not afford their wares. In essence, Wu Xiaoling was one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Chunwan lifted her eyes and saw Song Ran strolling with an air of calm, surveying the goods around her. Her delicate and beautiful face bore a tranquil expression, which surprised Chunwan. In comparison to Wu Xiaoling, Song Ran exuded much more grace. Her neck was long and elegant, resembling a swan's more than Song Mingzhu, who had practiced dance for years, all the while exuding confidence rather than Wu Xiaoling's subconscious hunching due to her inner inferiority. Observing this, Chunwan felt a sense of approval. Song Ran had inherited their strengths and was not a disgrace to take out in public. It was her first visit to the department store, and her calm demeanor exceeded Chunwan's expectations. Chunwan's subtle nod was caught by Song Mingzhu, who felt a flash of jealousy in her eyes. She feigned warmth and said, "Sister Ran, your godmother has given you so many gifts. You must not be interested in the things here." This remark reminded Chunwan that Song Ran had likely seen better things, making her calm demeanor seem entirely reasonable. Perhaps it was precisely because she had encountered finer items that she looked down upon the goods here. Chunwan curled her lip and strode ahead. Song Mingzhu immediately followed, linking her arm with Chunwan's, their mother-daughter bond appearing as close as that of sisters. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoling regained her confidence and sneered at Song Ran. "Song Ran, are you feeling jealous? Too bad jealousy won't help. You will never measure up to my sister." Ever since suffering from diarrhea on New Year's Day, she had harbored resentment towards Song Ran, even refusing to call her sister when there were no outsiders around. Song Ran looked at her and secretly chuckled, though her face displayed an expression of confusion. "Xiaoling, I do not understand why you harbor such animosity towards me these days. Could you enlighten me? What are you pretending for? How dare you say that I was not affected by your actions at the dance? Were you not suffering from menstrual cramps? Did you have diarrhea at that time? I genuinely had no idea." Her expression was so sincere that it hardly seemed like a lie, causing Wu Xiaoling to feel perplexed. Over the past few days, Song Ran often initiated conversations with her, maintaining the same attitude as before, yet she had ignored her. Could it be that she truly was not responsible? Song Ran continued, "Xiaoling, I initially thought your harsh words were due to Song Mingzhu's provocation, but I assure you, I have never done anything to harm you. You are my sister, having grown up together. How could I wish you ill?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoling suddenly pondered whether Song Mingzhu had deliberately switched her porridge to incite her against Song Ran. This way, she could firmly stand with Song Mingzhu. She vaguely remembered Song Mingzhu standing by the table for a while that day. Wu Xiaoling clenched her fists tightly, her eyes blazing with anger. Song Mingzhu did not trust her. She had clearly told her that Chun Ho-Hat had sent her to the Song family to assist her, and she had obeyed her every command. Yet, unexpectedly, she was scheming against her. Chapter 54. Song Mingzhu invites classmates to dinner at Dongshan restaurant. Wu Xiaoling glared at Song Mingzhu's retreating figure with resentment. She shared everything with her, yet she constantly regarded her with suspicion, disbelieving her, and in an effort to sow discord between her and Song Ran. She went so far as to cause her to suffer a whole day of distress. What a good sister. She had thought she and Song Mingzhu were biological sisters, born from the same womb, and despite not growing up together, they shared an inseparable bond of blood, close and loving. Little did she know, it was merely her one-sided sentiment. What kind of sister was this, treating her like a thief and using her? Song Ran observed all this, her eyes flickering, and a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chunwan led them to the specialty area, intending to buy 2 authentic silk scarves adorned with Beijing embroidery. Upon inquiring about the price, she discovered each scarf cost no less than 598. Not to mention Wu Xiaoling. Even Song Mingzhu was taken aback. Her fashionable clothing and winter attire, including shoes, did not amount to such an expense. so she was shocked by the cost of such a thin scarf. The same went for a Beijing embroidered cloak, which was priced over 1,000 yuan. Chunwan frowned and asked about other items, all of which were exorbitantly priced. For instance, a hand-embroidered top with dragon and auspicious cloud motifs cost over 2,000 yuan, and a lacquer plate featuring blessings cost over 500. After asking too many questions, Song Ran noticed the sales clerk's eyes rolling in disdain, and she couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the plump middle-aged sales clerk spoke condescendingly, "Miss, our specialties are meant for export. The buyers are foreigners who are not sure of money. If you ladies are not genuinely interested in purchasing, please do not cause a disturbance here. Go over there and buy some paper cuts or clay figurines. Those are cheap." "What do you mean by that? What kind of person are you? Do we look like we can't afford it?" Chun Wan, having lived a life of comfort for years, had never encountered such disrespect. The Song family lived close to the department store, and she frequented it often. Many sales clerks knew her, and none had dared to treat her this way. Her face flushed with anger. "Mom, please don't get too worked up." Song Mingzhu stepped forward and addressed the sales clerk. "Do you know who we are? My father is a high-ranking officer in the military district." Wu Xiaoling also stood tall, exuding confidence as she glared at the sales clerk. Chenwan thought that in this critical moment, Mingzhu was indeed useful, while Song Ran remained silent, appearing timid. The sales clerk, however, was undeterred and shouted, "So what if your father is an officer? Does that make you any better than others?" Having been labeled as such, Song Mingzhu immediately retorted, "I never claimed to be better than anyone. It's you who looks down on us, thinking we can't afford it. We are here to buy now. I demand you bring the items to us." Chenwan nodded, ready to pull money from her bag, her anger boiling to the point where she wished to throw the money in the sales clerk's face just to vent her frustration. At that moment, a hand pressed down on her bag, which she was about to open. Chenwan frowned, angrily asking, "What are you doing? Why are you causing trouble?" Song Ran whispered in her ear, "Mom, we can't buy this." "Why not? In this building, Chenwan, can afford anything." Chenwan pretended to push her away. Song Ran, with a gentle demeanor, responded, "Mom, so many people are watching. Just now, Sister Mingzhu mentioned that Dad holds a high position in the military district. If you pull out a wad of cash, what will others think? You must consider the reputation of the Song family. If this escalates, Dad and Uncle will have to face an investigation." Upon hearing this, Chunwan suddenly came to her senses, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. In her anger, she and T considered the repercussions. After years of being pampered, her first instinct was to retaliate against the salesperson, just like Mingzhu, to ensure no one would dare look down on her again. She tightly closed her bag and pulled Song Mingzhu, who still wanted to confront the salesperson, saying, "Let us go, Mingzhu. There is nothing here that Mom wants to buy." "Mom." Song Mingzhu had heard Song Ran's earlier words and was solely focused on appeasing Chen Wan, wanting her to vent her frustration. Seeing them about to leave, the salesperson sneered, "What a fade. I've seen many like you, dressed to the nines but with empty pockets. Who are you talking about? I'll file a complaint. Bring your manager here." Song Mingzhu retorted angrily, "Go ahead, I'm not afraid. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Let us see who your esteemed father is. I know plenty of high officials." Upon hearing this, Chenwan thought to herself that no wonder the salesperson was so arrogant. She likely had powerful backing. Thus, a direct confrontation was unwise. "All right, Mingzhu, let us go." Chenwan's tone grew stern as she saw Song Mingzhu still eager to argue. She had anticipated that Song Ran would spot the crux of the issue so quickly, while Mingzhu was intent on escalating the situation. In this regard, Song Ran's foresight proved superior, and Chenwan couldn't help but regard her more highly. Still, the salesperson had tainted her mood, and she lost the desire to continue shopping. So she consulted Song Ran. "What do you think we should buy for your godfather and godmother?" Song Mingzhu frowned, surprised that Wan would seek Song Ran's opinion, considering she had always looked down on her. "Mom, I doubt that Ran knows anything." With a faint smile, Song Ran replied, "I've already inquired for Dad and Mom. In Hong Kong, our Jing City Tongrantang, S. Niu Huang, Jidu Pian, and Su Xiao Jiu Xian are popular items, perfect for gifts. They convey thoughtfulness without being overly extravagant." Chenwan was taken aback, realizing that Song Ran truly knew what to buy. She suddenly recalled hearing someone mention that relatives in Hong Kong had asked for these remedies. She intended to praise Song Ran, but felt awkward and instead nodded silently. "All right, let us head to Tongrantang then." Seeing this, Song Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief and playfully said to Chenwan, "Mom, since we don't need to carry anything, Xiaoling and I want to go. I have a classmate gathering tonight. I'll go look for some small accessories. Sure, you two go ahead. Chenwan took out money for Song Mingzhu and then turned to Song Ran. You should accompany Mingzhu, but it's something I'd like to take back. Song Mingzhu's smile faltered. She had never intended to bring Song Ran along. I don't really want anything, so I want to go. Since we're buying gifts for my godfather and godmother, I'll accompany you, Mom, and we could deliver them afterward. Song Ran replied with a smile. Recently, Song Mingzhu and Wu Xiaoling had deliberately avoided mentioning their classmate gatherings in front of her, as they feared she might insist on joining, especially since the venue was always Dongshan Tower. They were concerned that if Wu Xiaoling went and she expressed a desire to join, it would be difficult for Song Mingzhu to explain to the Song family, making it seem like they were ostracizing her. Song Mingzhu was currently enjoying her popularity at school, boldly hosting gatherings, and was naturally worried about being exposed. The smile in her eyes broadened. Song Mingzhu, if you weren't so vain, how would T have found such a good opportunity? Chapter 55. Addicted to her fragrance at Dongshan Tower, in a private room near the entrance. Song Wuwei was smiling as he shook hands and conversed with Yin Jiefeng. Chenwan also smiled as she presented a gift to Hua Qiuxia, claiming that Song Ran had accompanied her to Tongrentang. In front of Hua Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng, she praised Song Ran for her filial piety. Song Ran smiled, but seemed a bit distracted. She had intentionally suggested dining at Dongshan Tower, though she had originally planned to invite Gu Yuanting. Given his disposition, he would likely avoid her in the future, let alone share a meal again. She had heard from Gu Yun that Gu Yuanting had gone south. In her last life, he had executed missions in the southwest and had spent over half a year in Jing City after being promoted to regiment level. That area was now quite dangerous. If Gu Yuanting truly wished to leave Jing City due to her, and had accepted or even requested to undertake a temporary perilous task, resulting in injury or worse, she would feel guilty for a long time. She merely wanted to sever ties with him in this life, nothing more. Yet she didn't wish for him to encounter misfortune because of her. What had become of Gu Yuanting now? Gu Yuanting had not slept for a day and a night. Within the dangerous zone along the border, he took cover in a trench. Nearby lay the bodies of 6 foreign mercenaries, all killed by a single shot. The forest was so quiet that even the sound of birds was absent. Retreat. Gu Yuanting gestured to the disguised soldiers behind him, quietly falling back. Commander, you should take a quick nap. It will be dark soon, He Chong urged. Seeing Gu Yuanting only eat a few bites of bread while studying a map. By late night, the rats will become rampant. If you don't rest now, there will be no time later. Tomorrow we need to clear the mines. This area is heavily mined. 13 mine clearers have already been lost within a month. And Commander Gu has sharper instincts and more experience than even seasoned mine clearers, usually leading the charge and directing operations. A breeze picked up. Gu Yuanting stepped out of the tent and glanced at the sky, his expression serious. It's going to rain tonight, and there's a tough battle ahead. Ensure everyone rotates for rest and prepares. Once inside the tent, he lay on the folding bed, closed his eyes. After 10 minutes, Gu Yuanting opened his eyes, glanced at the military coat he had tossed in the corner, sighed, resigned himself, and got up to retrieve it, covering his head, accompanied by the increasingly faint fragrance. He fell deeply asleep within seconds. Wow, Mingzhu, Dongshan Tower is so magnificent. This is my first time here, exclaimed one of the group. Such exquisite and beautiful plates. I heard they are replicas of palace where it's used by emperors and empresses. Oh my, look at this. A simple dish of boiled cabbage costs 15 yuan. It's highway robbery. What kind of cabbage is so expensive? Everyone was astonished. 15 yuan for a single cabbage? That's enough to order a full table of dishes at a state-run restaurant. Song Mingzhu, basking in various flattery, blushed with joy. Hearing this, she smiled slightly. Don't underestimate boiled cabbage. It's a palace banquet dish, and its preparation is very intricate. Just boiling the broth takes several hours. Ding Jie admired. Mingzhu, you know so much. Other classmates expressed their newfound knowledge. Song Mingzhu waved her hand grandly. Everyone, order whatever you like. Don't hold back on my account. Mingzhu, you're so generous. No wonder you're the most favored in the Song family, and even the Gu family acknowledges you as their goddaughter. Your personality is simply delightful. Of course, Ding Jie chimed in proudly. Our Mingzhu has it all: talent, beauty, and grace. Truly a gem, adored by elders, unlike that country bumpkin. As she spoke, she turned to Wu Xiaoling. Xiaoling, don't you agree? Yes, within the Song family, Song Ran is not as favored as her sister Mingzhu. Despite her lack of education, she still attempts to compete with Mingzhu, frequently visiting the Gu family, much to the annoyance of Captain Gu, who has not returned home for several years. Wu Xiaoling chimed in, echoing sentiments she learned from Mingzhu prior to her arrival, aimed solely at tarnishing Song Ran's reputation while elevating Mingzhu's standing. For her, this was merely a matter of idle gossip, posing no harm, and she naturally aligned herself with Mingzhu, planning to be more cautious in the future. One classmate disdainfully remarked that Song Ran was shameless, as she knowingly approached Captain Gu, who was Mingzhu's fiancé, displaying an audacity that was quite astonishing. Ding Jie added that Mingzhu had always regarded Captain Gu as an elder brother. She had been infuriated by Song Ran at the dance, yet now, being able to relate to Captain Gu as a sibling brought her great joy. Mingzhu nodded in agreement, stating that Captain Gu was significantly older than her, and she viewed him as a brother, having gained clarity about her own feelings through recent events. Really? That's wonderful, exclaimed a classmate. In recent days, the students have been engaged in discussions about whether Mingzhu harbored feelings for Gu Yuanting, concerned that she might have someone in her heart, a worry echoed by their elders. Mingzhu had become quite the catch, backed by both the Song and Gu families, and it was hoped that this fine young lady could become engaged to a suitable boy early on, ensuring she wouldn't be at risk of losing him to others. Among the male classmates present, some were fond of Mingzhu, particularly the one who had just spoken excitedly, who was met with teasing from the others. Mingzhu relished the attention, as clarifying her relationship with Gu Yuanting was one of her objectives for the day. However, she regarded this particular classmate as beneath her consideration, and with a smile, interrupted. Let us order quickly. We can continue our conversation afterward. Mingzhu, why don't you order? None of us have been to a place like this and don't know what's good, suggested another classmate. Yes, Mingzhu, please order. The dishes here are quite expensive, and I wouldn't dare to choose, added another. Very well, I shall order, Mingzhu replied, summoning the waiter and selecting only the most expensive dishes on the menu. Although she had only been to Dongshan Lu once before, she was certain that choosing the pricey options could never go wrong. Enough, Mingzhu. There are only 16 of us. We don't need this many dishes. One student protested. That must be over 20 dishes. If we order more, there won't be enough space on the table. Another exclaimed. It's all right. If we can't finish, we can take the leftovers home for our parents to taste, Mingzhu stated, exuding an air of extravagance. The waiter observed her closely, noting her composed demeanor, exquisite attire, and a watch on her wrist, which suggested she was not someone who would struggle to settle the bill. Moreover, she had reserved the largest private room days in advance, so he refrained from questioning her further. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoxia was praising Song Ran's filial piety, beauty, and understanding in front of Song Wuwei and Chen Wan. After her compliments, she suddenly inquired how much pocket money they provided to Song Mingzhu and Ran each month. I wanted to give Ran some money to spend last time, but she refused. I told her she was my goddaughter. I should have some pocket money. But she said her family would provide for her, though it seems she has never spent any. Upon hearing this, Chen Wan was taken aback. She suddenly realized that since Song Ran's return, she had not given her a single penny. Previously, while at the department store, she had even handed Mingzhu a few bills in front of Song Ran. Observing Chen Wan's expression, Song Guowei quickly added with a smile, here in Jing City, the cost of living is low, unlike Xianjiang. A few yuan is sufficient for pocket money. We give Mingzhu the same. If she needs anything else, she can ask us for more. Isn't that right, Ran? Song Guowei subtly gestured towards Song Ran. I don't spend much. A few yuan is enough for me. Song Ran replied. However, Hu Xiaoxia looked at Song Wuwei skeptically. Really? Mingzhu only receives a few yuan a month? Ran mentioned she was treating her classmates today. Surely a few yuan won't suffice for that. Treating classmates to a meal? He was unaware of this. Chapter 56. The Handsome Cousin from Xianjiang. Song Wuwei turned to Chen Wan, who explained, Mingzhu is treating her classmates to dinner because of the friendly atmosphere in their class. They often invite each other out. They usually eat at small restaurants, where a meal doesn't cost more than 10 yuan. Yes, indeed. Our local prices are low. Dongshan Lu is one of the most expensive restaurants, and regular folks seldom dine there. They prefer small eateries that offer larger portions at reasonable prices. Song Guowei chimed in, adding, Mingzhu is quite frugal and doesn't spend recklessly, but since Ran is our biological daughter, we will certainly provide her with more pocket money. This was meant to reassure Hu Xiaoxia and Yin Jiefeng that they would not show favoritism. Song Ran felt a cold smile form within her. In Jiefeng nodded, since Mr. Song has said so, we are relieved. Ran is our goddaughter, and we do not wish for her to be overshadowed by the daughter of a maid. Mingzhu shares no blood relation with you. Please take care of Ran more in the future. Shenwan frowned at this. She suspected that Song Ran had been complaining to them, hence their lecturing tone. While it was true that Mingzhu was the maid's daughter, she had raised and nurtured her with great care, making her far closer than Song Ran, despite the lack of blood ties. The Yin couple seemed to intrude too much, almost reaching into their household. Yet, Shenwan refrained from voicing her thoughts, considering they would soon depart. Lecturing would not cost her anything. However, Song Ran's loose tongue needed to be curbed. She should not divulge everything. To put it bluntly, she was merely envious of Mingzhu. While she feigned indifference at home, privately, she concocted schemes against them. Shenwan found the meal lacking in flavor. Where's Chu Xiao? Song Guowei suddenly asked Shenwan. He went to visit his grandfather. The driver went to pick him up, so he should arrive shortly. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open. Shenwan turned, smiling as she looked toward the entrance, expecting it to be Song Chu Xiao, only to find a young man dressed impeccably in a suit. Young man, you seem to be in the wrong place, Song Guowei remarked. I am not, replied the young man. In Jiefeng rose, laughing heartily. Yin Yi, come here. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Hui Yin Yi, my wife's nephew, who has just arrived in Jing City today. He will be representing the Yin and Hua families in all business dealings on the mainland from now on. Song Ran looked on in surprise, not expecting him to arrive so soon. Her godmother had mentioned just the other day that he had business in Heiress. Hui Yin Yi greeted everyone politely, exuding a gentle demeanor. He was quite handsome, with delicate features that lacked the imposing nature of Gu Yuanting. Instead, he possessed a warm and refined appearance, complete with gold-rimmed glasses that added an air of sophistication. As she observed Hui Yin Yi, he smiled back at her, extending his hand. You must be my younger sister, Ran. I've heard much about you from my aunt. On behalf of the Hua family, I thank you for your life-saving kindness to her. His Mandarin was far more standard than Yin Jiefeng's. Song Ran smiled as she shook his hand. It was merely a small gesture. No need for such formality. You downplay it, but my uncle said that had it not been for you, the consequences could have been dire. Both the Hua and Yin families cannot fathom the dreadful outcome we might have faced, he responded, then took a small gift from his assistant Yangsheng and presented it to Song Ran. The elders asked me to bring you this small token. Please do accept it. Dear Sister Ran. The gift was modest, a neatly wrapped box presented in an exquisite gift bag. Song Ran found it difficult to refuse, so she accepted it, surprised by its weight. It likely contained a wooden gift box. After receiving it, she hesitated to return it, saying, my godparents have already given me many valuable gifts. It will be inappropriate to accept more. Please keep it. Ran, we are all family here, so there is no need to feel shy. You may call Yin Yi your older cousin from now on. Come, Yin Yi, have a seat, Hui Qiuxia said, deliberately moving aside to make room for Hui Yin Yi next to Song Ran. My nephew is truly a remarkable talent. Song Guowei praised him highly, and henceforth, the business dealings of the Yin and Hua families on the mainland will be entrusted to this young man, naturally necessitating the cultivation of a close relationship. However, Hui Yanyi appears to be only in his mid-20s. One wonders about his capabilities. Yin Jiefeng is quite fond of this nephew. Our Yanyi is exceptionally outstanding. He studied in England for 6 years and returned to Hong Kong just last year to establish his own company, without relying on family. He has a keen outlook on the future development of the mainland and intends to make significant strides upon his arrival. Oh, he has started a company at such a young age? What will happen to the company in Hong Kong now that young Hua is here? Song Guowei pondered, perplexed. Logically, Hong Kong boasts a flourishing economy, while the mainland lags significantly behind. It is said that ordinary workers there earn thousands of dollars a month, a disparity of many times over. The coastal area is rife with individuals attempting to sneak into Hong Kong, a testament to the economic divide. Although he believes that the nation's future development will be promising, the gap with present-day Hong Kong appears insurmountable. One would expect young people to stay in more developed regions. Hui Yanyi, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded with a smile. Uncle Song, I run a real estate company. Currently, I am merely engaged in buying and selling some land, hoarding a bit for future ventures, but I have no immediate plans for construction. I am optimistic about the development here and believe that in less than a decade, it will undergo remarkable changes. Song Ran was once again astonished. Hui Yanyi's business acumen is indeed sharp. He has not erred. as the future development can indeed be described as transformative. During her past 2 years in the capital city, she felt the daily changes, later confined to the countryside. She learned of many transformations through Chun Ho-Hat's boastful accounts. The real estate sector is bound to flourish, having already begun along the coastal regions, while this side has yet to see implementation. With the cooperation between the Yin family and the mainland, it should not be difficult for Huiyani to thrive. Conversely, Hong Kong's real estate has passed its peak prosperity. Being decades ahead is not mere talk. Yet with the initial stage comes greater opportunities, and Huiyani's foray into the mainland is indeed a wise decision. In her past life, Hua Mingzhu had leveraged the assistance of several families to acquire vast tracts of land, reaching heights unattainable for others in several lifetimes. Furthermore, there is now a significant opportunity in the coal mining sector, which was also the primary financial support for Song Mingzhu in her early endeavors. This is a matter to discuss with Huiyani at a later time. As Song Ran's thoughts raced, she made a decisive resolution. After rearranging the dishes, it wasn't too long before Song Chuxiao arrived. Upon seeing Song Ran, he seemed somewhat awkward. His cousins had advised him to keep his distance from the country bumpkin to avoid upsetting Mingzhu. However, Song Ran smiled slightly at him, prompting him to immediately lower his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. Song Guowei introduced Song Chuxiao before urging Huiyani and Yin Jiefeng to join him in drinking, offering the prized Mao Tai he had cherished for several years. Huiyani conducted himself with great thoughtfulness. As the junior member at the table, it was he who poured drinks for Song Guowei and Yin Jiefeng, displaying a commendable balance of humility and confidence, coupled with a gentle demeanor, neither overly persuasive nor evasive about drinking, which earned him Song Guowei's admiration. After several rounds, with the wine taking effect, Song Guowei patted Huiyani on the shoulder and inquired, "Young Hua, are you married yet?" Huiyani smiled and shook his head. "Not yet." Song Guowei's eyes lit up as he pressed on. "Has your family arranged a marriage for you? Do you have a girlfriend?" "Not all." "That's splendid." Song Guowei clapped his hands, visibly excited. Hua Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng exchanged glances, contemplating whether Song Guowei was thinking along the same lines, perhaps intending to introduce a Ran to Yanni. Only Song Ran held a subtle scoff in her eyes, knowing that Song Guowei was undoubtedly referring to Song Mingzhu. As anticipated, Song Guowei joyfully proclaimed, "I have a daughter, Mingzhu, who is well-mannered and cultured. I shall introduce you to her." Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Chapter 57. Song Mingzhu actually wants to dine, and dash, what is that noise outside? Chunwan furrowed her brows. It seems there is some sort of dispute. Should I go to take a look? Song Ran suggested. Why should we concern ourselves with that? The restaurant will handle it. Come, let's continue drinking. Song Guowei was already slightly flushed from alcohol and resumed discussing the previous topic with Huiyani. My eldest daughter is named Mingzhu. She was raised with great care by me and your Aunt Shun. However, she does not possess the spoiled traits typical of a young lady. She is obedient and sensible, excelling academically and in the arts. You young people are sure to have many common topics. Song Guowei remained oblivious to the growing discomfort on the faces of Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxia as he continued to extol Song Mingzhu's virtues. Coincidentally, with the dissolution of Mingzhu's engagement to Gu Yuanting, he and Chunwan were eager to find a more suitable match. Yet, every candidate they considered either had an age discrepancy or social status issues. Today, Huiyani's appearance had captured his attention. The Song family was not lacking in political alliances. The eldest brother's family had plans for Siming to engage with Minister Chao's youngest daughter upon her return. Both families were inclined toward this. If they could establish a familial connection with the Yin and Hua families, it might elevate the Song family's standing further. Moreover, there were indications of a desire for Hong Kong's return, and the Yin and Hua families were affluent in Hong Kong. Should they facilitate significant matters in the future, the Song family would find themselves securely positioned in the capital. He believed his foresight was exceptionally astute, and the more he observed Huiyani, the more he appreciated him. He had never considered matchmaking between Yanni and Song Ran. In his eyes, Song Ran had yet to reach a respectable status, having not even completed elementary school. Who would take notice of her? Huiyani, on the other hand, had studied abroad. Initially, he had hoped for some development between Song Ran and Gu Yuanting, but Gu Yuanting, seeking to distance himself from any potential scandal, had ceased visiting home, indicating his lack of interest in Song Ran, who was merely a country girl. Times had changed, Prominent figures no longer looked favorably upon uneducated rural girls. Uncle Song, I'm currently focused on my career and not in a hurry to pursue a relationship, Huiyunyi politely declined. Song Wuwei chuckled. At your age, is indeed the prime time to establish a family. When seeking a partner, one should find someone who can support you and share common interests. Shenwan added, smiling. Once you meet Mingzhu, you will see for yourself. She is quite charming and endearing, appreciated by both elders and youngsters alike. It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. Uncle Song, we are merely introducing you. Speaking of Song Mingzhu, pride illuminated Chun Wan's face. She had conveniently forgotten the earlier incident at the department store and recalled only Mingzhu's merits. None of her friends had anything but praise for Mingzhu. She was her life's most cherished achievement. Hua Qiuxia and Song Ran exchanged knowing smiles, and she remarked, Mr. Song, Mrs. Chun, it seems that your daughter has been raised exceptionally well. I find myself intrigued to learn more about her. If she truly embodies the qualities you describe, I would gladly adopt her as a goddaughter, alongside a Ran, making her the young lady of the Yin and Hua families. Chun Wan's expression turned fervent at this suggestion. Of course, Mrs. Yin, in this entire compound, there is no one who speaks ill of Mingzhu. Though she is not my biological daughter, I have nurtured her with utmost care over the years, not only in our vicinity, but throughout the capital. I doubt anyone can compare. Oh, is that so? Hua Qiuxia smiled with a hint of intrigue. Song Chuxiao immediately chimed in. That is certainly true. My sister is the most outstanding in the world, one of the best girls ever. His tone bore a hint of urgency, fearing others might question Song Mingzhu's worth. In his eyes, she was nothing short of perfect. Song Ran, suppressing a cold laugh, stood up as the noise outside grew louder. I should see if something has occurred. As she opened the door, the unmistakable voice of Song Mingzhu rang out. Do you know what this is? This hairpin was given to me by the owner of Dongshan Building. With this, I can dine here for free for life. What are you? A mere waitress, no? Call your manager here at once, so she can take a look. Song Mingzhu's voice, amplified, was sharp and distinctive. Chun Wan stood up abruptly, and Song Wuwei, feeling slightly tipsy, instantly sobered up. Is Mingzhu outside? Exclaimed Hua Qiuxia. Oh, is it your eldest daughter, Song Mingzhu? How delightful. Guome, let us see if she has encountered any trouble. Yunyi, you go check it out first. Hua Yunyi, though having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, appeared composed. With no signs of inebriation, he proceeded towards the door, ensuring that Song Ran remained behind him to avoid any potential fallout. In Jiefeng also stood up, assisting Hua Qiuxia as they moved toward the entrance to observe the commotion. Noticing Song Wuwei and Chun Wan rise, he mockingly remarked, Mr. Song, Miss Chun, didn't you say your eldest daughter was exceedingly frugal? Why then is she dining here, where a meal costs no less than 100 yuan? Isn't her allowance only a few coins? Such words were indeed a slap in the face, especially considering that not long ago, Song Wuwei and Chun Wan had fervently claimed that Song Mingzhu only invited friends to modest eateries, embodying thriftiness. Surely, I must have misheard. My sister could never host her classmates in such a place. Song Chuxiao thought, dismissing the notion. Just the other day, Mingzhu had mentioned to him that she would casually take her classmates out to eat, and there was no way she would treat them here. He was unaware that Dongshan Tower was among the most upscale restaurants in the capital. That little allowance was utterly insufficient for such expenses. How could his sister possibly overdraw just to dine here, let alone argue with the staff? Hua Yunyi, standing at the door, glanced back at Song Chuxiao and said, Your biological sister must be a Ran, right? If you refer to that lady as sister, what title do you give to a Ran? This statement caught everyone off guard. Song Chuxiao, accustomed to the familiar dress, had never been corrected as he deemed Song Mingzhu more significant, thus perpetually calling her sister. He anticipated Huiyunyi would suddenly raise the point. Embarrassment washed over Song Chuxiao, leaving him at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Meanwhile, Song Ran discreetly offered Huiyunyi a grateful smile from a spot unseen by the others. She then turned to Song Wuwei and Chun Wan, saying, Mom, Dad, it really is Sister Mingzhu. The waiter mentioned she wanted to dine and dash. You should find out what is going on. What? Mingzhu? Dine and dash? Impossible. They could hardly believe it. Mingzhu was sensible and obedient. How could she act in such a manner? Song Ran, are you certain you didn't TC incorrectly? The couple stepped outside in disbelief, initially thinking Song Ran was fabricating a story. only to discover that the person arguing with the staff at the front desk was indeed Song Mingzhu. Chapter 58, Vanity Snobbery. In the grievances of classmates, I demand to see your manager. I don't wish to make things difficult for you workers. The hairpin I'm wearing was gifted to me by your boss. You may not recognize it, but your manager surely will. Song Mingzhu stood at the checkout area, her expression tense, her impatience evident. She had worn this hairpin since entering Dongshan Tower, believing the staff would recognize her status and expecting to leave promptly after dining with her classmates. To her dismay, she was stopped and informed that she had yet to settle her bill, causing her embarrassment in front of her peers. The gathering crowd only heightened her humiliation, as if she were incapable of affording a meal at Dongshan Tower. Hello, young lady, I'm the manager here. I apologize, but our boss has never declared that one can dine for free for life based on a hairpin. Perhaps you're mistaken? Would you like to use our restaurant's phone to call your family? Manager Li of Dongshan Tower descended from upstairs, wearing a perfectly calibrated smile, attempting to provide Song Mingzhu an escape route. How could there be a mistake? This was personally given to me by your boss. Are you new here, that you don't even know this? Song Mingzhu's patience was waning. In such a large establishment, how could they fail at such a trivial matter? Her classmates wore expressions of acute embarrassment, especially those holding takeout, feeling the weight of numerous skeptical gazes upon them, wishing to vanish. I have worked at Dongshan Tower for over 3 years. In that case, let me call our boss and inquire. May I have your surname, miss? Manager Li's inquiry made Song Mingzhu anxious, fearing exposure. Yet, recalling that Song Ran also bore the surname Song, she reasoned she wasn't entirely lying. Raising her chin defiantly, she declared, "My surname is Song. You may inquire." Manager Li's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, foregoing the phone call. Your surname is Song? It seems you've been given a heads up. I know that Song Ran enjoys lifetime privileges. Song Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Jia also relaxed, boasting. Just tell them our Mingzhu can dine here for life. How could a mere manager attempt to thwart us? And your staff really needs better training. Her classmates wore smiles, their earlier shame dissipating as they straightened their postures. However, Song Mingzhu's complexion turned ashen, wishing she could silence Ding Jia. Mingzhu? Young lady, aren't you Song Ran? Manager Li suddenly regarded Song Mingzhu with astonishment. Ding Jia, irritated, interjected, what does Song Ran have to do with this? The lifetime privilege is for our Mingzhu. Song Mingzhu quickly pulled Ding Jia aside, explaining to Manager Li, Song Ran is my sister. May we leave now? She was eager to exit, fearful of revealing the truth. I'm afraid you've spent 474 yuan today, a considerable sum for me to authorize. I'll need to make a call, Manager Li stated, preparing to depart. Panic surged through Song Mingzhu as she grasped Manager Li's arm, asserting, Manager, my sister Song Ran brought me here. You needn't call anyone. Don't you see this hairpin? I see it, but we do not recognize this hairpin. If everyone could simply present a so-called hairpin to dine free, our business would be in jeopardy. The phrase dine and dash struck Song Mingzhu like a thunderbolt, her face paling to an extreme. Her classmates shifted uncomfortably, their gazes toward her tinged with resentment and disapproval. Mingzhu, what on earth is happening? If you lack funds, why invite us to Dongshan Tower? Indeed, is the privilege for your sister Song Ran, or for you? Perhaps we should all chip in to cover the bill. I didn't bring any money. Even if we pooled resources, how can we manage 400? 100 might work. Amidst the clamor, Song Mingzhu, you come here, Shen Wan shouted, her face ashen. As they emerged from the room, the scene before them confirmed their worst fears. Song Guowei's eyes burned with fury. Only moments ago, he had extolled Song Mingzhu's virtues. And now he faced a stark reality that shattered his pride. Song Mingzhu turned, her heart sinking as she spotted her parents and younger brother alongside Song Ran. Approaching, Song Ran addressed Manager Li. Hello, Manager. I am Song Ran. May I inquire what transpired? Manager Li's gaze fell upon the exquisite jade pendant hanging around her neck. A unique piece hand-carved by a master artisan. Instantly, he beamed. You are indeed Song Ran. Why didn't you inform us of your visit? Our boss has said you may go directly to the best private room. Your godmother shares a sisterly bond with our boss. Your presence here is akin to returning home. Upon hearing this, Ding Jia and the others realized that Song Mingzhu's claims of lifetime privileges were nothing but deception. The true beneficiary of such privileges was Song Ran. No wonder the staff had regarded them with disdain. They had genuinely perceived them as attempting to dine and dash. In their household, Although not as affluent as the Song family, they have never experienced such disgrace throughout their upbringing. Thank you, and Aunt Duan, but I dislike taking advantage of others. It always feels uncomfortable to dine for free, hence I kept it to myself. As Song Mingzhu and her classmates listened, they felt increasingly humiliated, for the words were a veiled insinuation that they were here to benefit at someone else's expense. Song Ran smiled, feigning surprise, and turned to Song Mingzhu, Sister Mingzhu. Your gathering with classmates is also at Dongshan Tower. Why didn't you inform your parents? Is it that you lack sufficient funds? Oomph. It seems not a matter of money, but rather that she was unaware that I, Ran, could dine for free at Dongshan Tower and intended to masquerade as me to indulge in a meal without charge. Hua Qiuxia remarked, directing her gaze at Chen. You must keep a close watch on her. Though young, her vanity is considerable. Ran, do not cover for her. Had we not been present today, and had Manager Li not recognized she was not you, she would have dined for free once, twice, thrice. Look at her, with over a dozen people, shamelessly taking food as if to bag the entire kitchen, and later, others would assume it was you who did it. She enjoyed the benefits while you would bear the blame, offering no regard for Song Mingzhu's dignity. She noted how Ran cleverly observed Song Mingzhu eavesdropping and quietly swapped the jade pendant in the box for a hairpin. If this had gone unnoticed, her friends might have thought her goddaughter to be vain and opportunistic. Chapter 59. Humiliation, Song Ran's intentional act. Song Mingzhu was utterly mortified, biting her lip, struggling to conjure a defense. Hua Qiuxia's words effectively extinguished the excuse she had in mind. She had intended to claim that Song Ran had brought her here. Yet Song Ran exhibited surprise, leaving her to ponder whether her parents and younger brother might question her character if she continued to lie. Hence, she could only bow her head in acknowledgement of her wrongdoing, determined to prevent further escalation. As for her classmates, they were equally uncomfortable. Being around 18 and still in school, their youthful pride and sensitive natures could hardly withstand such scorn. Moreover, those dining at Dongshan Tower were not financially constrained. Many were familiar faces from the same community. Should this gossip spread, their parents would surely reprimand them. One female classmate placed her takeout down and asserted, Mingzhu, it was you who insisted we pack food. I advised against ordering so much, yet you insisted on showing off, wasting food. Such behavior is disgraceful. I refuse to associate with you. This opened the floodgates, as others, valuing their pride, also set down their takeout and departed, leaving only Ding Jie, Wu Xiaoling, and 3 male classmates who admired Song Mingzhu by her side. Well then, young ones, learn your lesson. You may all return home. I shall cover this meal. Yin Jiefeng interjected, instructing Manager Li to charge it to his account. He and Hua Qiuxia played their parts well, one taking on the role of the villain while the other feigned innocence, deepening the ire towards Song Mingzhu from Song Wuwei and Chen Wan. Sobered by the situation, Song Wuwei halted Yin Jiefeng. How can you settle the bill for the trouble caused by my unfilial daughter? We'll take care of it ourselves. He was mindful of Song Mingzhu's reputation and its potential impact on the Song family. Sister Mingzhu, recognizing one's faults and making amends is of utmost importance. If you correct your ways, I am sure our parents will not hold it against you. Come, join us in our private room with Xiaoling. We shall return together. With a gentle smile, Song Ran invited Song Mingzhu to join the private room. Yet, after such a public embarrassment, how could Song Mingzhu muster the courage to enter? Furthermore, she perceived Song Ran's demeanor as insincere, suspecting it was merely an opportunity for her to revel in her misfortune. Let's go, Sister Mingzhu, Song Ran urged, linking her arm with Song Mingzhu's, casually tucking her hair behind her ear. Following her motion, Song Mingzhu suddenly noticed that Song Ran also wore an identical hairpin. She had secretly taken that hairpin, replacing it with a new one, intending for Song Ran to be embarrassed with a counterfeit. Yet, both hairpins were identical. This indicated that the tokens of Dongshan Tower could not exist in duplicates. It was not a mere hairpin. Song Ran had deliberately orchestrated this. She had known all along, and thus had swapped the tokens. Realizing this, Song Mingzhu's fury erupted, and she forcefully pushed Song Ran away. You intended for me to be humiliated. This was all you're doing, wasn't it? From the very beginning, Song Ran's words and actions were designed to provoke Song Mingzhu. Upon entering the hall, she spotted Minister Chao and his wife seated inconspicuously by the window. Anticipating Song Mingzhu's reaction, she leaned into the force of the push as soon as Song Mingzhu made her move. The moment Song Mingzhu's words fell, Song Ran feigned to fall, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall, including Minister Chow and his wife, who stood in disbelief. Song Mingzhu, what are you doing? Chunwan was stunned, unable to comprehend that Song Mingzhu would publicly disgrace herself. Is her Ran all right? Huiyani helped Song Ran to her feet. She shook her head at him, discreetly winking. I'm fine. In the aftermath, her godparents would likely explain the situation to him. Huiyani found himself momentarily entranced by her lively black eyes. But before he could collect his thoughts, Song Ran stood upright and addressed Chunwan and Song Wei. Mom and Dad, please do not be angry. Sister Mingzhu likely did not mean it. Let us step inside. It would be unseemly for outsiders to witness this. Look at your sister, how understanding. Though Song Wei was infuriated, he could not publicly chastise Song Mingzhu. While she had lost all sense of shame, he still held onto his dignity. Seeing Song Mingzhu stubbornly standing there, he barked, "Why aren't you coming inside?" "Mom, it was Song Ran who..." Chunwan also lowered her voice. Her eyes filled with anger. Enough. We shall discuss this indoors. Song Chu Xiao frowned, pulling Song Mingzhu into the private room. He felt her actions today were excessive. Impersonating Song Ran was beyond belief, let alone pushing her in public. Song Wei yearned to reprimand Song Mingzhu severely, yet in front of Yin Jiefeng and the others. He was mindful of appearances, only able to apologize. "I'm sorry you witnessed this. It is a reflection of my poor parenting. I shall ensure she is disciplined in the future." "Dad, I did nothing wrong. It was Song Ran who deliberately framed me." Song Mingzhu, exasperated, had finally pieced together the scheme Song Ran had set for her, waiting for her to fall into the trap. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental for everyone to be present today? "Sister Mingzhu, I do not comprehend. How could I have framed you? Was it I who invited you to Dongshan Tower for a meal? Or was it I who compelled you to bring a hairpin to dine without charge? I lost my hairpin and was puzzled about its whereabouts, only to discover you had found it." Both Song Wei and Chunwan discerned that the term found was a gracious way for Song Ran to address the matter, avoiding direct accusations of theft, showcasing her upbringing and consideration for others. "This was a hairpin I purchased myself." Song Mingzhu, aware there were outsiders present, particularly a handsome young man, hesitated to admit her misdeed, trying to justify herself. Hua Qiuxia scoffed, addressing Song Wei and Chunwan. "I told you to keep a close watch on her. This hairpin is a pair brought from Xiangjiang, adorned with real diamonds. I assure you, there are no similar hairpins on the mainland." Iran, being her sister, did not demand its return, and she claimed it was found. Yet, she dares to assert it was purchased. What a blatant falsehood. In that moment, Song Wei and Chunwan felt an acute sense of humiliation, as if they had lost face on an international scale. The exposure of Song Mingzhu's deceit struck them hard. She stared, wide-eyed, incredulous that it was indeed a genuine diamond, having assumed it was worthless. "No, Mom and Dad, please let me explain." "Enough. Please instruct the driver to take Song Mingzhu and Wu Xiaoling home first. Do not embarrass me here." With one command from Song Wei, his face darkened completely. Fearing that Song Mingzhu might utter something inappropriate, Song Chuxiao took her arm and led her outside. Huiyani, being perceptive, had already discerned the deliberate tension between his aunt and Song Ran from their glances. He added fuel to the fire, and before Song Mingzhu could exit, he seriously inquired, "Uncle Song, the person you mentioned wanting to introduce to me, is it her?" Chapter 60. Is she the one who urged you to steal? Song Wei's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Chunwan, unable to bear the weight of Huiyani's gaze, hurriedly pushed Song Mingzhu out. Feeling utterly humiliated, Song Mingzhu had, despite her awareness of Huiyani, no idea of his true identity, nor did she care to. She was shocked to discover that he was indeed the person her parents intended to introduce her to. The humiliation she faced today at Dongshan restaurant made her wish she could strangle Song Ran. Had it not been for Song Ran, she would not have found herself the subject of ridicule before this man. As Chunwan and Song Chuxiao escorted Song Mingzhu to the car, she spent the journey explaining that Song Ran had intentionally set her up to dine at Dongshan restaurant. Onlookers, many of whom were familiar faces, turned their attention towards them. Chunwan had never felt so humiliated in her life. Previously, her greatest source of discontent was having a daughter she deemed unsophisticated, but now, Song Mingzhu's actions had truly brought disgrace to their family. She could only imagine how the events of today would be discussed tomorrow, and she struggled to comprehend why her usually obedient and sensible daughter would resort to stealing Song Ran's token to enjoy a free meal at Dongshan restaurant. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed Song Mingju capable of such folly. Suppressing her anger, she refrained from exploding in front of others and admonished Song Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, take your sister home first. Mom, do you not believe me either? Song Mingju clutched Chun Wan's hand in desperation. Reflect on your actions today that disappointed us, and return home to contemplate. Chun Wan retorted, turning away. Song Mingju bit her lip, acutely aware that Song Guowei would surely seek her out for a conversation, possibly even threaten to revoke her allowance. Sister, let us return home. Chu Xiao urged. Chu Xiao, do you not trust me either? Song Mingju grasped his hand tightly, but he withdrew it, diverting his gaze. A mistake is a mistake. Who among us is devoid of vanity? It is nothing to be ashamed of, did not Sister Song Ran say? To know one's mistake and correct, it is a great virtue. As long as you amend your ways, our parents will not hold it against you. But it was truly Song Ran who schemed against me. She deliberately let me overhear her conversation with others. She intentionally placed the hairpin in the gift box. Enough. Sister Mingju, do not act irrationally. You claim it was her intent. But is it not her fault that you stole her hairpin and impersonated her to invite classmates to Dongshan restaurant for a free meal? The words left Song Mingju speechless, and her heart sank. Not only had her parents sided with Song Ran, but even Chu Xiao had spoken in her defense, declaring her to be unreasonable. Why was she treating her classmates to dinner? Was it not for the Song family's sake? Her parents wished to arrange a match for her with the Gu family, and she too sought to clarify her relationship with Gu Yuanting to find a suitable partner. It was Song Ran who desired to tarnish the Song family's reputation. Sister Mingju, when uncle and aunt return, you must sincerely apologize and make amends. If there is someone to blame, it should be Ding Jie, who constantly urged you to go to Dongshan restaurant. Had it not been for her, you would not have erred. Wu Xiaoling nudged Song Mingju, signaling her to avoid escalating the situation with Song Chu Xiao. At this moment, she was far more composed than the agitated Song Mingju. This had been her strategy since childhood, to deflect blame onto others. If one scapegoat failed, she would name two. Clearly, with Song Ran's name already dismissed, adding Ding Jie would paint Song Mingju as the victim of Ding Jie's influence, shifting the family's ire away from her. Wu Xiaoling feared that Song Mingju might drag her down too, having been ensnared by her once. She could not afford to risk being cast out of the Song family again. Yes, Ding Jie has been persistently speaking about it. Song Mingju quickly caught on, her eyes reddening as she addressed Song Chu Xiao. Brother, do you not understand your sister? I'm not so vain. I merely treat my friends too well. Yin Shi and the others have targeted me in class. The only one I am close to is Ding Jie. I have listened to her for a long time. She wanted to experience Dongshan restaurant with classmates. Life is not easy for her under her stepmother, and I could not resist her pleas, so I... Do not cry, sister. I spoke too hastily. Of course, I believe you. Your greatest flaw is your soft heart, which makes you susceptible to manipulation. I will speak to our parents. As she wept, Song Chu Xiao grew anxious and naturally believed her words. Song Mingju nestled into his embrace, weeping. Chun Wan returned to the private room, humiliated to the point where not even a smile could grace her face. Hua Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng did not intentionally provoke them further, leading to a swift conclusion of the gathering. Excess is as bad as deficiency. Yun, did you not bring a gift for Aaron? Please see her and your Uncle Song back home. I and your aunt will return to the hotel. The Song family's driver had yet to arrive, but several cars from the Yin family were readily available outside the restaurant. Song Ran smiled. Another gift? Brother Yun, I have been inundated with gifts lately. Hui Yun smiled gently, replying, it is merely a basic courtesy, a token of gratitude from our family. Do not refuse it, Aaron. As he spoke, he assisted Chun Wan in helping Song Guowei into the car. The 5-seater Santana was spacious enough for two in the back, and as Hui Yun closed the door, he instructed the driver to head to the Song residence. He and Song Ran then boarded another vehicle. The driver was from the Yin family, not considered a stranger, and once the car was in motion, Hui Yun handed a small red booklet to Song Ran. Upon seeing the words Heiress Stock Exchange Securities Account inscribed on it, she exclaimed, is this stock purchased by Brother Yun? I have already purchased my own. This is for you, as my aunt mentioned you were interested in these stocks and asked me to secure them for you. Song Ran's fair and delicate face displayed astonishment. I merely mentioned it in passing. Just days ago, Hu Qiuxia had mentioned that Hui Yun visited the newly opened stock exchange in Heiress, which had been widely covered in the news, This was the nation's first securities exchange. Recalling the stocks that had skyrocketed from the newspaper she had seen in her past life, with some rising by several times within a year, she had casually mentioned this to Huixiaoxia. To her surprise, Huixiaoxia had asked Huiyani to purchase them. Flipping through the booklet, she found 6 stocks, each purchased for 100,000 yuan. This meant that if she left them untouched, after a year, her 600,000 yuan could easily swell to 6 million. At the very least. No, Brother Yunyi, I cannot accept this. Please return it to my godparents when you head back. I have already received ample support and assistance from my godmother. I cannot take more from you. At present, 60,000 yuan was no small sum, even in Xiangjiang. Chapter 61. A lucky find and an encounter with a Minor Song, Ran genuinely wished to refrain from accepting any more gifts from the Yin and Hua families. Her godparents had already helped her sufficiently. The stock market was likely to remain robust for a long time. She could earn her way in without needing further handouts. Thus, no matter how Huiyani insisted, she resolutely returned the booklet to him. The vehicle sped along, and without exchanging many words, they soon arrived at the courtyard. Huiyani stepped down to register, insisting on escorting Song Ran and her parents to the foot of the Song residence. The driver retrieved 2 boxes of gifts from the trunk, one filled with supplements for the elders of the Song family, while Huiyani personally carried the other into Song Ran's room. Song Mingzhu had already spotted the visitor from the window. As Huiyani ascended the stairs, she promptly retreated into her room, but urged Wu Shaoling to step out and observe what gifts Huiyani had brought for Song Ran. Upon seeing the gifts, which consisted of unremarkable clothing, shoes, and bags, likely sent by her godmother from Hong Kong, Song Mingzhu exhaled in relief. She dreaded the prospect of extravagant jewelry that could incite envy. After all, no woman could resist such luxurious items. Nevertheless, the stylish attire from Hong Kong transformed Song Ran, erasing any semblance of a rustic upbringing, which still left a sour taste in Mingzhu's mouth. Yet, Huiyun was undeniably handsome. She had never encountered a man who wore glasses so elegantly. His demeanor was as refined as jade, exuding a gentlemanly charm. Sister Mingzhu, do you think Song Ran's godfather and godmother are trying to matchmake them? She pondered aloud. Impossible, Song Mingzhu instinctively retorted, considering Song Ran's background and education. The Hua family bestowing the title of goddaughter upon her was already an enormous favor. It was inconceivable that one of the heirs of the Hua family would marry a country girl like her. Apart from her looks, Song Ran lacked substance. This was the very source of Song Mingzhu's pride, her superiority over Song Ran. Not only did she excel academically, but she also mastered piano, painting, dance, and calligraphy. Even if Song Ran studied for another decade, she could not compare to her. Yet for all her bravado, an inexplicable sense of danger lingered in her heart. Although she looked down upon Song Ran, today, the latter had managed to outshine her significantly. Just as the car outside drove away, Qima knocked on the door. Mingzhu, your parents would like to see you downstairs. Biting her lip, her gaze flickered as she nodded. Understood, Qima. You may go ahead. She pinched her thigh hard, stinging her eyes with tears, and promptly knocked on Song Chuxiao's door. Chuxiao, Mom and Dad want to have a talk with me. I'm a bit scared. Sister, don't worry, I will accompany you. We'll clarify everything with Mom and Dad. Let us go. Song Chuxiao took Song Mingzhu's hand, leading her downstairs to the study. Hearing the commotion, Song Ran smirked slightly, tying her hair up to wash up. Song Mingzhu would undoubtedly find a way to excuse herself, but that was of little consequence. She and T intended for Song Wuwei and his family to dislike Mingzhu all at once. Rome wasn't built in a day. Repeated encounters would eventually accumulate to a different outcome. No matter how deep the affection, it could not withstand suspicion and anger, especially when their familial bonds were founded on mutual benefits. After washing up, she sat before her vanity and opened the scar cream gifted by Gu Yuanting, applying it delicately to her old scars. Yet, the stern visage of Gu Yuanting inevitably flickered in her mind, causing her to lose focus momentarily. Uncertain of what Song Mingzhu had discussed with Song Wuwei and Chen Wan last night, the atmosphere at breakfast had notably improved. Chen Wan even reminded Song Mingzhu, when you get to school later, make sure to explain everything to your classmates clearly. Don't let them misunderstand. That Ding Jie girl is too scheming. You shouldn't associate with her anymore, understood? Upon hearing this, Song Ran realized that Song Mingzhu had shifted the blame onto Ding Jie. However, there was no guarantee that Ding Jie would deny it. Song Wuwei wasn't foolish. While Chen Wan might trust Song Mingzhu's words, Would Song Guowei genuinely believe them? It was merely a ploy to salvage Song Mingzhu's image. Therefore, it was inevitable that Song Guowei would seek out the Ding family, compelling Ding Jie to admit her faults, thus portraying Song Mingzhu as not vain or snobbish. The Ding family was far inferior to the Song family, and with Ding Jie having a stepmother, as the saying goes, where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Whether she liked it or not, Ding Jie would have to comply. A trace of mockery flickered in her eyes as she slowly sipped her porridge. After attending class at the Gu family, she ventured to Panjiayuan in the afternoon. By this time, many counterfeit antiques were on sale. However, with a discerning eye, one could still uncover genuine treasures. Having perused numerous books on antiques, and recalling her previous encounters with Professor Chun, who adored collecting antiques, she had visited his home where he introduced her to a mentor. Remembering this, Song Ran strolled around Panjiayuan, appearing to casually browse. After a while, she squatted before an elderly vendor, casually picking up an old booklet to examine, then flipping through a yellowed calligraphy piece nearby. "Old sir, is this a calligraphy copy from the Republic era?" she inquired. It was indeed old, but the strokes were incorrect. Song Ke's cursive script was wild and distinctive, while this was too restrained, and the signature was also wrong. "Young comrade, are you here to cause trouble? Go on. Don't make a fuss here." The old man snapped, his gaze somewhat intimidating. Song Ran quickly smiled in apology. "I'm sorry, sir. I've practiced the art since childhood, which has led to my habit of critiquing others. I actually think this calligraphy piece is quite nice. How much are you selling it for? If it's reasonable, I'll take it. 350 yuan. Take it or leave it." Song Ran gasped, standing up. "For 300, you couldn't sell me everything at your stall? You're really asking for too much." Isn't that precisely the case? At this moment, well-preserved, genuine antiques, especially smaller items with age, are priced around this range. Not to mention, the items in the old man's hands are replicas. The old man had collected items from the countryside, many of which were fakes he had bought himself. The total cost of all he had was less than 20 yuan. So Song Ran wasn't wrong. The old man had been there for half a month without making a sale. Upon hearing her, he replied, 300. Take it or leave it. Not a cent less. Song Ran feigned hesitation, appearing to genuinely admire the calligraphy piece but still found it expensive. "If it's fake and priced so high, how about this? I'll take everything at your stall for 300. If you don't want to sell, that is fine too." After saying this, she feigned regret, as if she were about to leave. The old man immediately blocked her path. "Stop. Young comrade, you said it yourself. Pay up, and I'll hand over the goods." Hesitant, she slowly began to pull out the bills. A crowd gathered, whispering among themselves that she was being taken advantage of. A few shabby calligraphy pieces and books, plus what clearly looked like counterfeit porcelain and coins, were worth at most 50 yuan. Yet they kept their voices low. It was the rules of business. Once a price was agreed upon, one had to pay, even if it meant a loss. After Song Ran handed over the money, the old man grabbed it, rolled up his tattered bag, and quickly fled. Only then did the crowd approach, commenting on how a young girl like her had spent so much and been deceived. "Well, I've already bought it." Song Ran's expression fell as she packed her things, and the crowd gradually dispersed. "Young comrade, everyone wasn't wrong. The calligraphy piece you bought is fake, merely a copy, and not worth anything." At that moment, a kind, elderly gentleman spoke to Song Ran. Hearing his voice, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She smiled and lowered her voice. "I know it's fake, sir. What I truly wanted to buy was this booklet." Chapter 62. She had indeed stumbled upon a genuine Ming Dynasty artifact. "You young comrade are quite the braggart. We've circled Panjiayuan several times, and we've seen everything from that old man's stall. Not only is the calligraphy piece fake, but the booklet is also counterfeit, and he charged 300. I doubt it's worth 30. A middle-aged man wearing glasses sneered at the pile of items Song Ran had purchased, his tone dripping with disdain. He feigned a tone of concern, saying, "You young people are always hoping to strike it rich by finding treasures. A few years ago, you might have found something at the black market, but now it's not so easy. Everything is fake. If there were real items, they wouldn't end up with you. Take my advice. Work honestly for your money. Don't chase after these schemes. Consider this a lesson learned." Song Ran, however, paid him no mind and instead turned to the lively elderly gentleman. "It seems you have a good understanding of antiques. May I invite you for tea and seek your expertise in appraisal?" This was not a suitable place to converse, especially since she intended to return. "You young comrade, What is the matter? I have already told you it is a fake, yet you continue to pester Teacher Zhang. How brazen for a young lady. The middle-aged man, wearing thick glasses, expressed his impatience as he attempted to block Song Ran's path. Unperturbed, Song Ran smiled at him. Uncle, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Whether or not you agree depends entirely on the interest Teacher Zhang has in my manuscript and our potential connection. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Teacher Zhang, whose hair had turned mostly white, appeared remarkably spirited. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled and nodded. The young comrade speaks wisely. I believe we are indeed fated. Let us, Guo, visit your shop and see if this old man has misjudged. Guogao's face lit up with joy. Having encountered Teacher Zhang at Panjian and accompanied him for half the day, he had hoped to invite him to a shop to admire his newly acquired treasures. He prided himself on his discerning eye, but feared making a mistake. Now, the prospect of visiting his shop aligned perfectly with his intentions, and he found a young girl much more agreeable. Come, Teacher Zhang, allow me to lead the way. Please, watch your step. To Song Ran, he resembled a fawning eunuch. Guogao's shop was located on the main road, near the entrance of Panjiayuan, named Treasure Pavilion, a rather striking name. However, in these times, the clientele for antique collectibles was scarce. He had not hired any staff, locking the door behind him with several locks before finally opening it. Upon illuminating the interior, one could see an array of antiquities, vases, porcelain, folding screens, and various paintings. However, a closer inspection would reveal that these were all forgeries. Guogao was exceedingly cautious, never displaying genuine items openly. Behind the tall counter, a row of glass display cases, locked with keys, contained authentic antiques, while the more valuable pieces were stored in a secure warehouse, only to be revealed to trusted customers. Song Ran was familiar with this place and understood both Teacher Zhang's and Guogao's personalities well. Yet she concealed her insights and waited for Teacher Zhang to sit before she laid the manuscript flat on the table. Teacher Zhang, since Uncle Guo addressed you as such, I shall do the same. Observe, the cover of this manuscript has been intentionally aged. I surmise it was once meticulously collected, but eventually fell into the hands of those who did not appreciate it, showing signs of dampness and mold, with some pages missing. Teacher Zhang, somewhat surprised, remarked, You gleaned all this from merely a cursory glance? When Song Ran purchased the manuscript for 300 yuan, both he and Guogao had been nearby. He had considered intervening, but was deterred by the speed of her bargaining. The old man had been at Panjiayuan for half a month and was eager to seize an opportunity. Disturbing the market was not an option, thus understanding the entire process. Teacher Zhang knew she had merely flipped through it before closing it. When I made my first round at Panjiayuan, it was open, and I noticed it while examining ancient coins. But how can you ascertain its authenticity? Without a signature, how can you identify the handwriting? Teacher Zhang straightened, his gaze warm. Observing Song Ran as one would a promising prodigy, how could a young girl discern such details? Guigao believed Song Ran was merely rambling. However, sensing Teacher Zhang's encouragement, she slowly pointed out, Here is a seal. She indicated a red seal in the middle of the manuscript, which, though aged, was still discernible. This is the personal seal of Wen Zhengming, and the calligraphy throughout the collection is elegant and vigorous, displaying the meticulous style of his middle to late years. If I am not mistaken, this is a collection of miscellaneous poems personally compiled by Wen Zhengming. As she spoke, Guigao's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness. He leaned over the table, scrutinizing the seal and the calligraphy with increasing gravity, ultimately glancing at Teacher Zhang with disbelief. Teacher Zhang, could it be that this young girl has indeed spoken the truth? This handwriting, it seems familiar, as if I have seen it at Teacher Yan's. Teacher Zhang nodded earnestly. Indeed, we too have our moments of oversight. Upon closer inspection, I noted the resemblance to the calligraphy in Teacher Yan's collection. However, I cannot affirm its authenticity without further comparison at Teacher Yan's. With that, admiration shone through Teacher Zhang's eyes as he addressed Song Ran, truly impressive. Currently, the only verified work of Wen Zhengming resides in my dear friend Teacher Yan's collection, encompassing merely 30 characters. If this manuscript is indeed penned by him, its value is incalculable. Wen Zhengming, a renowned literary artist and painter of the Ming Dynasty, was a significant member of the Wu school of painting, celebrated for his artistry as well as his calligraphy, particularly from his later years. The manuscript Song Ran had acquired contained 8 poems of great significance. Guogao's expression transformed. As he regarded Song Ran once more, any trace of contempt was replaced by respect. Regardless of whether this was mere luck, you have indeed stumbled upon a remarkable find. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. How clumsy of you to apologize while still throwing in a jab, Song Ran thought, yet understanding his nature. She chose not to hold it against him. Uncle Gua, you flatter me. Are you interested in purchasing it? If it is indeed genuine, I can sell it to you. Gua Gao's eyes brightened, but he shook his head. No, if it is truly from Wen Zhengming, I cannot afford it. Nor would I wish to take advantage of your good fortune. Teacher Zheng interjected with a smile. Young comrade, should you wish to sell, I can introduce you to Teacher Yan. His daughter is abroad and is not short on funds. Song Ran was indeed inclined to sell, as the money was meant to be returned to her godmother, and she required capital to continue her antique dealings, not wanting to miss any opportunities. However, this was merely her initial step toward establishing connections with these luminaries in the field. But first, let us not rush, Teacher Zheng. Please take a look at this ancient coin. Chapter 63. A talented young lady with vision and ambition from a pile of ancient coins. Song Ran selected a copper coin, still bearing traces of soil. Aren't these all fakes? Gua Gao exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief, convinced that Song Ran had surely erred this time. Indeed, the coins were coated in dirt, giving the impression they had just been unearthed. Yet anyone knowledgeable would recognize that even freshly dug coins would not appear in such a state. More importantly, the coins varied significantly in size, especially the one Song Ran had chosen, which was the largest and heaviest among them, suggesting the forger was inexperienced, unable to grasp even the basics of size. With a smile, Song Ran tossed the copper coin into a nearby teacup that had grown cold. Hey, that's my Z-shot teacup, Gua Gao exclaimed, rushing to prevent it from shattering. Teacher Zheng chuckled heartily. Calm yourself. Let us see what the young comrade does next. Teacher Zheng, my name is Song Ran. You may call me Xiao Song or Xiao Ran. As she spoke, she began to clean the dirt from the coin with her finger, then dried it with a handkerchief. Zhenku coin. She turned the coin over, revealing the characters Zhenku clearly to both men, causing Gua Gao to elevate his voice in astonishment. This cannot be true. Did Xianfeng ever produce Zhenku coins? Teacher Zheng, I recall a Qianlong Zhenku coin was discovered a few years ago and is currently displayed in a museum. The so-called Zhenku Qian is not a currency circulating in ancient dynasties. Rather, it serves as a talisman to ward off disasters, invite prosperity, and secure wealth. Typically suspended above the incense altar in a shrine. Its quantity is exceedingly rare, making it virtually unseen in the public domain. Some have been taken abroad, while others have mysteriously vanished over time. Ultimately, the only authentic specimens available for public viewing reside within the Palace Museum, particularly the Qianlong Tongbao. Should this Zhenku Qian from the Xianfeng era prove genuine, its significance would be unparalleled. Not only did Gua Gao's eyes widen, but even Teacher Zheng took out his reading glasses, cautiously examining the copper coin with meticulous attention. The more he scrutinized it, the more solemn his expression became, ultimately exclaiming, Xiao Ran, how could you wash such a treasure with tea water? This is a cultural relic. Gua Gao, astonished, retorted, Teacher Zheng. It seems you failed to recognize it earlier. Yet, you still advise me to remain calm. Song Ran couldn't help but chuckle at Teacher Zheng. I was merely amusing the young lady, playing along. To discover a handwritten anthology of poems from the Ming Dynasty is already fortuitous. How could one expect to find another Zhenku Qian? What luck that would be! Zheng's beard bristled with excitement. So it is indeed genuine? Gua Gao grasped Song Ran's arm. His expression electrified, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a businessman. Xiao Ran, from whom did you learn such keen insight? How come I have never encountered you before? Would you be interested in collaborating with me? Uncle Gua, I have no teacher. Perhaps I have an innate talent. Having seen some antiques in the countryside, she modestly replied. This left Gua Gao momentarily speechless. His ancestors dealt with antiques, and though he had learned from many teachers, he had been unable to engage with such items due to circumstances in recent years. He considered his discerning eye superior to many in his field. Yet Song Ran's words made him feel utterly talentless. After a brief silence, he said, Please don't call me uncle. I just turned 30. Calling me old makes me uncomfortable. Call me Gugu instead. He felt somewhat awkward, as he had aged prematurely, leading others to believe he was in his 40s. All right, Gugu, we can collaborate in the future. If I come across something valuable, I will certainly reach out to you first. She had known his age from the beginning. He appeared challenging to approach and spoke somewhat harshly, yet he was straightforward, lacking in deceit, making collaboration with such a person reassuring and trustworthy. Guigao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially perceived Song Ran as a naive girl who squandered money on antiques. Thus, he had spoken rather heavily, intending to teach her a lesson, only to discover her magnanimity. Xiao Ran, regarding this Zheng Ku Qian. Teacher Zheng hesitated, removing his reading glasses. Song Ran promptly stated, Teacher Zheng, I wish to donate it to the country. I wonder if you could facilitate this. Such a significant cultural relic should be accessible for everyone to see. What? You wish to donate it? Teacher Zheng gazed at her in disbelief. Though he had intended to express the same sentiment, he had not dared to voice it. Yet she had proposed it herself. What vision! What audacity! Truly a prodigious young woman. Initially, he admired her, but now he felt a deeper respect. Even he might not have the ease to propose such a donation as she did. Song Ran smiled and nodded. Indeed, Teacher Zheng, not only is it rare, but the symbolism of the Zhengku Qian is also profound. I hope to donate it to the nation. Excellent. I will take you to find Lao Yin and Lao Dai immediately. One is from the Institute of Cultural Relics, and the other from the Archaeological Institute. As for me, I'm a professor at the Archaeology and Cultural Heritage College at Jing University. Together, we will help you make the connections and finalize the arrangements. Then I must call you Professor Zheng. I mistakenly referred to you as teacher earlier. Haha, just call me teacher. If I had a student as talented as you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Where are you currently studying, and what is your major? Teacher Zheng inquired as he led Song Ran outside. Wait, Teacher Zheng. You haven't helped me assess the authenticity yet. Guigao nearly forgot an important matter. However, Teacher Zheng was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase such a promising young talent to his old colleagues. Teacher Zheng, let us first help Guigao assess his findings. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zheng suddenly had an idea. How about this, Xiao Ran? Let's first have you evaluate Guiji's items and see your true capabilities, shall we? Song Ran, undaunted, replied, Sure. I will reveal my shortcomings. If I make a mistake, I ask for Teacher Zheng's corrections. Teacher Zheng appreciated her confidence and grace. Nodding with a smile, Guigao, no longer underestimating Song Ran, opened the storeroom door, welcoming them inside. The new items he had acquired lay on the table. 2 vases and 6 ancient coins. He boasted, Teacher Zheng, Xiao Song, I spent a considerable sum on these vases. I invited you both to admire them. After just a glance, Song Ran pointed at the vases and stated, Guige, this pair of green ground, pink glazed longevity vases are imitations from the Ming Dynasty, not from the Qing era. What? You claim they are fake? No, I examined them thoroughly before purchasing. How could both be counterfeit? Guigao was incredulous, unwilling to accept that the expensive treasures he had acquired could be false, thus turning to Teacher Zheng for validation. Teacher Zheng, what do you think? Teacher Zheng had already inspected the vases but refrained from responding, instead asking Song Ran, Xiao Ran, how did you determine that this pair of vases is counterfeit? The vases were indeed masterfully crafted. Their mouths, bases, and bodies were exquisitely detailed, lacking any apparent flaws. Indeed, Guigao nodded. He had scrutinized them repeatedly before making the purchase. However, look, Song Ran pointed to the intricate design on the vase. Upon closer inspection, the figures depicted are not sufficiently graceful and fluid, which reflects the craftsmanship's skill. The facial depictions are not harmonious. Here, the figures of Magu and the god of longevity exhibit a Qing dynasty style, while others, like the Queen Mother, resemble a more modern aesthetic. These could not have been created by the same artisan. A longevity vase originating from an official kiln would not display such inconsistent styles, leading me to conclude that it is an imitation. Her explanation was thorough, and Teacher Zheng nodded in satisfaction, while Guigao's demeanor gradually deflated until he sighed deeply. Alas, 3 months of effort wasted. Your greatest flaw is a lack of attention to detail. In this profession, everyone occasionally misjudges, but your oversight reveals your arrogance. Consider it a costly lesson. Do not be so careless in the future. Even Xiao Ran can spot the issues at a glance. You should learn from her. Teacher Zheng's words rang true. Guigao, having been surrounded by antiques from a young age, had become somewhat conceited. Given the current market, acquiring antiques was easy, and profits were relatively assured, leading him to be somewhat complacent. I shall certainly take heed. After all, this was a matter of profit. One careless mistake could lead to significant losses. Gugu, the coins you collected are authentic. You can rest assured. Song Ran inspected the coins and reassured him. Guigao couldn't find humor in the situation. After all, how many coins would it take to match the price of those vases? All right, I will take Xiao Ran to see Lao Yen. Would you like to join us? Absolutely. It's been a while since I visited Teacher Yen. Without hesitation, Guigao gathered his emotions, closed the door, and took the bus with Teacher Zheng and Song Ran to the Institute of Cultural Relics. In this line of work, one must accept their fate if their judgment falters. On the way, Song Ran had already acknowledged Teacher Zheng as her mentor, thus becoming a semi-disciple. Director Yin resides in the family quarters adjacent to the Cultural Relics Research Institute. Song Ran follows behind Teacher Zheng and Guigao, carrying a bag of fruit. Grandma Lu, since Teacher Yin has not yet returned, I shall take my leave for now and visit you another day. A familiar feminine voice resonates from the courtyard, causing Song Ran to slightly raise her brow. Xiao Chun, take your things back. There is no need to bring so many gifts each time you visit. As Song Ran steps inside, she observes Director Yan's partner presenting a gift box to a young girl, instructing her to take it away. Comrade Lu, is it not unfortunate that Director Yan is not at home today? Teacher Zheng inquires with a smile. Lu Fun and Chen Tingting both glance up in response. Lu Fun exclaims with delight, "Oh my, what brings Comrade Zheng here today? Director Yan will be back shortly. Let me make a call to hasten his return. Come in. Make yourself comfortable. This is my newly enrolled student. Her name is Song Ran, and she possesses a remarkable talent for identifying cultural relics. Truly a golden eye." Teacher Zheng expresses exuberantly while introducing Song Ran. This is Director Yan's partner, surnamed Lu. You may call her Grandma Lu. Song Ran? Chen Tingting's eyes widen in surprise as she fixates on Song Ran's face. Which Song Ran? That name is quite uncommon. Could she possibly be the daughter from my aunt's family in the countryside? Hello, Grandma Lu. I brought you a small gift of fruit. Please do not find it lacking. Song Ran greets Lu Fun with warmth and courtesy, seemingly oblivious to Chen Tingting's penetrating gaze. Hello. I shall call you Xiao Song then. Teacher Zheng seldom praises anyone lightly, so you must indeed be exceptionally gifted, Lu Fun remarks with a smile, accepting the fruit and placing it directly on the coffee table. Witnessing this exchange, Chen Tingting's frustration mounts. The fruits she brought were elegantly packaged treats, far superior to the casual assortment Song Ran had picked up. How could Grandma Lu treat them so differently? Each time she visited, she had never seen such warmth from Lu Fun. As for Professor Zheng, he was from their academy. She had attended his classes and even visited his home with her mother by Wei Hong. Yet now, Professor Zheng seemed not to recognize her at all. After Lu Fun swiftly concludes her phone call, she informs Song Ran and the others, Director Yan will return shortly. He mentioned contacting old Dai, who lives nearby. I've instructed the maid to prepare dinner. You esteemed colleagues should enjoy some drinks together tonight. With that, she turns her gaze in surprise towards Chen Tingting, who is still lingering at the doorway. Chen Tingting, why have you not left yet? Embarrassed, Chen Tingting realizes she came to speak privately with Director Yan, as her grandfather was acquainted with the Yan family. She had hoped Grandma Lu would keep her back after the call, but instead, she felt dismissed in front of others. If Song Ran were indeed the biological daughter of her aunt, she was merely a country bumpkin. What right did she have to be a guest in Director Yan's home? Feeling unwelcome, Chen Tingting reluctantly leaves, leaving her gifts behind and exchanging a few polite words as she departs. Song Ran watches her retreating figure, a faint smile playing on her lips. Chen Tingting, the daughter of her father's half-sibling, was of average academic standing, attending the archaeological college in the capital, where both Professor Zheng and Director Yan serve as professors. Chen Tingting likely sought to become an apprentice under Director Yan, as to achieve success in archaeology. One must learn from one of the three eminent figures, Professor Zheng, Director Yan, or Director Dai. Chen Tingting's connection to the Chen family and their past acquaintance with the Yan family suggested she aimed for a private tutelage. Yet now, with Song Ran present, it seemed unlikely she would have that opportunity. Upon returning home, Chen Tingting vented her frustrations, disparaging Grandma Lu for looking down on her. Suddenly, she recalled Song Ran's delicate features, her expression darkening. Mother, do you remember the countryside girl you met at my Aunt Mingju's house? What did she look like? Just a commoner, with a haughty demeanor, looking like a vixen, definitely not someone with good intentions. Bai Weihong scoffed, her disdain evident as she described Song Ran. I encountered Song Ran at Director Yan's today. I wonder if it was indeed her. Professor Zheng claimed she possesses astounding talent and intended to introduce her to Director Yin and Director Dai. Impossible. A country girl have any understanding of antiques? Tingting, you must have misheard. Perhaps there is another with a similar name. Chun Tingting pondered this but insisted, Mother, please call Aunt and ask her. Chapter 65. Is your allowance already exhausted? What? Antiques? Do not ist Weihung. She barely completed elementary school and can hardly recognize a few characters. What could she possibly know about antiques? Did Tingting mistake someone for her? By the way, how is the matter of Tingting's apprenticeship progressing? My son Guwei mentioned that due to recent large-scale water conservancy projects, there's been a surge in archaeological interest, making this field a promising one. Chunwan expressed her concern for her relatives on her side. As for Song Ran, she was but a name. How could she possibly know the three great authorities of archaeology? Ah, do not mention it. Director Yin has a peculiar temperament. Although our families share some connection, he has always been indifferent when Tingting visits. The teachers at her school only teach theoretical knowledge from textbooks, and she wishes to learn something substantial under Director Yin. With antiques becoming increasingly valuable, in a few years, they will surely be worth even more. However, our family does not rely on antiques for income. Tingting merely wishes to honor her grandfather's love for collecting relics by learning more. Bai Weihong rambled on, lauding Chun Tingting excessively. In truth, her academic performance was lackluster, leaving limited options for her. Additionally, seeing how antiques fetched astonishing prices at auctions in Hong Kong had sparked ambition in both Bai Weihong and her daughter. Although the Chun family was not lacking in the capital, they could not quite compare to the Song family. Chen's elder couple were educators who had retired. Two of their three sons had also become teachers, while the third held a minor leadership position in a state-owned factory, which provided a modest income. However, Bai Weihong, married to the eldest son of the Chun family, worked at a broadcasting station, raising one son and one daughter still in school, and their lives were not particularly prosperous. Especially now, in these changing times, the once secure jobs were no longer guaranteed, prompting Bai Weihong to seek new avenues for her family. Yet, Chun Tingting, after a year of study, complained about her teachers' ineptitude, lamenting their focus on textbook theories without practical exposure to authentic antiques. Just months prior, a site had been discovered in the suburbs, but ordinary students were not permitted to observe, let alone partake in excavations. However, Director Yin, Professor Zheng, and other renowned educators could take their favorite students along to dig and record findings. Bai Weihong expressed her grievances with a heavy sigh. Do not worry, Weihong. Professor Zheng from Tingting's college has connections with the Gu family. If necessary, I can approach Grandma Gu and request her assistance in recommending Tingting, Chenwan offered. Bai Weihong eagerly awaited this suggestion, recalling her prior visit to the Zheng household, where the elderly man, despite his age, had declined to take on apprentices. She had barely settled in before departing. Chenwan was genuinely a good sister-in-law. Then, Tingting and I will await your good news. If it does not work out, do not force it. Do not squander your goodwill with Grandma Gu. After hanging up, she beamed at Chun Tingting. Did you hear? Your aunt can assist you. Once you become Professor Zheng's apprentice, you must study diligently. If you excel, I will provide you with funds to practice at Panjiayuan, and you can bring back something valuable for me. The act of Song Ran donating funds to the Xianfeng town treasury left both Director Yin and Director Dai utterly astounded. Not only did they compete with Professor Zheng for her mentorship, but they also extended invitations for her to join the Cultural Relics Research Institute and the Antique Research Institute. The rarity and preciousness of the treasury funds were well understood by all present. It was unlikely that anyone else could match her exceptional intellect and audacity. Song Ran declined the invitations to join the two research institutes, yet she accepted both directors as her mentors, acknowledging that she still had much to learn. In the days that followed, Song Ran frequented the vicinity of Panjiayuan. From Monday to Friday, she attended Professor Lin's English classes in the evenings, while Saturdays and Sundays were reserved for morning sessions. The remaining hours were devoted to hunting for treasures. Her previous absence was due to financial constraints. The last 300 yuan she had spent was a gift from her godmother. However, after the incident at Dongshan Building where Song Wei and Chun Wan faced embarrassment, they remembered to provide her with pocket money, compensating her with an additional 200 yuan, which Song Wei generously encouraged her to spend freely. True to her spending habits, she quickly exhausted that amount after a single stroll around Panjiayuan. If Song Wei and Chan Wan were to discover this, they would likely be furious. One day, after finishing her breakfast, She returned to her room to retrieve money from the safe, having arranged to meet Guo Gao to visit another antique market. Ho Chiuxia, aware of her current interest in antiques and her financial limitations, secretly sent her 100,000 yuan, which she kept in the large safe. Ever since Ho Chiuxia brought the box over, Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling had taken to stealthily observing her, inquiring about her activities, much like bothersome flies. Upon opening the door, Song Ran encountered Song Mingzhu loitering at the entrance, seemingly just passing by, fixated on her handbag. "Sister Ran, are you going out again? It seems you're out every day. What are you up to?" Song Ran cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "I'm off to do good deeds." With that, she locked the door and descended the stairs. Song Mingzhu, biting her lip, followed her down. Just as Song Ran was about to exit, Chen Wan called out to her. "What's going on with you? Why are you sneaking around every day? Stop. What's in your bulging bag? Show me." Sneaking around? Song Ran found it quite amusing. Did Chen Wan not notice Song Mingzhu's suspicious demeanor? She had been silently observing her, and last Saturday had even followed her with Song Zihui, though Song Ran managed to shake them off. Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu, arm in arm, appeared to share a close bond. Chen Wan had felt a twinge of guilt towards Song Ran that night, as in comparison, Song Mingzhu had embarrassed her. However, with Song Ran's daily comings and goings, and Song Mingzhu's unwavering support of Chen Wan after school, their mother-daughter relationship was restored, leading Chen Wan to once again view Song Ran unfavorably. "It's nothing. Just a worn-out coat. I intended to give it to someone in need on the street. Would you like to see it, mother?" Song Ran produced the patched military green coat from her bag, shaking it out for Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu to see. "It's filthy. Keep it away. Such rags should have been thrown out long ago. Who in this city would want your tattered clothes?" Chen Wan exclaimed, her face twisted in disgust. Perhaps having lived a life of luxury for too long, surrounded by affluent women, she remained oblivious to the presence of elderly people, the impoverished, and the disabled who struggled to stay warm and fed, even in the capital. "Sister Ran, is it true that you've been helping the poor lately? Is your pocket money sufficient? Would you like me to support you a bit more?" Song Mingzhu inquired with apparent concern. Yet Song Ran did not miss the scrutinizing glances directed at her bag, an unsettling gaze indeed. "What? You've been mingling with those people every day? If word gets out, I'll be utterly humiliated. Have you already spent that 200 yuan so quickly?" Chen Wan's voice rose in anger, and Song Mingzhu couldn't help but smirk at her mother's outburst. "Mother, Dad, and Uncle are public servants. If outsiders learned that you looked down on the poor and felt ashamed to associate with them, it wouldn't just be a matter of the Song family's reputation, but a question of future prospects as well. You should be cautious with your words," Song Mingzhu advised, her tone laced with a mix of sarcasm and concern. Chen Wan's face paled at her words, and taking a step forward, she reached for Song Mingzhu. "Sister Ran, what are you doing? What about the support money? Were you merely speaking empty words? You've truly disappointed me." Just then, Song Chuxiao appeared, carrying his backpack, and Song Mingzhu's face flushed with embarrassment. She had spent her allowance on gifts for her classmates to make amends and had not anticipated that Song Ran would ask her for money. "Sister Mingzhu, didn't Team Mother just give you some pocket money? Have you already spent it all?" The animosity swiftly shifted towards Song Mingzhu, as Chen Wan stared at her in disbelief. "Just last Sunday, didn't I give you over 100 yuan at the department store? Where did that money go?" Song Mingzhu had always been extravagant with her spending. When she ran low on funds, a little charm would suffice to coax Song Guowei and Chen Wan into giving her more. Similarly, Song Chuxiao rarely spent money, saving his coins for her use. Suddenly facing Chen Wan's accusations, Song Mingzhu felt a twinge of embarrassment, spotting Wu Shaoling coming downstairs. She quickly pointed at her and said, "Shaoling wants new clothes for her date with Zhang Gaopeng, so I reserved 2 outfits for her at the department store. I'm sorry, Mom, but it's because Dad approves of Zhang Gaopeng that I spent the money on him." Wu Shaoling widened her eyes in disbelief. Song Mingzhu had not bought her anything new, merely giving her old clothes to wear. How could she dare to make such a claim? This was not the first time she had been made a scapegoat for Song Mingzhu. A few days prior, a male classmate had come looking for her after dinner, and when Chen Wan discovered this, Song Mingzhu insisted it was her who had sought out the classmate for study notes. However, with the words already spoken, she could not refute them, and under Chen Wan's disapproving gaze, she reluctantly acknowledged it. Though she faced reprimand, at least she gained the benefit of 2 new outfits, which was not entirely a loss. After all, Zhang Gaopeng was a modest young man from the countryside, not one to seek superficiality. Xiaoling, you mustn't be extravagant or wasteful. Such habits are detrimental. Chenwan promptly delivered a scolding. Previously, the family had not lacked for money, but this month's expenses had been excessive, coupled with frequent dealings with Uncle and Minister Chow, leading to expenditures in various areas. Uncle intended for Song Siming to marry Minister Chow's youngest daughter and was currently renovating the second-floor rooms, even borrowing some of their savings. Chenwan naturally disapproved of Wu Xiaoling's reckless spending. Song Mingzhu gently took Chenwan's arm, sweetly saying, "Mother is right. I haven't managed Xiaoling well. After school, I will return those 2 outfits at the department store." Chenwan felt gratified. Mingzhu always understands. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoling fumed, her nails digging in her palms in frustration. After receiving a scolding and no benefits, Song Mingzhu was praised, all while appearing utterly unrepentant. Having observed the unfolding drama, Song Ran smirked and swiftly slipped away. Chenwan called out after her, "Song Ran, where are you going? Your godfather and godmother are heading back to Hong Kong soon. The arrangements with the foreign experts are still unsettled. Why aren't you paying attention? Go speak with your godfather and godmother. There's a banquet at Kunlun Hotel today. Make sure to inform your godmother." With a light step, Song Ran quickly vanished from Chenwan's sight, leaving her infuriated. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mingzhu comforted Chenwan, further exacerbating her displeasure with Song Ran's apparent indifference to the family. "Sister Mingzhu, it's time to head to school," Song Chuxiao said, exiting with his backpack. Song Mingzhu hurriedly bid farewell to Chenwan and matched her pace with Song Chuxiao. "Chuxiao, how much pocket money do you have left? I've reconsidered. I can't return the clothes for Xiaoling. I've never bought her new clothes before, and she has been eagerly anticipating them. If I return them, she'll be heartbroken." Song Mingzhu calculated her own interests. She had no intention of actually buying the clothes, but wanted to convince Song Chuxiao that she had returned them. She aimed to make Chenwan believe she still had money, so that she wouldn't receive any more pocket money. She had numerous places to spend money. How could she possibly be without any pocket money at all? She now brings small snacks to her classmates every day, and feels that this gesture has brought her closer to them. After more than a week, no one has mentioned the Dongshan building incident again. Although Ding Jie has faced some exclusion on her behalf, as long as she is unharmed, she sees no reason to concern herself with Ding Jie's troubles. She believed that Song Chuxiao would surely give her some change, but to her surprise, he lowered his head and said, "Sister Mingzhu, my change is all spent." "What?" Song Mingzhu exclaimed. "Didn't your mother just give you pocket money last week? I bought some things and it's all gone." Song Chuxiao was unwilling to elaborate and quicken his pace. Watching his slender figure retreat, Song Mingzhu furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Was he truly out of money due to purchases, or was he simply reluctant to spend on her? Moreover, whenever they were alone, he would call her sister, yet today he consistently referred to her as Mingzhu's sister. Biting her lip, she decided to pursue him. Meanwhile, Song Ran arrived by bus at Guogao Jinbao's studio and changed her attire. Clad in a faded, thin coat, paired with military green rubber shoes, her hands, face, and neck darkened, and her hair styled in 2 braids, she hunched her back. Guogao regarded her with astonishment. "You used to look like a refined young lady from a wealthy family, but now you resemble a village girl fresh to the city. Your acting skills are impressive." "I am, after all, from the countryside," she replied, acutely aware of the essence of insecurity, having lived in self-doubt in her past life. Guogao stared at Song Ran in disbelief. He had initially thought she was an ignorant heiress when he first saw her at Panjiayuan. She certainly did not exude the awkwardness typically associated with rural folk. "Hurry up, let us go. If we delay, that place will be closed," she urged. "Coolme, I borrowed a vehicle from my associate. We won't take the bus today." Over the past week, Guogao and Song Ran had grown quite familiar. Unfortunately, good finds at Panjiayuan had become scarce. Song Ran had only acquired a few ancient coins and some mediocre old vases, which she quickly sold to Guogao. She was in search of exquisite items with high collectible value, which could also serve as visual delights. The handwritten poetry collection by one Hui Ming was quite valuable, and she intended to gift it to her godfather, but she still needed a present for her godmother. Guogao took her to a recently established antique market in Xiqing, where several old items had surfaced, many of which were excavated from the ground, though most were forgeries. Upon their arrival, they found the place bustling with activity, resembling a market filled with vendors selling buns and brooms, and the cacophony of shouts made them wonder if they had arrived at the wrong location. After navigating through the lively market, they discovered dozens of stalls set up in a quieter area. The crowd was significantly smaller. In these times, common folks hardly possessed disposable income to purchase antiques. Dressed like country folk, Guo and Song Ran ambled along, each munching on a fried dough stick. Guo had heard from his associate that the stall owners gauged their customers before pricing. Last time, when his associate wore leather shoes, the vendor refused to budge on the price, and despite his reluctance, he ended up purchasing the item he had coveted. This was the very reason for their disguises. Soon, Song Ran spotted a golden-laid green jade bracelet adorned with turquoise and agate, a stunning piece that seemed to have originated from the palace rather than the earth. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she approached, but suddenly, a hand snatched the bracelet away more swiftly than hers. "Muze, look at this beautiful bracelet," Chen Tingting exclaimed, holding it up to a young man beside her. This young man was none other than Muze, her dance partner from the recent ball. And Song Ran recalled that Guiyun had mentioned how Muze had encountered her several times, the most recent being when he gifted her a movie ticket for Saturday night. Muze and Chen Tingting were dressed splendidly, clearly hailing from affluent families. Their shiny leather shoes and pristine clothing set them apart from those struggling to make ends meet. Upon seeing Chen Tingting lift the bracelet from his stall, the middle-aged vendor beamed. "Young lady, this is a family heirloom. My great-grandfather was a fourth-rank official, and our ancestors have even produced a favored concubine. This bracelet has been passed down through generations. It's absolutely authentic." The vendor's trousers were caked in mud, and his attire was less than presentable. Chen Tingting rolled her eyes, retorting, "Stop with the nonsense. Can you even name your ancestor who held office? Which favored concubine are you talking about?" As the vendor faltered under her questioning, Chen Tingting's confidence surged. "I study archaeology. I can tell if something is genuine or not just by looking at it. Yours is undoubtedly a counterfeit, but I find it visually appealing. So, how much do you want for it?" The vendor plopped back down onto his makeshift seat, his enthusiasm waning. 1,000 yuan. 1,000? Muze's eyes widened. "Tingting, this is a scam. We can't buy this." He had agreed to accompany her for the antique appraisal, expecting to cover the costs of inexpensive trinkets, not 1,000 yuan price tag, which seemed extortionate. Chen Tingting was equally shocked. Her grandfather's pension was only 198 yuan a month, considered substantial for an ordinary teacher. The total monthly expenses for her family barely exceeded that, and a 17-inch black-and-white television cost 700 yuan, luxury by their standards. 1,000 yuan could secure a respectable marriage for a man, with leftover funds. She laughed in disbelief. "What is wrong with you? Are you assuming we're easy targets because we're young? I've already told you this is fake. The gold on it is also fake. I'll give you 60 yuan. Take it or leave it." With that, she placed the bracelet back down, linked her arm with Muze, and turned to leave, thinking the vendor would surely call her back. 60 yuan was no small sum. It could cover an ordinary person's monthly salary. However, the vendor merely scoffed. "Don't pretend to be wealthy when you're clearly not. Two youngsters dressed so nicely, but with only a few coins to spare, don't come here fishing for bargains. Try a toy store instead." His words flushed both Muze and Chen Tingting's faces with embarrassment. Unwilling to accept this, Chen Tingting turned back, fuming. "Watch your words. What do you mean fishing for bargains? You're selling counterfeit goods and can't even explain their provenance. It's a wonder anyone buys from you. Why do you think we're generous enough to offer you 60 yuan? 1,000, is it? I'll take it." Just then, a village girl, her head wrapped in a floral towel, approached, pulling out a stack of 50 yuan notes and presenting them to the vendor. Not only was the vendor taken aback, but so too were Chen Tingting and Muze, unable to believe that someone would actually spend 1,000 yuan on such a trinket. What was even harder for Chen Tingting to accept was how a village girl could possibly have that much money. "Comrade, let us make this a cash-and-carry deal." "Wait," Chen Tingting protested, unwilling to concede. Although she couldn't discern the authenticity of the bracelet, she felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of someone else purchasing it. She rushed forward to intervene. "I spotted this first. There is a rule of first come, first serve when buying." Song Ran, with a teasing glint in her eye, replied. "Is that so? If that is the case, then you should pay for it. I'll simply walk away." With that, she retrieved her money. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Chen Tingting wavered in her conviction. "Tingting, do not heed her words. She might very well be a shill hired by the vendor, deliberately deceiving innocent girls like you." Muse was concerned about Chun Tingting acting rashly. He was aware of her family's financial situation and knew that it was implausible for her to produce 1,000 yuan. If she impulsively decided to make a purchase, he would ultimately be the one to cover the cost. And the crux of the matter was, he didn't carry that much cash on him. If they were to be detained here, it would be utterly embarrassing. The male vendor was visibly irritated, exclaiming that if they could not afford to buy, they should simply leave, as their presence was disrupting his business. He had nearly secured the money, only to see it slip away, and now these two were accusing him of employing a shill. He turned to Song Ran, saying, "Young lady, pay them no mind. If you wish to buy, I shall gladly sell it to you. This is our fateful encounter. When it comes to antiques, it is all about destiny." Song Ran smiled. "Your words are quite charming. I too feel a connection with you. Please, let me first see the bracelet, and I shall peruse the other items as well. If any catch my eye, I shall take those too." Muse and Chun Tingting were furious, nearly choking on their indignation. The vendor insulted them, while this village girl praised his eloquence, which felt like a deliberate provocation. "All right, go ahead and look." The vendor's demeanor softened considerably towards Song Ran, chiefly due to the stark contrast with Chun Tingting, who exuded an air of disdain and fussiness. "Come on, Tingting, everyone is watching. Let us not fall for their tricks." Muse pulled Chun Tingting away. As they exited the market, Chun Tingting suddenly exclaimed, "Muse, have you ever encountered Song Ran from the Song family? Was that the girl who snatched the bracelet from me? How could it possibly be her? What would she be doing in a place like this? She certainly wouldn't dress like this. Everyone says she embodies the Hong Kong style. And I've heard that the young women from her family's courtyard imitate her fashion. With her influential guardians, she would never appear as this village girl." Muse refrained from voicing the most critical point. Song Ran had a complexion as fair as snow. At the ball, nearly every gentleman's gaze was fixated on her, including his own. Yet the village girl they'd just encountered had darkened hands and face, her features obscured by a headscarf, exuding a rustic demeanor entirely dissimilar to the breathtaking Song Ran from a ball. "Tingting, why do you suddenly mention her?" "Nothing, just a fleeting thought." Chun Tingting mused that it was implausible. Her aunt had mentioned that Song Ran had no understanding of antiques. As they departed, Gua Gao hurried over, easily recognizable with his shock of white hair. However, the vendor's words struck him like a slap. "You must be this young lady's father. My good fellow, rest assured, everything I sell here is genuine and has been passed down through generations. If you doubt it, feel free to take a look." The vendor, afraid of losing the anticipated cash, spoke courteously, yet the more he asserted, the darker Gua Gao's expression grew. Chapter 68. A successful bargain. Everyone rejoices, although the vendor mistook Gua Gao for Song Ran's father. He did not speak entirely in error. The wares on display were indeed inherited, devoid of any local flavor. Some had long been polished, while only a few remained in good condition, resembling items left behind by former landlords. However, truly valuable pieces were scarce, mostly silver bracelets, earrings, hairpins, and jade artifacts, much to Gua Gao's dismay. Only the bracelet that Song Ran had acquired was commendable, as it was visually appealing, with genuine gold and gemstones, seemingly a relic from the palace. Yet, considering current market trends, Gua Gao believed 1,000 yuan was a tad excessive. Small Qing dynasty artifacts were not particularly valuable unless they were substantial pieces. Nowadays, the antique market favored items of greater antiquity. However, this piece was subject to fluctuating values year by year, and since it was for Song Ran, he chose not to voice any objections. Thus, the bracelet was smoothly sold, and Song Ran also purchased a neglected shell bead necklace for 50 yuan. The beads were of little worth, akin to pearls, so diminutive that they were overlooked. One could easily acquire them for a mere 10 yuan. Gua Gao, observing, teased that he had noticed a common trait in Song Ran's purchases. They were all beautiful, whether it was the Qing Palace bracelet or this necklace. Their vibrant colors were captivating. Song Ran smiled. "I find them appealing and wish to wear them myself." In this era, few were familiar with shell beads. Yet, having perused international jewelry magazines in a previous life, Song Ran recalled a story featuring a jeweler who crafted a necklace of shell beads. Though only in black and white photos, the descriptions of the bead's brilliance and rarity had left a lasting impression on her. The scarcer an item, the more precious it became. However, many were still struggling to meet their basic needs and would hardly spend lavishly on a necklace from a street vendor. From the craftsmanship of the necklace, it seemed to be a product of the Qing court, employing inlay techniques that preserved its structural integrity. comprising 18 shell beads. Only the central bead was the size of an almond, while the others were mere peas in size. Yet, after so many years, their luster remained. Song Ran believed it to be of considerable collectible value and worth a significant amount, but for now, she intended to wear it as an ordinary accessory. The male vendor, overhearing Guo Gao's comments, felt a bit embarrassed and approached them quietly, saying, "You two are quite genuine. How about this? If you see anything else you like in my stall, I can offer you a discount." Guo Gao shook his head, too indifferent to correct him, as he genuinely found nothing of interest. However, Song Ran politely inquired of the vendor, "You must have more fine items at home. Could you show us?" "How did you know?" the vendor asked, surprise evident on his face. Guo Gao's eyes lit up. "You have quite a few valuable items at home?" The vendor nodded, hesitating briefly before pointing out his residence, asking if they would like to visit. Guo Gao was eager, having come to seek treasures, but regrettably, valuable finds were few and far between. The southern city was far more congested than places like Sanliton, with many old factories. Traversing several alleys, they arrived at the vendor's dilapidated home. Upon entering and seeing 3 old wooden trunks, even Guo Gao was astounded. "Your family must have been landowners." Indeed, the Hu family once held high office and was quite affluent, he confirmed. "However, my branch of the family is merely a sideline. The main branch long ago moved abroad. To be honest, I recently unearthed these items from beneath the old courtyard. My father sensed trouble and buried them. Otherwise, they would have been damaged." "So you intend to sell everything and move abroad?" Song Ran suddenly asked. The vendor's expression shifted to one of surprise as he followed her gaze to the English books and newspapers on the table, giving her a thumbs up. "You're quite observant. Young lady, in the past, we dared not touch these items. My parents were terrified. They have since passed away, and now I find myself alone, without attachments. I have contacted relatives abroad with the intention of selling the house and antiques to join them." "What price do you plan to sell the house for?" Song Ran inquired. The vendor assumed her curiosity was merely casual and replied, "Although my house may not appear impressive, it is near the Drum Tower in Shikahai, and the courtyard is spacious. I plan to sell it for a flat price of 18,000. That may be difficult to sell," Guo Gao interjected. "Currently, the Sihuan is only priced around 26,000, and that is for one in good repair. Your location is quite inferior, and the house has not been maintained. Buying it would be akin to rebuilding." Song Ran gazed out the door, noting the spaciousness of the courtyard. However, as Guo Gao had mentioned, the other houses remained dilapidated and had become unsafe for habitation. Only the main house, occupied by the vendors, was livable. It was no wonder that he had struggled to find a wife in the past. He must have faced considerable setbacks during those years. In the future, prime real estate would be of utmost value, especially in the capital. If Hua Yunyi finalized the development collaboration, the east and west cities would be among the first areas to undergo transformation. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, yet her demeanor remained composed. "Comrade, what is the price for these silver ingots?" Guo Gao rummaged through the treasures in the box and extracted 5 sizable silver ingots, each weighing 50 taels, the most sought-after weight in the antique market. Among them were 4 from the Qing dynasty and 1 from the Ming dynasty. After speaking, he instinctively glanced at Song Ran, seeking her confirmation of authenticity. He felt reassured when she nodded. "I see that you and your father are genuinely interested in purchasing. Name your price, and if it suits me, I shall sell," the vendor who expressed, preferring to deal with knowledgeable buyers like them. Unlike the previous young couple who had immediately declared the items counterfeit, who had little patience for such claims. Additionally, selling at a stall was unpredictable. Suddenly, Song Ran proposed, "How about we agree on a fixed price? We will buy all 3 boxes, including your courtyard." Guo Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a bold purchasing approach in his life. Not only him, but who also wore a face of incredulity, quickly replaced by elation. "Very well. You see, these 3 boxes contain a mix of items, yet they're all antiques." "Wait, did you just say you want to buy my house?" Whose surprise was palpable as he processed her words. Guo Gao was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, they spent 40,000 yuan, and Song Ran acquired both the antiques and the property, leaving Hu in a state of ecstatic joy, while Song Ran had successfully seized a rare opportunity. Chapter 69. A gathering of 3 families. On the eve of trouble, Guo Gao carefully arranged the antiques atop hay before placing them in the trunk. Throughout the return journey, he remained in a daze. He knew Song Ran was wealthy, but he had not anticipated her willingness to spend so extravagantly. 40,000 yuan. She had simply taken it out without a second thought. How audacious of her to carry such a sum in her shabby green handbag, unafraid of being robbed. Brother Gua, I gift you the 5 silver ingots you favored. The rest, keep with you and sell at your discretion. However, please take good care of the green powder vase from the second box. It was made during the Qianlong era and is a prime candidate for the auction in Hong Kong. Also, the white glazed jar from the third box dates back to the Ming Dynasty. In a few years, the market will improve, and you can further enrich your collection with these valuable items. Guo Gao felt a sense of unexpected fortune. He had spent not a single penny, yet acquired 5 substantial silver ingots. Based on current market conditions, he could easily profit several thousand yuan from reselling them. However, this was only possible due to his established clientele, unlike those vendors who struggled to find buyers, fearing counterfeit purchases. I examined the vase and jar. They are indeed promising. Your eye for quality is commendable, but the base lacks a date stamp, and given their inherent value, they may be difficult to sell. His caution stemmed from past experiences. Having been burned by 2 vases previously, he was now more vigilant. He did not perceive Song Ran as frivolous with her finances. Rather, he was astonished by her audacity to finalize a deal without hesitation. It was as if she had meticulously planned for this moment. Song Ran maintained a serene demeanor, as though the expenditure of 40,000 yuan had not been her doing. Indeed, she had prepared well in advance. Her godmother had entrusted her with a total of 100,000 yuan, securely stored in a safe. For days, she had instructed Guo Gao to gather information about the antique markets in the West City, all in anticipation of this day. In her previous life, Chun Tingting had been the one to seize opportunities. While fleeing northward, Song Ran had only vague recollections of Chun Tingting's mother, by Wei Hong, boasting about her daughter's keen eye for antiques. On the first day at a stall in the West City, Chun Tingting had spotted an antique bracelet. Although she had not brought enough money, she returned the following day, only to find an additional Qianlong-era vase at the stall. She purchased both for a mere 2,000 yuan. The vase was later bought by Director Yin of the Cultural Relics Institute for 500,000 yuan and subsequently donated to the National Museum. The Qing Palace bracelet fetched a staggering 3 million from a wealthy foreign buyer, elevating Chun Tingting to a prominent figure in the antique world, basking in her newfound fame. While Song Ran could have bargained with the eager vendor who, for a lower price, she found no need to do so. If she had intercepted another's opportunity, she might have felt guilty, but regarding Chun Tingting, she felt only exhilaration. None of Chun Wanyang's cousins were to be underestimated, particularly Chun Tingting, who had always sought to undermine her during visits to the Song family. After returning the antiques, Song Ran completed the property transfer by afternoon. After a busy day, she arrived punctually at Kunlun Hotel at 5 o'clock. You are Song Ran. Upon her arrival, she spotted Chun Tingting, Song Mingzhu, and Chun Wan alighting from the Song family vehicle. The moment Chun Tingting laid eyes on her, anger flared upon her face. Song Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. Today marked a gathering of the Song, Chow, and Yin families, ostensibly a family dinner, yet it bore commercial undertones. Chun Wan had inexplicably brought along her maternal relatives, leaving Song Ran uncertain whether to label her foolish or naive. Tingting, lower your voice and be mindful of the setting, Chun Wan swiftly admonished as a doorman approached. Song Mingzhu's eyes flickered with curiosity. How did her cousin know Song Ran? Had they not yet met? Moreover, why did Tingting seem irate? Upon entering the main hall, the server led the way. As they all entered the elevator, Song Mingzhu was about to inquire when Chun Tingting abruptly seized Song Ran's arm. So as you visited Teacher Yan's home last time, why did you pretend not to know me? And regarding Professor Zheng, did you say something to him that made him unwilling to accept me as a disciple? Chun Tingting had gone directly from the West City to the Song family, growing increasingly agitated. She suspected that the person who had outbid her for the bracelet today was the same girl she had encountered at Teacher Yan's home. Yet, she was uncertain, for the girl in the West City had appeared rough and unrefined, while Song Ran was elegantly and fashionably attired. Song Ran looked at Chun Tingting in astonishment. Who are you? Why do I need to know you? Professor Zheng's refusal to accept you as a disciple has nothing to do with me. You are truly perplexing. As she spoke, she freed herself from Chun Tingting's grasp. Sister Tingting, what do you mean by that? The person you met at Director Yan's home was my sister Ran, right? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Song Mingzhu sensed an ominous premonition. If Chun Tingting's insinuations held true, could Song Ran be the one accepted as a disciple by the three great masters of the antique world? Even she, who seldom followed this field, had heard whispers of it. But why? Wasn't she just a country bumpkin? Chun Tingting, however, confirmed her suspicions. I did not mistake her. It is indeed her. I would recognize her, even if she returned to ashes. Yet, she remained uncertain if the girl she had seen in the West City was truly Song Ran. What ill-fated words was she uttering? Madam Chun, may I inquire who this young lady is? At that moment, the elevator doors opened to reveal Hua Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng, who stood before them. Hua Qiuxia scrutinized Chun Tingting with a discerning gaze, her expression inscrutable. Yet Chun Tingting felt an overwhelming sense of condescension. Aaron, come here. We have not seen each other for 2 days, and your godmother has missed you dearly. Godmother, I have missed you too. Hua Qiuxia merely cast Chun Tingting a fleeting glance, her demeanor warm as she took Song Ran's arm, the two appearing as if they were biological mother and daughter. Walking together toward the dining table, Chun Wan's mouth opened, poised to introduce Chun Tingting, but the words failed to escape her lips. Watching the closeness between Song Ran and Hua Qiuxia, she felt as though a fishbone had lodged painfully in her throat. The top floor has been reserved exclusively by the Yin family, with only 2 large round tables accommodating over 40 guests. The 3 Song brothers and Minister Chow will not arrive until after 5 o'clock. The early arrivals consist solely of their wives and children, who have already taken their seats. Aran, my dear sister, it has been quite some time. Hui Yunyi stood to greet her, dressed in a finely tailored suit that exuded an air of nobility, resembling a young aristocrat. A gentle smile graced his handsome, cultured face, attracting the furtive glances of several young women present, including Song Mingzhu and Chun Tingting, who couldn't resist stealing a few extra looks at him. Come, Aran, sit beside me and Yanni. Hua Qiuxia promptly arranged a seat for Song Ran, placing her at the head table alongside the elders, while Song Mingzhu and Chun Tingting had to settle for a separate table with the younger generation. Although Song Mingzhu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she kept it to herself. Once seated, she feigned curiosity and asked Chun Tingting, Sister Tingting, why did you say that Ran refused to let Professor Zhang take you as a student? She's not the type to be overbearing. Is there some misunderstanding? Moreover, she knows nothing about antiques. How could she possibly recognize Professor Zhang? Chapter 70. Today, let your beautiful dream shatter. As soon as Song Mingzhu's words fell, nearly every gaze in the room turned toward them. The restaurant played soft, soothing music, making their conversation sound particularly loud in the spacious setting. Chun Wan shot a disapproving look at Song Mingzhu, but regrettably, as they were at different tables, her expression went unnoticed. Chun Tingting was already in a foul mood, especially upon seeing a country bumpkin seated at the main table, creating an unspoken division between 2 classes, with her being relegated below Song Ran. She scoffed and declared, everyone knows I'm majoring in archaeology and I've performed well academically. My grandfather has a passion for collecting antiques, so I've been around these artifacts since childhood. We have connections with Teacher Yin from the Cultural Relics Research Institute. However, when I went to visit Teacher Yin, do you know who I ran into? Who? Inquired Minister Chow's youngest daughter, Chao Shan, with curiosity. Her older sister nudged her, signaling her not to get involved. None other than Song Ran. Chun Tingting replied, I truly didn't expect that she knows Professor Zhang from our academy and even visited Teacher Yin's home. Later, she was accepted as a student by both Teacher Yin and Director Dai. Truly, she is in a position of great prestige. Song Ran, could you enlighten me? As someone from the countryside, completely ignorant, how did you manage to win their favor? Her words dripped with malice, insinuating that Song Ran's acceptance was due to some underhanded means. Tingting, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun Wan felt utterly embarrassed. One was her biological daughter, the other her niece. Regardless of who made a fool of themselves, it reflected poorly on her. Sure, Feng Yi and Zhong Yu remained neutral, being sisters-in-law, but it was truly embarrassing to have Madame Chow spectating. I'm not speaking nonsense, Aunt. I genuinely don't understand what Song Ran did. Originally, both Teacher Yin and Professor Zhang intended to accept me as their student, but because of her, they both went back on their word. I wonder if Song Ran is deliberately targeting me. Chun Tingting said, her expression one of feigned injustice. If it weren't for Song Ran being present and aware that neither elder had ever expressed an intention to take Chun Tingting on as a student, she might have believed her. It seemed that aside from the Yin family, Everyone else appeared to believe her, their expressions towards Song Ran shifting. Chun Tingting shot a provocative glance at Song Ran, her demeanor triumphant. Unperturbed, Song Ran sipped her green tea, rose, and walked toward the phone on the wall. Godmother, I'd like to make a call. Hui Qiuxia smiled and nodded. Go ahead. The crowd was somewhat perplexed. Song Ran activated the speakerphone, and the call was quickly connected. Teacher Yin, this is Song Ran. I hope I'm not interrupting you. I would like to pose a rather bold question. Chun Tingting's face turned pale in an instant. Chen Wan stood up, wanting to intervene, but ultimately, out of concern for appearances, she sat back down. Not at all. What is your question? Please go ahead. Teacher Yan's voice came through warmly. I put my phone on speaker so others can hear as well. Is that all right? Certainly. Please ask. There is a student named Chun Tingting. I wonder if you know her. She claims that you and Professor Zheng initially intended to take her as a student, but due to my influence, you both reversed your decision. Is there any truth to this? As Song Ran spoke, her gaze was fixed on the visibly flustered Chun Tingting. She is indeed speaking nonsense. Professor Zheng and I have not taken on students for many years now. Only someone as talented as you, little Ran, would we wish to nurture. Chun Tingting, I am aware of her. She attended my class and spent her time gazing at herself in a mirror, unaware of what makes her face so appealing. She has visited my home several times, even asking my wife to call me back. But I have made it clear I wouldn't take her as a student. She should not spread rumors. By the end of his statement, Teacher Yan's voice bore a hint of irritation. He had long recognized Chun Tingting's dubious intentions and was taken aback that she would spread such rumors about him and Professor Zheng. Thank you for your response. Teacher Yan, I will ensure to clarify this misinformation. Upon hanging up, Song Ran walked over to Chun Tingting, whose head was nearly bowed to the table. I am curious. What was your intent behind spreading these rumors? Knowing that both Teacher Yan and Professor Zheng are of advanced age, didn't your conscience ache when you made those remarks? I was merely joking. How was I to know you would take it seriously? I was just playing with Mingzhu. Chun Tingting quickly defended herself, dragging Song Mingzhu into the fray. Unbeknownst to them, the fact that Song Ran was indeed accepted as a student by a master in the antique field left Song Mingzhu feeling rather uncomfortable, prompting her to speak up. Ran, my cousin was just joking among us sisters. How could you take it to heart? Even going as far as calling Teacher Yan. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? As the two sat while Song Ran stood, she looked down upon them with a cold smile. Is that so? Sister Mingzhu, I believe only the two of you would buy into such a narrative. Had I not made that call, within days, there would have been rumors flying everywhere. Chun Tingting bit her lip, her guilt evident. Enough, Song Ran, come sit down. It's a trivial matter. Let's not spoil everyone's mood. We can discuss this later at home. Chun Wan spoke disapprovingly, wishing to avoid any spectacle for the guests. Hui Qiuxia and her husband, as well as Hui Yanni, wore somber expressions. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Minister Chao and the three Song brothers stepped out, all smiles. Upon seeing them, Song Mingzhu immediately stood to greet them. Dad, Uncle Chao, Uncle, third uncle. Her face lit up with a sweet smile, charming and polite, much to her father's satisfaction. However, Minister Chao merely nodded before promptly engaging with Yin Jiefeng and Hui Yanni, barely sparing a glance for Song Mingzhu. She bit her lip. It was evident that Minister Chao and Madame Chao had previously been quite warm towards her. So why the sudden coldness today? Within minutes, Song Siming, Song Xiqing, and Song Zihui also arrived. Song Siming began with an apology, explaining that he had been involved in rescue operations for the military and rushed over after changing his clothes, only to find himself late. It's all right. As a soldier, prioritizing the public is paramount. Your hair is still damp. Let the staff bring you a dry towel to avoid catching a cold. Yes, do dry off. Minister Chao added with concern, his gaze towards Song Siming one of approval. Having witnessed Song Mingzhu's less than favorable behavior at Dongshun Building, the couple had been hesitant, initially worried about Song Siming's character. However, upon reflection, they considered that Song Mingzhu was not his biological daughter, but rather the daughter of a nanny. They believed that the issue lay with her, not the Song family. Additionally, Minister Chao had inquired about Song Siming's conduct within the military and learned of his commendable actions, leading him to view the young man as a promising individual. Today, upon seeing Song Siming, he indeed appeared quite impressive, having shed the youthful awkwardness of previous years and transformed into a manly figure. As Song Siming dried his hair, the second sister of the Chao family nudged Chao Shan and exchanged knowing glances. Chao Shan's face flushed with embarrassment. Song Siming took his seat at the main table and cast a discreet glance at Song Ran, his eyes briefly flashing with disdain. He concealed it well. Yet Song Ran noticed, a smirk playing at her lips. Song Siming, if you aspire to be a member of the Chao family, today shall shatter your dreams. In Chapter 71, the old man, lacking respect due to his age, engages in frivolity. Song Siqing and Song Zihue, seeing the other table sparsely occupied, chose to sit next to Song Mingzhu, who was unaccompanied. With everyone gathered, it was time to serve the dishes. Yin Jiefeng spoke with the waiter and turned to Song Ran, saying, "Your godparents have ordered many of your favorite dishes today. We can always order more later." "My godfather and godmother are the best to me," Song Ran said, smiling as she linked arms with Hua Qiuxia, who gently patted her cheek. This was the first time the guests witnessed the affectionate dynamic between Song Ran and Hua Qiuxia, and while Song Wukong and Song Wuqiang were pleased, Song Wuwei and Chun Wan felt slightly uncomfortable, as Song Ran had never displayed such intimacy in front of her biological parents. Song Wukong jovially called for Song Siming to pour wine for the elders. Song Siming first approached Yin Jiefeng to pour. However, Song Ran quickly moved to take Yin Jiefeng's cup away. "Wait, godfather, are you still drinking wine?" Song Siming frowned. "Song Ran, why are you meddling in the affairs of the elders? You've become increasingly unruly in my absence." Yin Jiefeng's smile faltered as he turned to Song Wukong. "Is my goddaughter so unappreciated in your family? As a cousin, how can he scold a peer?" Song Wukong quickly smiled. "Our Siming is closest to her. He brought her back to the capital. He merely fears she oversteps and displeases Mr. and Mrs. Yin." Song Siming hadn't anticipated Yin Jiefeng's strong reaction. He thought his tone was mild, but it seemed he underestimated Song Ran's ability to win hearts. After nearly half a month of training in the team, he had become considerably more composed. Although he felt no fault in his words, today was primarily meant to honor the Yin couple, so he joined in the laughter. "My father is right. I worry that little Ran might be too impolite to interfere with Uncle Yin's drinking. Aunt Hua hasn't said anything." This statement held an implicit provocation. Had it been any other couple, they might suspect the intentions of their goddaughter. However, Hua Qiuxia would not. Instead, she grasped Song Ran's hand. Anger flickered in Song Ran's eyes. Before she could speak, Hui Yanyi stood and said, "Originally, Uncle and Aunt should have departed a couple of days ago, but they postponed due to Uncle's stomach issues. The banquet was rescheduled for today. We should have explained this to the Song family." Hua Qiuxia nodded. Hui Yanyi, looking through his gold-rimmed glasses with a cold gaze at Song Siming and the other Song family members, continued, "In light of this, do you not understand that our Rant's interference in Uncle's drinking stems from her concern for his stomach?" He added, "Or does this cousin merely wish to find a pretext to bully our Ran?" "No, that was not my intention." Song Siming was taken aback by the escalation. With Uncle and Aunt present, along with that cousin Chun and the fake heiress, they all seemed intent on trampling on our Ran. Song Ran looked at Hui Yanyi in astonishment. She was surprised by his chivalrous demeanor, publicly placing Song Siming and the others in an awkward position. Song Guowei quickly interjected, "That statement is too severe, Yanyi. You misunderstand. Little Ran is my biological daughter, of the Song lineage. How can we bully her?" "Siming, apologize to your sister." Song Siming could only stiffly offer an apology. Song Guowei then turned to Chun Tingting and Song Mingzhu. "What trouble have you caused now? Hurry and apologize to your sister." In front of the Yin couple and Hui Yanyi, Song Guowei naturally sided with Song Ran. Song Wukong echoed, "Little Ran has endured hardships for over 10 years, Mingzhu. Those sufferings were all endured on your behalf. You, the usurper, ought to be grateful." At that moment, Song Mingzhu had never felt so humiliated. First, Hui Yanyi had called her a fake heiress, and now her uncle accused her of usurping. Although others had said similar things outside, no one had ever voiced them in her presence, especially not her family. It felt as if she had no right to be at this banquet, that she had forced her way in. Lowering her head, she longed to flee, but for the sake of her future, she steeled herself to swallow her pride and apologize to Song Ran. The three Song brothers felt a pang of sorrow witnessing this. It meant that Song Qiuxiao, due to his declining grades, was not allowed to attend. Had he been present, he surely could not have contained his emotions. "Cousin Ran, I am sorry." Chun Tingting, suppressing her displeasure, bowed her head in apology. Song Ran smiled graciously. "It's all right, cousin. Just be mindful next time and refrain from spreading rumors. We are relatives, so I won't hold it against you. But with others, it may lead to trouble. Chun Tingting, chastised by Song Ran, returned to the table, her head low. Noticing something amiss, Song Zihui quietly inquired about Mingzhu's situation. What rumors? Song Mingzhu, feeling downcast and hesitant, wanted to speak but feigned reluctance. As the banquet regained its liveliness, Chun Tingting immediately relayed to Song Zihui and Song Xiqing the news of Song Ran being accepted as a disciple by 3 eminent figures in the antiques world. I don't think I misspoke. She's just a country bumpkin. What does she know about antiques? With that fox-like face of hers, one can't help but wonder. Chun Tingting whispered, glancing back to ensure Song Ran was listening before continuing. Some old men, lacking respect due to their age, play around. Who knows if she is merely seeking to gain fame in our capital to enhance her own reputation. This sentiment echoed the analysis shared by Bai Weihong, as they had initially been unaware that this Song Ran was indeed the same. They only knew her as a beautiful young woman, accepted by 3 formidable masters, leading to inevitable speculation. Song Xiqing's gaze brimmed with undisguised disgust. If Song Ran truly were such a person, it would tarnish the Song family's reputation. Even if a phone call could validate something, Song Zihui's expression darkened. What he loathed most was how Song Ran repeatedly bullied Mingzhu, leaving her unable to hold her head high. During the banquet, Song Zihui pulled Song Siming aside to the restroom. Song Ran watched their retreating figures, a hint of derision in her eyes. Upon their return, Song Siming nonchalantly queried Song Ran at the table. Ran, I heard you become a disciple of the 3 masters in the antiques realm. Congratulations. But how come we never knew you had such talent? Surely, in the countryside, you and T have had the opportunity to engage with this? This was a point of curiosity for everyone present, but with the Yin couple around, no one dared to ask. Song Ran casually replied, There's an old tailor in our village. I apprenticed under him for several years. And what does that have to do with antiques? Because he was once a treasure hunter in his youth. In chapter 72, let her forever be disgraced. Song Siming was left speechless. Those present perceived Song Ran was merely fabricating an excuse, doubting her genuine encounters with any treasure hunters or her innate talent. However, in truth, Song Ran had not lied. The old tailor was born in 1910, hailing from a prominent treasure-hunting family in the north, having endured much upheaval. In his youth, he enjoyed great success, yet ultimately faced ruin, his family annihilated, meeting a tragic fate. He narrowly survived, depleting his wealth, and eventually lived incognito as the hunchback tailor in Yangshigu village. His temperament was peculiar. Apart from those seeking his tailoring services, no one was willing to engage with him. Not even his own daughter. Song Ran was the only one who could tolerate his eccentricities. The old tailor, having indulged in drink, reclined in his bamboo chair, seemingly transported back to the moments of his past when he reveled in a haze of intoxication. During those times, he would regale Song Ran with tales long forgotten by the world. He could recount the distinctive features of objects from every dynasty, even articulating the sensations of touch, allowing others to vicariously experience them as if they were present in the moment. Renowned as a master craftsman across 10 miles and 8 villages, the old tailor's designs were unparalleled, particularly the exquisite mandarin duck quilts he stitched. Yet, few knew that with just a humble charcoal pencil, he could depict all the antiques he had encountered, including every intricate detail, rendered with lifelike precision, though he often reveled in scolding others. In the final 2 months of his life, he scarcely uttered a harsh word to Song Ran. Instead, he grew increasingly stern. She had already mastered the skills of a tailor. During those 2 months, her studies revolved around antiques, ranging from the Warring States period to the Qing dynasty, encompassing bronzes, ceramics, jades, and paintings. She absorbed every fragment of knowledge into her mind. In her previous life, she had scraped together her travel fare by selling ginseng and endured countless hardships to reach the Song family, only to face suppression and humiliation. Contemplating departure, her remaining ginseng was stolen by Wu Shaoling, leaving her penniless and unable to purchase items at the antique market. It was only by chance that she met teacher Zheng, who introduced her to Guo Gao, with whom she collaborated to earn a modest sum. She aspired to enter university and start anew, believing she was on the verge of saving enough money. However, on an ordinary day at dusk, she was forcibly returned to Yangshigu village, vanishing forever from the capital. As her thoughts drifted away, Song Ran gradually regained her composure, lifting her glass of red wine and smiling brightly at Song Siming. "Cousin, I have yet to express my gratitude for bringing me home. Allow me this opportunity to toast you as a sign of my appreciation." Uncertain of her intentions, Song Siming would not typically afford her the chance to toast, for he deemed her unworthy. Yet with so many witnesses present, he could not deny her this courtesy. Upon seeing him raise his glass, she lifted hers and downed a shallow ring of red wine in her glass, declaring, "I'm finished. Cousin, feel free." Song Siming's glass brimmed with freshly poured white liquor. His tolerance was average, and he had not consumed much that day. During the toasting, he sipped cautiously, but with the eyes of the gathering upon him, especially the gaze of Chow Shan from the neighboring table, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity as a man. Thus, he tilted his head back and drained the glass in one gulp. Huiyun, smiling, raised his glass. "Siming, you are generous. I shall toast you as well. Aran is my sister too, and I look forward to your indulgence in the future." Song Siming quickly poured another drink and raised his glass. "It should be at a toast, Brother Yunny. You are alone in the capital from now on. Consider our Song family your own and feel free to visit any time." Despite his disdain for Song Ran, Song Siming held no reservations against Huiyun. Hua's presence in the capital essentially represented the Yin and Hua family's interests, making it imperative to cultivate a good relationship, even to the point of flattery. To demonstrate his sincerity, he finished his drink in one go. Huiyun, with a smile, reciprocated by downing his drink, pouring another for Song Siming and praising him. "Siming, you have a remarkable capacity for liquor. Let us drink again, and may we enjoy this occasion." Even Song Ran, though not particularly astute, discerned that Huiyun was intentionally encouraging Song Siming to drink more. Huiyun's keen perception of her thoughts was indeed impressive. During the intervals of drinking, he glanced back at her, offering a reassuring look. Song Ran smiled faintly. Her adoptive parents and this adoptive cousin were indeed kind-hearted individuals. As Song Siming and Huiyun engaged in camaraderie, the mood among the Song family brightened. Song Gokong and the others, including Minister Chow, had also consumed their fair share of drinks. Yin Jiefeng, unable to drink alcohol, opted for tea, creating an atmosphere of harmony at the table. Meanwhile, Song Hui observed that Song Siming had become so engrossed in drinking that he had forgotten the matter at hand, while Mingzhu remained despondent, his expression darkening further. He could only murmur words of comfort to Song Mingzhu. "The final exams are approaching. Once she loses the bet, we will expel her from the Song family to prevent her from continuing to upset our Mingzhu." Looking up, Song Mingzhu gazed at him with a look of grievance. "Third brother, uncle and father have said that even if she loses, the Song family cannot disown her. Besides, with the Yin couple gone, there remains Huiyun. Enough. You are our sister, and you cannot leave." In a moment of desperation, Song Zihui grasped Song Mingzhu's hand beneath the table. "What is wrong with you, Brother Zihui?" Chun Tingting turned to them, drawing the attention of others at the table. Caught between nervousness and uncertainty, Song Zihui forgot to release Song Mingzhu's hand. Though she could have easily pulled away, she chose to feign ignorance of his gesture. After a while, when the eyes of the others shifted, she seemed to regain her composure, hastily withdrawing her hand, lowering her head, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Witnessing this, Song Zihui felt his heart race and emotion swell. He deliberately leaned in closer. In such a setting, surrounded by the bodyguards of the Yin family, he had initially intended to humiliate her publicly, but upon arrival, he realized it was not the right moment to act. He would wait for an opportune time to teach her a lesson, ensuring she would never dare to act arrogantly before him again, firmly reminding her that she was the most cherished daughter of the Song family. She would never again hold her head high. "Third brother, let her learn her lesson. Just don't hurt her too much. She is merely vain and enjoys ostracizing me. She hasn't committed any heinous acts. The main goal is for her to correct her behavior, lest her past associations with the antiquities elite be revealed, bringing shame upon our Song family." With concern etched on her face, Song Mingzhu spoke. Song Zihui readily agreed with her words, yet in his heart, he resolved to make Song Rant's life miserable, ensuring she would forever remember this profound lesson. The last welcome party had caught him unprepared, but this time, he would afford Song Ran no chance to escape. If she valued her reputation, he would ensure her disgrace would be everlasting. Chapter 73. A Humiliation. She must not marry such a man. Though Song Ran maintained an appearance of attentively listening to the elders at her table, her peripheral vision remained fixed on the exchange between Song Mingzhu and Song Zihui. She witnessed their clandestine hand-holding and the malevolent glint in Song Zihue's eyes. Indeed, he was a ruthless individual. Among the 4 cousins of the Song family, Song Zihue was the most devoid of moral compass, employing the most vicious tactics. In her previous life, Song Ran had suffered greatly at the hands of Song Zihue. He possessed an uncanny ability to exploit others' vulnerabilities, systematically oppressing them, rendering their lives unbearable on both psychological and emotional levels. Time and again, he had reminded outsiders of her past indiscretions, ensuring that whenever her merits shone, they were overshadowed by reminders of her misdeeds, instilling in her a sense of perpetual hopelessness. Truth be told, upon encountering Song Zihue for the first time in the Song family after her rebirth, she felt an innate fear, as many unwanted memories resurfaced. It was only when she thwarted his schemes that she realized he was not as formidable as he seemed. Song Ran understood that Song Zihue would not relent easily. However, she would not adopt a passive stance, waiting for his attack. Such behavior was not her style. Song Siming, indeed, had a moderate tolerance for alcohol, and he succumbed to its effects swiftly. In one moment, he held his glass. In the next, he covered his mouth, visibly struggling against nausea. "Waiter, quickly, assist him to the restroom," Song Ran called out. 2 waiters promptly supported Song Siming away, and sounds of retching echoed from the restroom. Upon hearing this, the appetite of the guests at the table dissipated. Song Gukong forced a laugh, saying, "My Siming simply has a low tolerance for alcohol, but he has good character. Even when inebriated, he remains composed. I will have the driver take him home shortly." Minister Chow chuckled. "Alcohol tolerance is developed over time. We too struggled in our youth. Siming's straightforward nature is commendable. Even if he cannot drink, he still joins us." "Indeed," Mrs. Chow nodded with a smile. "Siming is a good child. Let him rest at home for a while." The implication was clear. They were pleased with Song Siming. Meanwhile, Shifeng's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. The Song family has managed to marry the daughter of Minister Chow, which she is quite aware is a significant elevation in status. Throughout the evening, she fretted over whether Minister Chow and Madam Chow would disapprove, but now she felt entirely at ease. However, her fondness for Chow Shan was lacking. Chow Shan's gaze was incessantly fixed on her son, lacking decorum, almost as if she were shamelessly pursuing him. Fortunately, such a daughter-in-law should be easily manageable, Shifeng mused. Is Siming all right? If his condition is serious, he ought to stay in a hotel room. The car ride might exacerbate his discomfort, Chow Shan expressed, a hint of concern in her voice. Chow Shan, your concern for Siming is commendable. If he marries you, he will truly be fortunate. Aunt Zhongyu teased, a smile gracing her features. Chow Shan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily retreated into her seat, stammering, I'm merely concerned for his well-being." Song Siming and Chow Shan had known each other since childhood, once classmates, but their families had only recently begun to discuss a match. When her family inquired about her feelings, she expressed a favorable impression of Song Siming and agreed to pursue a relationship with him, hence her increased attentiveness. Moreover, earlier at the banquet, Song Siming had personally approached her to present a thoughtful gift, a delicate lady's watch, demonstrating his intentions. Minister Chow and Madam Chow maintained smiles, and the atmosphere was amiable. Yet, the harmonious ambience was abruptly shattered by a female server's piercing scream. "Sir, please let go of me. Release me." Everyone turned their heads to see Song Siming emerging from the restroom, his arms wrapped around a female server. Minister Chow and Madam Chow stood in disbelief. Chow Shan gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes reflecting disbelief mingled with disappointment. "Siming, what on earth are you doing?" Song Gukong sprang to his feet, but stumbled due to the effects of alcohol, crashing to the ground in disarray. Shifeng and Song Guowei rushed to assist him. "My brother is not that kind of person. Please do not misinterpret. This server must have acted provocatively." Song Zihue shouted, darting towards Song Siming to pull him away. "Yes, Chow Shan, do not misunderstand. My brother may be unconscious due to intoxication." Song Mingzhu hurried to comfort Chow Shan, fully aware of the significance of this union for the Song family. "Is that true?" Chow Shan's voice softened slightly. However, the situation grew more awkward as Song Zihue, despite his stature, could not budge Song Siming, who clung tightly to the server. The server raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, her eyes red with fear and humiliation. It was evident to all that Song Siming was the one refusing to release her, his head nestled against her neck. The buttons of his white shirt were nearly undone. Bodyguards, Ian Jeffing commanded, and the guards at the entrance rushed in, swiftly pulling Song Siming away. Song Zihui found himself cornered. Song Ren quickly approached the server, draping her coat over her shoulders. "Are you all right? What has happened?" The server sobbed. After this gentleman left the restroom, he entered the ladies' room, insisting that I accompany him for the night and even offered me money. Out of concern for customer satisfaction, I dare not refuse, but he pursued me and embraced me. I came here to work, not to be a companion. Minister Chow and his wife were instantly filled with rage. Tears streamed down Chow Shan's face. She had never anticipated that her future husband would engage in such disgraceful behavior. "You liar! You shameless harlot! You clearly sought to seduce my son and now wish to tarnish his reputation. What are your true intentions? I will not tolerate your insolence." Shi Fengyi rushed forward, intent on striking the server, but Song Ren swiftly intervened, and the bodyguard positioned themselves protectively. Madame Chow shook her head repeatedly, realizing she had misjudged the Song family. Previously, Shi Fengyi had appeared gentle and charitable, but now she resembled a shrew. If Chow Shan were to marry into this family, who knew how she would be tormented by her mother-in-law? Minister Chow spoke coldly. "This is utterly shameful. Song Wukong, let us consider the previous matchmaking as if it never occurred. I will never allow my daughter to marry such a person. Shan, we are leaving." He took his wife and daughter to depart. "Minister Chow, this is a misunderstanding. Siming is truly not this kind of person." Song Wukong, having twisted his ankle from the fall, winced in pain, but his focus remained on the matter at hand. "Siming, please say something." The intoxicated Song Siming raised his head at the sound of his name, his gaze landing on Chow Shan's face. He belched, his mind clouded and slurred. "You're not bad-looking. Here, S.A. 100 yuan. Come over and spend the night with me." Chapter 74. Your family is utterly shameless. A resounding slap landed on Song Siming's face, but it was not Chow Shan who struck him. It was Madame Chow. Chow Shan, with her gentle nature, lacked the fortitude to confront him, but her mother was not one to suffer in silence. "You, Song Siming, who I believe to be an upright and sincere man, turn out to be someone who seeks the company of courtesans in private. Throughout history, cities have always had their share of fallen women, and the capital was no exception. Yet, in the eyes of a woman like Madame Chow, such behavior was reprehensible. Men who sought the company of courtesans were invariably of poor character. What enraged her further was that Song Siming had the audacity to treat her beloved daughter as if she were one of them. Initially, she pondered whether there had been a misunderstanding, but upon hearing Song Siming's own words, she realized that the fault lay squarely with him. After receiving the slap, Song Siming became somewhat more lucid, covering his stinging face, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Minister Chow's expression was grim as he ushered his wife and daughter out. "Minister Chow, please believe me. Siming is not this kind of person. Trust me." Song Wukong limped forward to grasp Minister Chow's arm, but before he could make contact, a towering bodyguard intervened. In his anger, Minister Chow nearly forgot that they were guests at the Yin family's banquet. Quickly turning to Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxia, "I sincerely apologize. My daughter has been quite distressed. I must escort my family home." Yin Jiefeng approached, waving his hand dismissively. "This was also our oversight. We did not anticipate that Song Siming would be such a lightweight when it comes to alcohol. Had we known..." Minister Chow shook his head. "This is not your fault. If it were not for his drunkenness revealing his true nature, we would have unknowingly placed our daughter in peril. Fortunately, we discovered in time. Mr. Ian, Mrs. Ian, tomorrow my wife and I will personally visit to apologize for today's incident." "What do you mean by revealing his true nature?" Song Siming was puzzled by Minister Chow's words, his head spinning and thoughts disordered. Yet, he understood that he could not let Minister Chow leave. He broke free from the bodyguard's hold and staggered toward Chow Shan. "Shan, if I said something inappropriate due to my intoxication, please do not be upset. It was my fault. Allow me to punish myself." With that, he began to slap himself repeatedly across the face. Song Ran had already led the server to sit beside Hua Qiuxia, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she observed the spectacle. Who could believe that such a handsome and upright man as Song Siming would be involved with a fallen woman, revealing such a despicable side? In a previous life, Song Ran had witnessed Song Siming kissing a heavily made-up woman, entangled in a passionate embrace, at a time when he was already married to Chao Shan. Despite his transgressions, Chao Shan had treated her kindly, bringing gifts for everyone upon entering the Song family, and she had always remembered that kindness. When she related this incident to Chao Shan, she was met with skepticism and distrust, accused of slandering Song Siming. As the one closest to him, Chao Shan remained oblivious to Song Siming's true nature. Eventually, when Chao Shan discovered Song Siming's indiscretions, she wept and protested, and through coaxing, they reconciled once more. Later on, Song Siming repeatedly made mistakes, even resorting to domestic violence while intoxicated. Chao Shan endured in silence, afraid to inform her family. Both Song Siming and the couple Song Gukong and Shi Fengyi were adept at suppressing and controlling, alternating between slapping her and offering her sweet words, keeping Chao Shan firmly under their thumb. As for whether Chao Shan ever realized her situation, she believed not. Otherwise, without the assistance of the Chao family, could Song Mingzhu's business have flourished so greatly? Upon her rebirth, Song Ran had no further ties with Chao Shan. Today, she exposed Song Siming merely to prevent the Song family from benefiting from the Chao family's resources, leaving Chao Shan's fate thereafter unaltered by her. Even if Chao Shan were to forgive Song Siming now, neither Minister Chao nor Mrs. Chao would be willing to accept him. Indeed, when a hint of hesitation crossed Chao Shan's face, Mrs. Chao, filled with frustration, pulled her away, exclaiming there was nothing more to discuss with such a person. Let's go home. Shi Fengyi, noticing Chao Shan's softening heart, stubbornly clutched her. Shan, you cannot leave. Siming has liked you for a long time. Everyone knows about your blind date. If you don't pursue a relationship with him, people will surely gossip about Siming. Shan, I beg you. Men make mistakes. He must have been led astray. You were once classmates. You know what kind of person he is, don't you? Mrs. Chao was astounded, unable to believe such shameless words could be uttered. It was not as if anyone had forced Song Siming to behave inappropriately with the waitress. It was utterly disgraceful. You are morally coercing her. Minister Chao, unable to contain his rage, requested that Yin Jiefeng instruct the bodyguards to separate the Song family. Song Gukong, now fully sober, turned pale with fury and hastily pulled Shi Fengyi away, preventing her from escalating the situation. My wife has had a bit too much to drink and is speaking nonsense. We will give you an explanation tomorrow. Minister Chao snorted coldly, not wishing to engage further. The elevator is here. I will escort you down. Hua, Yinyi, ever the gentleman, held the elevator door for Minister Chao and the others. After ensuring they were safely in their vehicle, he ascended once more. As Minister Chao watched his retreating figure from the car window, his expression soured further. This young man, even inebriated, maintained his composure. While Song Siming had become a disgraceful spectacle, the disparity was staggering. He had truly been blind to have considered Song Siming as a potential son-in-law. Once Minister Chao departed, Song Gukong could no longer suppress his anger and, disregarding the onlookers, struck Song Siming with a fierce slap to vent his frustration. His strength far surpassed that of Mrs. Chao, causing Song Siming to fall to the ground, his face immediately swelling. Father, why are you hitting me? Song Siming, thoroughly intoxicated, felt a buzzing in his ears and his head swelling painfully. I will beat you, this unfilial son. Song Ran reveled in the misfortune, shielding her godmother from the chaos to avoid implicating her. The waitress had been discreetly escorted away, and everyone's attention was focused on Song Siming, so no one noticed. Indeed, the waitress had been discreetly bribed by Song Ran, a fact known to her godparents, who had helped her orchestrate the situation flawlessly. In truth, the waitress had done little more than loosen her clothing, allowing Song Siming to mistakenly believe she was one of those women. Song Siming, with his poor alcohol tolerance and prior experience seeking companionship, fell into the trap without the need for excessive bait. Chapter 75. He has returned. Had this been the Song family, the ruckus would have continued late into the night. However, this was a restaurant, a venue hosted by Yin Jiefeng and his wife. Song Guowei and Song Guoqiang, having consumed quite a bit, had already forced themselves back to sobriety. They quickly apologized to Yin Jiefeng and began to tidy up the mess, deciding to escort Song Gukong and Song Siming home to prevent further embarrassment. Huo Yunye, ever the gentleman, volunteered to assist, demonstrating unparalleled etiquette. The vast restaurant fell silent in an instant. Song Ran grasped Hua Qiuxia's hand, expressing concern. Godmother, It was so loud today, I didn't want you to come. Are you alright? How can I not come? The Song family has been ostracizing and bullying you. It is important for your godfather and me to support you when you finally retaliate. In a few days, after we leave, we may not be able to see you again, Qiu Xia replied gently. In Jiefeng, with a resigned smile, added, that was due to my drinking coal mung bean juice. You disliked the taste and refrained from drinking. However, it was for the best, as I must be more cautious about my diet moving forward. Song Ran smiled, saying, in any case, I truly appreciate the efforts of my godfather and godmother in helping me stage this scene. Whatever you say, we had planned to host them. Minister Chow is a partner, and the Song family has visited many times. Besides, we have now seen through Song Siming's character, and we have done a good deed by saving that young lady from the Chow family. ISNT that right? Xia? Hu Qiuxia nodded with a beaming smile. Hui Yunyi emerged from the elevator, inquiring, Ran, should I take you home, or would you prefer to stay here with your godmother? I wish to return home. Today may still hold another spectacle. By the way, godfather and godmother, I have prepared gifts for you. She retrieved a beautifully packaged gift box from her bag, presenting it to In Jiefeng and Hu Qiuxia. What is it? Hu Qiuxia asked, curious to see what song Ran had chosen. Hui Yunyi teased. As long as it's from Ran, it must be something wonderful. Hu Qiuxia opened the box, revealing an exquisite antique bracelet. The piece was stunningly beautiful, featuring a gold base inlaid with jade, intricately crafted with red, yellow, and blue gemstones alongside small pearls, captivating any woman's gaze. Its value lay not only in its craftsmanship, but also in its historical significance. Families like the Hua and In have deep roots, having moved to Hong Kong decades ago, and both possess a wealth of antiques in their safes. Thus, the three recognized at once that this bracelet was extraordinary. Had it been Chun Wan who received this gift, she would likely have dismissed it as worthless, but Hui Qiuxia was utterly enamored. How beautiful! This seems to be from the same artisan who crafted the phoenix crown in my family's collection. Fengge, take a look. In Jiefeng nodded appreciatively, indeed. Only an old core craftsman could create such a perfect piece. I always knew our Ran was truly talented. The Song family never wishes her well, allowing that Chen Tingting to defame her. Song Ran smiled. Let us not pay attention to such people, godmother. Uncle, what about the gift that Ran prepared for you? I am quite curious, Hui Yunyi inquired. In Jiefeng eagerly opened his longer box, guessing it contained a piece of art. Sure enough, upon opening, he found an authentic work by one Huiming. In Jiefeng recognized it instantly, leaving Song Ran astounded. Godfather, do you also have authentic works by one Huiming in your collection? In Jiefeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the poetry collection. Nodding happily, I have several of his early paintings. I heard that his later works are even more bold and free-spirited. Unfortunately, I have yet to acquire any of his later pieces. I never expected Ran to have the discerning eye to find one of his late poetry collections. Seeing his joy, Song Ran, the gift-giver, felt elated too. The greatest fear in gifting is failing to hit the mark. But it was clear that In Jiefeng and Hu Qiuxia cherished her offerings. Hui Yunyi smiled indulgently. Ran is truly impressive. She shall rise as a new star in the antique world. Thank you for the kind words, Yunyi. I have a gift for you as well. She produced a small gift box from her pocket, one she had found among the three antique chests just before coming. In Jiefeng and Hu Qiuxia exchanged knowing glances. Pidai Fulitesink Hu Yunyi. Yunyi also basked in our glory, receiving a gift from Ran. Let us see what delightful treasure Ran has bestowed. Song Ran announced. It is a Zetan dragon pendant, symbolizing good fortune, wishing for brother Yunyi to thrive and become a leader in the industry, standing tall among peers. As Hui Yunyi opened the gift, indeed, it was a meticulously carved Zetan dragon pendant, exquisitely crafted, the dragon appearing vividly lifelike and exuding an aura of majesty, accompanied by a faint scent of Zetan wood. Thank you, Ran, I truly adore it, and I hope that one day I can reach the heights you envision. He expressed gratefully. You certainly will, Song Ran replied, her confidence in him unwavering. Yunyi gazed at her earnest and resolute smile, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Song Ran donned her coat and turned to address In Jiefeng and his wife. I must take my leave now, godfather, godmother. Please rest early. All right, let Yunyi escort you home. Be cautious on the way, and call if anything arises, Hu Qiuxia admonished with concern. She feared that the wrath of the Song family might be unleashed upon Ran as none among them were virtuous. Song Ran recalled the cold, menacing gaze of Song Zihui after he entered the elevator, sensing he might resort to drastic measures. However, she maintained a reassuring smile. "It's all right, godmother. Don't worry." On the way back to the Song residence, Hui Yunyi and Song Ran sat in the back seat. He too felt a tinge of unease. "Iran, your third cousin looks at you with a fierce gaze." Today, the Song family lost face and suffered a loss of engagement and support. "I suggest you refrain from returning tonight. Who knows how they might react in their fury." What Song Ran desired was precisely for Song Zihui to be enraged. He was akin to a venomous serpent, unless dealt with. One could never predict when he might strike from the shadows. There is a saying that while thieves can operate for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against them for the same duration. Even with the memories of her past life, she could not foresee danger. One moment of negligence could lead to irreversible consequences, repeating the mistakes of her previous life. Song Zihui had already trailed her before, thus she needed to retain control. With a smile, she replied, "They will hardly concern themselves with me. Besides, if they direct their anger towards me, I can simply run away. If anything happens, I will call you." The car soon arrived outside the estate. "No need to register. I'll head in. It's just a few steps." "Brother Yunyi, you've had quite a bit to drink today. Rest early." "All right," Hui Yunyi replied, exiting the car and opening the door for her. As Song Ran stepped out, she waved goodbye and turned towards home, oblivious to the dark figure standing beside a jeep, which had just switched off its headlights. "Wait, Iran, you forgot your scarf." Hui Yunyi called, retrieving the scarf she had left behind and draping it around her neck. Song Ran, unaware of any oddity, continued her journey home. Moments later, she suddenly heard heavy footsteps trailing behind her. Her expression sharpened, and her hand instinctively reached for the spring knife in her bag. As the footsteps drew nearer, she thrust the knife forward with force. Chapter 76. The complicit Wu Shaoling Song Ran lunged with the spring knife, but in an instant, a broad hand effortlessly twisted her arm. A sharp pain shot through her, causing the knife to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. She quickly aimed a kick at her assailant's lower body, but they suddenly released her arm and stepped back. "It's me, Gu Yuanting." Upon hearing the familiar, deep voice, Song Ran looked up in astonishment. It truly was him. "Brother Gu, you're back?" Seeing Gu Yuanting again with his stern visage evoked a sense of surrealism in Song Ran. It felt as though a long time had passed, despite it being less than half a month. He wore a military coat and boots, standing tall and imposing, though the weariness in his brow hinted at recent hardships. Fortunately, he seemed uninjured, alleviating her feelings of guilt. Gu Yuanting bent down to pick up the spring knife, running his fingertip along the blade, noting its sharpness. Had it been another person, with the force she had used, it could have resulted in severe injury. Previously, he had found it difficult to reconcile the delicate appearance of Song Ran with the fierce demeanor she displayed when injuring Wu Defu. Today, he witnessed another facet of her character, which, in his view, was not a detriment. Rather, it indicated her vigilance and self-preservation instincts. "Did you injure yourself?" He noticed a faint red on his fingertip and frowned slightly. Song Ran pressed her lips together, having cut her finger while handling the knife, though the wound was not deep. "No need to worry about me," she said, extending her hand. "Could you please return the knife, Brother Gu? I need to head home." After their last uncomfortable encounter, she had resolved to sever ties with Gu Yuanting. His cold demeanor in response to her aloofness tightened his facial lines. Indeed, having seen her emerge from another man's car, with a gentleman who was equally handsome and charming, their familiar gestures implied a closeness between them. Gu Yuanting felt his previous value to her had diminished, hence the lack of need for further intimacy. He had even convinced himself that perhaps Song Ran had her reasons for hastily returning to the capital, intending to apologize for his earlier behavior, only to discover she had swiftly found another companion. A flicker of derision crossed his eyes as he closed the spring knife, tossing it into Song Ran's bag before striding away, leaving her with only his indifferent silhouette. Song Ran was not surprised. Gu Yuanting's warmth towards her felt misplaced. His nature could not tolerate being utilized. Deliberately, she slowed her pace to avoid drawing too close to him, but unexpectedly, he paused momentarily, then quickened his steps until he vanished from sight. "Long legs indeed," she muttered, hastening her own pace as the cold set in. Upon returning home, Gu Yuanting was warmly welcomed by the Gu family. "Brother, you're finally back. This is wonderful." Father is also on his way back. Our family will soon be reunited. Guyan exclaimed excitedly. Is mother working late again? Gu Yuan Ting inquired, noticing Zhuang and Qin was absent. Yes. Mother was called back to the hospital. It seems a patient is in critical condition, Gu Yun replied. Gu Yuan Ting nodded, shedding his military coat and handing it to Li Ma. Please wash this for me tonight. Though the once faint fragrance had long faded, he had come to rely on it for sleep. Only after witnessing Song Ran's cold demeanor did he realize how foolish his thoughts had been in recent days. Upon arriving home, Song Ran found Song Chu Xiao hurriedly dressing to visit their Uncle S house. In light of today's significant events, Song Guowei and others were gathered at Song Guokong's residence to discuss how to make amends, given his close ties with several cousins. He was restless upon hearing of Song Si Ming's severe condition. Chu Xiao, would you like me to accompany you? You better not go. Zi Hui said you shouldn't. Song Chu Xiao replied, feeling the harshness of his words. He awkwardly added, Zi Hui meant to say that Si Ming may not appreciate your presence, and it could make him feel worse. Please don't take it personally. He might just have a bias against you. It seemed that Song Zi Hui had either visited or called. Her intuition had proven correct. He could no longer contain himself. Nevertheless, Song Chu Xiao's final word surprised her, and she could not hide her astonishment as she looked into his eyes. However, Song Chu Xiao, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly exited without meeting her gaze. Song Ran watched him leave, a mocking smile gracing her fair profile. In her previous life, she had strived to uphold the sibling bond with Song Chu Xiao, only to encounter disdain and aversion. Now, having relinquished her efforts, he seemed to have altered his perception of her. Yet, she found herself indifferent to it. Ascending the stairs to put away her things, she noticed Song Mingzhu's door swing open swiftly, revealing Wu Xiaoling, her face etched with concern. Sister Ran, what on earth happened today? Why hasn't everyone returned yet? Almost forgotten, there was also the treacherous Wu Xiaoling at home. She sighed and said, Simon Good drank too much today. The marriage is off. Wu Xiaoling's mouth gaped in surprise, while Song Ran, understanding her well, recognized that her expression was feigned. She must have already known about this incident. Chima, I'm a bit hungry. Could you prepare a bowl of noodles for me? Just as Wu Xiaoling was about to speak again, Song Ran called out from upstairs. All right. Upon receiving Qin Ma's response, Song Ran entered the room to put away her belongings. Strangely, Wu Xiaoling did not follow her in like a shadow, but instead went downstairs to get some water. Qin Ma, let me carry it. I need to go upstairs anyway. Downstairs, Wu Xiaoling snatched the noodles from Qin Ma's hands, assisting her in taking them upstairs, using her arm to shield her shaking hand as she added the ingredients. Xiao Ran, the noodles are ready. I'll place them here. Thank you. Xiaoling Song Ran emerged from the bathroom, wiped her hands dry with a cloth, and headed downstairs. Xiao Ran, the noodles are served. Why are you going down? Wu Xiaoling asked anxiously. I need to bandage my finger. Qin Ma, where's the medicine box? I accidentally cut myself when I returned. It's over here. Qin Ma led Song Ran to get the family medicine box. Wu Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief, deciding not to follow her downstairs, as that would be too conspicuous. Did Zihui go come by earlier? While bandaging her finger, Song Ran quietly inquired of Qin Ma. Noticing Qin Ma nod, she thought to herself that it was indeed the case. Wu Xiaoling's actions with the medicinal powder were observed through the door crack. Song Ran could guess what kind of medicine it was. Wu Xiaoling certainly did not have it, and the only possibility was that it had been given by Song Zihui. Thus, Song Zihui must have visited. Qin Ma, I need to ask you for a favor. Chapter 77. A blow to shatter his nasal bone after finishing her bandaging. Song Ran went upstairs and, in front of Wu Xiaoling, took a couple of bites of the noodles before suddenly looking up. Xiaoling, would you like some? Should I share a bit with you? No, I'm not hungry yet. I'll head back to my room. Wu Xiaoling dared not linger, as her relationship with Song Ran had been rather strained lately. Previously, she had even exchanged harsh words with Song Ran at the department store. If she stayed any longer, it would seem like ill intentions. Moreover, Song Ran would likely not suspect what Song Zihui was planning and would not be wary of the noodles. Song Ran escorted Wu Xiaoling out and locked the door behind her. Wu Xiaoling did not knock, but quickly departed. Her eyes narrowed. She knew that Song Mingzhu had a spare key. When she was given the key initially, Song Mingzhu had mentioned losing one. However, she had recently discovered that her door had been opened, and someone had rummaged through her belongings, leaving fingerprints on the safe. Unfortunately, the individual did not possess the password and could not open it. Song Mingzhu would certainly not stoop to such actions. But she could easily instruct Wu Xiaoling to do so. Given Wu Xiaoling's earlier reaction, that spare key must be with her. Hearing Wu Xiaoling close the door, Song Ran immediately rushed to the bathroom, pressed her hand to her throat, and forced herself to vomit the noodles she had just consumed. She poured more than half of the noodles into the toilet, leaving the remaining portion on the table. After tidying up, she turned off the lights and lay down in bed. Despite having purged, her eyelids remained heavy. If the water she had consumed contained any additives, even after expelling it, the effects of the drugs would still be within her body, and she might have collapsed on the floor by now. This was precisely why she had requested Qin Ma to prepare the noodles. She pinched the wound on her finger vigorously to stay awake. In the darkness, her senses sharpened. Before long, Wu Xiaoling emerged, stood by her door for a moment, and then knocked. "Xiaoran, are you asleep?" Xiaoran. After waiting a few seconds, Wu Xiaoling took out the key and opened the door. Her heart raced as if she were a thief. Following the light from the hallway, she saw the half-eaten noodles on the coffee table and Song Ran sleeping soundly on the bed. "Xiaoran?" She tentatively called out again, but receiving no response. A smirk crossed her lips as her courage grew. She approached the sleeping Song Ran and pinched her arm to check if she was truly asleep. Song Ran remained unresponsive. Zihui Ji's medicine really works. She only ate half a bowl of noodles and is out like a dead pig. Wu Xiaoling muttered in glee as she began to strip Song Ran of her clothing. Song Ran was wearing a silk nightgown, which was easily removed. Wu Xiaoling's eyes gleamed with jealousy as she held it in her hands. They both came from humble backgrounds. Yet Song Ran was fortunate enough to have wealthy adoptive parents who frequently sent her gifts, while Wu Xiaoling had to make do with the discarded clothes and shoes from Song Mingzhu. She felt a deep sense of injustice. With a fierce tug, she tore the nightgown apart, discarding it on the floor, her expression triumphant as she glanced at Song Ran. "But your good days are coming to an end today. Soon, you will only be able to marry a scoundrel, while I will marry an officer. You are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Your adoptive parents will be leaving soon. Let us see who can help you." Wu Xiaoling pushed the door open and slipped out, leaving it ajar as she went downstairs to ask Qin Ma to accompany her to Uncle Song's house to check on the situation. Wu Xiaoling had expected to have to persuade Qin Ma, but to her surprise, Qin Ma readily agreed, putting on her cotton coat, closing the door, and leaving with her. Wu Xiaoling thought little of it, feeling both excited and anticipatory along the way. She did not like Song Mingzhu, but at least they were biological sisters. If Song Mingzhu fared well, so would she. Song Ran was merely an obstacle standing in their way. Once Song Ran was expelled from the Song family, Song Mingzhu would undoubtedly be favored even more. Uncle Song's house was not far away. As soon as Wu Xiaoling entered, she locked eyes with Song Zihui, nodding at him. Song Zihui's eyes revealed satisfaction as he approached Qin Ma and said, "Qin Ma, the housekeeper at Uncle's house is ill and on leave. Could you please prepare some late-night snacks for Uncle and Uncle Heir?" "It's no trouble at all." Qin Ma nodded repeatedly. The atmosphere in the Song family felt oppressive, as if discussing significant matters, and she hurriedly went to the kitchen. Song Zihui turned to leave. "Zihui go, where are you going? Do you want me to accompany you?" Song Chuxiao inquired curiously as he saw him putting on his coat. "No need. I'm just going to buy a pack of cigarettes." Song Zihui quickly exited the door. Song Chuxiao frowned and went to get his coat. Upon seeing this, Song Mingzhu quickly grasped his arm. "Chuxiao," Zihui Gu said he's just going to buy cigarettes. "Why are you following him? You don't even smoke." "I'm just going home to check. Xiaoling Jie and Qin Ma are here, and only Song Ranjie is alone at home." Upon hearing this response, Song Mingzhu froze, not expecting Song Chuxiao to care so much for Song Ran. She could not let him return. Song Zihui had not disclosed his intentions to her. In front of Song Zihui, she was clean, but she had guessed some things. Hadn't Xiaoling just mentioned that Ran had drunk a bit and was now asleep? Moreover, this was a military compound where patrols were frequent, and it was very safe. "Chuxiao, could you stay with me? I truly did not expect Simon Gu to have such interests." Song Mingzhu feigned a look of fear and anxiety. Song Chuxiao quickly reassured her. "Simon Gu is not a bad person. Perhaps he has just been led astray by someone. He wants to harm you. We are family, so don't be afraid." On the other side, Song Zihui hastily exited Song Guokong's house. Beneath the wall, a middle-aged man dressed in a large black cotton coat huddled in the corner. Upon seeing Song Zihui, he rose, blowing his nose as he spoke. "You finally came out. I've been stuck in here for an hour, nearly freezing to death. So can I go now?" "It's fine, go ahead. But remember not to turn on the lights." "Yes, on the second floor. I'll give you 15 minutes to finish your task." Song Zihue's tone was indifferent. "Completing the task is easy. Even 5 minutes is enough." The man grinned lewdly, his eyes gleaming with lust as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly heading towards Song Wuwei's house. He was very familiar with the routes here and, under the dim streetlights, made his way to the destination. The courtyard door creaked open, and silence enveloped the interior. The man quickly made his way towards the second floor. However, at that moment, a wooden stick struck him hard on the head. The lights flickered to life, and amidst the man's dizziness, he beheld the enchanting young woman he had encountered a couple of days prior, standing alongside Officer Zhong from the Zhong family. The individual who had been relentlessly striking his head was none other than that young officer. Meanwhile, the young lady, who should have been deep in slumber on the bed, appeared impeccably dressed and brimming with vitality. How brazen! Upon illuminating the room, Song Ran recognized the man's visage, and a surge of fury erupted within her, fueled by both old grievances and fresh animosities. Grabbing a wooden stick, she struck him fiercely across the face. Thud! His nose shattered. Chapter 78. Xiao Ling and the Wild Man's Conspiracy. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the Song residence. What on earth was happening? Given the proximity of the Gu family, Gu Yun, who was nestled in her blankets reading a Jin Yong novel, was startled by the commotion. When she finally wrapped herself in a warm coat and peered out the window, she saw her elder brother striding into the Song family's courtyard with long strides. Surely, Sister Ran was not in any peril? She hurried down the stairs. By the time Gu Yuan Ting arrived at the Song family's doorstep, the unfamiliar wails had subsided significantly. An inexplicable agitation coursed through him. He did not call out, but simply pushed the door open. The sight that met his eyes was that of Song Ran, trembling and holding a bloodied wooden stick. The unfamiliar middle-aged man on the ground was battered and unrecognizable. As Song Ran glanced at him, her chest heaving with rapid breaths, she caught sight of the blood splattered on her hands and instinctively dropped the stick, though her hands continued to shake uncontrollably. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing the immense fright she had endured, evoking a sense of pity. While Gu Yuan Ting breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected urge to envelop this petite woman in his arms and soothe her washed over him. He suppressed this impulse, maintaining a stoic expression as he turned to Zhong Jiangwen. What transpired here? Who is this individual? Zhong Jiangwen, taken aback by Song Ran's ferocity, quickly responded, "Captain Gu, I am acquainted with this man. He is an electrician who frequently comes to our compound to repair electrical circuits. Yesterday, Song Ran confided in me that she felt someone was following her. This evening, sensing something amiss, she instructed Qin Ma to seek me out. We lay in wait at the entrance, but to our dismay, this scoundrel managed to sneak in. Had it not been for Song Ran's preparedness, the outcome today could have been unimaginable." Gu Yuan Ting narrowed his eyes. "What are the others in the Song household? Where's the maid? Are you two the only ones here?" Song Ran admired Gu Yuan Ting's clarity of thought, immediately seizing upon the crux of the matter. "They have all gone to my uncle's house," she stated plainly, refraining from embellishing her account. Had it been anyone else, she might have feigned vulnerability, but before Gu Yuan Ting, she felt no need to masquerade, lest it appeared she sought to exploit him. Unbeknownst to her, her voice quivered, revealing her lingering terror. It was not fear that gripped her, but rather exhilaration. At times, intense emotions could render her hands unsteady and her voice trembling. This electrician, Zhou Aibing, had nearly ruined her in her previous life, having repeatedly harassed her under the pretext of entering the compound. His attempts to take advantage of her culminated in a near assault, after which he had the audacity to claim she had seduced him. Song Ran's loathing for the Song family was matched only by her disdain for Zhou Aibing, whose strength far exceeded her own. Had Guya not burst in, she would have struggled to free herself, facing the most humiliating and excruciating fate before outsiders. This was precisely what Song Zihue wished to witness, her ruin, leaving Song Mingzhu unimpeded. When she struck Zhou Aibing's nose today, she suddenly realized that the man who had once instilled fear in her fragile self could indeed be vanquished. Her pent-up rage resonated in the anguished cries of Zhou Aibing. She felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, one so profound that her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her long lashes trembling. Gu Yuanting's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, why would he come when your household is devoid of inhabitants? Zhong Jiangwen, too, began to harbor doubts. The Song family typically had a maid present. It was exceedingly peculiar for her to be absent today. Actually, Brother Jiangwen, I suspect that Xiao Ling and this man are in collusion. Recently, Xiao Ling and I have not been on good terms. Today, she unexpectedly brought me noodles prepared by Qin Ma. As I ate, I noticed her watching me intently, which raised my suspicions. After she left, I refrained from finishing the remaining noodles. Unsure of her intentions, I pretended to sleep, but not long after, she stealthily entered my room, tore my nightgown, and left the door ajar. Shortly thereafter, she called Qin Ma Wei. Song Ran looked at Zhong Jiangwen and said, "Thank goodness you arrived, Brother Jiangwen, otherwise do not fear." Xiao Ran, this matter bears grave implications, and I shall ensure a thorough investigation to procure justice for you. Thank you, Brother Jiangwen. Her repeated references to him as Brother Jiangwen caused Gu Yuanting's brow to furrow even more tightly. This Zhong Jiangwen had just referred to her as Comrade Song Ran, and now he was calling her Xiao Ran. The lack of decorum between the sexes was astonishing, and one had to wonder how he had managed to pass the police examination. "Brother, what is happening? Grandma sent me to check on things." Gu Yun entered, her voice trailing off as she caught sight of the nearly unconscious man on the floor, nearly screaming in fright. Fortunately, her elder brother was nearby, providing her some comfort. She hurried over to Song Ran. "Sister Ran, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Yun, do not worry." Song Ran grasped Gu Yun's hand, feeling the sincerity of her concern. "Brother Jiangwen, could you please turn off the light? I wish to ascertain whether Xiao Ling is indeed behind this. If she intended to ruin me, she would likely have brought accomplices." She refrained from mentioning Song Zihui, as it was not yet the appropriate moment. Bringing up Song Zihui might dissuade Zhong Jiangwen from being so helpful, as he would need to consider the relationship between the Zhong and Song families. However, as a mere villager, Wu Xiaoling posed no such concerns for him. "All right." Zhong Jiangwen promptly extinguished the light. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, and Song Ran narrowed her eyes, faintly perceiving Gu Yuanting move. Utilizing the light from the window, she saw him fetch a cloth from the glass coffee table and stuff it into Zhou Aibing's mouth. Zhou Aibing could no longer emit even a whimper. Reduced to mere pain groans, he was far more meticulous than Zhong Jiangwen. Song Ran was somewhat surprised, based on her understanding of him. He had come merely out of neighborly concern and a soldier's duty. Given that Zhou Aibing, the scoundrel, was now entirely subdued and posed no threat, it would have made sense for him to leave. Yet, to her astonishment, he remained, stifling Zhou Aibing's cries to prevent alarming others. "Do not fear, Sister Anne. My brother is here, and no one shall bully you," Gu Yun whispered comfortingly to Song Ran, mistakenly assuming her trembling fingers were due to fear. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Gu Yun had always believed that as long as her elder brother was present, they were shielded from harm. In less than 5 minutes, voices indeed emerged from outside the courtyard. "Aunties and uncles, I returned just now to fetch a sweater, but to my shock, I saw Sister Ran opening the door for a man. I feared something might happen, so I hurried to call you all back." Wu Xiaoling feigned urgency. "What man? Did you see him clearly?" Song Zihui's voice rang out. Song Chuxiao was skeptical. "How could that be? Sister Ran is not that sort of person. She should have been asleep by now." Song Mingzhu interjected. "Chuxiao, I too believe that Sister Ran is not like that. However, Xiao Ling witnessed it firsthand. We ought to hurry inside and ascertain the truth of the matter." Nearby stood the visibly agitated couple, Song Guowei and Chen Wan, as well as the 2 sisters-in-law, Shifeng Yi and Zhongyu. Shifeng Yi spat. "I knew she was trouble. Ever since she returned to the Song family, there has been no peace. Our Shiming's marriage was ruined because of her. Had she not questioned that waitress, would any of this have transpired?" Chapter 79. Almost ruining Song Ran. Second sister-in-law. What the eldest sister said is true. Ever since Song Ran returned from the countryside, she has not had a moment's peace. It has been said that she has been gallivanting outside every day, often absent from home. Today, seizing the opportunity while everyone is away, she has brought a wild man back. And Zhongyu, following Shifeng Yi's words, spoke with scorn. She had always looked down on Song Ran's rural background, and, upon arrival, had prompted Song Gokong to punish her son. Song Zihui nodded. insisting that they must expel the intruder from the Song family. Song Wei, enraged, was on the verge of losing control, and upon spotting a broom on the floor, he seized it. Song Chuxiao quickly intervened, suggesting that perhaps Sister Xiaoling had misjudged the situation. Seeing Song Chuxiao's concern for Song Ran, Song Mingzhu's expression darkened under the night sky. Just then, a muffled groan echoed from inside the house, prompting joy to wash over Song Mingzhu's face. How wonderful! Zihui had ensured that Song Ran was violated, and with her purity tarnished, what could she possibly use to compete with her? Song Chuxiao, in disbelief, was met with Song Mingzhu's taunts, insinuating that it was indeed Song Ran's voice. In a fit of rage, Song Guowei kicked open the door, and everyone surged inside, with Wu Xiaoling smugly asserting her accuracy and judgment. However, when Song Zihui switched on the light, they were all taken aback. They had presumed that Song Ran was entangled with a man, but instead, she stood there composed, her attire immaculate, accompanied by Gu Yuanting, Gu Yun, and Zhong Jiangwen. Lying on the floor was a bloodied man. Yuanting, how did you end up here? Song Mingzhu was at a loss. Gu Yuanting was the most prominent figure in the living room, impossible to overlook. But why was he here? Why was Song Ran unharmed? Wu Xiaoling, horrified, nearly collapsed, her weight leaning heavily against Song Mingzhu. She had clearly seen Song Ran unconscious, stripped of her clothing, yet now she appeared unscathed. Had she not ingested the tainted noodles? But how could she have known about the drug? The situation spiraled into chaos, and she pondered if she were conscious at that moment. Would she have realized her actions? At that instant, Gu Yuanting's piercing gaze fell upon Wu Xiaoling, causing her to break into a cold sweat. He merely glanced at her before addressing Song Guowei and the others. Uncle Song, Andy, Yuanting, you're back. What exactly has transpired here? Who is this man on the floor? Song Guowei, embarrassed, dropped the broom. Confusion etched across his face. Song Mingzhu, with a feigned surprise, exclaimed, Brother Yuanting, this man seems to be brought back by Sister Ran. How could you all have beaten him to such a state? My goodness, Sister Ran must be heartbroken. Song Ran. Chen Wan seethed. Song Ran responded with cold derision, noting that Song Guowei and Chen Wan displayed no parental concern. They only listened to others and, when angered, directed their fury at her without inquiry. Their only concern was their own reputation. Before she could speak, Gu Yuanting's icy gaze fixated on Song Mingzhu. How do you know this man was brought back by Song Ran? Did you see it with your own eyes? Song Ran looked up, surprised by Gu Yuanting's stern profile. Song Mingzhu hesitated, unsure if he was defending Song Ran or interrogating her, stammering that it was Xiaoling who had informed her, and she had not witnessed it herself. Since you have not seen it with your own eyes, refrain from speaking out of turn at this moment. Gu Yuanting's words left Song Mingzhu flushed with embarrassment. She realized he was indeed taking Song Ran's side, igniting her fury. Mom and Dad, I did not bring any man home. This person must have been brought in by Wu Xiaoling, seeking to ruin me and tarnish the Song family's reputation, Song Ran stated calmly. What did you say, Wu Xiaoling? Chen Wan gazed incredulously at Wu Xiaoling. Why would you do such a thing? Auntie, I didn't. She is framing me. She must have brought him in and then pretended to catch me. Wu Xiaoling protested vehemently, though her panic was evident. Enough of your deceit, Wu Xiaoling. Zhong Jiangwen pointed an accusing finger at her. You harbored malicious intent. Song Ran regarded you as a sister, yet you sought to destroy her. You are the embodiment of the farmer and the snake. Jiangwen, Yuanting, what is happening? Song Guowei inquired. Zhong Jiangwen quickly explained, Uncle Song. Song Ran confided in me that she sensed someone was following her. This evening, having witnessed the entire ordeal, he felt it was his duty to speak up, especially as Song Ran had been deeply traumatized, betrayed by someone she trusted. Upon finishing, both Song Guowei and Chen Wan turned pale. Wu Xiaoling, we treated you as our own daughter. After all this time, have you repaid us with such treachery? That's not it. Wu Xiaoling exclaimed in panic. Uncle, Andy, it's not like that. I didn't drug her. I don't even know this man. Then why did you lure Qin Ma away, allowing him inside? Song Ran's sorrowful expression pinpointed the issue. I was merely heading to my uncle's house and was scared to go alone at night. So I asked Qin Ma to accompany me. Wu Xiaoling insisted. But I found a package containing powdered drugs in your room's trash can. How do you explain that? Song Ran held up the package. It contains powder, and your fingerprints are undoubtedly on it. Denying it is futile. At the sight of the package, Wu Xiaoling's face drained of color. Your expression has betrayed you, Wu Xiaoling. What is your true intention in all this? Zhong Jiangwen observed her distress. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanting's probing gaze landed on Song Zihui, who, sensing the scrutiny, nodded slightly, quickly regaining his composure, ensuring no one would suspect his involvement. I didn't. You are framing me. Wu Xiaoling's frantic denials crumbled under the weight of Song Ran's accusations regarding the fingerprints. She clung to Song Mingzhu, pleading, Sister Mingzhu, please help me. I didn't do anything. I was with you the whole time. Song Mingzhu forcefully pushed her away, asserting, when have I ever been with you? You were home alone while I was at school. We all attended the banquet today, leaving you behind. I had no idea what you were up to. Additionally, at my uncle's house, I was with Chu Xiao. Isn't that right, Chu Xiao? Song Chu Xiao nodded, affirming, yes, Sister Mingzhu was with me the entire time. Xiaoling, you must take responsibility for your actions. You led us all home while insisting that Sister Ran had brought a man back. Your suspicions are the most glaring. Wu Xiaoling looked incredulously at Song Mingzhu and Song Chu Xiao, unable to bear the coldness of her sister turning against her. Although she had long known that Song Mingzhu was not a good person, she never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, Song Mingzhu would not only fail to help clear her name, but would instead cast her aside. Everything she had done was for Song Mingzhu's benefit. How could Song Mingzhu be so heartless? It felt as if she had returned to the day when Song Ran was first welcomed. But then there was Yang Dawei to take the blame for her, while today she had become the mastermind behind the harm. Wu Xiaoling could not help but glance at Song Zihui, who merely shot her a warning look before averting his gaze. She recalled the warnings he had given her in recent days and dared not look at him any longer, lowering her head and biting her lip tightly. Song Ran observed everything quietly, her heart filled with cold amusement. Song Zihui possessed formidable control over people, but today, he would not be afforded the same opportunity to escape as he had last time. Neither Wu Xiaoling nor Zhou Aibing would implicate Song Zihui. However, this was contingent upon Song Zihui remaining unharmed. But what if Song Zihui were also taken in? Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked up at Zhong Jiangwen, Brother Jiangwen. I fear further inquiries will yield no fruitful results. Could you please call your colleague to take them both away? I appreciate your assistance with the interrogation. No trouble at all. Zhong Jiangwen gazed at her delicate, fair face, feeling a mix of pity and sorrow. After all, she had finally returned to her biological parents, only to be overlooked and betrayed by her sister, whom she had grown up with. Fortunately, this time, she chose not to forgive. Shortly after the call, Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing, whose head was still bleeding, were taken away, along with a bowl of unfinished noodles. Wu Xiaoling remained defiant, insisting she was being framed by Song Ran, claiming Zhou Aibing was involved with Song Ran. As Song Ran exited, she whispered to Wu Xiaoling, Xiaoling, I hope you can maintain your resolve and not come back later seeking my forgiveness. Wu Xiaoling caught a glimpse of the calmness in her eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. Before she could ponder further, she was pushed into the police car. Xiaoran, don't be too upset. It's better to recognize the true nature of such people sooner rather than later. Zhong Jiangwen consoled Song Ran. She forced a smile and shook her head. Thank you, Brother Jiangwen. I'm fine, so there is no need for concern. Her gaze was like water, and Zhong Jiangwen found himself momentarily entranced. He noticed a stray lock of hair fall across her face and instinctively reached out, but Song Ran stepped back casually, only to see Gu Yuanting and Gu Yun standing at the door. Sister Ran, do you want me to stay and keep you company? No need, Ayun. It's too late. You should head home and rest, and please don't worry Grandma Gu. Could you kindly let her know? Okay. Then my brother and I will head back first. Gu Yun did not insist, feeling it awkward to remain with so many people from the Song family present. Song Ran turned to Gu Yuanting, who seemed less stern than when she had encountered him outside, yet his strong features exuded an air of unapproachability. After a moment's thought, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Gu, for your help today. No need for thanks. Gu Yuanting glanced at Zhong Jiangwen, who was still standing there. Aren't you getting in the car, Comrade Zhong? Oh, right. I'm on it. Interrupted, Zhong Jiangwen had no choice but to collect his thoughts and promptly entered the vehicle. As a police car drove away, Gu Yuanting strode ahead, leading Gu Yun. He paused briefly as he passed by Song Ran and remarked quietly, Take care of your third cousin. His voice was low, inaudible to Gu Yun, but Song Ran caught every word. She looked up in surprise, meeting Gu Yuanting's deep gaze. But before she could discern his emotions, he had already walked away. Song Ran, come inside. Once the outsiders had left, Chen immediately called for her to enter the house with a serious expression. A trace of derision flickered in Song Ran's eyes. Now that the outsiders are gone, Song Ran, confess honestly, what is your relationship with Zhou Aibing? Chen interrogated angrily. Indeed, Chen held no trust in her. Her own flesh-and-blood daughter was deemed less credible than the accusations of Wu Shaoling, an outsider. How ridiculous! The others had not left. The blood on the floor had been cleaned by Qin Ma, and Song Wei along with aunt and third aunt sat on the sofa, scrutinizing her. Song Mingzhu stood beside Chen Wan, advising her to calm down, appearing quite filial. Song Zihui's gaze was filled with mockery, seemingly laughing at her lack of resilience. Song Ran averted her gaze and addressed Chen Wan. Mother, why do you think I would be involved with an ugly, disheveled middle-aged man? If I were truly so promiscuous, why not pursue my cousin from the whole family? He is infinitely superior in every regard. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Wan's face. Indeed, Zhou Aibing, who had lost his wife years ago and was burdened with 4 children, was someone everyone in the courtyard avoided. In contrast, Hua Qiuxia's nephew, Hua Yun, was handsome and polite, and it seemed Hua Qiuxia and Yin Jiefeng had intentions of matchmaking. Had she truly misunderstood Song Ran? At that moment, Song Zihui suddenly spoke sharply. Song Ran, don't blame everyone for doubting you. You've been running around every day. Can you honestly claim you were engaged in anything respectable? And at today's banquet, why did you insist on questioning that waitress instead of having your godparents' bodyguards escort her away, causing Simon to lose face before the Chow family? Was that waitress someone you arranged? What? Song Ran, explain yourself. Did you orchestrate this? Sure Fengyi, he jumped up from the sofa and approached Song Ran, gripping the fabric on her shoulder with a fierce expression. It must be you. Your godparents have been staying at the Kunlun Hotel for so long. It's possible the waitress has been bribed by them. You conspired to humiliate my Simon and make us despised by the Chow family. It's all your fault. As she spoke passionately, she attempted to strike Song Ran. While dodging, Song Ran displayed an expression of distress and grievance. Aunt, how could you think of me like this? What benefit would I gain from this? I genuinely hope my brother marries Sister Chaoshan, so our Song family can thrive. How could I fail to understand such a simple logic? You cannot suspect me just because Brother Zihui claims I did it. I could just as easily suspect Brother Zihui of harboring feelings for Sister Chaoshan and deliberately causing trouble. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for Chaoshan? Song Zihui shouted angrily. Song Ran flinched in fear, retreating towards Song Chuxiao while saying, but didn't Mingzhu say that Sister Chaoshan is your senior, and you've been seeking her out frequently at school? Sure Fengyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned Song Zihui. What are you doing seeking out Chaoshan at school? Are you trying to steal your brother's woman? Zhongyu hurried over. Sister-in-law, don't listen to this girl-ass nonsense. Our Zihui would never compete for a partner with Simon. He is merely helping Simon deliver something to Chaoshan. There are absolutely no other intentions. Song Ran interjected, of course, third aunt supports Brother Zihui, but among all of us, only Brother Zihui has the motive to target Simon. How could it not be you? Song Zihui glared at her fiercely. You resent Simon for not helping you when he brought you back, and you've held a grudge, so you seized the opportunity to ruin him. Song Mingzhu covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, Oh my, Sister Anne, why would you do such a thing? Simon brought you back out of kindness. How could you harbor resentment towards him? The others glared at Song Ran in anger. Even Song Chuxiao cast a doubtful glance. Song Ran remained unfazed, her face still painted with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes as she said, It seems that in all of your eyes, I have always been an outsider. Whenever something goes wrong, I am the first to be blamed. And even call me a jinx, but I have done nothing wrong. Today, I wish to discuss the matter concerning Si Ming. Was I aware that Si Ming has a poor tolerance for alcohol? Could I possibly know of his unspeakable proclivities? Earlier, everyone was swept up in the emotions stirred by Song Zihui, but they have now come to their senses. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that Song Ran is entirely oblivious to Si Ming's private habits. Even Song Wei and Chunwan only learned of them today. Since Song Ran is unaware, how could she possibly conspire against Si Ming? Song Chuxiao quickly interjected. Indeed, Sister Song Ran does not know Si Ming well. After returning home, Si Ming went straight to the army and his preferences. Well, I'm not privy to them either. How could Sister Song Ran be informed? Brother Zihui, please refrain from attributing blame to Sister Song Ran. She has already endured considerable shock today and is quite pitiable. Song Mingju was so enraged that her nails nearly dug into her flesh. Why does Song Chuxiao always defend Song Ran? After all, she is supposed to be his elder sister. And what of Song Ran? Why does she seem to have such good fortune, managing to evade today's ambush? Should there be another attempt, it would be far more difficult to succeed. Is it possible that Song Ran is truly out to undermine her? Sure, Feng Yi regarded Song Zihui with suspicion. You are aware of Si Ming's private matters. Do you harbor feelings for that girl, Chao Shan? Auntie, I truly do not like Chao Shan. I have someone else I admire, Song Zihui declared, casting an accidental glance at Song Mingju. This glance startled Song Mingju profoundly. Were it not for the presence of adults, she might have deliberately engaged Song Zihui to ensure his willing assistance in clearing her path. However, with the adults present, should they discover that Song Zihui harbors affections for her, Aunt San would likely be incensed, leading to a scandal of sorts. Fortunately, Song Zihui remained composed, and that glance did not raise suspicion. In such circumstances, no one was particularly concerned with whom Song Zihui favored. Zhongyu reproached Shi Fengyi, sister-in-law. Our Zihui and Si Ming have always shared a good relationship. Today's events might just be a coincidence, regardless of circumstances. He would never harm his elder brother or the Song family. You must be vigilant with Si Ming to ensure the sons of the Song family find suitable brides. What do you mean? Is this being blamed on me? As the two were on the verge of arguing, Song Guowei hastily intervened. Enough, sister-in-law and younger siblings. We did not wish for such an incident to occur. It is late, and Si Ming is inebriated, while my brother has injured his foot. Let us all return home to rest and discuss how to apologize to the Chao family tomorrow. It was past 10, nearly midnight now. Upon hearing this, everyone could only disperse, each feeling utterly exhausted, knowing that only rest could alleviate their fatigue. At that moment, Song Ran suddenly spoke. Brother Zihui, do you have feelings for Sister Mingju? I saw you holding hands under the table during the banquet. This revelation stirred the previously listless crowd, who now regarded Song Mingju and Song Zihui with incredulous shock. Zihui, is this true? Zhongyu inquired, her expression darkening as she turned towards Song Mingju. Sister Ran, what nonsense are you spouting? Song Mingju's countenance shifted dramatically as she hastily denied, I did not hold Brother Zihui's hand. Our relationship is purely sibling-like. Upon hearing this, Song Zihui clenched his fists, but Zhongyu and the others reacted poorly. He turned his gaze towards Song Ran. I do not understand why you would spread such rumors. Do you truly harbor such hatred for Mingju? Was Song Ran fabricating these claims? All eyes turned back and forth between Song Zihui and Song Mingju, seeking clarity about their apparent intimacy. This was no trivial matter. Should such gossip circulate, it would be scandalous. The Song family had always treated Song Mingju as their own daughter. If any impropriety were to be associated with Song Zihui, what good could possibly come of it? The scandal would drown them in derision. Song Guowei intoned gravely. Enough, Song Ran, do not speak of this again. Song Zihui too fixed a warning gaze upon Song Ran. Yet, Song Ran remained unfazed. Father, it is precisely because I am aware of the implications for our family that I wish to clarify this in front of everyone. At the banquet, Sister Mingju and Brother Zihui were seated closely, conversing intimately, and held hands for quite some time before parting. I am certain I did not misinterpret the situation. Perhaps even a waiter witnessed it. Chapter 82. Avoiding suspicion, no private meetings now that there are no outsiders present. I wish to address this openly. If you are not involved in such a relationship, that would be ideal. However, if there is indeed something more, I am the sole witness today, and I will remain silent. Yet, should others catch wind of it, Aunt San and the others will find themselves at a disadvantage. Song Ran regarded Song Mingju and Song Zihui with concern. You both must not be overly agitated, whether it concerns sibling affection or romantic feelings. Clarity will allow us to devise a response, will it not? Her tone and demeanor were composed, as if genuinely considering the well-being of the Song family. In stark contrast, the expressions of Song Zihui and Song Mingju were far less serene. Song Mingju feigned calmness, though a flicker of panic lurked in her eyes, while Song Zihui's demeanor was predominantly one of anger, directed at Song Ran's deliberate provocation. Little Ran speaks wisely. Aunt San Zhongyu shot a glance at Song Mingju. Turning to Song Zihui, now that there are no outsiders, Zihui, clarify your relationship with Mingju for me. If it is true, admit it. If it is false, deny it. Speak the truth today, and do not bring it up again in the future. The implication was clear. She was urging Song Zihui to recognize the reality of the situation, and once clarified, to extinguish any lingering hopes. As her only son, she understood him well. He had always revolved around Song Mingzhu, with his affections solely directed at her. Yet, she feared that upon learning Mingzhu was not his biological sister, he might develop different feelings. Of course, Zhongyi did not consider it to be her son's fault. Song Mingzhu had been visiting frequently, possibly out of fear of losing her status as the cherished daughter. Previously, Zhongyi cared for Mingzhu, believing she would marry Gu Yuanting and secure a prosperous future. However, times had changed, and without that marriage, Mingzhu's intentions were now suspect. Zhongyi was determined to prevent any such developments. If Song Zihui confessed his feelings for Song Mingzhu, she would not hesitate to intervene. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the pair, awaiting their response. Aunt San, I assure you that my relationship with Brother Zihui is purely sibling-like. I do not understand why Sister Ran has conjured these tales. I've always regarded Brother Zihui as my dear brother. How could there possibly be romantic implications? Song Mingzhu explained anxiously, fearful of inciting the family's ire, particularly noting Chun Wan's furrowed brow. In contrast, Song Zihui remained silent, his lips pressed together. This silence was decidedly suspect. Song Ran's eyes gleamed as she spoke. It appears that Sister Mingzhu indeed lacks such intentions. However, I cannot be mistaken. Could it be that Brother Zihui harbors unreciprocated feelings? No wonder he claims not to like Chao Shan. It turns out his affections lie with Sister Mingzhu. Be quiet. Song Zihui's gaze was venomous as he spoke through clenched teeth. Had he known Song Ran would publicly expose his feelings, he would have ensured that she consumed the drug himself, leaving her without a chance to retaliate. He now regretted entrusting it to Wu Shaoling, who remained oblivious to its effects, only to be outmaneuvered by Song Ran, landing him in a predicament. Brother Zihui, I speak for your benefit, for the good of the Song family. Why do you react with such indignation? Song Ran gazed at him with wounded eyes, feigning confusion over his hostility. Song Zihui could see through her facade. He discerned the malicious glee and provocation hidden beneath her guise, reminiscent of his own earlier provocations. He suppressed his anger and coldly snorted, I am not angered out of shame. You are deliberately provoking me. Then why do you not dare to say that you have no romantic feelings for Sister Mingzhu? It is because you cherish your feelings for her too much. Am I right? Song Ran gazed into his icy eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Song Mingzhu did not anticipate that she would continue speaking. The expressions of everyone around had already soured. Third Aunt's displeasure was evident in her eyes, and she angrily retorted, Sister Ran, stop spouting nonsense. Have you been provoked by something, or have I done something wrong? Why are you targeting me and Zihui? Surprisingly, Song Ran did not even glance at her, but continued to fixate on Song Zihui, further inciting him. When you held her hand, she did not refuse, which gave you the illusion that she has feelings for you. But an illusion is merely that. I believe Sister Mingzhu could never like you. Otherwise, she would not so readily claim that your relationship is purely sibling-like, would she? Shut up. Do you believe I will beat you to death? Song Zihui glared furiously, his fists clenched, looking as though he would pounce on Song Ran at any moment. Song Ran feigned fear and stepped back 2 paces. Glancing at the glass coffee table behind her, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Then she steadied herself, lifting her chin defiantly. Even if you intend to kill me, I must speak my mind. Third Aunt has only you as her son. Do you truly wish for her to be mocked? As a member of the Song family, I must consider our family's reputation. If you truly share mutual feelings with Sister Mingzhu, then you should have her formally separate from the Song family and marry her properly to avoid any scandal. No, no. The voices of Third Aunt Zhongyu and Song Guowei arose in unison. Third Aunt disdainfully glanced at Song Mingzhu and said to Song Zihui, I have already chosen a suitable match for you. You cannot be involved with Song Mingzhu. She is merely the daughter of a servant and not worthy of being considered within our family. Song Guowei believed that after nurturing Song Mingzhu for so many years, he could not allow his nephew to marry her, deeming it a waste. He considered her to be excellent, but insisted that she should find a suitor who would benefit the Song family and his own future. He cleared his throat and said, Mingzhu, you must maintain distance from Zihui and refrain from any private interactions. Chunwan nodded repeatedly, agreeing that this was the right course of action. She did not wish to be the subject of gossip. Song Zihui gritted his teeth. His gaze toward Song Ran filled with fury, while Song Ran appeared to revel in her victory. Beside them, Song Mingzhu hurriedly pledged her loyalty to dispel any doubts about her relationship with Song Zihui, father, third aunt. Rest assured, I will keep my distance. I truly regard Brother Zihui as a real brother. This declaration severed any hope that lingered in Song Zihui's heart. Observing his expression, Song Ran poured salt on the wound. Brother Zihui seems quite unconvinced, but both father and third aunt are merely looking out for you and Sister Mingzhu's well-being. You are of the age to discuss marriage. Do not let Sister Mingzhu delay you. You country bumpkin, you're asking for it. Song Zihui, provoked by Song Ran's constant taunts and realizing that his chances with Song Mingzhu were entirely gone, erupted in fury, shouting as he clenched his fist and swung it violently towards Song Ran's face. If he connected, he could very well blind her in one eye. Fortunately, Song Ran had anticipated this moment and had been preparing for it. As Song Zihui's fist came hurtling toward her, she swiftly dodged, the punch grazing her brow. But this was not the end. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she spun on her toes, appearing to slip as she fell. Bang! The corner of her forehead collided forcefully with the edge of the coffee table. The glass shattered into countless pieces. Blood immediately surged from her forehead. Half her delicate face concealed in crimson, gradually paling. Ah! Chun Wan screamed in terror. Although she appeared strong-willed, she was actually the most easily flustered. Song Mingzhu covered her mouth, secretly cursing that it served her right. Song Ran brought this upon herself. Who told her to keep provoking Brother Zihui? She had only guaranteed her innocence in front of Song Guowei and the others, but privately, she would still meet with Song Zihui, who was her best aide in the Song household. Little did she know that after tonight, Song Zihui would be unable to protect her, let alone continue aiding her. Song Ran. Song Chu Xiao, upon seeing the bright red blood, froze, momentarily forgetting to assist her. Song Zihui, what have you done? Song Guowei bellowed angrily, forcefully grabbing the enraged Song Zihui to prevent him from escalating the situation. Zhong Yu quickly reacted, rushing over to pull Song Zihui away. You child. How could you resort to violence? No matter how angry you are, you must not strike. Why is everyone standing around? Call a doctor. No, we cannot call a doctor. Song Mingzhu suddenly seemed to come to her senses, tightly gripping Song Guowei's arm. Father, if an ambulance arrives, the whole neighborhood will know what has happened here. Brother Zihui did not mean to, so why don't we just bandage Sister Ran ourselves? It would be best if Song Ran suffered an unfortunate accident and died at home. That would solve everything. Hearing this, Song Guowei hesitated. Aunt Shifeng also found some merit in that notion. Let us stop the bleeding first. If it comes to that, we can have the driver sneak her to the hospital without creating a huge scene. Saying this, she shouted for Qin Ma to bring the medical kit. Song Ran felt a wave of scorn wash over her. Through her crimson-tinged vision, the figures of these people began to warp. Qin Ma emerged from the maid's quarters and, upon witnessing the scene, trembled. Little Ran has lost too much blood. This isn't good. We must get her to the hospital. Qin Ma, it hurts so much. Song Ran lay on the ground, surrounded by the shattered glass coffee table, clutching her wound as blood seeped through her fingers. The vivid red contrasting starkly with her pallid skin, blood droplets clinging to her lashes, her expression one of agony, fragile as if she might faint at any moment. She did not call for her father, mother, or brother. Her only plea was for Qin Ma. Song Chu Xiao snapped back to reality, hearing her call for Qin Ma, and his heart ached as if pierced by a needle. In this dire moment, the only person she could call upon was the maid. Was it because her parents had disappointed her too deeply? Song Mingzhu interjected, we really cannot let her go to the hospital. Tomorrow, the entire neighborhood will know that Brother Zihui attacked Sister Ran. Others might think we colluded to bully her. Hearing Song Mingzhu defend him, Song Zihui felt a surge of emotion, thinking that as long as he could avenge her, even if it meant becoming a criminal, it would be worth it. Zhong Yu was also anxious about going to the hospital. She feared her son would bear a bad reputation. So she hurriedly joined Shifeng in searching for bandages to wrap around Song Ran's head, but the wound was considerable, and the blood soon stained the bandages red. Song Ran lay there like a rag doll, allowing them to fuss over her. Song Chu Xiao clenched his fingers. He could no longer stand idly by. If they wouldn't call for help, He would go find someone. He turned and dashed out, pushing the door open, while Song Zihui shouted from behind, Song Chu-xiao. Stop right there. Song Chu-xiao. Song Chu-xiao's face turned pale as he knocked on the Gu family's door. It was Gu Yuanting who answered. Chu-xiao, what happened? Gu Yuanting furrowed his brow, peering intently into Song Chu-xiao's eyes. Brother Yuanting, Sister Ran has a head injury and is bleeding profusely. Is Aunt Zhuang at home? Can we ask her to take a look? Gu Yuanting's expression darkened as he immediately turned around. Moments later, Zhuang Anqin, who had just returned home without even changing her clothes, hurried out with a medical kit in hand. What happened? Did she fall down the stairs? Zhuang Anqin looked weary, but it was her duty as a doctor to save lives. She could not stand by and do nothing. Song Chu-xiao bit his lip and remained silent, avoiding her gaze. Gu Yuanting's breathing grew tense as he quickened his pace, leaving the two boys struggling to keep up. Hastening towards the Song residence, Gu Yuanting's steps gradually slowed as he noticed an individual peering inside the entrance. Aunt Zhong, what brings you here at such a late hour? Why aren't you resting? Aunt Zhong, disregarding the awkwardness of eavesdropping, hurriedly explained, Young Gu, wasn't he at our Jiangwen who took Wu Shaoling away? I presumed Jiangwen would be returning soon. Since I couldn't sleep, I thought I'd take a stroll to meet him. However, upon passing the Song house, I overheard a quarrel and the sound of something shattering, which raised my concern that something might have gone awry, prompting me to take a look. Gu Yuanting, aware of Aunt Zhong's penchant for gossip, chose not to expose her intent. Recalling Song Zihui's demeanor, he nodded and suggested, since you're worried, why don't we go in together? Seizing this opportunity to witness the unfolding drama, Aunt Zhong promptly followed Gu Yuanting inside. As soon as he pushed open the door, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Upon glancing around, he spotted Song Ran lying on the ground, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. His deep-set gaze hinted at a brewing storm as he rushed into the room. Brother Yuanting, Song Mingzhu, witnessing Song Ran's unconscious state, internally wished for her demise, hoping that with her gone, there would be no competition. Yet, she was taken aback by Gu Yuanting's sudden entrance. What has transpired here? Zhuang Anqin and Aunt Zhong entered, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The hall was in disarray, with Song Ran sprawled in a pool of blood mixed with glass shards, her face smeared with blood and the bandage on her head soaked crimson. Her hair was disheveled, revealing only her gaunt chin. At this moment, she lay in a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. As a doctor, Zhuang Anqin instinctively moved forward, but her son was quicker. Uncertain of Song Ran's injuries, Gu Yuanting hesitated to move her, but followed Zhuang Anqin's lead. Reaching to check her carotid artery, confirming she was still alive, he let out a slight breath of relief, though his lips remained tightly pressed together. The wound is still bleeding. How is this bandaged? You all came from the military. Surely you haven't forgotten basic first aid? Gu Yuanting's tone was stern, directed at Song Xiqing and Song Zihui, yet implicitly chastising their father, Song Wei. Zhuang Anqin wholeheartedly agreed with her son's sentiments. Those emerging from military should not forget essential skills like stopping bleeding and bandaging, yet the individuals present seemed incapable of even applying a simple bandage. Sustaining a head injury is no trivial matter, especially with her in such a state of shock. Why haven't you rushed her to the hospital? It raises suspicions about whether the Song family wishes to see Song Ran perish. Although Zhuang Anqin had never been fond of Song Ran, she felt a tinge of pity for the young girl in this moment. Zhuang Anqin opened the medicine cabinet, but found herself unable to intervene. Gu Yuanting proved to be an exceptionally skilled soldier, his practical experience allowing him to bandage more swiftly than Zhuang Anqin, completing the task in under a minute. His movements were both rapid and steady, a testament to his years of military training. His profile was taut, eyes cold and fierce, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Mingzhu clenched her fists in jealousy. Why, she wondered, did Song Ran garner Gu Yuanting's attention merely for her pretty face? A sense of bitterness welled within her. If she could not have him, Song Ran certainly had no right to. And Zhuang, how is Sister Ran? Song Chu-xiao inquired with concern. Song Mingzhu hastily echoed, yes. Aunt Zhuang, we're all worried about Sister Ran after her sudden head injury. The wound is severe and requires stitching at the hospital. The specifics remain unclear until she regains consciousness to ascertain if there has been any brain damage or concussion. She has lost copious amounts of blood. And if I recall correctly, she has been anemic due to malnutrition, hasn't she? Zhuang Anqin's gaze shifted to Song Ran's mother, Chunwan. Chunwan responded with a vague acknowledgement. Yes, that's true. She has been a bit malnourished. Her reaction furrowed Zhuang Anqin's brow. How could a mother appear so unconcerned for her daughter's well-being? Song Ran was far too thin. Had she not consumed any nutritional supplements since her last discharge from the hospital? It seemed she hadn't gained a single ounce in the past 2 weeks. Upon touching Song Ran's wrist, Zhuang Anqin realized the girl had little flesh on her bones, her chin sharp and gaunt. Even in unconsciousness, her delicate brows were furrowed, suggesting a deep-seated anxiety. None of the Song family dared to approach. It was Zhuang Anqin, an outsider, who lifted Song Ran onto her lap for her son to bandage, lest the young girl remain amidst the shards of glass. The loss of blood and her fainting could also be attributed to malnutrition. She has eaten. It's just her constitution. She doesn't gain weight easily, Chunwan replied awkwardly, her gaze evasive. Zhuang Anqin surmised that Chunwan was indifferent to her long-lost daughter. Yet she felt it unwise to intervene further in family matters. Song Ran briefly regained consciousness while Gu Yuanting was attending to her. Enveloped in a familiar scent, she momentarily froze, opening her eyes to see Gu Yuanting's austere visage. He had stood up, his posture straight, exuding a cold arrogance. She blinked, struggling to discern reality from the dreamlike state that had haunted her countless times. She wished to inquire, but her lips moved without producing sound. As Gu Yuanting lowered his gaze, he was momentarily captivated by the sorrow reflected in Song Ran's eyes. Those eyes, which sparkled sweetly when she smiled, now brimmed with unending sadness and grievance. His heart felt as if it were tightly clenched, affected by her emotions. Chu Xiao, have you called the hospital? Gu Yuanting suddenly inquired, his gaze icy to the core. Song Ran fully regained her senses, recalling her precarious situation, yet the dizziness overwhelmed her, prompting her to shut her eyes and conserve her energy while waiting for the ambulance. Not yet. I'll call right away. Song Chu Xiao rushed to make the call. Song Guowei and the others could hardly impede him now. Song Guowei stepped forward, feigning worry. Anqin, we are immensely grateful to you and Yuanting for your timely arrival. We were all stunned by the incident. Since we had a few drinks, our reactions were sluggish. Thankfully, Chu Xiao brought you over. Incident? Gu Yuanting's gaze fell upon the shattered glass and the bruises on Song Ran's brow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Upon entering, I expected to find a crime scene. Everyone's expression tensed. Song Ran was equally surprised by his sharp tongue. Seizing the opportunity, Aunt Zhong chimed in. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. You all stood by and did nothing, failing even to make a call. Had young Gu not arrived, Song Ran's blood might have drained away with no one to intervene. I was nearly frightened out of my wits upon entering. Aunt Zhong, please don't speak recklessly. The incident just occurred. We attended to her immediately and sent Chu Xiao to fetch Aunt Zhuang and Brother Yuanting. How can we stand idly by? Song Mingzhu exclaimed, her disdain for Aunt Zhong's loudmouth tendencies surfacing. With Aunt Zhong around, today's events would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Fearing Aunt Zhong would say something inappropriate, Song Guowei admonished, some things should not be spoken lightly. Song Ran is my biological daughter. How could I possibly neglect her? Chen Wan, concerned about appearances, added, if we were unconcerned, we wouldn't have brought her back. We never wished for such an incident to occur. Song Zihui, Gu Yuanting suddenly called out the name, his chilling gaze locking onto the other man's face. Song Zihui stood at a distance, seemingly detached from Song Ran's injuries. As Gu Yuanting summoned him, a tightness gripped his heart, and his throat constricted. Brother Yuanting, what is it? Zhong Yu felt a wave of panic, worried that Gu Yuanting might uncover something. Though younger, Gu Yuanting emanated an innate pressure, and even Song Guowei felt uneasy under his piercing gaze. Did you harm Song Ran? Gu Yuanting's intense glare bore into Song Zihui's eyes. The atmosphere turned tense, and even Aunt Zhong sensed the unease. Could it be that Gu Yuanting had truly deduced something? But how could he have figured it out? Speak, Brother Yuanting, actually. Song Mingzhu wishes to say a few words. He cast a cold glance over, replying in a low voice, I am asking Song Zihui. Yes, it is I. However, I merely had a minor argument with her. She accidentally fell and bumped into the coffee table. Although Song Zihui admitted to it, he attempted to evade responsibility, claiming it was not intentional, as if he wished to disassociate himself from the matter entirely. Song Ran was not in a hurry to point out Song Zihui in front of Zhuang Anqin and Gu Yuanting. Even if the two had not come, Qin Ma would have called the hospital. She had been genuinely kind to Qin Ma these days, and Qin Ma was a person who remembered kindness. It did not matter that Song Zihui was denying it now. She assumed that given Gu Yuanting's character, once he had received an answer, he would not inquire further. To her surprise, he solemnly stated, "Do you truly not wish to see her perish?" Gu Yuanting's expression was grim, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Song Zihui, who felt a rush of fear. Despite his cunning, he was merely a first-year student. Confronted with Gu Yuanting's fierce stare, he felt a surge of panic. This statement caused Song Ran to open her eyes wide. Others were equally astonished. Song Guowei hastily interjected, "Yuanting, you misunderstand. Zihui truly did not mean it. It was merely a minor squabble between siblings, just a playful argument." The implication was clear. This was a family matter, and outsiders should not interfere. Shaoran slipped and fell. You cannot blame Zihui entirely. Upon noticing that Song Ran had awakened, Song Guowei immediately urged her to confirm, "Shaoran, you tell them, is it not so?" Chapter 85. Song Ran surprisingly smiled at him. "Sister Shaoran, you are awake. How do you feel?" Song Chushao asked as soon as he saw her open her eyes. His expression somewhat awkward. Song Ran instinctively reached to touch her head, but before she could, she winced slightly. Zhuang Anqin stopped her, saying, "Do not touch it. It has yet to be stitched. The ambulance will arrive shortly to take you to the hospital for disinfection and stitches, followed by observation. Please lie still on my lap. Aside from your forehead, we do not yet know if there is any damage to your brain. This is why I did not allow Yuanting to drive in. Do not fear. Your hair conceals the injury, so it will not mar your beauty." Zhuang Anqin understood that young girls were particularly fearful of disfigurement. Her gentle demeanor towards the patient, perhaps stemming from sympathy, made Song Ran's nose tingle and her eyes redden for reasons she could not comprehend. Once, when she discovered she was not the biological daughter of Chun Ho-Hat and Wu Laoan, she had felt an overwhelming joy and longing to meet her true parents, believing she would receive love she had never known. Yet in 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such affection. When Song Guowei spoke to her upon her awakening, his first concern was not for her well-being, but rather fear that the Song family would face scandal, wanting her, the victim, to help cover it up. Though she was already thoroughly disillusioned, her heart still ached. It was one thing not to receive comfort and concern. But Zhuang Anqin's soothing words felt reminiscent of the maternal affection she had longed for. "Do not cry, do not cry. Is it very painful?" Zhuang Anqin observed as Song Ran silently shed tears, unsure of how much grievance she had endured, her tone growing even softer. Song Ran gently shook her head. "This pain is nothing. I have endured far more excruciating suffering." Chun Wan felt a sense of discomfort. Song Ran, her own flesh and blood, was growing closer to Zhuang Anqin. Shaoran still shakes her head. How could it not hurt? With such a large gash on her forehead, and her eyes nearly blackened, who could fall and sustain such an injury without a heavy hand? Aunt Zhong criticized, her nature one that thrived on chaos, not truly concerned for Song Ran, but rather intentionally provoking Chen Wan, with whom she had always been at odds. Gu Yuanting's brows furrowed, his gaze returning to Song Ran's face, where the bruise at her brow was indeed more pronounced. Her fair skin amplified every mark, and by tomorrow, it would likely worsen. His expression turned icy. "I have already stated that Zihui did not act deliberately." Chun Wan, displeased with Aunt Zhong's incessant meddling, shot a glare at Song Ran and remarked, "Shaoran, your brother Zihui was merely playing with you. If you had not provoked him, he would not have struck you." "How absurd." Aunt Zhong nodded. "Indeed. Zihui did not pay attention to his strength. Do not blame him, Shaoran. I will ensure your brother Zihui is properly reprimanded, and if you require any supplements, I shall bring them to you." Shi Fengyi added, "Children playing rough is quite normal. I truly apologize for disturbing you so late. We shall thank you together later." These members of the Song family had a remarkable talent for distorting the truth. It was no wonder they produced a character like Song Zihui. Just then, the ambulance arrived, and the Song family collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Gu Yuanting exerted upon them was indeed overwhelming. While some might claim he was meddling in Song Ran's affairs, his handsome visage remained cold and inscrutable, and he kept his distance from her, only having assisted in bandaging her wound at the outset. The medical staff arrived with a stretcher to load Song Ran into the ambulance. As a doctor, Zhuang Anqin naturally followed, only to be taken aback when she turned to find her son boarding as well. It seemed he was more eager than even Song Ran's parents. No, it must be an illusion. Zhuang Anqin understood her son's character all too well. Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu also entered the ambulance, while Shi Feng Yi and Zhong Yu feigned reluctance to follow, realizing the vehicle could not accommodate so many. Song Zihui stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze coldly fixed on Song Ran within the vehicle, a smirk creeping onto his face. He was uncertain whether Song Ran had fallen deliberately, but regardless, it was a case of self-sabotage, a foolish woman, a country bumpkin. However, just as the door was about to close, Song Zihui caught sight of Song Ran unexpectedly smiling at him. This smile elicited an uncontrollable sense of foreboding within him. Aunt Zhuang, Brother Yuanting, I shall accompany my sister, Xiaoran, to the hospital with my mother. I am truly sorry to trouble you at such a late hour. Song Mingzhu was, in truth, reluctant to go to the hospital, but as the adopted daughter of the Gu family and the younger sister of Gu Yuanting, she felt compelled to present herself favorably before Zhuang Anqin. It is no trouble. We are neighbors, and we have shared years of friendship. There is no need for such formality. Zhuang Anqin replied. Chen Wan pursed her lips, lowering her head to avoid speaking. Her feelings towards Song Ran were conflicted. On one hand, Song Ran was her biological daughter, and she undoubtedly did not wish for anything untoward to happen to her. Yet on the other hand, she felt Song Ran was lacking in many respects compared to Song Mingzhu, and she harbored resentment towards Song Ran for disrupting the balance between herself and her daughter. Zhuang Anqin's earlier inquiries had embarrassed her. She had forgotten that Song Ran was malnourished and needed nutritional supplements. Although she knew the gifts from the Yin family included such items, she had not considered their expense, nor that Song Ran might hesitate to accept them. Chen Wan believed this was not her concern. After all, Song Mingzhu was close to her adoptive parents and had not come to be near her biological ones. Human nature is inherently biased, and she naturally favored Mingzhu. Zhuang Anqin, who had never lost a daughter, could not fathom her pain and anguish. Unaware of the heights of her suffering, unbeknownst to Zhuang Anqin, Chen Wan was feeling particularly sensitive due to her two remarks. Upon arriving at the hospital, she personally tended to Song Ran's stitches with great care. Her skills were exceptional, and she managed to stitch the wound perfectly without shaving off any of the hair around it. Do not worry, even if there is a scar, it will not be visible, and it will not detract from your beauty, Zhuang Anqin joked. She found herself appreciating Song Ran during the disinfection and anesthesia process. Song Ran had not uttered a single sound, displaying remarkable resilience. Previously, Zhuang Anqin had thought Song Ran to be quite delicate. Thank you, Aunt Zhuang. Please go and rest. And thank you, Brother Gu. Song Ran turned her attention to Gu Yuanting, who stood against the wall. I'm truly grateful for your help today. The stitching was done in the examination room, not in a sterile operating theater. Chen Wan and Song Mingzhu could only bear the sight of blood for a brief moment before they exited to handle the admission paperwork. It's all right. Take your time to rest and heal your wounds. You need to be cautious with your diet. Otherwise, the scar will heal unattractively. I will go speak with the duty doctor. Yuan Ting, please escort Xiao Ran to the ward. As Zhuang Anqin stepped out, under the glare of the fluorescent lights, Gu Yuan Ting's gaze fixated on Song Ran, devoid of any pretense. Chapter 86. Marriage and life cannot be based solely on appearance. Upon hearing Gu Yuan Ting's cold voice, Song Ran couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. In truth, she had never intended to exploit him or Aunt Zhuang. They were not part of her plans. Yet, she had not anticipated that Song Chuxiao would seek help from the Gu family. Even more surprising was Gu Yuan Ting standing up for her. She was a person starved for affection. Any kindness shown to her was returned manifold. Had Gu Yuan Ting been indifferent or overlooked her, perhaps she would not have experienced such emotional turmoil. But why did he choose to help her? She lifted her face to meet his gaze, uncertain of what he wished to convey. There was no need for her to feel guilty. If she did not employ some form of strategy, Song Zihui might have a chance to escape. It was the only way to eliminate future troubles. In her previous life, she had suffered immensely due to Song Zihui's schemes. Upon her arrival at the Song household, she had been violently struck by him in a fit of rage, even having a vase hurled at her. The glass coffee table was shattered in the process, resulting in 13 stitches on her forehead, which she could only conceal with bangs. During that time, no one came to her aid. Her so-called family was even more callous than today, believing she was trying to take away Song Mingju's possessions. After being superficially bandaged, she was cast into the nanny's room to fend for herself. It was only when Qin Ma saw her running a high fever, fearing for her life, that she implored Chen Wan and Song Wei to take her to the hospital. Likely, they were concerned about bad luck, thinking it preferable for her to die in the hospital than at home. Such was the ordeal she endured in her previous life. There was no reason for her to feel guilty. She had not committed any crimes. She merely employed her own means to ensure that the wicked receive their just deserts. Can you walk? Huh? Song Ran was taken aback, having expected Gu Yuanting to interrogate her. Yes, I can, she quickly replied as she descended from the examination table. The effects of the anesthetic had not yet fully worn off, and she felt no pain from her wound. However, she underestimated her physical weakness. The moment her feet touched the floor, her legs gave way, and she fell towards the ground. Yet, the anticipated pain never materialized, as Gu Yuanting's long, strong arms encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly. She gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Their eyes met, and their breaths seemed to intertwine, creating an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. Flustered, she loosened her grip. Brother Gu, I can walk on my own. I just need a moment to rest. She struggled to free herself. Stay still. Gu Yuanting shifted his gaze from her delicate yet pale face, tightening his grip around her waist, and strode purposefully toward the ward. Thankfully, it was late at night, and the corridor was devoid of people. Otherwise, misunderstandings could arise. Song Ran's thoughts were tumultuous, her heart racing. The faint scent of soap clung to Gu Yuanting. He had returned late today and had made 2 trips to the Song residence. He was likely called out just after showering, wearing only a dark gray sweater without a coat. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" "No," Gu Yuanting replied, and upon reflecting on his tone, he felt it was somewhat brusque. He recalled his grandmother's sigh upon seeing him earlier, lamenting that his demeanor had grown colder after his outing, questioning how he would ever find a wife. Was he truly that cold? He considered his temperament to be quite normal. Yet, Zhuang Anqin and Gu Yun had previously remarked on the same. He glanced down at Song Ran. Though she was not short, as Zhuang Anqin had pointed out, she seemed too slender in his embrace, almost fragile. The bandage on her head accentuated her petite features. Her lips pressed together, eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring her emotions. She seemed concerned for him. Perhaps his response had been too aloof. He intended to inquire about the man who had brought her to the hospital tonight, but before he could finish, Song Mingju's voice rang out behind them. "Brother Yuanting, Sister Ran's ward is this way." The ward was just ahead, and as Song Mingju stood at the door, Chen Wan was inside, pinching her nose while watching the nurse prepare the bed. Upon seeing Gu Yuanting carry Song Ran inside, her eyes widened in disbelief, her previous disdain transforming into a smile. Her husband had suggested that Gu Yuanting harbored feelings for Song Ran. At that time, she had been skeptical, but now it appeared there might be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would he show such enthusiasm in visiting the Song family and accompanying her to the hospital? If Song Ran were to marry into the Gu family, it would certainly be advantageous, though Zhuang Anqin and her husband might not approve of Song Ran. Moreover, Gu Yuanting had once been Mingju's fiancé. If he were to marry Song Ran, it would raise eyebrows, as if she were a daughter raised in the countryside rather than one nurtured by her. Chen Wan's expression fluctuated. She had intended to probe Gu Yuanting with a few questions, but he simply placed Song Ran on the hospital bed, uttered a phrase of encouragement, and departed. Chen Wan felt she had overthought the situation. Gu Yuanting likely acted out of goodwill, and his indifferent demeanor did not reflect any romantic interest in Song Ran. She sighed in relief, believing it best to find an honest and diligent commoner for Song Ran. Someone of Gu Yuanting's caliber was beyond her reach. "Why does Brother Yuanting treat you so well, Sister Ran? What did you two discuss earlier?" Song Mingju feigned curiosity, her voice dripping with veiled jealousy, nearly bursting forth but restrained beneath the surface. Song Ran curled her lips into a sardonic smile. "What? Do you expect me to report every conversation to you?" "Song Ran, how can you speak to your sister like that?" Chen Wan chided. "I have no such sister who turns a blind eye to suffering. You are just as cruel as Wu Shaoling and Chen Hohat." "Chen Hohat, Song Mingju momentarily paused, recalling that her biological mother, who had once served as a nanny, was named Chen Ho Hot. Her expression darkened, especially since Song Ran's comment referenced her attempt to prevent others from calling a doctor today, leaving her with no retort. Chen Wan also recalled this. Though she believed Mingju's actions had been somewhat heartless, she justified them as being for the sake of the Song family's reputation. Enough. You're fine now, aren't you? And remember, Mingju is Mingju, and Chen Ho Hot is Chen Ho Hot. You are never to mention her again. Our Song family has no ties with that family. No ties. Huh. Chen Ho Hot would never abandon her precious daughter. She is counting on coming to the capital to enjoy a comfortable life. Song Ran raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Aren't you planning to acknowledge Wu Shaoling as your goddaughter? Suddenly, Chen Wan recalled that just this morning, she had discussed with her close friends about acknowledging Mingju's younger sister, Wu Shaoling, as a goddaughter, even arranging for her to attend school after the new year. Now, faced with this incident, she was uncertain how to confront her friends. Frustrated, she directed her ire at Song Mingju. Mingju, you must cut all ties with her from now on. A person with such a malicious heart should never set foot in our Song family again. Song Mingju quickly nodded in agreement. Mother, I never imagined Wu Shaoling could be so wicked. Thankfully, Sister Ran is unharmed. It's truly terrifying. I hope she receives her just punishment. However, she shifted her tone, feigning curiosity. I don't mean to speak ill of Sister Ran, but I'm curious why Wu Shaoling would target you so persistently. Could there be a misunderstanding? TSK. Even at this juncture, Song Mingju still hoped for Wu Shaoling's safe return to continue assisting her. Unfortunately, her ambitions would be thwarted. If you're so curious, perhaps you should go monitor the police station. Song Ran reached out to touch her forehead, which was beginning to throb after the effects of the anesthesia wore off. Ignoring the two individuals beside her, she declared, I have a severe headache and need to rest. With that, she closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Chen Wan's face flickered with displeasure. Yet upon seeing Song Ran's pale complexion, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. When Song Ran awakened, it was already the following morning. Sounds of footsteps and conversation drifted in from the corridor. Xiao Ran, you're awake. How do you feel? Is your head still hurting? You scared me yesterday. The person keeping her company had changed from Chen Wan and Song Mingju to Qin Ma. Song Ran shook her head. Qin Ma, thank you for your trouble. I am fine. When did you arrive? I just got here. You must be hungry. Let me get you some porridge, Qin Ma replied. Unable to mention that Chen Wan and Song Mingju had left after seeing Song Ran asleep, letting the driver take her home, as she feared it would upset Song Ran. Having suffered such a severe injury, inflicted by her own cousin, it was understandable that anyone would feel distressed by the indifference of her family. Watching Qin Ma hurriedly exit with a food container, Song Ran realized she must have arrived quite a while ago. Otherwise, she would have prepared breakfast at the Song household to bring along, rather than needing to fetch food from the hospital cafeteria. However, she felt no sorrow. It was as she had anticipated. Chen Wan, the person she knew best, held her own interests above all else, accustomed to a life of comfort. How could she possibly wish to lie in a hospital bed, surrounded by the scent of antiseptic that she despised? Just as Qin Ma left, the door to the ward swung open again, and in walked Yin Jiefeng and Hua Qiuxia, a couple. Upon seeing Song Ran's pale face, wrapped in bandages, Hua Qiuxia couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Ran, does it hurt? Do you need painkillers? I have some imported ones here, without side effects. A warmth surged in Song Ran's heart, and her eyes crinkled into a smile as she grasped Hua Qiuxia's hand. Godmother, don't worry. It hardly hurts anymore. It's just a small wound, and they didn't T-stitch it up too much. I'll be fine soon. Yin Jiefeng, filled with anger, interjected, those people from the Song family are utterly despicable. If it weren't for your godmother worrying about you and calling the Song family, we would have known you were so seriously hurt. Your biological mother even claimed you fell on your own. How could you possibly fall like this? Feeling guilty, Song Ran replied, it was indeed my own doing, godfather. I intentionally provoked Song Zihui, and he certainly struck me. However, I evaded his punches and deliberately fell onto the coffee table. It looked serious at the time, but it really isn't that bad. And I'm not in much pain. You foolish child. Hua Qiuxia wanted to scold her, but upon seeing her pitiful state, she hesitated. Godmother knows that Song Zihui is no good, but how could you resort to such measures? What if you had bled excessively, or if your appearance were ruined? Yes, Ran, no matter what, you shouldn't hurt yourself. If you wish for that scoundrel to face consequences, there are countless ways to do so. In Jiefeng also disapproved of her approach. At his level, there were many methods that did not involve bloodshed. Song Zihui is cunning. I didn't want to take it slow. Last night, he had Wu Shaoling drug me to distract the Song family and sent in a lewd repairman, intending to ruin my reputation and bring the Song family to catch me in the act. If I hadn't sensed something amiss beforehand, I would have been ruined by now. Yet, he is indeed crafty. While Wu Shaoling and the repairman were taken away by the police, he remains free, taunting me. Had I not acted first last night, I might have faced even more extreme retaliation from him. Song Ran was not exaggerating. Song Zihui was indeed a dangerous individual, capable of anything for the sake of Song Mingzhu. The fact that he had orchestrated an attempt to assault her was undeniable, and she was determined to ensure he faced the consequences of his actions, pinning the crime firmly upon him. After listening, In Jiefeng and Huoqiuxia were filled with rage. They had been completely unaware that such events had transpired the night before, as the Song family had not mentioned a word of it during their phone call. Huoqiuxia had even asked Chen if anything had occurred after Song Ran returned home, to which Chen had replied that nothing significant had happened, only that Song Ran had a minor quarrel with her siblings and accidentally fell against the coffee table. How could such biological parents exist? Huoqiuxia, in her fury, found it incomprehensible. If our Ran were her biological daughter, she would provide her with the finest in the world, ensuring she never endured even the slightest grievance. Yet, Chen Wan and her family displayed such cold-hearted indifference, while her daughter suffered immensely, not only injured but nearly losing her innocence. They treated the matter as if it were a trivial jest. Godmother, please don't be upset. You have another child to think of. Be careful, or he might kick you. Song Ran turned to comfort her, smiling as she added, if I don't take action, he might escape responsibility. I just want to stoke the flames of this situation, making it impossible for the Song family to maneuver through it. Godfather and Godmother, I must trouble you with one crucial task. Otherwise, my injuries will be in vain. Huoqiuxia wrapped her arm around Song Ran's shoulders, saying, upon hearing your biological mother mention the conflict with Song Zihui, I had Yunye's brother send when XIN to the police station. I suspect that soon the police will go to the Song family to apprehend Song Zihui. Godmother, you truly understand me. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, wanting to leap up in joy. But considering her injury, she refrained. Let us see how Song Zihui escapes this time. And the Song family, aren't they all about saving face? Once Song Zihui is taken away in public, let us see where their pride goes. Wu Shaoling had been interrogated all night, but stubbornly insisted she knew nothing. Song Zihui had instructed her beforehand that if such a situation arose, she must never admit anything unless there was a complete chain of evidence. Otherwise, they couldn't do anything to her. Meanwhile, the repairman, Zhou Aibing, after being treated at the hospital, was brought back for questioning. He denied seeking out Song Ran, claiming he was merely retrieving something he had dropped during a previous visit to fix the lights at the Song household. Zhong Jiangwen was furious. But since Song Ran had not sustained any substantial harm, and although the drug powder bag bore Wu Xiaoling's fingerprints, it proved nothing. If Zhou Aibing staunchly denied his intentions, even a charge of burglary would not apply. Wu Xiaoling observed Zhong Jiangwen's expression from the window, a smirk creeping onto her face as her confidence grew. She was sure she would return to the Song family unscathed. However, at that moment, someone whispered a few words to Zhong Jiangwen, and he suddenly widened his eyes, glancing back at Wu Xiaoling. Just that one look ignited a sense of inexplicable panic within her. Chapter 88, Trouble Arises. Your son Zihui has been arrested at 7:30 in the morning. Sister Mingzhu, why are you in the kitchen cooking? Song Chuxiao said, descending the stairs to find Song Mingzhu bustling about, bringing out porridge, and hurriedly went to his sister. Just then, Song Wuwei and Chun Wan emerged from their room, both displaying signs of fatigue. Song Wuwei seemed slightly better, having slept an extra couple of hours, while Chun Wan had returned from the hospital and had only managed a little over an hour of sleep after receiving a call from Huoqiuxia. It was not a Sunday. Song Wuwei needed to go to work, and both Song Mingzhu and Song Chuxiao also had jobs to attend to. Chun Wan, a traditional homemaker, devoted to her husband, would never allow herself to sleep in. As she helped Song Wuwei adjust his collar, she glanced toward the kitchen, praising, Mingzhu is so thoughtful. Knowing you prefer breakfast at home, even after coming back so late, she still thought to prepare breakfast for you. Song Wuwei nodded. Indeed, Mingzhu is dutiful. Shouldn't children be dutiful to their parents? She replied, everyone must be exhausted. How could I let you go out on an empty stomach? With Qinma absent, she felt capable of cooking herself. Song Mingzhu beamed at the praise, her smile radiant. In truth, she had merely cooked some porridge and taken out the buns that Qinma had made the previous day to steam. But she understood that Song Guowei and Chun Wan appreciated their children's efforts in these small matters. Although she had not slept much, she didn't mind the extra effort if it pleased them. After all, she was not their biological daughter. In the past, she would never have demeaned herself in such a way. However, compared to Song Ran, she felt far more fortunate. Recalling the unfortunate sight of Song Ran lying in a pool of blood yesterday, she found it rather amusing. Mom and Dad, I would like to take a leave this morning to visit Sister Song Ran at the hospital. A single remark from Song Chuxiao instantly extinguished Song Mingzhu's laughter. Song Guowei and Chun Wan remained silent. It had been too late last night to let Song Chuxiao accompany them, and visiting the hospital was of little consequence, considering they were blood relatives. Song Mingzhu, gently pinching her fingers, said, Chuxiao, the final exams are tomorrow. Your grades have already seen a decline. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until after the exams to visit Sister Ran? Yes, I nearly forgot. Chun Wan interjected. You have your final exams tomorrow, Song Chuxiao. You cannot take a leave. Today is the last day for you to review. If your grades drop further, don't blame your mother for being harsh. But Sister Ran. Enough. Listen to your mother. There will be plenty of time to visit after the exams. Song Guowei furrowed his brow, recalling something. He turned to Song Chuxiao and cautioned, behave at school. Don't be like your brother Simon, who has strayed from his studies. Last night, he made a complete fool of himself. This evening, your uncle and I must go to the Chow family to apologize and clean up his mess. Every day, it's the same old story. Song Chuxiao lowered his head in resignation, understood. Song Mingzhu felt a sense of relief. She simply did not wish for Song Chuxiao to grow close to Song Ran and could not fathom why he had begun to show concern for her. She then declared, Mom and Dad, I will certainly excel in my exams tomorrow, striving for a top 3 ranking. Your father believes in you. Your grades have never caused any concern. If you can achieve a top 3 ranking, I will buy you a new piano. Upon hearing this, Song Mingzhu nearly leaped for joy. Her piano was secondhand and had served her for many years. A few years back, pianos were costly, a reality she accepted. But Yan Shishir had just bought a new piano last week and was flaunting it at school. She could not afford to be outdone. She resolved to tell her classmates about it when she got to school, inviting them over to play on her new piano. It would also serve as an excellent opportunity to further publicize the wager between her and Song Ran, ensuring that Song Ran would have to leave the Song family upon losing. After the family of 4 finished their meal, Chun Wan joined them as they headed out. Today, what Xiaoxia had called, she would certainly visit the hospital. She could not allow anyone to think she, as a mother, was neglectful. Just as they stepped out of their courtyard, they saw Aunt Zhong rushing towards them in a flurry. Oh no, this is terrible. Your brother Zihui has been arrested. Aunt Zhong appeared frantic, yet the glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes was unmistakable. However, the group had little time to dwell on that. What? Why was brother Zihui arrested? Song Mingzhu asked in disbelief, then turned to Chun Wan. Mom, did Sister Ran report him? This wretched child. Song Guowei's face turned pale. They had always maintained that family scandals should remain private. How could Song Ran call the police on her cousin? Aunt Zhong quickly waved her hands. How could it be little Ran? She's in the hospital. Jiang Wen just told me that Zihui has been coercing a girl for a long time, and she seems to be pregnant. It was that girl who reported him. How could this be? Song Mingzhu was the first to express her disbelief. Zihui had always treated her kindly. How could he possibly have coerced another girl? Song Guowei and the others shared her skepticism, deeming it absurd. Although Zihui had been an adult for 2 years, they still viewed him as a child, one who excelled academically and performed well in university. Aside from his occasional temper, he had no significant flaws. He must be framed. Song Mingzhu insisted. Mom and Dad, could it be that the Yin family is targeting brother Zihui to retaliate for Sister Ran? Aunt Zhong scoffed nearby. Zihui was no saint. When her son Jiang Wen had developed feelings for Song Mingzhu, Zihui had previously issued a warning. You should hurry and see for yourselves. They will be taking him away soon, and you want to even have the chance to look. The group hastened to the Song family home. Indeed, as Aunt Zhong had said, a police car was parked at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of curious neighbors, all whispering among themselves. Upon their arrival, the police were escorting Song Zihui out of the house. His face was ashen, his hands cuffed. Aunt Joan was crying and wailing, claiming her son was innocent. Song Wuqiang managed to maintain his composure despite the shock. They had heard that Song Zihui had coerced a girl for 2 years. Who would have thought such a beast could exist in our community? One can never truly know a person. He seems so refined, always polite, yet capable of such vile acts. Indeed, how could the Song family produce such a rogue? It is best to keep our distance from them. In this day and age, those who commit such offenses against women are the most despised, especially within the military compound, where any crime is met with scorn and disdain. Even Song Mingzhu's childhood friends, who usually walked to school with her, and Song Chu Xiao, kept their distance upon seeing them. Song Mingzhu could hardly believe how the sense of superiority the Song family had enjoyed within the compound evaporated overnight. Chapter 89. Song rants. Wait, brother Zihui. I believe in your innocence. Someone must have framed you. Do not worry. Justice will prevail, and the police will clear your name. Song Mingzhu proclaimed loudly to Song Zihui in the crowd. She knew he was resourceful, but she was certain he would never force a girl, for she was the one he cherished most. Why would he seek someone else? Furthermore, what a coincidence it was that a girl reported him right after Song Rant's injury. She was entirely convinced it was the Yin family's doing, seeking to avenge Song Ran before their departure. Song Zihui's gaze briefly flickered, but he felt that when Xin lacked evidence, and since she was timid, he was uncertain of what she had said. Regardless, as long as he did not confess and the Song family intervened, he could expect to be released unscathed. Thus, he nodded, Mingzhu, I am innocent. Thank you for believing in me. To all the uncles and aunts, I, Song Zihui, will not admit to anything I did not do. I am clear of conscience and trust that the police will investigate thoroughly. His tone was resolute, his eyes sincere, as if he were truly innocent. Jiang Wen furrowed his brow. Had he not seen the girl, he might have been swayed by Song Zihui's words. However, the others were uncertain, and Song Zihui's claims made them wonder if there had been a misunderstanding. As they watched Song Zihui being led to the police car, someone asked Jiang Wen, who replied that he could not disclose details and would provide answers once the investigation was complete. Jiang Wen, we cannot allow any wrongful convictions. Shenwan insisted. Rest assured, we value justice and will uncover the truth. As they watched the police car depart, someone approached to inquire what had transpired. Shenwan was clueless. Song Mingzhu quickly interjected. Brother Zihui is absolutely not that kind of person. It's strange. Last night, Sister Ran and Brother Zihui had a minor disagreement, and she accidentally hit her head. After what I called this morning to check on her, wasn't long before the police arrived to arrest Brother Zihui. Could it be? She suddenly seemed to realize she had misspoken, hurriedly covering her mouth. I was just guessing. I didn't say this had anything to do with Sister Rant's foster parents. Someone remarked, Sister Rant's foster parents are from Hong Kong, where there are many gangs and their methods can be rather ruthless. It's not impossible. That's true. And the Yin family is wealthy. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Who knows if a girl was paid off to falsely accuse Song Zihui? Just a small conflict, and they resort to such underhanded tactics. Their malice is rather excessive. Indeed, they are all young. It was just a playful quarrel. The elders should not have intervened, especially not in such a lawless manner. As public opinion swayed overwhelmingly against Song Zihui, Song Mingzhu felt an immense sense of relief. Song Rant's attempt to ensnare Zihui through the Yin couple is nothing short of a delusion. The residents of the compound are not so easily deceived. Perhaps, upon realizing the situation, they might even come together to assist and extend a favor to the Song family. You both should attend your classes. Chenwan, you should head to the hospital and inquire about Song Ran. If indeed it was the Yin family behind this, urge her to have that girl retract the case. Song Wui's expression remained grim. From last night until this morning, an unending stream of events had left him utterly drained, a surge of anger coursing through him. Were it not for his obligations at the military, he would have insisted on accompanying Chun Wan to the hospital. Second sister-in-law, I shall join you, he declared. I must confront Song Ran about her malicious intentions to sabotage our family's Zihui's future. Zhong Yu's eyes were swollen. She had been crying out of fear and shock, now filled with resentment. I will accompany you as well. This Song Ran is utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Shi Fengyi had just arrived, having learned that Song Gukong had sprained his ankle, leaving him unable to walk and necessitating a day off. The Song family placed immense importance on their reputation. The Chow family had yet to offer an apology, and now this distressing incident had unfolded, drawing the attention of many onlookers. People dispersed quickly, going about their day, whether to work or school. Aunt Joan gathered a few gossip-loving women, saying, "Do you really think that Song Ran, the country bumpkin, is blowing things out of proportion? Let me tell you, last night, Song Zi Hui smashed her head open, and there was glass and blood everywhere. An ambulance came in the middle of the night to take her away. That injury will require at least a dozen stitches, and who knows if she will be disfigured. Is it that serious?" Someone exclaimed. "Indeed. Yet look at Chen Wan, as if nothing has happened. Her own daughter is severely injured, and she merely visits the hospital briefly before returning to sleep. But we can't accuse Song Zi Hui of being a violent criminal, can we?" Another woman interjected. Aunt Joan leaned in, whispering, "Jiang Wen just told me that it's highly likely Song Zi Hui is guilty, but due to the girl's privacy, we cannot disclose further details for now. We shall wait and see." The women widened their eyes in shock. This incident involving Song Zi Hui was indeed real. Goodness. They had just been duped by the confident demeanor of Song Mingzhu and Song Zi Hui, especially Song Zi Hui, who carried himself with the air of an upright gentleman. And Song Mingzhu, always directing blame towards Song Ran and her guardians. It was truly despicable. These women were notorious gossips, and within half a day, the entire compound was abuzz with the news. Unbeknownst to Song Mingzhu, her morning efforts were in vain. Upon arriving at school, she used similar tactics to explain to her classmates, leading everyone to believe that Song Ran had orchestrated the framing of Song Zi Hui through her guardians. Meanwhile, Chen Wan and her sisters-in-law arrived at the hospital in a huff, only to find Song Ran absent. The ward was empty save for Qin Ma. Mrs. Hua has taken Xiao Ran for a head examination, fearing potential complications from the injury. The best neurosurgeons have been called in. If you wish to see Xiao Ran, you may have to wait 2 to 3 hours, Qin Ma explained. Chen Wan fumed. "I see her as being guilty and deliberately avoiding us. How could I have brought such a calamity upon my family?" Shi Fengyi nodded in agreement. "Ever since she returned, harmony has vanished from our home. Had she not come back, she would never have encountered the Yin couple, nor would my Si Ming have embarrassed himself at the Kunlun Hotel, losing his engagement and offending the Chow family. Just the thought of it left her infuriated." Zhongyu was even more agitated, as her son faced potential charges of being a violent offender. Her lips were chapped from anxiety, wishing to confront Song Ran and bring Zi Hui back from the brink. Yet, despite their anger, there was nothing they could do but wait. Song Ran would keep them in limbo for as long as she desired. Chapter 90. A farcical dog-eat-dog drama. Chen Wan and her sisters-in-law waited all morning without catching a glimpse of Song Ran. However, Zhong Jiangwen managed to see her in the hospital's upscale ward through Huiyani. "Comrade Xiao Ran, when she mentioned that you introduced her to a lawyer, thanks to your assistance, she found the courage to report the incident. I trust you are aware of her circumstances. However, Song Zi Hui refuses to cooperate and insists you are the one framing him. Comrade Xiao Ran, what transpired last night, and how did you sustain your injury?" He, alongside another colleague, was there to take a statement. The Song family had pressured the deputy director to expedite Song Zi Hui's release, yet Jiang Wen's sympathies leaned towards Song Ran. Since the day she arrived in Jing City, he had interacted with her and recognized her as a righteous and kind-hearted individual, acutely aware of the tribulations faced by the Song family. Regrettably, he had been unable to assist her previously. When Qin Ma visited his home to inform him that Song Ran needed his help, he was overjoyed. Although he had aided in locating Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing, he felt guilty that he could not bring them to justice. This guilt peaked upon seeing Song Ran's pale face resting against the hospital bed. He felt a profound sense of failure in not protecting her and harbored anger towards Song Zi Hui for his actions. Yet, with colleagues present, he found it difficult to express his concern and fury. "Brother Jiangwen, after you left yesterday, Song Zi Hui suddenly lashed out at me, accusing me of ruining Si Ming and Chao Shan's engagement." Jiang Wen was aware of this matter, as his mother was the neighborhood gossip, always in the know about local affairs. Recently, the Song family had begun renovations, and Shi Fengyi had boasted about her eldest son courting the youngest daughter of the Chao family, intending to marry the following year, a fact no longer shrouded in secrecy. However, he remained unaware that the engagement had fallen through. Instinctively, he inquired, "What is going on? Does it concern you?" "It has nothing to do with me. Weren't they dining with the Chow family yesterday?" Ming got drunk and mistook a waitress for a call girl, refusing to let go. Everyone witnessed it, and Minister Chow was furious, leaving on the spot. I might have said too much. Song Ran covered her mouth, blinking. Brother Jangwen, please do not let this information slip. If it gets out, Ming may never find a wife. Jangwen, astonished, realized that Song Ming, the elder brother of the Song family, who usually appeared gentle and reliable, was actually seeking the company of call girls. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word, he quickly assured her. Song Ran felt reassured, knowing Jangwen would inevitably share the news. He and his mother were renowned for their loose lips. She continued, I have already suffered much. Had it not been for your presence yesterday, I might have. Yet no one at home cares about me, and Song Hui is casting aspersions upon me. I retaliated, claiming to have seen him holding hands with Song Mingzhu under the table. What? Jangwen gasped in shock. You mean Song Hui and Song Mingzhu? Song Ran nodded. Yes, Brother Jangwen, please do not speak of this. You can trust me. Jangwen couldn't help but ask, did they truly hold hands? I witnessed it with my own eyes. There were several waitstaff present. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with them. However, last night, both Song Hui and Song Mingzhu denied it, and in a fit of rage, Song Hui struck me. As she spoke, she touched her forehead, letting out a pain gasp. Her face was still devoid of color, her head bandaged, and a significant bruise marred her brow, rendering her utterly pitiable. Comrade Xiao Ran, please lie back, there's no rush. We can discuss this slowly, and of course I believe you. If necessary, we can seek out the waitstaff for corroboration, one colleague suggested. However, Song Hui's assault is unrelated to today's incident, right? The conversation revolves around Wenxin's report to the police, accusing Song Hui. Song Ran hesitantly stated, actually, I have a suspicion. What? Both inquired in unison. I suspect that Wu Shaoling drugged me, and that Zhou Aibing came to my house under Song Zihui's orders. He was enraged after I successfully escaped from him and retaliated. Although Wu Shaoling is malicious, she likely does not know Zhou Aibing. And I have heard that sleeping pills are difficult to procure. She might not have been able to obtain them. I hope, Jangwen, you can assist me in investigating this matter thoroughly. Sleeping pills. Another colleague pondered, suddenly looking at Zhong Jangwen and inquired, did Wenxin's testimony also mention sleeping pills? Indeed, Zhong Jangwen quickly recalled. Wenxin claimed that during her first violation by Song Zihui, she consumed soda laced with sleeping pills. This is a significant clue. If we can uncover records of Song Zihui purchasing sleeping pills, it would serve as critical evidence. The two were inspired by Song Ran's insight. If Zhou Aibing's actions were also connected to Song Zihui, he is indeed despicable. Zhong Jangwen, filled with righteous indignation, felt an increased sense of pity for Song Ran, who had suffered at Song Zihui's hands. If Song Zihui were not brought to justice, Song Ran might face even graver dangers in the future. Observing Zhong Jangwen's expression, Song Ran, with a hint of sorrow, remarked, Wu Shaoling and I both come from the countryside, lacking legal knowledge and awareness of the severity of the situation. I am truly heartbroken. I never expected her to stray down such a path. However, the true culprit should be Song Zihui. I hope she can confess and implicate him, seeking leniency in exchange for her honesty. This reminded Zhong Jangwen that if both Wu Shaoling and Zhou Aibing testified against Song Zihui, even if he denied it, he could not simply evade accountability. Events that have transpired must yield evidence. Currently, Wu Shaoling and Zhou Aibing are unaware that Song Zihui has been apprehended. They may still believe he can assist them. If they were to discover the truth, would they not promptly incriminate Song Zihui in hopes of leniency? This could lead to a gripping drama of mutual betrayal. Zhong Jangwen diligently documented Song Ran's testimony, eager to return and confer with his colleagues regarding the interrogation. By the way, Jangwen, please do not inform the Song family about my assistance in contacting a lawyer for Wenxin, or else we will keep it confidential. Zhong Jangwen vowed, deciding to withhold this matter even from his mother. Song Ran's situation was precarious. If the Song family learned of it, the repercussions could be far more severe than merely a head injury. As he prepared to leave, he hesitated momentarily and said to Song Ran, regarding Wenxin, the evidence is insufficient. Although she is pregnant, unless the child is born and a paternity test is conducted, it cannot be proven that Song Zihui is the father. Additionally, since Wenxin is now of age, if Song Zihui insists they were in a romantic relationship, it would complicate the case. She is pregnant? How long has she been pregnant? Song Ran was astonished. having been unaware of this development. In her previous life, she had never heard of Wenxin's pregnancy. However, she recalled only seeing Wenxin once, remembering her as a frail and despondent girl. Later, she learned of Wenxin's tragic end, having taken poison to end her life, leaving behind a letter accusing Song Zihui of his vile deeds. At that time, the Song family was flourishing, and the matter ultimately faded away. Song Zihui not only escaped punishment, but also married a wife of suitable standing. Wenxin's demise left no mark on him. Chapter 91. She would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Brother Yan. Is Wenxin truly pregnant? As Zhong Jiangwen departed, Hui Yanyi entered the hospital room. He had come in the morning, and Song Ran, concerned for Hua Qiuxia's safety, did not want her to remain in the hospital, fearing she might encounter an accident. However, Hua Qiuxia was equally worried about her, arranging for 2 bodyguards and sending Hui Yanyi to accompany her. Hui Yanyi poured her a cup of warm water and nodded, saying, "She is 2 months pregnant." She didn't realize it herself. This morning, while I was driving her to the police station, she was retching in the car. Thus, I took her to an old Chinese doctor who confirmed her pregnancy. Song Ran's brow furrowed deeply. 2 months pregnant meant that this incident had also occurred in her previous life. It was not altered by her arrival. Given Song Zihui's ruthless nature, he might have forced her to undergo an abortion upon discovering her pregnancy. Even more cruelly, he could have discovered it later, leading to a failed medical abortion, compelling her to visit an underground clinic to terminate the pregnancy. No wonder when she later encountered Wenxin, she appeared emaciated. The last time she saw her during the new year, she still had a hint of baby fat. Had her life not been ruined by Song Zihui, she would have blossomed into a vibrant young woman. Song Ran clenched her fists. Do not worry. At 2 months pregnant, a medical abortion can be performed with minimal harm to her body. She just needs to recuperate, Hui Yan reassured her. Brother Yanni, do you realize? She is merely 19. She should be lively and spirited alongside Song Mingzhu and others, full of youthful vigor, yet Song Zihui has utterly destroyed her. Song Ran bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she recalled Wenxin's low demeanor, her sunken cheeks, and lack of vitality, reminiscent of her own later fate, tethered by a dog leash in a pig pen. She continued, Wenxin should have been in university, but due to Song Zihui's obsession, she failed her college entrance exam, and her family forced her to repeat. Her biological mother passed away early, her stepmother is harsh, and her father neglects her. No one can help her. I must assist her. All right, we will help her together. Hui Yan replied gently. Song Ran nodded earnestly. Thank you, Yanni. Could you help me contact a newspaper? I wish to publish an article. Hui Yanni did not inquire about the content of the article, readily agreeing, and then stepped out to call and arrange for his assistant to contact the largest newspaper. Song Ran took paper and pen, fervently writing. When Hui Yanni returned and saw her in such a state, he initially intended to advise her to rest, but swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Chun Wan and the others were increasingly anxious, waiting for Song Ran's return. She has truly grown bold, leaving us here waiting. It's just a bump on the head. She hasn't become a vegetable. Shi Fengyi scolded angrily. Chun Wan also criticized Song Ran for abandoning them. The most anxious was Song Zihui's mother, Zhongyu, who paced the hospital room, questioning every nurse and doctor she encountered. No more waiting. I must see Zihui. I need to know his condition inside. Sister-in-law, please discuss with brother to see who can be contacted to bail Zihui out. The longer this drags on, the more gossip will arise. Second sister-in-law, please visit the Kunlun Hotel and check if the Yin couple is there. Ask them to show mercy and let my Zihui go. Concerned for Song Zihui's future, Zhongyu was willing to humble herself. No matter how she wanted to confront Song Ran, the Yin couple remained paramount. All right, I will go to the Kunlun Hotel. Chun Wan, despite her reluctance to bow to others, had no choice but to try. If Song Zihui were truly imprisoned, the Song family would have to walk with their heads down in the future. Initially thinking they would not see her, they were surprised when staff respectfully escorted her upstairs. It seemed the Yin couple did not wish to sever ties with the Song family, deliberately creating this scene to compel the Song family to take Song Ran seriously. As they would soon return to Xiangjiang and could not protect her, in the end, they would still rely on the Song family. Chun Wan felt a sense of triumph and relief, lifting her chin upon meeting them. She immediately stated her purpose, urging them to withdraw the case. Withdraw the case? Mrs. Yin, I do not quite understand your meaning. Yin Jiefeng leisurely sipped his Longjing tea, glancing at Chun Wan. Her brows furrowed immediately, and she spoke sternly. Mr. Yin, Is your intention not to seek justice for Song Ran? We will discipline Song Zihui appropriately and will ensure that Song Ran is treated with respect moving forward. Is that not sufficient? Haha, Hu Qiuxia scoffed, gazing at Chen. Madam Song, your words are quite absurd. Ran is your own flesh and blood. Isn't it only natural for you to punish Song Zihui on her behalf? She nearly lost her purity to a lecherous widower. Yet you dismiss it with a mere remark and come seeking trouble with us. Apologies, but we are unaware of any reports made. You would do better to confront Song Zihui directly. Chen Wan, caught off guard by such an unrelenting reprimand, felt a flush of embarrassment. She retorted. She brought Wu Xiaoling's jealousy upon herself. Besides, why does Zhou Aibing only target her? She parades around every day all dolled up. How could she not attract attention? And regarding Zihui, I mentioned on the phone that it wasn't intentional. Song Ran provoked him, and that's why he reacted. Enough, Yin Jiefeng interjected, unable to bear it any longer, fearing his wife might lash out. He gestured for Chen Wan to leave. Madam Song, please return home. We are unaware of the circumstances surrounding Song Zihui's arrest. We are about to leave the capital and have no inclination to delve into this matter. Acknowledging the impossibility of admitting guilt, as Song Ran still had to live in the Song household, it was Hou Yanni who took Wenxin to report the incident, accompanied by a female lawyer who had recently returned from studying abroad. Not only was there legal counsel, but a psychologist was also aiding Wenxin with her mental health. Chen Wan, with a grim expression, left Kunlun Hotel, still in disbelief. Did this affair truly have nothing to do with the Yin family? Could it be that Song Zihui had indeed committed such an atrocious act? No, Zihui had grown up under my watch. He must be innocent. Perhaps he merely offended someone else. Shaking her head, she hurried home. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find Song Wuwei already there, having taken a half-day leave and was currently on the phone, all smiles. Yes, esteemed leader, you have met our Zihui. He has always been honest. I wonder if you could assist us. Yes, Zihui is a victim of malice. That girl has no evidence. It's all fabricated tales. Excellent. I'm truly grateful for your help. It has been a while since I last saw you. I'll bring some wine tomorrow to share. After hanging up, Song Wuwei sighed, a weight lifted off his shoulders. Everything was settling down. His old leader was willing to inquire, and without substantial proof, Zihui would be released by tomorrow at the latest. Chen Wan's heart eased as well. Once Zihui returned, all rumors would be dispelled. Yet, an instinctive question slipped from her lips. Guwei, do you think this incident with Zihui is truly as it seems? What nonsense! Zihui is not that type of child. Our Song family would never produce such a disgrace. Song Wuwei replied sternly. In his eyes, whether or not Song Zihui had committed the act was irrelevant. What mattered was resolving the issue swiftly to protect the family's reputation and the futures of the three brothers. Chen Wan nodded, but unease lingered in her heart. She had firmly believed Zihui could never have forced the girl, yet now doubts crept in. First, there was Song Siming's penchant for hiring escorts, and now Zihui. She worried her son, Chu Xiao, might follow suit. Furthermore, if Zihui truly committed such a deed, would that not mean she had misjudged Song Ran and the Yin family? By the way, what did they say at the hospital regarding Song Ran? She was taken for a head examination, and we did not see her all morning. However, I did visit Kunlun Hotel and encountered Yin Jiefeng and his wife. They claimed they were unaware of any reports made. How curious that just as Song Ran suffers a head injury, someone reports Zihui for coercing another. Song Wuwei remarked, rubbing his temples. You should inform the third brother that there's no need to worry about Zihui. I had a bit too much to drink last night and need a rest. Go ahead and rest. I shall head over now. Chen Wan hurried off to Song Wuqiang's residence, but they were not home. She then made her way to the police station. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Song Wuqiang and Zhong Yu emerging. Third brother, sister-in-law, how? Is Zihui? Is he being mistreated? Who would dare to bully our Song family? Song Wuqiang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. Zihui is the most innocent victim in this. That girl is hiding from us. Clearly, she has something to hide. Zhong Yu added, they talk about protecting privacy. I suspect that girl is just guilty and has no evidence. If she were truly pregnant by Zihui, why wouldn't she come to our home to seek a position for herself? Absurd. Calm down. Guwei just spoke to his old leader. Zihui will be released tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? That girl has only fabricated her testimony. She cannot provide evidence. Zihui should be released immediately. Zhongyu was visibly upset. Chun Wan felt exhausted. We must follow the proper procedures, assuming that girl has no additional proof. She certainly has no evidence. If she did, she would have presented it already. I refuse to believe she is truly pregnant. Even if she were, would she dare to bear the child and claim it was Zihui's? Song Guoqiang glanced around at the onlookers. Let us return home. We shouldn't discuss this here. Yes, we should wait for news at home. After much persuasion, they finally managed to convince Zhongyu to return. As the trio entered the courtyard, they spotted Aunt Zhong holding a lunchbox, chatting with several women beneath a tree. Upon seeing them, the women fell silent. Chen Wan's expression soured upon seeing Aunt Zhong, for it was this gossipy woman who had spread the news of Song Ran's injury, making it seem as though she had been harsh on her daughter. Yet Aunt Zhong, oblivious to her own unpopularity, approached them with a question. How is Zihui? Has he been released? Thank you for your concern. Zihui will be out tomorrow. He is merely cooperating with the police to clarify the truth. Hasn't Jangwon informed you? That young girl is likely being manipulated. She has no evidence. Perhaps she is running around outside, falsely claiming to be pregnant with Zihui's child to trap him. We will not be fooled. Zhongyu declared with righteous indignation. If Zihui is innocent, that would indeed be the best outcome. We wouldn't want a scandal in the courtyard that makes us afraid to walk the streets at night. Aunt Zhong's words cast a pall over Song Guoqiang and the others, as it felt like veiled criticism. Yet, her tone was devoid of malice, and they chose not to engage with her further, hastening their departure. As soon as they left, Aunt Zhong huddled with the other women. Look at them, still holding their heads high, as if they believe Song Zihui will truly be released. Let me tell you, he will not be coming out. I delivered a meal to Jangwon, and he shared something significant with me. Do not let this slip. Rest assured, our lips are sealed. The women were abuzz with excitement, eager for gossip. Coming from rural backgrounds, they had often been looked down upon by Chun Wan and Zhongyu, and they relished the chance to hear tales from the city. You all know about Song Ran's head injury last night, right? It was caused by Song Zihui. Wu Shaoling and Zhou Aibing were taken away by Jangwon, but we were unaware of the reasons at the time, as the Song family remained silent. I only learned of it while delivering food to Jangwon. It turns out that Wu Shaoling actually drugged Song Ran with sleeping pills and sent Zhou Aibing to torment her. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Last night, police cars had come and taken Wu Shaoling and Zhou Aibing, and the Song family had remained tight-lipped about the reasons, leading everyone to assume Zhou Aibing had attempted theft. Wu Shaoling and Zhou Aibing had conspired together, and since Wu Shaoling was from the countryside, it was not surprising she would be so naive. No one had thought to consider other possibilities. That Wu Shaoling is truly wicked. How could I hear that Chun Wan is considering taking Wu Shaoling as her goddaughter? Isn't this akin to inviting wolves into the house? Indeed, fortunately, they did not succeed. Song Ran is clean and beautiful. Every time we meet her, she greets us with a smile, unlike Song Mingzhu, who seems to disdain our rural background. It has been over a decade, and we have yet to see her take the initiative to greet us. Song Mingzhu, much like Chen Wan, looks down upon us country folk, yet when she encounters other official ladies, her sweetness is palpable. By the way, she and Wu Shaoling are indeed sisters. Could it be that she instigated Wu Shaoling's actions? This notion resonates deeply, and they believe it to be the truth. If Song Ran's purity is tarnished, the Song family would undoubtedly send her away to preserve their reputation, leaving them with only Song Mingzhu. She would be the sole beneficiary. However, Aunt Zhong shook her head and whispered to them, "Hush, I heard Jangwon say it was likely Song Zihui who orchestrated this." Of course, I'm unsure if Song Mingzhu was involved, but this scheme bears his mark. Think about it. Would Song Mingzhu and Wu Shaoling dare to engage with Zhou Aibing without him? It was Song Zihui who made the approach. If only we could find evidence of Song Zihui purchasing sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? One woman suddenly widened her eyes. I saw him prescribe sleeping pills at the clinic. I even asked him how a young man like him could have trouble sleeping. Which clinic? Just across the road and down 2 alleys. The clinic run by the Li family. Chapter 93, the 2 women revealed Song Zihui's involvement. Sleeping pills? Song Zihui looked at the captain, interrogating him, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have purchased sleeping pills from the Li family clinic because I often suffer from insomnia and require them to sleep. He leaned back in his chair and spread his hands. So what, comrade? Is it a crime to take sleeping pills? Of course, consuming sleeping pills is not illegal. While Song Zihui had bought them, it was insufficient to prove that Wu Xiaoling's pills came from him or that he had used them on XIN. Song Zihui was well aware of the law. Despite having a witness from the clinic, the case fell into yet another stalemate. The higher-ups had exerted pressure to resolve the matter swiftly to avoid adverse repercussions. Captain Wu had conversed with the young victim, who was of a similar age to his daughter. When discussing her pain, she trembled all over. After years of service in the police force, his judgment rarely faltered. He could not let Song Zihui go. This man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, when XIN could not produce further evidence to convict him, Captain Wu, from Jiang Wen's side, Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing confessed. It was Song Zihui who instructed them to deliberately harm Song Ran. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu sprang to his feet. But he did not rush out immediately. Instead, he observed Song Zihui's reaction. As expected, Song Zihui's expression shifted, and the calm confidence in his eyes faded. Although he quickly regained his composure, Captain Wu did not overlook this fleeting change. Song Zihui, confessing leads to leniency, while resisting results in severity. You still have the opportunity to clarify the facts of your crime. In a calm tone, Song Zihui retorted, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. I am innocent and have never engaged in any unlawful activities. I will not admit to being framed by others. I am quite eager to see how long you can maintain this bravado. Captain Wu perused the testimonies. Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing's accounts were largely consistent. Song Zihui had compensated Zhou Aibing with 300 yuan and a cigarette, while Wu Xiaoling received 50. They would investigate whether Song Zihui had purchased cigarettes near the Song residence, seek witnesses, and retrieve bank record from Song's family to check for any withdrawal activity. Understood. Upon learning that their son would return the following day, Song Guoxiang and Zhong Yu retired for the night. Just as they were in a deep slumber, the sound of police sirens jolted them awake. Zhong Yu sat up, initially thinking it was merely a figment of her imagination, a remnant of the fright she had experienced when Zihui was taken away that morning. Madam, suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the door from a maid. Song Guoxiang also woke up abruptly. What is happening? Outside the door, family members in the courtyard gathered. Has Song Zihui been brought back? But there was no sign of him. It seemed the police had returned to their home, and it appeared there was a real issue at hand. Could it be? Weren't the Song family adamant that Song Zihui was innocent? Have you not heard? Song Zihui instructed Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing to drug and assault Song Ran. Someone has seen him purchasing sleeping pills. This matter is as good as settled. If Song Zihui could commit such an act, then his coercion of his female classmates must also be true. What? Where did this information come from? Song Zihui would dare to ruin Song Ran's innocence? It couldn't be for Song Mingzhu. He is closest to her. If not for Song Mingzhu, then for whom? He has no vested interest in Song Ran. When Song Mingzhu returned from school, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Everything had been fine before school. She had managed to sway public opinion. However, now everyone regarded her with disdain, some whispering and shooting her looks of contempt, which made her feel utterly uncomfortable, her unease intensifying. Chu Xiao, go inquire about what happened. Song Mingzhu, unable to swallow her pride, called out to Song Chu Xiao. He, too, held on to his pride. Otherwise, he would not have viewed having a sister from the countryside as a source of embarrassment. However, he had changed significantly lately, and since Song Mingzhu asked, he reluctantly agreed to ask. Aunt Nyo, what are you discussing? Chu Xiao, you still do not know. Aunt Nyo's expression softened as she pulled Song Chu Xiao aside and whispered, Song Mingzhu and Song Zihui conspired to ruin your sister. How can you still associate with her? What? Song Chu Xiao could hardly believe it. Where did you hear this? You must be mistaken. There is no such thing. Sister Ran merely had an accident. An accident can be claimed for a bump on the head. But what a drugging her. Wu Xiaoling took the fall for Song Mingzhu and Song Zihui, and several witnesses saw Song Zihui purchasing sleeping pills at the Li family clinic. How could that be fabricated? Furthermore, this afternoon the police went to Song Zihui's home to look for bank records, which indicated recent withdrawals, money given to Wu Xiaoling and Zhou Aibing. The more he listened, the paler Song Chu Xiao became. He still could not accept it. Brother Zihui and Sister Mingzhu could not be those types of people. They had no reason to harm Sister Ran. I am certain the police will uncover the truth. Do not let your studies cloud your judgment. If your sister is ruined, the Song family will only have Song Mingzhu left. Moreover, It is said that a waitress at the Kunlun Hotel saw Song Mingzhu and Song Zihui holding hands under the table. They must have been secretly involved. Don't you think Song Zihui would help her? Song Chuxiao abruptly turned to look at Song Mingzhu, who awaited his response. Could it truly be her doing? If Sister Ran were indeed violated by Zhou Aibing last night, based on what he knew of their parents, they would surely send Sister Ran away, far from sight, erasing her existence from memory. If Sister Ran left, the one who would benefit the most would be Song Mingzhu. He suddenly recalled how last night, when he attempted to call a doctor, it was Song Mingzhu who continuously obstructed him. Chuxiao, what is troubling you? Seeing the peculiar look in his eyes, Song Mingzhu hurried over. As she approached, Aunt Nyo and the others exchanged glances and distanced themselves, as if avoiding a venomous snake. Chuxiao, what do they say? Why do you look so pale? Song Mingzhu's anxiety intensified, and she reached for Song Chuxiao's hand, only to have him recoil. Her expression shifted once more. They said a waitress saw you holding hands with Brother Zihui. Why didn't you confess last night? I did not. Song Mingzhu quickly protested. Surely someone has maliciously spread rumors to tarnish my reputation. Chuxiao, would you rather believe others than trust me? As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. As soon as she cried, Song Chuxiao felt a surge of panic. I do not doubt you. It is just that I have heard from others that Zihui might genuinely be guilty and unable to return. Impossible. At the hospital, Song Ran had returned to his standard ward. After completing her manuscript, she handed it to Huiyani and lay down for the entire afternoon, just finishing her dinner. Xiao Ran, are you feeling better? Grandma Gu. She looked up to see Gu Yuanting wheeling in Grandma Gu and hurriedly got out of bed. However, her swift movement caused her to stumble, and Gu Yuanting quickly caught her, effortlessly lifting her back onto the bed. The fluidity of his actions left Grandma Gu bewildered. You are still injured. Do not move around recklessly. Chapter 94. Are you wearing couple's scarf? Song Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Why was it that every time she acted clumsily, she would encounter Gu Yuanting? Grandma Gu chuckled, her gaze flitting between the two. I was bored at home, so I wanted to see how you were recovering. Yuanting is right. You have an injury on your head. So it is crucial for you to rest well and avoid unnecessary movement. As she spoke, a glimmer of concern appeared in her eyes. How could your parents be so unreliable? With so many people around, they still let you get hurt. Grandma Gu, I'm much better now. It doesn't hurt as much, so please don't worry. How could Grandma Gu not worry? On her way from home, she had passed by the Song family and saw Chun Wan and Song Guowei both present. Yet not one of them came to the hospital to care for their own daughter. She felt a surge of anger. Is Qin Ma taking care of you? Yes. She just wanted to do the dishes. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Ma returned with a clean food container. Madam, Commander Gu, you arrived just in time. Please chat for a moment. I will go to the department store across the street to buy Xiao Ran some candies, as she mentioned wanting to eat some. You like candies? Gu Yuanting's gaze turned towards her. Since being carried back to the bed, Song Ran had not dared to meet his eyes. But now she had to look directly at him. Feeling shy, she replied, well, sort of. It is just that the medicine is a bit bitter. Would he think her childish for liking candies at her age? Gu Yuanting noticed the array of Western medicine on the cabinet and chose not to expose her. Calling out to Qin Ma, Qin Ma, I will go buy them. No, Brother Gu, you go about your business. Let Qin Ma handle it. How could he buy her candies? I am not busy, Gu Yuanting said, rising and striding out of the room. Grandma Gu felt that Gu Yuanting's tone was rather curt and explained for him. Your brother Yuanting just returned and has taken 3 days off, so he is not busy. If you need anything, just let him know. There is no need to be polite. With Qin Ma here, there is truly no need for Brother Gu to help. I should be discharged in a couple of days. Take care of your health. Recover fully before leaving. Look how thin you are. It is quite distressing. Do not be sad. The Song family has not treated you well, but Grandma cares for you. That Song Zihui will definitely end up in prison. Song Ran smiled, saying, I understand, Grandma Gu. You are my greatest support. Grandma Gu relished those words, but upon thinking of the rumors surrounding Song Zihui and Song Mingzhu, her heart sank. Those two were truly despicable, especially Song Mingzhu, who had benefited from Xiao Ran's identity for so many years without any gratitude, instead seeking to ruin her. It was a heart of a viper. She resolved to speak to Zhuang Anqin upon her return, insisting that she should not recognize Song Mingzhu as her goddaughter, lest she invite a wolf into the fold. No, she wouldn't wait. As soon as Yuanting returned, she would seek out Zhuang Anqin. Gu Yuanting returned swiftly, carrying a large bag of candies. Seeing him made Song Ran's face flush with embarrassment. Brother Gu, I cannot eat so many candies. Why don't you take them back for Gu Yun to enjoy? Take your time. There are all sorts of flavors. Gu Yuanting retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy, handed the rest to Qin Ma, unwrapped the outer layer, and offered it to Song Ran. She had no choice but to accept it, and under Gu Yuanting's watchful gaze, she placed the candy in her mouth. The creamy sweetness melted on her tongue, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. With her head wrapped in thick bandages and her face lacking color, she appeared as a fragile little thing. Yet that small candy brought her immense satisfaction, akin to a little squirrel finding a nut. Gu Yuanting swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her. He wondered if he had misjudged Song Ran, perceiving her as a woman with deep schemes, for at this moment, she seemed as simple as a blank canvas. Gulp, Qin Ma, could you please will me to find Anshin? I have something to discuss. Yuanting, stay here with Xiao Ran for a bit. Grandma, Gu suddenly interjected. Song Ran straightened in her bed, thinking Gu Yuanting surely did not wish to be alone with her. She intended to suggest that Gu Yuanting wheel Grandma, Gu, to find Aunt Zhuang, but before she could speak, Gu Yuanting had already agreed and sat down in a chair in the ward. In her surprise, Qin Ma had wheeled Grandma Gu out, closing the door behind them. Savoring the milk candy in her mouth, Song Ran found herself at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. However, this awkwardness seemed to exist only in her mind, as Gu Yuanting sat upright, his expression calm, seemingly unbothered by the sudden silence of their confined space. Are you afraid of me? Gu Yuanting suddenly asked her. Song Ran's head snapped up. What? Your gaze shifts. You avoid meeting my eyes. Is it because you have taken advantage of me, feeling guilty, or are you afraid I will retaliate? She had not anticipated Gu Yuanting would so bluntly address the matter. Am I afraid? It seemed she had never truly feared him, perhaps because she knew he would not harm her nor seek revenge on a woman. Yet deep down, she felt a twinge of fear of repeating past mistakes, fear of facing an unexpected, chilling indifference. She feared becoming a resentful woman consumed by hatred. Thus, she wished to keep her distance from Gu Yuanting, hoping never to cross paths again. As for feeling guilty, she should not feel that way. For the hatred from her previous life had been something she had leveraged with a clear conscience, believing it was something Gu Yuanting owed her. Yet, such emotions were not easily quantified or resolved. She fell silent. Gu Yuanting observed her expression and, with a furrowed brow, spoke softly. I will not